Chen Chen found himself traversing into a world where relics descended and demonic forces ravaged the land. Upon reaching adulthood, women could awaken as spirit warriors, manifesting various divine weapons, while men transformed into demon hunters, capable of wielding spirit weapons too. Combat the demonic entities in Blue Star, a spirit master could only form a contract with one spirit weapon at a time, unless, like Chen Chen, one were to contract with twin spirit weapons belonging to a pair of twin sisters. The story begins. Shun Yuan, Talon Awakened, G-Grade Spirit Weapon Fire Stick. Shun Yoshi, Talon Awakened, G-Grade Spirit Weapon Cloak Breaker. At the Magic Capital Spirit Weapon Academy, in the Awakening Square, a pair of exceptionally beautiful twin sisters stood hand in hand before the testing crystal. Both possessed delicate features, dressed in stylish JK skirts, exuding youthful energy as if they were chiseled from the same mold. The only distinction was that the elder sister, Shun Yuyan, with her silver hair and black stockings, radiated elegance and aloofness, while the younger sister, Shun Yoshi, with her black hair and white stockings, appeared gentle and demure. They were widely regarded as the most beautiful twin flowers of the academy. Wow! The Shun sisters both awakened with the lowest G-grade spirit weapons. Fire Stick and Cloak Breaker, such spirit weapons might as well be inferior to ordinary equipment. The probability of G-grade talents appearing seems lower than that of S-grade. Our magic capital hasn't seen one in 100 years. Have two appear on the same day is indeed a shocking revelation. With such meager talents, it's likely no demon hunter will ever contract with them in their lifetime. The Shin family is somewhat renowned in the magic capital. Sisters as stunning as Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi will probably end up as political pawns, serving as concubines for high-ranking demon hunters. How tragic. How I wish I were a high-ranking demon hunter. No one anticipated that during the annual awakening ceremony, the twin beauties, expected to shine, would face such disgrace. The awakening square erupted in a clamor, with thousands of students expressing their sympathy and schadenfreude. Among them, one young man laughed inappropriately, exclaiming, "Ha! I've found it! Twin spirit weapons. At long last, I've discovered them. Ahaha!" Chen Chen had awaited this day for a long time. He was a traveler, having arrived in this realm named Blue Star 2.5 years prior. This world was besieged by relics and plagued by demonic forces. In a bid to combat these threats and acquire resources from the relics, humanity began to awaken their talents and harness spiritual power. Upon reaching adulthood, women could awaken as spirit warriors, transforming into various divine weapons, while men became demon hunters, capable of contracting spirit weapons to battle the demonic entities. As the saying goes, the collaboration between men and women alleviates burdens. The synergy between demon hunters and spirit weapons enabled humanity to survive in a world overrun by demonic forces. Who is that laughing so loudly? Don't you know? That's Chen Chen, our academy's commoner warrior. The spirited Chen Chen from years past. Why does he seem so delighted at the Shun sisters' downfall? Perhaps he relates to their plight. It must be the incident with Gu Qingning. It hit him hard. Chen Chen has had it rough. His ex-girlfriend dumped him, forcing him to break their contract. In a vow contract, the one who actively terminates it not only loses their spiritual power, but also sacrifices half their lifespan. It seems Chen Chen, an F-grade demon hunter, was never in the same league as the chosen one, Gu Qingning. After Gu Qingning left him, she immediately contracted with an SS-grade high-ranking demon hunter. This shows that one must choose wisely when forming contracts. Otherwise, Chen Chen's fate serves as a cautionary tale. As the surrounding students speculated about Chen Chen's past, they recalled that he had once been a prominent figure at the Magic Capital Spirit Weapon Academy. Despite being merely an F-grade demon hunter, his exceptional skills and unique understanding of spirit weapons garnered him much admiration from the female students. Eventually, Chen Chen fell in love with Gu Qingning, who was also an F-grade spirit warrior, and they formed a vow contract, with him as her exclusive operator. Their cooperation was remarkably harmonious, and the F-grade duo proved to be just as capable as any other D-grade combination, if not superior. Through diligence, Chen Chen elevated his spiritual power from the Bronze Realm to the Golden Realm within 2 years. He even earned the title of Commoner Warrior at the Magic Capital Spirit Weapon Academy. However, when everyone anticipated that the partnership between Chen Chen and Gu Qingning would become a legendary tale within the academy, Gu Qingning's talent suddenly underwent a second awakening, skyrocketing from F grade to S-grade. In Blue Star, the likelihood of a second awakening was exceedingly rare. Those capable of such feats were hailed as chosen ones, and the prospect of simultaneously surpassing 6 talent levels was unprecedented. This should have been a moment of joy, signifying a qualitative leap in the strength of Chen Chen and Gu Qingning's partnership. Yet, it was at this juncture that their relationship began to sour. An S-grade talent was a rarity at the Magic Capital Spirit Weapon Academy, destined to become a superpower. Meanwhile, Chen Chen, no matter how adept he was, remained merely an F-grade demon hunter. His potential was limited. From that moment on, rumors circulated around them, suggesting that Chen Chen was impeding Gu Qingning's future. Yet, none were aware that Gu Qingning's second awakening was entirely due to Chen Chen. During their exploration of the Abyssal Relic, they stumbled upon a hidden passage that led them into the trials of the gods. Among a team of 20, only Chen Chen and Gu Qingning emerged alive, both blessed by the divine. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, proclaimed, "Among you, one may undergo a second awakening. You now have the opportunity to choose that if your hearts are aligned and you choose the same, the blessing of the gods shall activate." Such an encounter with divinity and participation in the trials of the gods was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity in Blue Star. Without the slightest hesitation, they both declared their choice. Chen Chen her, Gu Qingning me. A knowing smile graced Aphrodite's face as a ray of divine light enveloped Gu Qingning. In an instant, she completed her second awakening, her talent ascending from F grade to the astonishing S grade. Simultaneously, Chen Chen discerned a hidden message inscribed on the back of the relic steel. It conveyed that the blessing of the gods was, in fact, the final trial set by Aphrodite. The same choice referred not to choosing the same individual, but rather to choosing one another. Had they made that choice, the blessing of the gods would have evolved into the true blessing of the goddess of love, bestowing upon them both an SSS grade talent. Chen Chen, this is wonderful. My talent has truly awakened. Gu Qingning exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she felt the transformation of her spiritual power. Indeed, Chen Chen replied quietly, nodding without revealing the hidden message to Gu Qingning. The die had been cast. He wished to spare Gu Qingning the guilt and regret that knowledge of the truth might bring her. In Chen Chen's eyes, whether SSS grade or S grade, it ultimately held little significance. The ability of two individuals to emerge alive from the ruins is the finest blessing of the divine. Yet, it has become evident that this was merely a figment of Chen Chen's wishful thinking. Following the awakening of her S-level talent, Gu Qingning initially expressed gratitude for Chen Chen's sacrifices. As a nurse, maid, flight attendant, policewoman, adorned in black silk, white silk, and fishnet, she became increasingly industrious. However, time reveals true character. Soon enough, Gu Qingning unveiled her genuine intentions. She resorted to moral coercion, manipulating unsuspecting students and leveraging her S-level talent to pressure the Academy's mentors on Chen Chen's behalf. She even entangled herself with an S-level high-ranking demon hunter from a prominent family, securing her next arrangement in advance. Left with no choice, Chen Chen sacrificed his spiritual power and half of his lifespan to voluntarily dissolve his profound contract with Gu Qingning. He understood all too well that, given her cunning, his demise was imminent if he did not act. Chen Chen's honesty ultimately led to his downfall. Reflecting on their time in the ruins, he had once worried that Gu Qingning would feel remorse upon discovering the truth. How laughable that notion seems now. Gu Qingning, in her prime, transformed into the acknowledged queen of the Magic City Spiritual Martial Academy, wielding her S-level talent and the resources of her illustrious family to in his current predicament. Chen Chen's attempts to contend with her would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. He refrained from revealing the truth about the ruins, knowing that, in the present circumstances, the truth had lost its significance. Public opinion is always wielded by the powerful. No matter what he might say now, no one would believe him, and he would likely find himself branded as a slanderer by Gu Qingning. Nevertheless, Chen Chen would not let such a heartless individual as Gu Qingning escape unscathed. He awaited an opportunity, a perfect moment for her to pay the price. In the depths of the abyss, he had not returned empty-handed. Beneath the stone tablet, he discovered a twin contract stone. Legend has it that this stone can simultaneously bind twin spiritual warriors and bestow upon them the power to grow. But why is it merely a legend? Because twin spiritual warriors must be a pair of twins who awaken their talents simultaneously. First, the probability of any human, be they demon hunter or spiritual warrior, awakening a talent is a mere one. Second, according to 5 millennia of recorded history on Blue Star, among multiple births, a second awakened talent is virtually non-existent. Thus, the so-called twin spiritual warriors do not exist at all. This rendered Chen Chen's acquisition of the twin contract stone utterly futile. It was not until the appearance of sisters Shun Yuyan and Shun Yoshi that he comprehended his moment of reckoning had finally arrived. Gu Qingning now. It is my turn. The awakening ceremony has concluded. It is now time for contracts. All demon hunters and spiritual warriors may form teams at their discretion. With the awakening completed, the mentors began to elucidate the contractual relationship between demon hunters and spiritual warriors. There are 3 types of contracts: temporary contracts, oath contracts, and eternal contracts. Temporary contract. The demon hunter can exert up to 60 of the spiritual warrior's power, which would be dissolved at any time. Once dissolved, a new contract cannot be formed. Within 24 hours, oath contract. The demon hunter can exert up to 80 of the spiritual warrior's power. It is difficult to dissolve, requiring the party seeking dissolution to forfeit all spiritual power and half of their lifespan. Eternal contract. The demon hunter can exert 100 of the spiritual warrior's power. It cannot be dissolved, and the lives of both parties become eternally bound, should one perish. The other shall also fade. Given that everyone has just awakened their talents, it is advisable to utilize temporary contracts. Oath and eternal contracts merely enhance the upper limits of a spiritual warrior's abilities. Without a high level of mutual understanding, they are essentially equivalent. The vast majority of demon hunters and spiritual warriors, even under eternal contracts, seldom achieve a mutual understanding exceeding 60. Oath contracts should be chosen with caution. Eternal contracts should be avoided if possible. Among the tens of thousands of academy students, only a few hundred awakened their talents. Those who did not awaken were automatically expelled, doomed to a life devoid of spiritual power, let alone the chance to explore the ruins. As the mentor's words faded, demon hunters flocked to Shun Yuyan and Shun Yoshi, despite their claims that no one desired the Shun sisters. The moment the free contract stage commenced, the demon hunters jostled to be near the sisters. Seeing this, Chen Chen remained unhurried, patiently waiting as if he were assured of success. Yuyan, I am a D-level demon hunter. I don't mind you. Let's form a temporary contract. Yoshi, I am a C-level demon hunter. We can form a temporary contract, and I'll help you enhance your spiritual power, but only if we become a couple that I prefer aloof, mature women. Sister, come to me. I favor gentle younger sisters. The younger sister is mine. I'm a B-level demon hunter. I'm not picky. Anyone will do that. I'm an A-level. I could do a temporary contract, but you must obey all my commands and call me master. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. Yuyan, Yoshi, these demon hunters are only after your bodies, seeking to deceive you into bed. Once they're done, they'll dissolve the contract. I'm different. I'm an F-level demon hunter, and I genuinely wish to be with you that you're different. Since you won't deceive into bed, you must be okay with everything else. B-level demon hunters want to suppress us. A-level demon hunters wish to join in. Let's fight back. Though both sisters were G-level spiritual warriors, their beauty spoke volumes. The intentions of these individuals were clear to Shun Yuyan and Shun Yoshi. After all, they were merely temporary contracts requiring no real investment. The essence was to take advantage without consequence. The newly awakened demon hunters nearly surrounded the Shun sisters, leaving the other awakened spiritual warriors neglected and overlooked. Those seeking temporary contracts, be gone. We sisters will only accept oath contracts. Sister Shun Yuyan cast a cold glare at the crowd, her words sharp and unyielding. Upon hearing this, the demon hunters, who had been clamoring to get close, promptly retreated. They were merely lecherous, not foolish. An oath contract with a G-level spiritual warrior would only burden themselves for a lifetime, providing no prospects. Moreover, Shun Yuyan and Shun Yoshi were likely destined to become concubines for high-ranking demon hunters from wealthy families. Would those high-ranking demon hunters allow you to keep your oath contract with them? At that point, one might end up like Chen Chen, losing all spiritual power and suffering a diminished lifespan. With a single statement, Shen Yuyan frightened away all the demon hunters, even the F-level demon hunter who claimed to genuinely like them. Sis, do we still need to continue our training? Shun Yoshi, twirling a lock of hair with her finger, inquired dejectedly. Yoshi, the probability of awakening a talent is only one. The moment we awakened is the moment we have triumphed over 99 of others. Yet, both my sister and I possess G-level talents. It is indeed quite ironic that wasn't there a fellow named Chen Chen at our academy? Despite being merely an F-level talent, he carved out a remarkable life through sheer effort. Shen Yuyan suddenly recalled the academy's commoner warrior. In the days when Chen Chen was full of vigor, he served as an exemplar for those of lower talents in the demon hunting realm and among the spirit warriors. Sister, perhaps it is best not to mention him. Upon speaking of Chen Chen, Shen Yoshi felt her future grow even dimmer. Indeed, Chen Chen was formidable. However, the ultimate outcome was undeniably tragic. Is it true that no one wishes to form a contract with you? A group of girls, accompanied by their newly contracted demon hunter, approached Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi, their words laced with sarcasm. After all, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi had just nearly snatched all the demon hunters, naturally inciting jealousy among the other girls that G-grade spirit warriors. What difference is there from refuse in a junkyard? Just discarded toys after being played with. To make such a grand appearance is truly laughable. Did you see the dean's face? It turned green. What a disgrace. By the way, isn't it true that among twins, only one can awaken? What a freak. Do you think it could be that one L-type merged with two different J-types? TSK, TSK. What a play. No wonder they look identical, yet have completely different hair colors. It turns out they are from different fathers. Now it makes sense that both can awaken their talents. The words of the girls were often more venomous than those of their male counterparts. They excelled at spreading rumors. Shun Yoshi bit her lip, her small hands trembling as they clutched her skirt. Slap! With a sharp sound, the girl who had just insulted their mother bore the mark of 5 fingers across her face. Watch your mouth. Shen Yuyan was not one to tolerate such affronts, delivering a resounding slap to her face. Shen Yuyan, how dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is? Your Shen family is merely a third-rate clan in Magic City. The girl, clutching her burning cheek, was instantly filled with rage and swung her hand back in retaliation. Sister. The timid Shun Yoshi immediately stepped in front of Shun Yuyan. Though she lacked her sister's boldness, she would unhesitatingly protect her cherished ones when threatened. In an instant, the girl's arm, poised to strike, was seized by a sturdy hand, rendering her completely immobile. What? At your age, you still don't know who your father is? Your mother hasn't had the decency to tell you? A tall figure had appeared beside Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi unbeknownst to them. Chen Chen, you, a discarded waste? I advise you not to meddle. The girl turned her gaze towards Chen Chen, speaking with venomous intent. Chen Chen remained silent, merely offering her a chilling glare that invited her to reflect. Though he had lost his spiritual power, descending from the golden 3rd rank to the bronze 1st rank, he was no different from the newly awakened students surrounding him. Yet, given Chen Chen's combat experience, even without a contract with a spirit warrior, he could easily handle a group of newcomers. Crucially, there was no need for him to intervene at this moment. What is going on? Fighting is prohibited during the contract period. A mentor clad in a demon hunter's robe swiftly approached. It's nothing, teacher, we're just playing around. The girl, aware of her fault, waved her hand dismissively, signaling the mentor to refrain from intervening. Chen Chen, in sync, released his grip. Glad to hear it's nothing. Disputes are inevitable during free contracts, but fighting is absolutely forbidden. Seeing the two parties reconcile, the mentor turned and walked away. Such occurrences were quite normal during the free contract phase post-awakening. After all, conflicts were bound to arise as demon hunters and spirit warriors selected one another. Chen Chen, Shen Yuan, just wait. You will face the consequences. The girl left with a final threat, berating her lackluster demon hunter as she departed. Chen Chen then turned to Shun Yuyan and Shun Yoshi, indulging in light-hearted banter. Today's newcomers are exceedingly polite. They insist on treating me to fruit upon our first meeting. Shin Yoshi couldn't help but laugh. Had it not been for Chen Chen's timely arrival, That girl's slap would surely have landed on her face. Thank you, Senior Chen Chen. Shun Yoshi beamed with a pure and adorable smile, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Beside her, Shun Yuyin, though silent, softened her typically icy gaze, subtly conveying her appreciation. The sisters, though molded from the same mold, exhibited starkly contrasting personalities. Elder sister Shin Yuyin was graceful and aloof, while younger sister Shin Yoshi was gentle and lovely. Their beauty was unparalleled, far surpassing Gu Qingning by tenfold. Moreover, they shared a double dose of joy. Why do you wish to help us? Shin Yuyin inquired. I am here to form a contract. Chen Chen stated his intentions directly, without any circumlocution. Despite having suffered substantial setbacks, he firmly believed the fault did not lie with him. Sincerity remained his ultimate weapon. You saw it for yourself. Both Yoshi and I are G-grade spirit warriors. Are you certain you wish to form a vow contract with us? Shin Yuyin had not anticipated Chen Chen's presence here. She held a certain admiration for him, not solely for his recent actions, but for the fact that an F-grade demon hunter could rival a B-grade one through sheer talent. Regrettably, the outcome was disheartening. No, it is not a vow contract. Chen Chen waved his hand dismissively. Apologies, but I've already stated that we sisters only accept vow contracts. Shin Yuyin's gaze turned frosty, her previous admiration for Chen Chen dissipating in an instant. This fellow was no different from other men. He merely coveted the bodies of her and her sister. Chen Chen discerned Shin Yuyin's displeasure and, with unwavering resolve, looked at the sisters. What I mean is, an eternal contract. Eternal contract? Upon hearing Chen Chen's resolute words, Shin Yoshi trembled involuntarily. Are you sure you're not jesting? Shin Yuyin fixed her gaze on Chen Chen. Yet within his eyes, she found no trace of hesitation or doubt. I am well aware of your current circumstances, and you know mine that a vow can be broken. If you wish to change your fate, why not take a bold gamble? Entrust your future to me, and together we will strive to take control of our lives. Chen Chen's gaze was resolute. As long as he could contract the twin spirit warriors and activate their growth potential, he was confident he could alter the futures of himself and the Shin sisters. Moreover, he felt that perhaps encountering Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi at this moment was a divine arrangement. Had it not been for Gu Qingning's betrayal with his loyalty to love, even upon encountering the Shun sisters with the dual contract stone, he would never have abandoned Gu Qingning. Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi exchanged glances. They are acutely aware that if they cannot continue to elevate their spiritual prowess, they will likely be subject to their families. Arrangements for a political marriage, wedded to a stranger they have never met. From that moment forth, their lives would be dictated by another. If they could form a contract with Chen Chen, perhaps a glimmer of hope might emerge. However, the sisters are two, while Chen Chen is but one. A demon hunter cannot simultaneously contract two spiritual warriors so, which one of us do you favor? Shin Yuyin inquired. Chen Chen cast a glance at the icy Shun Yuyin and then at the gentle and charming Shin Yoshi. The surrounding demon hunters seethed with frustration, nearly grinding their teeth in envy. Did you really choose one of them? Meeting Chen Chen's gaze, the expressions of the two women diverged. The reserved Shin Yuyin furrowed her brow slightly, while the obedient Shin Yoshi appeared somewhat bashful. They both yearned to form a contract with Chen Chen, but were reluctant to part ways. After all, within the entire Spiritual Warrior Academy, it would be impossible to find another man as audacious as Chen Chen. If one of them were to leave with Chen Chen, what would become of the other? Yet, it was impossible to split Chen Chen in two. Was it? Chen Chen simultaneously addressed both of them. I choose both of you. Children make choices. Adults desire it all. To my esteemed benefactors, I humbly request your support in the form of love and encouragement. Your backing is my greatest motivation. If you find the author's work commendable, I dare to ask for a 5-star rating. Conversely, if you believe the author has faltered, I kindly implore you to refrain from giving a low rating, allowing the author some grace. Earning a living is no easy task. Finally, I wish all esteemed benefactors success in your studies, smooth sailing in your careers, abundant love, and good health for your families. In life, love is not lacking, nor are companions. Chapter 4. Life's Evolution. What? Shin Yuyin and Shin Yoshi widened their eyes, thinking they must have misheard. Chen Chen, surely you jest? As a demon hunter, how could you contract both of us sisters? His words astonished everyone present. A demon hunter could only contract with a single spirit weapon at a time. A timeless law of Blue Star. Could it be that he intends to contract both Shin Yuyin and Shun Yoshi simultaneously? I have my ways. Chen Chen spoke with unwavering conviction, not at all joking. Yoshi, surely you do not wish to be separated from your sister? Yuyin, you must also be concerned for your younger sibling, correct? So why not strive together? Shin Yoshi replied, I have been with my sister since childhood, of course. I do not wish to part. If possible, I would like to remain with her for eternity. Shin Yuyin countered, that is impossible. No demon hunter has ever been able to contract two spirit weapons at once. Trust me, I possess a method to contract both of you simultaneously. All I require is your agreement, Chen Chen assured sincerely. After all, he was the man with the twin contract stone. That sounds splendid. To contract with Senior Chun and remain with my sister, Yoshi was naturally overjoyed. I am keen to see how you intend to contract us both. However, I advise you not to jest with me and Yoshi, Shin Yuyin said, her attitude one of cautious curiosity. Seeing both women agree to contract with Chen Chen, the surrounding demon hunters cast envious glances. These were the twin school beauties they all longed to contract with. Merely contracting with one would surely be a dream come true. Chen Chen, astonishingly, had managed to secure both. Impossible, utterly inconceivable. To contract two spirit weapons simultaneously is sheer folly. Even a demon hunter of the SSS rank at the king's level, I have never heard of such a feat, If Chen Chen succeeds, I shall run naked around the academy 3 times live-streamed. Ignoring the crowd, Chen Chen took the hands of Shin Yuyin and Shin Yoshi, forming a small circle among the three. One hand felt soft and warm, while the other was cool as jade. From his spatial ring, Chen Chen retrieved the twin contract stone. In an instant, a beam of holy light enveloped the three of them. Their consciousness was transported to a sea of starry clouds. In this ocean of clouds, all the stars appeared in pairs, representing the eternal contracts forged between demon hunters and spirit weapons over millennia. Commencing eternal contract. Your lives shall be eternally bound within this starry sky, living and dying together, and under no circumstances shall this bond be severed. Do you consent? Or do you refuse? Chen Chen, I am willing. The moment Chen Chen made his choice, a brilliant new star ignited within the celestial sea. The contracting cloud sea. How could this be possible? Shin Yuyin gazed at the scene before her, momentarily unable to believe her eyes. This was a phenomenon that could only manifest during the binding of an eternal contract. The sight of the sea of clouds indicated that Chen Chen's ritual had been successful. He truly accomplished it. I am willing to. Before Shin Yuyin could fully comprehend the situation, her sister Shin Yoshi had already enthusiastically agreed. In the starry sky, beside the star that was transformed from Chen Chen, another glimmer appeared. I consent. Given the circumstances, Shin Yuyin naturally would not retreat. Amidst the shimmering sea of stars, at the center of all the twin stars, a third luminary emerged, the most resplendent of all. Chen Chen, Shin Yuyin, Shin Yoshi, your eternal contract has been successfully forged. As the holy light faded, Chen Chen had returned to the awakening plaza, wielding a firewood stick, his tattered cloak draped behind him. Firewood stick, grade G fire attribute attack 10, fire attribute resistance 10, tattered cloak, grade G defense 10, elemental attack 10. Surrounding him were other demon hunters whose contracts had also succeeded, each wielding powerful spiritual weapons that emitted a glow. Yet, Chen Chen, despite having simultaneously contracted 2 spiritual weapons, appeared dim and unremarkable. Wow, Brother Chen has truly succeeded. This defies logic. How could anyone contract 2 spiritual weapons at once? Hasn't there been enough illogical occurrences today? Shin Yuyin and Shin Yoshi are twins, and it is impossible for them to awaken their talents simultaneously. Could it be that twin spiritual weapons can indeed be contracted at the same time? How did Chen Chen know? Carrying 2 spiritual weapons seems excessively unorthodox, doesn't he? It's just a grade G spiritual weapon. What if he had 10? I merely envy that Chen Chen can simultaneously possess Shin Yuyin and Shin Yoshi. With the success of the eternal contract, Chen Chen became the first demon hunter in the entire Blue Star to contract 2 spiritual weapons simultaneously. Meanwhile, the system dormant within Chen Chen began to gradually awaken. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the power of growth. The system is activating. Activation successful. Twin cultivation system fully loaded. This system can infuse its lifespan into talents, martial skills, and items for life projection. Host, Chen Chen. Gender, male. Age, 20 years. Remaining lifespan, 41. Killing a demon species allows the absorption of one lifespan. Slaying awakened beings who harbor murderous intent towards the host grants 100 lifespan, with additional bonuses based on their spiritual power level. Talent, F wild. Spiritual power level, bronze, first stage. Martial skills, none. A twin cultivation system. Chen Chen never anticipated that after 2 years of traversing this realm, he could still activate a system. The ability to absorb lifespan? Truly worthy of being the master of the system. Thus, Chen Chen no longer had to concern himself with the diminishing span of his life. In fact, as long as he continually absorbed the lifespans of the demonic seeds and awakened beings, he could even attain immortality. Life evolution? That was merely the primary function of this system, which Chen Chen had yet to fully comprehend. Therefore, he directly accessed the system panel and began to infuse his lifespan into his innate talents, eager to test the effects. Wild, F-grade movement speed 20, attack speed 20. Currently infusing lifespan into wild, F-grade. 10 years. Your spiritual veins continuously absorb the essence of the sun and moon, gradually becoming unblocked. 20 years. The spiritual veins grow stronger, shedding their original shell. 30 years. A wisp of spiritual light rises. Your spiritual veins are merely a step away from transformation. 38 years. The crimson power envelopes your entire being. Your F-grade talent wild has awakened to E-grade fury. Remaining lifespan, 3 years. Fury, E-grade physical lifesteal 5, attack speed 30, movement speed 30, after expending 38 years of lifespan. Chen Chen's F-grade talent remarkably underwent a second awakening to E-grade. The E-grade fury not only enhanced the attributes, but also added an additional physical lifesteal attribute, akin to wings bestowed upon a tiger. For years, no matter how hard Chen Chen endeavored, he remained constrained by the limitations of his talent. Clenching his fists, his gaze resembled that of a lion breaking free from its cage. E-grade was merely the beginning. As long as he possessed sufficient lifespan, he could continue to awaken. Rank divisions, G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS realm divisions, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, extraordinary, king. Chapter 5. Cloud Sea Sensation. Though they were two seemingly dull G-grade spiritual weapons, why did I feel that Brother Chen was now terrifyingly powerful? To possess the youth of the most beautiful twin school flowers in the Magic City simultaneously, how could he not be formidable? How infuriating! Had I known I could contract both Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi, I would have taken the plunge. Ah, how easy it is to say that. Do you understand what it means for Chen Chen to forge an eternal contract with the Shin sisters? It signifies that should the Shun family interfere, the oath contract would cost him at least another 20 years of lifespan. However, with an eternal contract, given Chen Chen's current strength and background, he would likely find himself in a fate worse than death. Just wait and see. The brother Chen you envy now will soon become a nightmare that everyone avoids. Beauty brings disaster. It is merely a phrase of pink skulls. Why bother? Chen Chen was all too aware of the current predicament of the Shin sisters. With their G-grade talent, the Shin family would undoubtedly be unwilling to expend resources on their cultivation. Furthermore, given Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi's beauty, the family would likely leverage their marriages to procure something of greater value. This is the fundamental reason why no demon hunter dares to forge a vow with Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi, let alone an eternal contract. Thus, Chen Chen's actions at this moment appeared to be exhilarating in the eyes of the onlookers, yet in truth, they were a path to self-destruction. Rest assured, Chen Chen, now that we have established an eternal pact, our fates are intertwined in life and death. The firewood stick in Chen Chen's hand emitted a sound. Shen Yan, with her reserved demeanor, was unwavering in her convictions. Even if the Shun family attempted to confine and control you, my sister and I would surely find a way to rescue you. If we fail, we shall perish together. Yes, yes, Yoshi affirmed. Her heart aligned with her sister and senior Chen Chen. Regardless of what transpires, the three of us will strive together and face it all united. A somewhat tattered cloak fluttered slightly behind Chen Chen. Thank you. Those two simple words, uttered by Chen Chen, carried a sense of profound relief. Since being betrayed by Gu Qingning, he had long been devoid of the feeling of trust. He silently clenched his fists. It was the resolute choice of Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi that fueled his inexhaustible drive. In that moment, Chen Chen made a silent vow. Since the sisters had chosen to stake their future on him, he must ensure that Shen Yuyin and Shen Yoshi achieve a resounding victory. After all, from the moment the eternal contract was forged, their destinies had been irrevocably bound together. Release. Chen Chen unleashed his spiritual power, and Shen Yuyin and Shen Yoshi instantly reverted to their human forms. After class, you two come to the Maple Forest Inn to find me. Let's seize the opportunity to refine our synergy. Maple Forest Inn? Is that not the place mentioned in the verse, parking amidst the maple forest, where frost blooms redder than flowers in February? Isn't that a haunt for miscreants? Shin Yoshi's face flushed, as if the very utterance of those words was somewhat embarrassing. Shin Yuyin promptly questioned, isn't that a notorious rendezvous? Why meet there? Because the rent in that vicinity is inexpensive. Ever since his fallout with Gu Qingning, there had been incessant gossip about Chen Chen circulating within the academy. Consequently, he had opted to vacate the academy dormitory, seeking a measure of peace. After class, Chen Chen had been waiting at the agreed location for quite some time. However, it was not the Maple Forest Inn, but rather the back gate of the academy. The Liu family was one of the 4 prominent families in Magic City, wielding considerably more influence than the Shin family. Having just offended Liu Tingting, Shen Yuyin and Chen Chen could surmise that she was likely preparing to give Chen Chen a taste of retribution. Thus, Chen Chen casually mentioned the rendezvous point of the Maple Forest Inn merely as a deceptive lure. He had secretly arranged a new venue with the sisters. During this interval after class, Chen Chen had returned and invested all his available funds in martial arts techniques at the trading exchange. Following the dissolution of his vow with Gu Qingning, he had lost all his spiritual power, and the martial arts he had learned had turned to dust. At present, one can only acquire 3 temporary F-grade martial arts techniques. Swift Run, F-grade envelopes the legs with the power of the wind, increasing movement speed by 30 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Vacuum Palm, F-grade forms a void in the palm, creating a suction force. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Charge Strike, F-grade charges for 1 second, concentrating spiritual energy within the weapon, inflicting 200 explosive damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Although these 3 techniques are not particularly formidable, the dual cultivation system can infuse lifespan into these martial arts through life deduction. As long as there is sufficient lifespan, these techniques can be upgraded. Each F-grade technique is valued at 200,000. After purchasing these items, Chen Chen found himself devoid of funds. The next step is to devise a method to acquire magic crystals and lifespan. Chen Chen, where are they? Although the agreed-upon time has arrived, Shen Yuyin and Shen Yoshi are nowhere to be seen. Chen Chen sent a message to contact them, yet the sisters did not respond. This is troubling. What if something has gone awry? Chen Chen silently cursed his misfortune. It was already 9 p.m., and the Lingwu Academy had dismissed classes at 1940. Logically, after 80 minutes, Shen Yuyin and Shen Yoshi should have arrived by now. Why is there no sign of them? Chen Chen immediately focused his consciousness on the starry sea of clouds from their contract. Once the eternal contract binds their lives, he can sense the direction of the other through the stars in the cloud sea. However, this only reveals direction, not exact location. Shen Yuyin and Shen Yoshi are not together? What could this mean? The starry sea indicates that the sisters' positions are quite distant from one another. Chen Chen found it peculiar. Shen Yuyin and Shen Yoshi have always been inseparable, so why is he sensing 2 different directions? Moreover, he could feel that Shen Yuyin's position was constantly shifting, moving towards Shen Yoshi, while Shen Yoshi's location remained unchanged. Could something have happened to the younger sister, Shen Yoshi? Chapter 6. They are good children guided by the starry sea. Chen Chen arrived at a dimly lit alley. This is the essential route from the Magic City Lingwu Academy to the Fenglinwen Hotel. By the time Chen Chen reached this location, the positions of Shen Yuyin and Shen Yoshi had already converged here. At this moment, the 3 of them had arrived at the same coordinate point. Chen Chen, Yuyin, Yoshi. Can you still respond? What on earth has happened? The sisters remained unresponsive. Chen Chen had prepared for the worst. If his suspicions were correct, it was highly probable that Shen Yuyin and Shen Yoshi had been captured or controlled by someone. The reason Shen Yuyin's position was shifting must be due to her being relocated. Now, the sisters were most likely taken to the same place. Chen Chen was exceedingly cautious, for the information at his disposal suggested that the mastermind behind the scenes was likely lurking nearby. This discarded dog, treated like refuse, dared to advocate for Shen Yuyin in my presence. Today, I shall make him acutely aware of the consequences of crossing Lu Tingting. Just as Chen Chen was scanning the vicinity for the Shin sisters, he chanced upon Lu Tingting approaching with a dozen awakened individuals from the opposite end of the alley. He hastily sought refuge in an abandoned warehouse. Who possesses such audacity to provoke our esteemed young lady? Is this not a death wish? Brothers, listen closely. When our target appears, disable a leg of any male and drag the females into the adjacent warehouse. We shall take turns attending to them. It is said they are a pair of campus beauty twins. How exhilarating. Young lady, as long as you cover for us should anything go awry, we shall dare to do anything. These individuals sported vibrant hair and adorned their faces with multiple piercings, resembling the 6 paths of pain. It was evident they were no benign characters. The situation had become abundantly clear. Even Chen Chen, with his cunning, could deduce that the orchestrator behind the abduction of Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi was Lu Tingting. Yet, Chen Chen found it perplexing that despite having used sleight of hand to deceive Lu Tingting, Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi were still captured. Once we seize the 3 of them, we shall first break Chen Chen's leg. Following that, you shall take turns engaging with Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi before his very eyes, allowing them to truly experience despair. Lu Tingting wore a mocking expression, camera in hand, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Little did Chen Chen realize that he was but a pawn in Lu Tingting's treacherous play. The narrative felt unsettlingly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. With the mastermind identified as Lu Tingting, Chen Chen began to formulate his own strategy. Most of the individuals accompanying her were at the pinnacle of the bronze realm of awakening, now bereft of spiritual energy and martial abilities. Chen Chen was no match for them. The sole means to rescue Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi from Lu Tingting's clutches was to seize the opportunity when she was alone. To capture the leader was to capture the band of thieves. Only then could Chen Chen negotiate on equal footing. At this moment, Chen Chen was utterly focused, intently observing Lu Tingting's every move. He had but one chance, and should he fail, the grim scenario Lu Tingting had described might very well come to pass. You all lie in wait nearby. Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi are bound to pass through here on their way to Finglinwen to find Chen Chen. The moment they appear, I will notify you immediately. Then, you shall proceed without hesitation. Lu Tingting and her entourage diverged in their paths. As for the ensuing events, it was imprudent for me to be present. I shall position myself atop this building, finding the perfect angle to meticulously document your performance. Although the Lu family is one of the 4 prominent families in the Magic City, Lu Tingting dared not brazenly commit such despicable acts against the Shin sisters. It was not out of fear of the Shin family, but primarily because Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi were both students at the Lingwu Academy. Should the matter be exposed, Lu Tingting would likely face expulsion from the academy, leaving her unable to explain herself to the elders of her family. After parting ways with the awakened ones, Lu Tingting proceeded step by step towards the warehouse where Chen Chen was located. She seemingly intended to ascend to the rooftop via the abandoned warehouse's corridor and capture photographs of the Shin sisters in a humiliating situation. At this moment, an opportune time presented itself for Chen Chen to take action against Lu Tingting. Yet, just then, Chen Chen hesitated. He could not comprehend why. Since Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi had already been captured by Lu Tingting's men, she would still lie in ambush here. Moreover, judging by Lu Tingting's recent words, it seemed she was aware that this alley was a necessary route for the academy to reach Finglinwen, indicating her intent to intercept Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi on their way to find him. All signs appeared to convey one message to Chen Chen. Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi were not in Lu Tingting's possession. Suddenly, amidst his confusion, a piercing scream echoed through the dim alley. Lu Tingting, while approaching, had unexpectedly tripped over a concealed mechanism on the ground, falling heavily. A series of agonizing shrieks followed, akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. It was then that Chen Chen noticed the ground where Lu Tingting had fallen was littered with countless rusty iron nails. Impaled by the nails, Lu Tingting writhed in agony, her body drenched in blood, her face contorted in pain. What is happening? Is that not Miss Tingting? What is her name? Has she become so pampered that a mere fall could elicit such a reaction? Bewildered, the awakened ones, upon hearing the screams, rushed out from their hiding spots. However, due to the dim lighting in the alley, they failed to notice the concealed mechanism and the iron nails strewn across the ground. Yet, the spectacle had only just begun. Suddenly, a bucket filled with an unknown liquid plummeted from the rooftop directly onto Lu Tingting's head. With a resounding crash, A crimson spray erupted from her body, splattering even the approaching awakened ones. The entire alley was saturated with a nauseating stench of blood, rendering the air unbearable. Even for Chen Chen, who was hiding in the warehouse. Who dares to toy with this young lady? Enveloped in the viscous blood, Lu Tingting screamed in a frenzy, her appearance utterly disheveled. Yet, this was not the end. She suddenly discovered a note wrapped in adhesive tape within the bucket. The note read, "This blood is not ordinary. It is the blood of individuals infected with HIV. Young lady, I wish you good luck. HIV is a virus with a mortality rate reaching 100 on Blue Star, transmitted through blood, with a latent period of 10 years. On the reverse side of the note, a cheerful smiley face was even drawn. The sudden turn of events had completely shattered Lu Tingting's mental defenses. All she could do was scream frantically, rendered incapable of any other action. Hee. Bullseye. At that moment, Chen Chen noticed that on the rooftop across the warehouse, Shinyoshi was gleefully watching everything unfold in the alley, while her sister, Shin Yuyen, stood coldly beside her. Hadn't they agreed to gather with Chen Chen? Why was she here, playing tricks alone? How dare this wretched woman threaten my senior Chen Chen? I must teach her a lesson. Shinyoshi tugged at her sister Shin Yuyen's arm, her face pleading, "Sister, you mustn't tell senior Chen Chen about this. I'm a good child in front of him." Chapter 7. Exploring the ruins. Is that really the blood of HIV-infected individuals? Shin Yuyen asked her overly excited sister, Shinyoshi. She knew her younger sister's personality well. To outsiders, she appeared as a gentle and lovely child, but in reality, she was a cunning little devil. Upon realizing her sister was missing, Shin Yuyen knew her mischief was about to commence, prompting her to chase after her immediately, though she was still a step behind. It's just a melodrama. I have no time to collect so much infected blood. Shin Yoshi's eyes, resembling bright copper bells, remained fixated on Lu Tingting, who was driven to madness in the alley. Her smile growing ever more exhilarated. What Shin Yoshi sought was not to truly infect Lu Tingting, but to immerse her in the terror of potential infection. Rather than relish physical pain, Shin Yoshi reveled in observing the torment within others. This sensation captivated her further. Let us go. Your senior Chen Chen is still waiting for you. Shin Yuyen urged her sister to leave quickly. If they were discovered here, it would spell trouble. Off we go. After relishing her masterpiece, Shin Yoshi departed with a light-hearted step. Before leaving, Shin Yuyen cast a glance at the warehouse across the way, her gaze meeting Chen Chen's. Since Chen Chen could pinpoint their location through the starry sea, Shin Yuyen naturally understood he was nearby. Only Shin Yoshi, engrossed in her mischief, remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Chen had already witnessed her handiwork. Chen Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He had initially thought Lu Tingting had sent someone to capture the sisters, but he never imagined it was Shin Yoshi alone who had cornered Lu Tingting. The seemingly gentle and adorable Shin Yoshi harbors a dark and twisted inner self, reminiscent of a charming little devil. This stark contrast truly took Chen Chen by surprise. Such a series of events would certainly leave Lu Tingting in a state of utter disarray, perhaps necessitating a hiatus from her studies for no less than 6 months, if not longer. A soft chuckle escaped Chen Chen as he shook his head, realizing that the Shun sisters were far more complex than he had initially presumed. Both Shin Yuyen and Shin Yoshi possessed a fierce streak. At that moment, the alley had descended into chaos, prompting Chen Chen to retrace his steps back to the academy's rear entrance, leaving Lu Tingting to wail alone in her despair. Senior Chen Chen, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Shin Yoshi greeted him with an exceptionally cheerful demeanor, waving her little hand enthusiastically from a distance. Not at all, I just arrived myself. Chen Chen replied with a courteous smile, feigning ignorance. If Shin Yoshi wished to conceal her true nature from outsiders, he would oblige her. Nevertheless, Chen Chen was not being deceptive. He had indeed rushed back from the alley and had only just arrived. Did we not agree to familiarize ourselves beforehand? Let us commence without delay, Shin Yuyen stated, cutting straight to the heart of the matter, deliberately casting a glance at Chen Chen. She was curious as to why he feigned nonchalance, despite being aware of her sister Shin Yoshi's secret. Fear not, let us head to my home. I have a grand treasure to show you. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of mystery. Really? Then let us hurry. But considering we have only just met, is it proper to see senior Chen Chen's treasure so soon? Shin Yoshi's face lit up with excitement, clearly intrigued by everything concerning Chen Chen. Chen Chen, I advise you that your treasure better not be anything peculiar, or I shall promptly dispose of it, Shin Yuyen declared darkly. making a scissor gesture that sent a shiver down Chen Chen's spine. Chen Chen's true residence was in an old, dilapidated apartment building, filled with a haphazard array of belongings. Has there been a burglary? How can you remain so composed? Shen Yuyan teased, though she showed no disdain. One simply gets accustomed to it. Chen Chen replied with an awkward smile. Senior Chen Chen, hurry, where is your treasure? Shen Yoshi, growing increasingly impatient, exhibited a voracious curiosity. Right this way. Chen Chen led the sisters to the restroom's entrance. You hide it in the bathroom? What a peculiar preference. Shen Yuyan could not help but jest. Without responding, Chen Chen opened the restroom door. Within the cramped stall, a circular, smooth mirror began to twist and rotate, revealing a shimmering vortex of bronze light. This was the relic's teleportation portal, precisely the treasure Chen Chen had mentioned. Following the arrival of the relics on Blue Star, these portals would randomly manifest across the planet. The sky, the depths of the earth, the ocean, the forest, or perhaps even a cramped restroom. Any time and any place could potentially harbor a concealed passage. Upon stepping through this portal, one is transported into a realm teeming with demonic entities. The luminous whirlpool signifies the level of the relic, with a bronze hue indicating a bronze relic, accessible only to those awakened at the bronze tier or lower, while ordinary individuals may enter. Who would dare venture into a world rife with demonic seeds without any spiritual power? Typically, such hidden portals, once discovered, are reported to the Bureau of Magical Security or the Demon Hunter Association in exchange for a reward. However, Chen Chen had no intention of doing so. This portal had manifested the previous night, and with time pressing and tasks at hand, why not engage in practical training directly? Senior Chen Chen, do you mean we should directly enter the relic for our training? Shen Yoshi gazed with wide, ethereal eyes, incredulous at the suggestion. Us three? Surely you jest. Even the typically composed Shen Yuyan found the notion improbable. The relics are perilous places, generally requiring exploration teams of 20 or more to dare enter. Having only just awakened their talents, while Chen Chen possessed ample combat experience, his spiritual level remained at the initial bronze tier. For the three of them to explore the relic directly seemed akin to courting disaster. Stop joking, Chen Chen insisted, his expression grave. Don't be reckless. This portal could be reported for a reward of magic crystals to enhance our spiritual power, Shen Yuyan advised. After all, considering their current capabilities, they were hardly qualified for relic exploration. I have no time for frivolity. Chen Chen dismissed her counsel, and without further ado, he stepped boldly into the swirling vortex. His lifespan was dwindling. There was no time to dawdle. He needed to hunt demonic seeds immediately. Cool. Shen Yoshi, without a second thought, followed swiftly behind him. Seeing the two vanish, Shen Yuyan, with her brows furrowed, had no choice but to enter as well. After all, she had forged an eternal contract with Chen Chen. Should he perish within the relic, both her and her sister's lives would also be extinguished. At this point, retreat was no longer an option. They could only accompany Chen Chen in this high-stakes gamble. Upon entering the vortex, they were greeted by an endless expanse of daylight. In the blinding brilliance, visibility was obscured, yet it was not harsh on the eyes. As the light faded, Chen Chen, Shen Yuyan, and Shen Yoshi found themselves in a dimly lit mineshaft. The dank, shadowy walls were adorned with flickering candlelight, casting the trio's silhouettes. Chapter 8. Advancing Martial Techniques. This must be a goblin mine, Chen Chen surmised, quickly deducing the potential demonic entities that could emerge from their surroundings. Goblins are incredibly lascivious and cunning little demons. Although their combat prowess is not particularly formidable, female awakeners should avoid being captured by them at all costs. Otherwise, they would become mere breeding machines, enduring a lifetime of suffering through torment and childbirth until death. Given your awareness of this, why would you recklessly venture in alone? Shen Yuyan's expression darkened with anger, still infuriated by Chen Chen's rashness. Even a bronze-level ruin requires a minimum exploration team of 20, ideally comprising individuals with damage mitigation, breakthrough capabilities, offensive power, and healing attributes. We possess none of these. Isn't this akin to courting death? You are merely reciting what is found in the textbooks of the Spirit Martial Academy. Besides, you are a mere torchbearer. And Yoshi is but a tattered cloak. As you have just pointed out, we lack any resources. Why would a competent team wish to ally with us? Chen Chen's straightforward remark left Shen Yuyan momentarily speechless. Indeed, no one would be willing to enter the ruin alongside them. Just follow me. Since I have brought you here, I am confident in my ability to ensure both you and Yoshi's safe return, Chen Chen declared, his gaze resolute, a confident smile gracing his features. I may be a gambler, but I only wager on certain victory. Although Shun Yuyan was perplexed by the source of Chen Chen's confidence, she saw no alternative but to trust him. Let us proceed and take a look. With Chen Chen leading the way, they ventured deeper into the mine. All ruin portals are random, relying solely on the Awakener's exploratory instincts. While it is highly likely that goblins would be the predominant magical species within the mine, every portal conceals an unknown otherworld. Chen Chen could not be entirely certain. Clang, clang, clang. Soon, the sound of shovels striking rock echoed from the dimly lit depths ahead. Several goblin miners were hard at work. Indeed, it is goblins. Upon discovering that the magical species within the mine was goblins, Shun Yuyan's expression became exceedingly complex. Goblins are diminutive creatures, their green skin devoid of hair. They possess large, pointed ears, and their crimson eyes glint with malevolence and greed. Shen Yuyan felt a sense of relief upon realizing this was a goblin nest. Given the goblin's characteristics of agility and cunning, they are not particularly strong in direct combat, even somewhat weak. However, a sense of dread also washed over her. As Chen Chen had stated, goblins are exceedingly vile beings. If human females fall into their clutches, their suffering would be unimaginable. Do not worry. You need not fear becoming breeding machines for the goblins, as they are notoriously cruel towards male humans. We are bound by an eternal contract. If I perish, so shall you. Chen Chen, seemingly aware of Shun Yuyan's concerns, offered a reassuring smile. Shun Yuyan's face darkened. If you have nothing of value to say, then remain silent. After Chen Chen's guidance, her mood has worsened. She is prepared to take action. Chen Chen's gaze sharpened as he began to concentrate. Goblin Miner. Rarity, G. Spiritual power level, Bronze Tier 1. Description, the most basic goblin laborer. Remaining lifespan, 100 years. Excellent. Ready to act. Ready to act. Shin Yoshi was eagerly preparing for the fight. This was her first battle alongside Chen Chen, and she was determined to perform well. Shin Yuyan remained as cautious as ever. Chen Chen, do you have a plan? No, we just go in directly. Chen Chen replied confidently. He regarded the Bronze Tier 1 demon as inconsequential. Spirit and martial fusion. With that, Chen Chen tightly grasped the hands of Shun Yuyan and Shun Yoshi. Suddenly, the two women radiated a dazzling light, enveloping Chen Chen's form like a magical girl, transforming. In an instant, a sturdy, blackened stick appeared in Chen Chen's hand, complemented by a tattered, dark green cloak draped over his shoulders. Before them stood a total of 8 goblin miners. Without waiting for Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi to react, Chen Chen charged in alone. Quick, run. It's an awakened. Wait. It seems he is alone. What is he holding? It lacks any sheen, and it doesn't appear to be a spirit weapon. Ha ha ha. He must be an ordinary person who stumbled into the ruins. Brothers, let us take him down. The goblin miners, seeing that Chen Chen was by himself and seemingly unarmed, who had initially prepared to flee, now lifted their pickaxes, ready to resist. It was quite embarrassing to be mistaken for a mere human by the demon kind. Chen Chen felt a sense of helplessness. These damned goblins underestimated him far too much. Chen Chen, are we truly going to confront these creatures head-on? There are 8 Bronze Tier 1 demons. Seeing the fierce expressions of the demons, Shen Yuyan felt a hint of worry. Although the goblins were not particularly strong, both Chen Chen and they were also Bronze Tier 1 awakened. In terms of numbers, they were at a disadvantage. However, Shen Yuyan had not accounted for Chen Chen's true strength. He was a man once hailed as the god of war among commoners. With the activation of his sprint, a gust of wind surged beneath Chen Chen's feet, propelling his speed to new heights. Sprint. F level envelopes the legs in the power of the gale, increasing movement speed by 15 for 10 seconds, CD, 120 seconds. With the innate speed granted by his berserk talent and the boost from sprint, Chen Chen swiftly closed the distance to the goblin miners. Before the goblins could react, Chen Chen swung the stick, launching an attack. The stick whistled through the air, producing a sharp sound as it cut through. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. With a decisive strike, Chen Chen struck the head of a goblin miner, rendering it unconscious. He swiftly followed up with a series of blows to its throat, ensuring its demise. Though the goblin miner was diminutive, resembling a human afflicted with dwarfism, it was nonetheless a magical being awakened with spiritual power. Possessing bronze-tier abilities, its combat prowess was equivalent to that of a normal human multiplied by 5. Given that Shen Yuyan was merely a G-level spiritual warrior, a single blow would not suffice to slay it, prompting Chen Chen to deliver multiple finishing strikes. As the goblin miner fell, a white specter emerged from its body, akin to a soul departing its vessel. This ethereal essence coalesced into a luminous orb and entered Chen Zhen's body. Congratulations, host, for slaying the goblin miner. You have gained 1 year of life. Remaining lifespan, for years. The goblin miner's lifespan was a century, and defeating such a creature granted Chen Zhen an additional year. The occurrence of such a phenomenon elicited no reaction from Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi. Chen Zhen surmised that he alone could perceive the souls of creatures he had slain. How incredibly swift this fellow is. Clearly not an ordinary individual. Humans are devious, cleverly concealing their true strength. Only the weak require disguise. Fear not, for he is merely a lowly spiritual warrior. Let us unite and vanquish him. We must eliminate the demon hunter and compel the spiritual warriors to bear our progeny. Ha ha ha. It has been too long since I savored the essence of human females. A cacophony of shrill cries erupted as the goblins, elated, brandished their pickaxes and encircled Chen Chen. He executed a sweeping motion, repelling the goblin miner before pivoting and delivering a blow that incapacitated another. Even after striking its head, the goblin remained standing until Chen Chen delivered 3 more blows. This illustrated the remarkable vitality of awakened magical beings. Likewise, human awakeners exhibited similar resilience upon awakening. All biological abilities were significantly enhanced. Congratulations, host, for slaying the goblin miner. You have gained 1 year of life. Remaining lifespan, 5 years. In a mere encounter, Chen Chen had single-handedly dispatched 2 magical beings. Despite the rapid approach of more goblins, he adeptly maneuvered with his makeshift weapon, engaging in combat while retreating. His movements were fluid and unperturbed, allowing him to effortlessly eliminate 7 magical beings. This was the prowess of a civilian war god. As the last goblin miner attempted to flee amidst the chaos, Chen Chen employed a technique known as Axe Hand. Axe Hand. F level creates a vortex in the palm, generating a suction force. Cooldown, 20 seconds. A powerful gust of wind drew the goblin towards him, whereupon Chen Chen struck it down with his weapon. Goblins were notoriously cunning. Allowing one to escape would yield dire consequences. Remaining lifespan, 11 years. Witnessing the continuous increase in his lifespan displayed by the system, Chen Chen felt immense satisfaction. With his remaining lifespan now reaching double digits, he resolved to infuse it into his martial skills as an experiment. Infusing lifespan into a charged attack. First, he aimed to enhance his output skills. In just 1 year, he had mastered it to perfection. After 2 years, your charged attack had reached its pinnacle. In 5 years, the charged attack successfully advanced. Remaining lifespan, 6 years. Charged attack, F grade, E grade charge for 1 second, concentrating spiritual energy within the spiritual weapon, inflicting 200 to 250 burst damage. Additional, for every extra second of charge, an additional 50 damage can be dealt, up to a maximum charge of 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. The advanced charged attack not only inflicted 50 more damage than its F-grade counterpart, but also extended the charging duration. With a maximum charge of 5 seconds, it could deal up to 500 damage. Although it required a stationary charge of 5 seconds, it was indeed a formidable skill when used for ambush. Infusing lifespan into martial skills, as Chen Chen had anticipated, resulted in a significantly faster advancement compared to infusing talent. The F-grade talent took 38 years to advance, whereas the F-grade martial skill broke through in merely 5 years. After all, talent is an unalterable innate attribute, while martial skills are skills that can be learned over time. With 6 years of lifespan remaining, Chen Chen resolved to enhance another martial skill, infusing lifespan into swift movement. After 2 years of relentless training, you have gained insights into swift movement. After 5 years, your swift movement has reached great mastery. Warning. Warning. Current remaining lifespan is only 1 year. Further infusion is not possible, despite both requiring 5 years of lifespan and being F-grade martial skills. Swift movement did not ascend as directly as the charged attack. Furthermore, the system's predictive process was entirely different. It seemed that swift movement was not as well suited to Chen Chen as the charged attack, possibly requiring a greater amount of lifespan. Chapter 9. Lure in the span of a single cup of tea, 8 goblin miners were effortlessly hunted down by Chen Chen without sustaining any injuries. With only the combat prowess of a bronze tier and 2 G-grade spiritual weapons, it was likely that only Chen Chen could accomplish such a feat within the entire Spiritual Weapon Academy. From the 8 demonic entities, Chen Chen extracted only 1 magic crystal. After all, goblin miners are exceedingly low-tier demonic beings, resulting in a lower drop rate for magic crystals. Magic crystals are used to enhance and awaken one's spiritual power, resembling shards of glass the size of a fingernail. Furthermore, magic crystals can only exist within ruins. Once they leave the ruins, they automatically dissipate. Within the ruins, magic crystals cannot even be transferred to others. At the moment of extraction, they become bound and can only be absorbed by the demon hunter and their contracted spiritual weapon. Only magic crystals obtained from defeating bosses in the ruins or from treasure chests upon clearing the ruins can be taken out for trade. Senior Chen Chen, you are incredible. I barely had a chance to see them, and you've already vanquished all those demonic entities. The creatures at the entrance of the ruins are generally quite feeble. If he cannot even deal with these lesser demons, it would be inconceivable for us to escape from here alive. After a brief pause, Shen Yuyan continued. You should absorb this magic crystal first. Your strength is indeed formidable, the strongest I have encountered within this tier. Only by elevating your realm can we hope to survive our exit. Coughing slightly, she added, however, do not let pride consume you. The exploration of the ruins has merely commenced, and what lies ahead will be arduous. Goblins are exceedingly cunning, and we must not underestimate them. Chen Chen had anticipated that Shen Yuyan would merely douse his spirits, but to his surprise, she praised him. She understood that the G-class spirit weapons of her and her sister had not contributed significantly. Chen Chen had single-handedly vanquished all the lesser demons through his personal prowess. Oh, I never expected Yuyan to offer compliments. I am known to be a sharp-tongued woman. Consider this a rare occasion. Without further ceremony, Chen Chen absorbed the magic crystal that had erupted from the demon's body. Shen Yuyan was correct. It was imperative for Chen Chen to elevate his realm if they were to escape the ruins. Moreover, the methods by which awakeners grow stronger vary. Demon hunters enhance their spiritual power through the absorption of magic crystals and the cultivation of martial skills, while spirit weapons are reinforced, enchanted, forged, and tempered through magic crystals. At this stage, utilizing the magic crystals to bolster Chen Chen's spiritual power would yield the greatest benefit. As the essence of the magic crystal coursed through his veins, Chen Chen distinctly felt a warm current enveloping his entire being. However, to advance to the second tier of bronze, he would need to absorb at least 10 magic crystals. After completing the absorption, Chen Chen ventured deeper into the cavern. Soon, traces of demons re-emerged. In a spacious area, he discovered over 30 goblins, including 2 overseer goblins among the mining workers. Overseer goblin. Rarity, F. Spiritual power level, 2nd tier bronze. Description, large goblin. Adept at mid-range attacks with an iron whip. Remaining lifespan, 200 years. Get to work quickly, and do not slack off. The overseer goblins were twice the size of the miners, adorned with sturdy helmets and wielding iron whips. Any disobedient goblin miner would be met with brutal punishment. With 2 frail goblins already on the brink of death, what shall we do now? Shen Yuyan posed a probing question once more. The circumstances within the ruins aligned with her expectations. The deeper they ventured, the stronger the demons became. This area was evidently beyond their capacity to storm through. We shall defeat them one by one. Chen Chen assessed the combat capabilities of both sides. Although he possessed ample battle experience, it was clear that he could not confront such a multitude of goblins alone. Moreover, there were 2 bronze-tier goblin overseers within. The confined space of the passageway allowed us to evade an onslaught from the goblins. Chen Chen retreated into the narrow corridor and severed his fusion with Shen Yoshi. Yoshi, your task is to lure these creatures over. Be extremely cautious. Understood. Senior Chen Chen, I assure you I shall complete the mission. Chen Chen's plan was straightforward. He intended for Shen Yoshi to serve as bait, drawing the goblins into the passage for extermination. Even if the number of these demonic beings was abundant, they would be unable to unleash their full potential in such a constricted space. Especially the iron whips wielded by the goblin overseers, which would be rendered ineffective. Goblins are notoriously cunning. Would this strategy truly work? Shen Yuyan feared that the goblins might not fall for the ruse. Yuyan, the intelligence of goblins is indeed considerable. but I wager their greed surpasses their wits. Even if they perceive it as a trap, they will undoubtedly pursue. Chen Chen held absolute confidence in this assertion. With the captivating beauty of Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi, who could resist their charm, especially goblins whose minds were consumed with base desires? Very well, but I must be involved. Shun Yuyin, still apprehensive about her sister's safety, sought to take on the task herself, worried that the playful Shun Yoshi might jeopardize the plan. No, you must assist me in vanquishing these demonic entities. Chen Chen grasped the fire stick in his hand. Although Shun Yuyin was merely a G-tier spirit warrior, she was certainly better than having no support at all. It's all right, sister, I can do it. Shun Yoshi nodded resolutely, reassuring her sister. Do your best. Chen Chen smiled gently, unable to resist stroking Shun Yoshi's smooth, long hair. The lustrous strands were soft and silky, exuding a unique fragrance of youth that was utterly captivating, especially when complemented by Shun Yoshi's sunny, healing smile. Just seeing her obedient demeanor uplifted one's spirits. Who could have imagined that such a soft and adorable sister was, in fact, a mischievous little demon? After Shun Yoshi departed, Chen Chen concealed himself at the fork in the passage. Observing his sister's retreating figure, he could distinctly sense the fire stick in his hand begin to tremble slightly. Sister Shun Yuyin remained deeply concerned for her sister's safety. Chen Chen, however, felt no such anxiety, having witnessed Shun Yoshi's methods against Lu Tingting. What appeared to be a simple prank was, in truth, meticulously crafted and logically sound. Lu Tingting's downfall was not mere luck, it was inevitable. Damn it, I'm exhausted. These creatures, despite their greater strength, stand idly by. What misfortune befalls us, to be born as the lowest tier goblins? If we could only receive the nourishment of human females, we would evolve. The moment the spirit warriors wielding their weapons appear is when we can alter our fate. If only we could capture one, it would be glorious. Just one evolution into an overseer, and we would never have to toil again. For 3 long years, I have awaited an opportunity to assert myself. Not to prove my worth, but to convey to all that what I have lost must be reclaimed. I possess my own principles, and I refuse to be trampled upon for eternity. A few disheveled goblin miners cursed as they toiled away at their work. Dig faster. Do not cease. What are you idling about for? Even if a human woman were to appear, would it be your turn? A burly goblin overseer approached, the iron whip in his hand striking the ground with a sharp, rasping sound. The goblin miners trembled in fear, immediately halting their whispered conversations. Suddenly, a delicate voice pierced through the clamor. I'm lost. Could you please direct me to the exit? All the goblin miners dropped their pickaxes, turning in unison towards the entrance. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. With cascading black hair and pristine white thigh-high stockings, there stood a soft, adorable, and pitiable human girl. The moment had arrived, an opportunity to transform my fate. Such a beautiful human woman. Surely I would ascend several ranks. I was the first to behold her. Do not dare snatch her away. The goblins, upon seeing Shun Yoshi, resembled ravenous hounds catching sight of a pie, drooling and recklessly charging forward. Goblins. Help. Someone save me. Shun Yoshi's face paled in fright, her voice trembling as she desperately fled. Such a performance. The moment she turned, a smirk of mockery involuntarily graced her lips. How amusing, truly delightful. Chapter 10. The Goblin King. Shun Yoshi, get away from me. This human woman is mine. A hefty goblin overseer swung his iron whip, knocking down the goblin miner ahead of him, propelling himself to the forefront. The narrow passage descended into chaos as the infatuated goblins abandoned all reason, rushing forth in a frenzy. Before the ambush set by Chen Chen could take effect, their internal strife had already claimed several of their own. Help! I despise goblins. Someone save me. Shun Yoshi continued her dramatic act. The goblins pursuing her had no inkling that her expression was far more ecstatic than their own. Senior Chen Chen, they're all coming. Goblins are terrifying. I'm so scared. In no time, Shun Yoshi reached the location where Chen Chen lay in wait, her expression swiftly shifting to one of terror and panic. With tears brimming in her eyes, she dove into Chen Chen's embrace. A hug. It's all right. It's all right. Both I and your sister are here. Chen Chen first comforted her by gently stroking her forehead, then retrieved a sharp dagger from his spatial ring and handed it to her. The spatial ring was a unique artifact of the ruins, accessible once one awakened their spiritual energy. The higher the quality of the ring, the larger the internal space becomes. The goblin horde is on the verge of invading, and I shall take charge of incapacitating these foes while you deliver the finishing blows. Currently, Shen Yoshi's spiritual weapon is of little use. It would be more prudent to disengage from the fusion state and fight side by side. Do you want Yoshi to deliver the finishing blow? But senior, I'm a bit afraid. Shen Yoshi trembled as she clutched the dagger, her eyes timidly closed. To an outsider, one might genuinely think she was terrified. Shen Yuyan observed her sister's clumsy performance, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Were it not for her current state as a spiritual weapon, she would have rolled her eyes at Shen Yoshi. Come on, Yoshi. Chen Chen was quite supportive of Shen Yoshi's act, preparing to strike the goblins while casting her an encouraging glance. Shen Yoshi nodded hesitantly, as if mustering the courage to make a decision. Subsequently, she returned the dagger that Chen Chen had given her. Senior Chen Chen, I think I'll keep this dagger. I prefer using it. Turning around, Shen Yoshi retrieved a steel knife from her spatial ring. Chen Chen was momentarily dumbfounded. Changwei, you claim you lack martial skills. Meanwhile, the mass of goblins was rapidly approaching the battlefield. Charge attack. Chen Chen began to gather energy for a martial maneuver. Charge attack. E-grade charge for 1 second to concentrate spiritual energy within the weapon, dealing 250 explosive damage. For each additional second of charging, an extra 50 damage can be dealt, with a maximum charge time of 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. As spiritual energy coalesced within the weapon, the makeshift club in Chen Chen's hand radiated an overwhelming presence. Gah, little sister, run. Don't let me catch you. If I do, you're in for a world of trouble. The leading goblin overseer, noticing Shen Yoshi standing still, thought victory was within its grasp. However, as it revealed itself, it was met with a solid blow from Chen Chen's fully charged club. Boom. The goblin overseer's head burst open like a smashed watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. This strike dealt 500 damage. Congratulations, host, on defeating a goblin overseer. You have gained 2 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 3 years. The iron helmet atop the goblin's head provided no protection, and it was swiftly slain by Chen Chen's blow. After all, a fully charged attack for 5 seconds. Striking the head would be fatal even for a bronze-tier monster. With the leading goblin overseer dispatched, the goblins trailing behind surged forward in a frenzy. Boom. Chen Chen promptly activated the traps he had set, causing the passageway to be blocked by collapsing debris. This maneuver effectively split the oncoming goblins in two, preventing them from connecting their ranks. During Shen Yoshi's solitary endeavor to lure the goblin, he was not idle, but had meticulously devised an ambush strategy. Such cunning tactics compelled Shen Yuyan to admire him. Chen Chen was not merely formidable in combat. His intellect was equally exceptional. The goblins that charged in were the lowest-tier miners, numbering around 15. Moreover, these goblins had sustained injuries from the overseer's iron chains and were further trampled by their companions during the pursuit. Many of the creatures were already battered and bruised before Chen Chen could even make his move. Subsequently, Chen Chen and Shen Yoshi began to coordinate their efforts. He wielded a fire stick to incapacitate the magical creatures, while Shen Yoshi positioned herself safely to deliver the finishing blows. Given the current circumstances, it was impractical to accumulate power. A single strike might not fell a goblin, and attempting to finish them off would waste precious time. Thus, it was more efficient to entrust this task to Shen Yoshi. Furthermore, Chen Chen's actions were an experiment to test a certain mechanism of the dual cultivation system. With a resounding thump, Chen Chen executed a sweeping strike that knocked a goblin out cold. The trajectory of its fall was meticulously calculated, landing directly in front of Shen Yoshi. What should I do? I can't do it. Shen Yoshi uttered the most timid words. Yet her steel blade struck with lethal precision. Notably, her method of attack was not a cleave, but rather a direct thrust aimed at the creature's heart. Even after the goblin had succumbed, she continued to stab it multiple times. This gruesome display of post-mortem violence made Chen Chen involuntarily swallow hard, a chill running down his spine. Out of the corner of his eye, he even caught a glimpse of a smile threatening to spill from Shen Yoshi's lips. Congratulations, host, for slaying a goblin miner. You have gained 1 year of life. Congratulations, host, for slaying a goblin miner. You have gained 1 year of life. Congratulations, host, for slaying a goblin miner. You have gained 1 year of life. Remaining lifespan of the host, 17 years. There came a moment when Chen Chen had yet to incapacitate a goblin, and Shen Yoshi boldly charged forth to dispatch a lively goblin miner. The blood of the magical creature stained her cheeks, and even her pure white stockings were marred with crimson. After eliminating the magical beings, Shinyoshi seemed somewhat unsated. Chen Chen's experiment yielded results. Even the goblins slain by Shinyoshi allowed their souls to enter his being. As Shinyoshi was the spiritual weapon of Chen Chen's eternal contract, they were, in essence, one entity. You did splendidly, Yoshi. Chen Chen gave her a thumbs up. Who could resist such a decisively fierce little demon? Thanks to the encouragement from her senior, she bravely took this step forward. Shinyoshi responded with a bashful demeanor, reverting to the cute and soft-spoken little fan in front of Chen Chen. After vanquishing the magical creatures, the two began to tidy up the battlefield. Fortune favored Chen Chen, as he successfully extracted 2 magic crystals from the body of the goblin overseer. Young Shi, be cautious. Just as Chen Chen was filled with delight, an unforeseen incident occurred. Chapter 11. Night's arrival. While Shunyoshi was examining the corpse, a goblin miner, lurking in the shadows, suddenly charged forth, hurling its pickaxe with fierce intent towards the back of her head. Yoshi. Fortunately, Chen Chen reacted swiftly, tackling Shinyoshi to the ground just in time. Nevertheless, the flying pickaxe grazed several strands of her hair. Had he been a moment slower, the goblin would have surely struck her down. In the process of saving Shinyoshi, Chen Chen did not remain idle. He cast aside his burning stick, which pierced the goblin's throat. The goblin, impaled against the wall, did not perish immediately. Shin Yuyen immediately reverted to her combat form and dealt the finishing blow. Congratulations, host, you have slain the goblin miner, earning an additional year of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 18 years. Are you alright? Shin Yuyen turned around, intending to express concern for her sister and Chen Chen's safety. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, she was left utterly stunned. To her astonishment, Chen Chen was sprawled atop her sister Shinyoshi, their lips nearly touching, their eyes locked in a gaze. The system is pairing with the host's combat form. Connection successful. Shinyoshi. Gender, female. Age, 18 years. Remaining lifespan, 91 years. Talent, Shattered Cloak. Spiritual Power Realm, Bronze, Level 1. Enchantments, none. Refinement, none. Runes, none. Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that he would inadvertently connect with Shinyoshi. Through the system interface, he could clearly view all her information. Moreover, he discovered that Shinyoshi's lifespan could be mutually exchanged with his own. Siphoning lifespan from the combat form Shunyoshi. 123510203050. The numbers on the system interface fluctuated rapidly, and within mere seconds, Chen Chen had drawn away 50 years from Shinyoshi. As Chen Chen sought to augment his strength by extending his lifespan, he decided to borrow 50 years from his sister. Remaining lifespan, 68 years. Shinyoshi's remaining lifespan, 41 years. Senior Chen Chen. At that moment, Shinyoshi was blissfully unaware that her lifespan had been diminished, her face flushed with shyness. Chen Chen, in a state of astonishment, realized that after their connection, Shinyoshi could also engage in life projection, injecting lifespan into Shattered Cloak. On the first day, Shinyoshi's spiritual veins were in a state of pseudo-awakening. Shattered Cloak was not her innate talent. On the third day, merely by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, Shinyoshi underwent a profound transformation, successfully awakening her talent. The Shattered Cloak, J level, and the Black Robe, F level defense 20, when attacked, inflicts 20 points of dark attribute damage back to the enemy. The 33rd day, Chen Chen could scarcely believe his eyes. Awakening a talent, he thought, was terrifying enough after 3 years, yet Shinyoshi accomplished it in merely 3 days. This indicated that Shinyoshi was inherently gifted. The Shattered Cloak was merely a facade. A golden-scaled dragon is not a mere creature of the pond when storms arise. It transforms into a dragon. Chen Chen's smile gradually broadened as he continued to employ life deduction, eager to ascertain the limits of Shinyoshi's abilities. Senior Chen Chen, Shinyoshi said, feeling her heart race as she caught Chen Chen's smile. Especially after awakening her own talent, she could sense the surging spiritual power within her bloodline, continuously escalating. However, she remained unaware that her talent had already awakened. She attributed all her sensations to Chen Chen's kiss. This feeling was undeniably extraordinary. Senior, you are both good and bad. I like you so much. In 1 year, Shinyoshi's spiritual veins burgeoned like bamboo shoots after rain. In 5 years, as darkness descended, Her veins underwent a transformation, successfully awakening once more. The black robe, F level, night cloak, I level defense 20 to 30, when attacked, inflicts 20 to 30 points of dark attribute damage back to the enemy. Additionally, all attributes double at night. In 5 years, Shin Yoshi's talent awakened again, placing her on par with Chen Chen. And yet, the journey continued. In 10 years, the dark power within Shun Yoshi steadily grew stronger. At 18, her spiritual veins stirred, nearly awakening the dark power once more. By 36 years, darkness enveloped all things. Shin Yoshi's spirit weapon awakened again. Remaining lifespan, 5 years. The Night Cloak, I level, Night Champion, D level defense 30 to 40. When attacked, inflicts 30 to 40 points of dark attribute damage back to the enemy, with all attributes doubling at night. 3 awakenings in just 36 years. Chen Chen was somewhat daunted by Shin Yoshi's potential. He himself had only awakened once, taking over 30 years, and had only reached E level. Is the disparity between individuals truly this vast? Hey, Boer, is that enough? Shin Yuyin could no longer bear to watch Chen Chen's unabashed antics. While her sister did not overtly express any resistance, and she herself held no antiquated beliefs, the current situation indeed felt excessive. Ahem. Chen Chen coughed strategically, promptly lifting the grounded Shin Yoshi. I apologize, the situation was too perilous just now. I mismanaged my strength. It's all right, Senior Chen Chen. Let my first kiss be a token of gratitude for your life-saving grace. As Shin Yoshi rose to her feet, she hurried to her sister's side, bashfully defending Chen Chen, while subtly revealing that it was her first kiss. The kiss from the younger sister was undeniably sweet, eliciting a knowing smile from Chen Chen. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. Upon hearing Chen Chen's praise, Shin Yoshi felt warmth flood her cheeks, turning crimson as she shyly buried her face against her sister's chest. Chapter 12. Rebound of attack after clearing the battlefield. Chen Chen not only extracted 5 magic crystals, but also acquired a martial skill. Greed, G level, when successfully extracting magic crystals from the corpse of a magic species. There is a 5 chance to obtain an additional magic crystal. Cooldown, 1 second. Fortune smiled upon him, as he had also stumbled upon a martial skill. Though its quality was regrettably low, Shin Yuyin tossed the martial skill to Chen Chen with a hint of disappointment. Nevertheless, discovering items from the bodies of magic species was ultimately positive. Having something was certainly better than nothing. Greed, this martial skill is quite decent. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chen began to cultivate it. The ability to trigger additional rewards while cleaning up the battlefield was precisely the skill Chen Chen urgently needed. A 5 chance to gain an extra magic crystal implied that one would have to successfully extract 20 times to obtain just 1 additional crystal, not accounting for failures. What use was that? It was merely a waste of spiritual energy. Shin Yuyin cast a disdainful glance at Chen Chen. Such a meager G-level martial skill was utterly inconsequential. The nature of probability is unpredictable. Perhaps I am destined for greatness, always receiving extra rewards. Chen Chen's gambling spirit showed through. Shin Yuyin shook her head, thoroughly unconvinced by Chen Chen's fanciful claims. However, the greed martial skill did indeed appear rather ineffectual. The consumption of spiritual energy was considerable, while the returns were virtually non-existent. Furthermore, it could only activate upon the successful extraction of magic crystals, which was not guaranteed for every magic species, rendering the odds even slimmer. Yet, Chen Chen possessed the ability to enhance the martial skill through life deduction. While G-level greed might seem useless now, that could change in due course. After absorbing all 5 magic crystals in one go, Chen Chen felt his spiritual energy nearing the threshold of the 2nd tier of bronze. Boom! With a deafening roar, the massive boulder blocking the passage had been excavated by the goblin miners behind them. Chen Chen, perhaps we should retreat for now, Shin Yuyin suggested. The number of goblins behind them was comparable to those they had previously vanquished. However, this time, Chen Chen had no opportunity to ambush the goblin overseer at the 2nd tier of bronze. Concerned about potential dangers, Shin Yuyin proposed a tactical withdrawal. Wait, wasn't that a white silk just now? How has it suddenly become black silk? The white silk is over here. This is another one. They bore an uncanny resemblance, indicating they were likely twins. Ha ha ha. Isn't this delightful? If I capture them, I shall become the new Goblin King. Upon encountering Shin Yuyin, the goblins' expressions transformed into a more lascivious demeanor, their eyes glinting with a sinister crimson light as they surged forward with fervor. Chen Chen, if we don't leave now, It will be too late. Did you not assert that you would only gamble on a certain victory? Shen Yuyan urgently grasped her sister Shinyoshi's hand and implored Chen Chen to flee. In this precarious situation, lingering for even a second would compel them to confront the threat head-on. Chen Chen nodded, stepping directly before the two sisters. Fusion. In an instant, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi's forms coalesced into a luminous orb, enveloping Chen Chen entirely. Although he still wielded a fire poker, the tattered cloak behind him had vanished, replaced by a suit of black armor that adorned his body. Night Kai, forged from black meteorite iron, was exceptionally resilient. Lacking ostentation, it possessed a serene and profound essence. At that moment, Chen Chen resembled a formidable general cloaked in darkness, exuding an aura of menace. What is happening? Yoshi-yu. Shen Yuyan was utterly astonished by the scene before her. The tattered cloak that had once seemed ineffective had now transformed into the armor of night. I don't understand either, Shen Yoshi stammered, recalling the warm current that had coursed through her meridians when she had just shared a tender kiss with Chen Chen. Perhaps it was then that my innate talent awakened. However, Chen Chen appeared to be fully aware of the unfolding events. Now we are assured victory. He smiled faintly and charged toward the goblins with the fire poker in hand. How can this be? This demon hunter can wield 2 spiritual weapons alone. This defies logic. This lad is quite fortunate. I envy him. The goblins were taken aback. Have humans evolved to such an extent? Fear not. The spiritual energy radiating from this lad is not formidable, merely a bronze-tier demon hunter. He stands alone. Surely we need not fear him? Let's overpower him and seize his spiritual weapons. Ha ha ha. The advancing goblins displayed no hint of trepidation as they engaged in a direct confrontation. As the spiritual energy within Chen Chen erupted, the dark power emitted by Night Kai enveloped him entirely. It hurts. Each time Chen Chen was struck, a fleeting blaze of black fire ignited upon his assailants, inflicting 80 points of dark attribute backlash damage. The time within the ruins was synchronized with Blue Star. It was now 21:30 at night. According to the temporal definition, evening is deemed from 18 to 6 o'clock, while daytime spans from 6 to 1800 hours. As it was night, all attributes of Night Kai were doubled, with an additional 80 points of elemental damage. It would take merely 2 strikes to utterly vanquish a goblin miner, rendering Chen Chen's direct intervention unnecessary. His combat prowess had ascended to an entirely new level. What is this black fire? He clearly did nothing, so why have we suffered harm? How infuriating. We cannot breach the defenses of this black armor. Quickly, we must flee. We are no match for this creature. Under the onslaught of the goblins, Chen Chen remained unscathed, while they themselves lost half their lives. The backlash of the black flames had a 1-second delay. Some goblins, merciless in their intent, attacked twice in succession and perished on the spot. The goblin miners, demoralized, began to abandon their weapons and flee. In truth, the vulnerability Chen Chen displayed was a deliberate ploy, intended to test the backlash damage of Night Kai. With the D-rank Night Kai, Chen Chen had become an almost invincible entity. If faced with less intelligent magical beings, they might continue to assault him, ultimately succumbing to the black flames in self-destruction. Come here. Chen Chen opened his palm, summoning a gust of wind that pulled the fleeing goblins back. Attempting to escape? That was utterly impossible. Chapter 13. The Slumbering Spirit Vein. Congratulations to the host for slaying the goblin overseer, gaining 2 years of life. Remaining lifespan of the host, 86 years. In less than 5 minutes, with the defeat of the bronze-tier goblin overseer, Chen Chen annihilated all subsequent goblins. In previous encounters with magical beings of similar strength, he had needed to rely on ambushes and tactics. But now, he had undergone a profound transformation, dominating the battlefield with sheer force. Furthermore, he had gained an additional 86 years of life, allowing him to elevate his power several tiers. However, Chen Chen was not in a rush to conduct life calculations. Since he could borrow 50 years from Shen Yoshi, he could certainly acquire another 50 from Shen Yuyan. He also intended to enhance Shen Yuyan's talent. It was time for that firewood staff to receive an upgrade. Yoshi, to what level has your talent awakened? This black armor is undeniably formidable. After the battle, Shen Yuyan quickly reverted to her human form. She lovingly caressed the spirit weapon transformed from her sister, her eyes brimming with joy. Witnessing her sister's growth brought her more happiness than her own talent awakening. I'm not certain either. Once we return to the academy, we should be able to determine the exact level through testing. To be honest, Shinyoshi was equally bewildered regarding her talent level. D rank. Chen Chen incisively clarified Shinyoyen's doubts. A D rank indicates that Yoshi's talent has awakened 3 times consecutively? Goodness, that is simply miraculous. Yoshi, you are truly remarkable. Shinyoyen's excitement intensified. With a D-rank spirit weapon paired with Chen Chen's skills, it seemed they genuinely had a chance to conquer the ruins. Hehe. All of this is thanks to Senior Chen Chen. Although Shinyoshi couldn't be certain, her intuition as a woman suggested that this awakening was no coincidence and was closely linked to Chen Chen. By mere happenstance, I unwittingly linked to the spiritual vein of Yoshi. The reason I have awakened 3 times in succession lies in Yoshi's own prodigious talent. Chen Chen spoke candidly. Having progressed from F rank to E rank, he awakened only once, which cost him 38 years of his life. In contrast, Shinyoshi ascended from G rank to D rank, achieving 3 awakenings in a mere 36 years. Indeed, Shinyoshi possesses extraordinary gifts that far surpass those of Chen Chen. Ah, Yoshi merely offered a polite compliment. And yet you embellish your own merits? Shinyoyen's countenance darkened. She fundamentally disbelieved that Chen Chen was responsible for awakening her sister's talents. Believe it or not, Chen Chen merely smiled knowingly, inviting Shinyoyen to ponder the implications. Of course I don't believe it. A second awakening marks one as the chosen one. Yoshi's continuous 3 awakenings, aside from Gu Qing, initially incited Shinyoyen's derision towards Chen Chen. Yet, when she was about to utter the name Gu Qingning, a flicker of realization dawned upon her. Gu Qingning and Shinyoshi share a remarkable similarity. They are both Chen Chen's contracted spiritual weapons. Such miraculous occurrences transpiring around the same individual strongly suggests that this person is, in fact, a being more extraordinary than the miracles themselves. In an instant, Shinyoyen's earlier confidence crumbled. She gazed into Chen Chen's inscrutable eyes, as if enchanted, gradually coming to believe that he was indeed capable of creating miracles. For instance, Chen Chen's ability to contract 2 spiritual weapons simultaneously is nothing short of astounding. The 3 stars of the starry sea are, in themselves, a singular miracle. Can I awaken too? Shinyoyen's expression brimmed with yearning. In the recent encounter with the goblins, her makeshift weapon had proven virtually ineffective, relying entirely on Chen Chen's prowess and the formidable attributes provided by Shinyoshi. I wish to become a sharp blade in your hand. I do not wish to hinder your progress. Yuyen, whether you can awaken your talent, I cannot say for certain, but it is certainly worth a try. Before Chen Chen could finish his statement, Shinyoyen's soft lips silenced him. He was taken aback, never anticipating that the ice-cold campus beauty, Shinyoyen, would display such initiative. Her desire for progress was palpable. Yuyen. The warmth of the young girl enveloped Chen Chen, his eyes reflecting Shinyoyen's bashful yet determined demeanor, a stark contrast to Shinyoshi's essence. Shinyoyen's kiss was as sweet and soft as a snow-capped sundae, lingering delightfully. The system is pairing with the host's spiritual weapon. Connection successful. Shinyoyen. Gender, female. Age, 18 years. Remaining lifespan, 91 years. Talent, G-rank firewood stick. Spiritual power realm, bronze level 1. Is this acceptable, Chen Chen? Shinyoyen's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Within her being, there existed no systematic entity, leaving her to experience the awkwardness and rapid heartbeat that accompanied her first intimate encounter with the opposite sex. It felt inadequate. Perhaps this approach would suffice. Chen Chen took the initiative. The delightful essence was in constant turmoil. The host is absorbing the lifespan of Shinyoyen. 10203050. Remaining lifespan of the host, 136 years. Remaining lifespan of Shinyoyen, 41 years. After a series of operations, Chen Chen directly borrowed 50 years of lifespan from Shinyoyen. After all, Chen Chen's lifespan was interconnected with that of his spirit weapon, and he could always exchange it later. If he could not conquer the ruins, no amount of lifespan would be of any use. A soft moan escaped Shinyoyen's lips. She could distinctly sense that something within her was being drawn out by Chen Chen. With the lifespan borrowed, Chen Chen needed to attend to more pressing matters. Injecting lifespan into the fire stick. 3 years, time flies. There are no signs of awakening within Shinyoyen's spiritual veins. 5 years, the spiritual veins remain dormant. 10 years, Shinyoyen's spiritual veins began to wither, even becoming weaker than before. System prompt. Abnormality detected in Shinyoyen's spiritual veins. Continuing the simulation may pose risks. Yuyen, I am sorry, but it appears your spiritual veins cannot awaken. If I proceed further, you may not even be able to manifest a G-grade spirit weapon. Chen Chen felt troubled. He believed that at this crossroads of fate, Shen Yuyan should make her own decision. Although Shen Yuyan was unaware of what was transpiring, she could distinctly feel the severe damage inflicted upon her spiritual veins. Chapter 14. Wings of Light and Darkness. Chen Chen did not anticipate that events would unfold in this manner. After all, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi were twin spirit weapons, and he had assumed that this awakening of talent would proceed as smoothly as it had for Shen Yoshi. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. If this continued, Shen Yuyan risked becoming an ordinary person. Yuyan, the methods to strengthen a spirit weapon are not limited to talent awakening. There are also enhancements, forging, runes, and gem refining. Chen Chen hoped that Shen Yuyan's choice would not be burdened with excessive pressure. Regardless of what grade of spirit weapon you possess, I will treat you with equal regard. I assure you that the resources available to you will be the same as those for Yoshi. Shen Yuyan met Chen Chen's gaze, her initially bashful demeanor gradually transforming into one of resolute determination. A G-grade spirit weapon, regardless of the quality of resources provided for its cultivation, would never reach the level of others. She understood Chen Chen's intentions. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that she had to take the risk. Continue. Shen Yuyan's eyes gleamed with resolve, her decision firmly set. Very well. Chen Chen nodded. Since this was Shen Yuyan's own choice, he would give his all to support her. Continuing to infuse life into the fire stick. 20 years, all efforts have sunk like stones into the sea, creating not a ripple. 40 years. Perhaps this is the fate of Shen Yuyan, ultimately unchangeable. Warning. Warning. Shen Yoshi has only 1 year of remaining life. Further deductions cannot proceed. Life, in the face of Shen Yuyan's innate talent, is akin to skipping stones across water. No matter how much is infused, there is no response. In despair, Chen Chen can only channel his own life force into Shen Yuyan to continue the deductions. 50 years, Shen Yuyan's spiritual pulse seems to have perished. 80 years. The fire stick, grade G, can no longer transform. Shen Yuyan's spiritual pulse has regressed to an unawakened state. 100 years, an unawakened spiritual pulse, no matter how long one cultivates, is of no avail. How could this happen? Unfortunate events have indeed transpired. At this moment, Shen Yuyan can no longer perceive the spiritual energy within her bloodline. She has reverted to an ordinary person. It appears that life deduction is not merely a straightforward progression. There exist numerous unknown risks. Chen Chen gently caresses Shen Yuyan's expression of despair. Such occurrences are beyond his control. He can only offer emotional solace. Chen, please help me. Aren't you capable of creating miracles? I beg you. At that moment, a crystalline tear slipped down Shen Yuyan's gentle cheek, flowing into the palm of Chen Chen. He was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the typically cold and proud Shen Yuyan would shed tears at this moment. This woman, too, reveals such a fragile side. Nodding slightly, Chen Chen cradled Shen Yuyan's tear-streaked face in his hands. The tears, mingling with the sweetness of youth, carried a briny taste. He hoped to alter the course of deduction through their resonation. 101 years, Shen Yuyan's spiritual pulse was awakened by a single crystalline droplet. 130 years. The spiritual pulse awakens, restoring to the fire stick, grade G. 150 years, a holy light descends. Diligence bears fruit. And Shen Yuyan's spiritual pulse finally awakens as the silver spear, grade F. Remaining life of the host, 26 years. Remaining life of Shen Yuyan, 1 year. After enduring countless tribulations, Shen Yuyan's talent has ultimately awakened successfully. Silver spear, grade F attack adds 20 light attribute damage and 20 true damage. Chen, this is wonderful. We have succeeded. Shen Yuyan wrapped her arms around Chen Chen's neck, and as their lips parted, she lightly brushed a kiss upon his cheek. Unbeknownst to her, her address for Chen Chen had transformed from directly calling him by name to a simple, single character. Between them, what began as strangers gradually evolved into a unique bond. Yes, we have succeeded. Chen Chen noticed her choice of words. She said we have succeeded, rather than I have succeeded. Particularly, the fleeting kiss exchanged between Shen Yuyan and Chen Chen holds a significance that surpasses the profound kisses that preceded it. After all, those earlier kisses were merely manifestations of Shen Yuyan's yearning for strength. In contrast, that seemingly casual moment was a genuine expression of her emotions. Although it took Shen Yuyan a century and a half to achieve her breakthrough, Chen Chen felt no pangs of sympathy. Lifespan is a commodity that can be seized later from the demonic entities. Humph. How cunning sister is, monopolizing senior Chen Chen for such a lengthy period. I had already proclaimed that all of this is due to senior Chen Chen's efforts. Shen Yoshi appeared somewhat envious. Yet her words were laced with blessings for her sister's newfound prowess. At this moment, the intentions of Chen Chen, Shen Yuyan, and Shen Yoshi were aligned. They all aspired to grow ever stronger through mutual endeavor. Congratulations to the host for achieving a synergy of 10 with the spirit weapon, unlocking additional attributes. Shen Yuyan, 10 synergy, unlocking angel wings. When attacking an enemy, the host accumulates a layer of ascendant effect for 5 seconds. Each layer increases attack speed by 1, with a maximum of 100 layers. The ascendant effect cannot be dispelled. Shen Yoshi, 10 synergy, unlocking fallen angel wings. When struck by an enemy attack, the host accumulates a layer of abyssal corruption for 5 seconds. Each layer inflicts additional backlash damage, with a maximum of 100 layers. The abyssal corruption cannot be dispelled. Upon entering the fusion state, a pair of angelic wings immediately unfurled behind Chen Chen. The angel wings radiated purity, while the fallen angel wings embodied the essence of the night. A gentle mist enveloped his form, manifesting the chaos of the universe, flickering in and out of view. The host possesses both angel wings and fallen angel wings, unlocking the spirit weapon transformation function, along with hidden attributes. Upon reaching 100 layers of ascendant effect, every 10 layers consumed can summon a Wheel of Heaven sword, dealing 100 true damage that bypasses all defenses. Upon reaching 100 layers of abyssal corruption, the host can expend all layers to invoke the domain of death, dealing damage equal to the total of all previously inflicted harm. Spirit weapon transformation. The host's spirit weapon can adopt the appearance of any awakening stage, affecting only the appearance while not altering true attributes. This effect is ineffective against demonic entities. Armed with the divine radiance silver spear and clad in dark armor, Chen Chen bore a pair of interwoven black and white angelic wings. Once regarded as the worthless twin school beauties, they had now undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming figures of unattainable excellence. Chen Chen's gaze flickered between the light and dark, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He could hardly contain his eagerness to test the new abilities of Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi. Chapter 15. Goblin Annihilation. However, before experimenting with their newfound powers, Chen Chen first needed to clear the battlefield. At this moment, the value of avarice became evident, yet it was only after their ascension. Injecting longevity into the art of greed. This martial technique resonates with you profoundly, as if custom-tailored, allowing you to advance in merely 3 days. In 1 year, as your desires intensify, you draw closer to the threshold of martial advancement. In 5 years, after confronting your own desires, greed advances once more. In 15 years, the vortex of avarice shows no signs of abating. You begin to realize the terrifying nature of this martial art. In 25 years, ensnared in the eye of the vortex, greed successfully ascends. Greed, G, F, E, D levels upon successfully extracting magic crystals from the corpses of demonic creatures. There exists a 53 chance to additionally acquire 1 magic crystal. CD, 1 second. Host's remaining lifespan, 1 year. After 3 advancements, the probability of greed has significantly increased. The process of life deduction is indeed real, merely omitted by the system. Once greed reaches D level, Chen Chen can distinctly sense his desires rapidly expanding. Perhaps, as the system suggests, this martial art is fraught with peril. Yet, Chen Chen is unfazed. The ability to enhance the acquisition speed of magic crystals is of paramount importance. After employing greed, Chen Chen collected 8 magic crystals from the goblin corpses strewn about. 3 more than last time, a considerable enhancement for him. You see, I told you. With my good fortune, the probability of obtaining additional rewards is surely high. Chen Chen boasted, showcasing the magic crystals to Shen Yuyan. But it's merely magic crystals purchased with one's lifespan. I do not envy you. Naturally, Shen Yuyan remains unaware of Chen Chen's martial advancement, attributing his fortune to mere luck. After absorbing the magic crystals, Chen Chen's spiritual power surged forth like a tangible dragon spiraling upward. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual power has transcended to the 2nd tier of bronze. At this moment, Chen Chen experienced a qualitative leap in strength, stepping into the next phase. With his lifespan and magic crystals depleted, he resolved to delve deeper into the ruins. He unfurled his black and white wings, allowing his body to hover slightly as he glided through the passage. Initially, unaccustomed to utilizing the angelic wings, Chen Chen resembled a fledgling learning to fly, stumbling along the way, subjected to the teasing of Shun Yoshi and Shun Yuyan. However, Chen Chen's adaptability is remarkable. As he grew more adept at controlling his wings, his speed increased exponentially. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the goblin's next stronghold. Warning: a demon hunter is invading. Cease your current tasks and prepare for battle. Only a single demon hunter? Surely, he must be the outer warrior who has dispatched his companions. This time, confronted with a greater number and more formidable goblins, Chen Chen chose not to employ any strategy, but instead appeared directly before the throng of magical beings. According to the fundamental characteristics of the ruins, the deeper one delves, the stronger the overall power of the magical entities becomes. The goblins at this outpost vastly outnumbered those they had previously encountered. First came hundreds of goblin miners, accompanied by 5 second-tier bronze goblin overseers. Particularly at the center of the goblin assembly, 2 goblins capable of manipulating magical elements emerged. Such a powerful formation far exceeded the threshold that an equally ranked demon hunter could withstand. To vanquish these magical beings, a well-coordinated exploration team was essential. Flame Goblin Frost Goblin. Rarity: F. Spirit level: Bronze Tier 3. Description: Goblin mages capable of elemental attacks. Remaining lifespan: 300 years. Although their stature matched that of the lowest-tier goblin miners, and was even shorter than that of the bronze second-tier overseers, their skin color was strikingly different. The Flame Goblin bore a crimson hue, while the Frost Goblin was a deep azure. The 2 goblin mages immediately commanded their fellow magical beings to assault Chen Chen. It was evident that their rank surpassed that of the goblin overseers. Yet, faced with the overwhelming number of magical entities, Chen Chen did not exhibit any signs of trepidation. He even voluntarily descended into the encirclement of goblin miners, choosing not to evade the oncoming attacks. Adorned with a pair of resplendent wings, one might expect him to be a formidable character, but in truth, he appeared rather foolish. Clearly, he was paralyzed by the death of his companions, utterly resigned to his fate. Ha ha ha, the male goblins meet their end, while the females are destined for sacrifice. The magical beings regarded Chen Chen as an easy target, surging forward to unleash a frenzied assault upon him. Should they slay the demon hunter, they would be free to manipulate the disintegrated spirit weapons at their whim, a notion that incited their madness. With every swing of the pickaxe, the backlash damage from Shun Yoshi's black flames manifested immediately, now having advanced to the bronze second-tier realm. Chen Chen's 80 dark attribute backlash was sufficient to annihilate a lowly goblin miner in an instant. Moreover, with each blow struck upon him by the enemy, Chen Chen would accumulate 1 layer of abyssal corruption effect, further enhancing his backlash damage. Congratulations to the host for slaying a goblin miner, gaining 1 year of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for slaying a goblin miner, gaining 1 year of lifespan. Congratulations to the host for slaying a goblin miner, gaining 1 year of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan: 101 years. Without even having swung the silver spear once, the hundreds of besieging goblins had already succumbed, allowing him to reap a bountiful harvest of soul lifespans. Damn humans, what have you done to our companions? The 2 goblin mages were stunned by the sight before them, gathering the magical elements in their hands, ready to fight to the death. They understood well that against a formidable foe like Chen Chen, escape was futile. Confrontation was their sole option. Fireball. Ice spike. A fireball the size of a fist and a sharp ice cone hurtled toward Chen Chen. He interlaced his angelic wings before him to shield against the assault. Even the techniques unleashed by the bronze-tier goblins were effortlessly dispelled. After all, it was night, and Shun Yoshi's Knight's Grace provided an impressive 80 defense. However, the 2 attacking goblin mages were not so fortunate. The previous attacks from the goblin miners had already stacked the layers of abyssal corruption. At that moment, Shun Yoshi's backlash damage reached 180. Though the Flame Goblin and Frost Goblin were both bronze-tier mages, their strengths lay in high-range damage, and their life and defense were even inferior to those of the bronze-tier goblin overseers. In an instant, they were engulfed by black flames. Congratulations, host, for slaying the Flame Goblin. You have gained 3 years of life. Congratulations, host, for slaying the Frost Goblin. You have gained 3 years of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 107 years. The continuous influx of lifespan bolstered Chen Chen's strength as he delved deeper into the ruins. Despite the increasing intensity of the magical entities, he found himself more adept at handling them. Chapter 16. The Cauldron of Greed. Chen Chen had yet to make a proactive strike. Only 5 bronze-tier overseers remained among the goblins in the mine. Death's domain. At this moment, the abyssal corruption had reached its limit, and Chen Chen unleashed the ultimate move of the fallen angel wings. A massive necromantic circle materialized around him, exuding a swirling black mist of death, forming a colossal abyssal maw that devoured the remaining 5 goblins. What in the world is this? Hell. This must be hell. How terrifying. Someone save us. Ah! Before even facing an attack, the goblins were rendered paralyzed by the horrifying spectacle before them. The oppressive aura emanating from the breath of the abyss was lethal, even to magical beings. However, what they did not expect was that the death's domain inflicted no harm upon them. The dark circle beneath their feet vanished. No damage? Yoshi, what is going on? Xin Yuyan expressed her confusion. Such a powerful dark skill could not possibly have no effect. I don't know either. Perhaps it's a control skill. Shin Yoshi speculated, observing the goblins paralyzed by fear in the death's domain. After all, neither sister possessed a system, and they could only explore the effects of their innate skills step by step. Chen Chen, through the system interface, could directly observe his detailed abilities. It was quite simple. The Death God domain calculated its attack efficacy based on the damage he had sustained. Although Chen Chen had accumulated a full 100 layers of abyssal corruption, the goblin's attacks had inflicted no harm upon him. Consequently, the damage value of the Death God domain was also rendered null. Aware that no damage had been dealt, he nonetheless unleashed the Death God domain, merely to ascertain its range and effects. The coverage of the Death God domain spanned approximately 10 meters in diameter. Once the abyssal corruption reached its maximum, it would become a devastating strike. However, such power came at a significant cost. At that moment, Chen Chen's spiritual energy had been entirely depleted. Fortunately, the 5 supervising goblins had been thoroughly intimidated by the Death God domain, rendering them immobile and allowing Chen Chen to dispatch them at will. Congratulations, host. For slaying the goblin supervisor, you have gained 2 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host. For slaying the goblin supervisor, you have gained 2 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host. For slaying the goblin supervisor, you have gained 2 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan of the host, 117 years. With all the goblins in the mine vanquished, a spatial vortex materialized at the center. This signified that the ruin had reached its conclusion, enabling the awakened ones to return to Blue Star through the portal. Had they completed the challenge so swiftly? It was rather unexciting, lacking even a single boss. Yoshi had not yet had her fill of the adventure. Upon clearing the ruins, the 2 sisters transformed back into their human forms. Conventionally, the longer a portal existed, the stronger the demonic entities within would become. Hadn't Chen mentioned that he discovered this portal only yesterday? This indicated that the demonic civilization inside had not developed for long, and thus the entities were weak. Xin Yuyan analyzed the situation rationally. Accompanying the emergence of the portal were 3 treasure chests. These were rewards bestowed by the divine for clearing the ruins, available to all awakened ones. The chests typically contained magical crystals that could be traded outside the ruins, with the possibility of containing additional items based on luck. Shun Yoshi eagerly opened her designated chest, which contained merely 2 magical crystals. Chen Chen and Shun Yuyan encountered the same outcome. Their chests also held just 2 magical crystals. The rewards from the chests were intrinsically linked to the difficulty of the ruins. After all, the goblin mine had not even possessed a single boss-level demon, with the highest-ranked entity being merely a 3rd-tier bronze. Such rewards were reasonable. Next, they merely needed to clear the battlefield before they could depart. Wait, everyone, don't move. Chen Chen interrupted Shun Yuyan and Shun Yoshi's actions. Allow me, favored by the goddess of fortune, to handle the cleanup. Humph. Do you think you can rely on luck every time? Although Shun Yuyan scoffed at Chen Chen's greedy skill, she and her sister paused their efforts. While the odds were slim, every little bit counted. Moreover, Chen Chen's character and fortune are indeed commendable. However, he did not immediately commence the extraction of magic crystals from the carcass of the demon seed, for he still possesses a lifespan of 117 years, and his greed martial skill has yet to reach its full potential. Injecting lifespan into greed. In 10 years, Your desires swell rapidly like an inflated ball. In 33 years, amidst endless cravings, greed successfully advances. In 40 years, your desires become unrestrained, spiraling out of control. In 62 years, your cravings begin to elude control, and greed once again successfully advances. Greed, D.C., B-levels upon successfully extracting magic crystals from the demon seed's body. There exists a probability of 50, 80, or 100 to additionally acquire one magic crystal. Furthermore, there is a 5 chance to obtain double the magic crystals. After advancing to C level, greed no longer merely grants an additional magic crystal, but also increases the possibility of doubling the quantity. Upon reaching B level, the likelihood of doubling also escalates. In 80 years, you are astonished to discover that greed may inflict damage upon your body. In 100 years, you begin to counsel yourself to cease the training of greed, yet your inner desires whisper that the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. In 108 years, your desires surpass the control of thought, and greed undergoes a transformation, advancing twice in succession to awaken as the vessel of avarice. Greed, B level, greed, A level, vessel of avarice. S level upon successfully extracting magic crystals from the demon seed's body. There exists a 100 probability of acquiring 1 to 23 additional magic crystals, with a 10, 20, or 30 chance of obtaining double the magic crystals. Additionally, when acquiring items in ruins, the vessel of avarice may be summoned, allowing for the consumption of lifespan to double the quantity of items or advance them. CD, 1 second. Remaining lifespan of the host, 9 years. S level. Chen Chen did not anticipate such remarkable success in the advancement of his greed martial skill, achieving S level in a mere 108 years. As the system predicted, this martial technique seems tailor-made for Chen Chen. What does S level signify? In Blue Star, the average price for an S level martial skill is around 1 billion, equivalent to 100,000 tradable magic crystal stones. Moreover, resources like the Vessel of Avarice may hold even greater worth. Chapter 17. The Game of Yoshi. With the advancement of the greed martial skill, the consumption of spiritual energy has been steadily increasing. After clearing the battlefield, Chen Chen spent a full 8 hours. Each use of the Vessel of Avarice necessitates a period for spiritual energy recovery, leading to Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi, who had nothing to occupy them, falling asleep. Chen Chen thoughtfully kindled a bonfire for them. The soft young girls entwined together, draped in Chen Chen's coat, appearing exceedingly adorable. Fortunately, Chen Chen's tireless endeavors throughout the night proved worthwhile, as he acquired 224 magic crystals with the aid of the Vessel of Avarice. Under normal circumstances, 100 goblin miners, 5 goblin overseers, and 2 goblin mages would yield approximately 40 magic crystals. Chen Chen's profits multiplied 5-fold. For instance, a single ordinary goblin miner extracts 1 magic crystal upon success, with the additional bonus from the Cauldron of Greed granting 3 more. Should the 30% chance of a double extraction occur, that would amount to 8 magic crystals, equivalent to slaying a bronze 8th tier demon. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual realm has ascended to bronze 3rd tier. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual realm has ascended to bronze 4th tier. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual realm has ascended to bronze 5th tier. After absorbing 224 magic crystals, Chen Chen's spiritual power surged through 3 tiers. As his realm continued to elevate, the requisite magic crystals for further breakthroughs also increased. Although the demon species within the goblin mine were scarce, they were all hunted by Chen Chen alone, and the yield enhancement from the Cauldron of Greed accelerated his spiritual advancement remarkably. In addition to the magic crystals, Chen Chen also obtained a first-grade detoxification pill from the Frost Goblin. At the moment the item materialized, a clay pot enveloped in mist appeared before him. The pot was adorned with various precious gems, ancient and mysterious, with its surface etched with intricate alchemical patterns forming a large, twisted visage that evoked unease. Master, I merely require the absorption of 2 years of your lifespan to elevate or double the item you just acquired. Come, allow me to serve you, spoke the grotesque face on the Cauldron of Greed. Very well. Chen Chen nodded without hesitation. 2 years of lifespan might be invaluable to others, yet for Chen Chen, who could siphon the life force of demons, it was negligible. Generous master, then let us commence. Ahaha. The smile on the cauldron's face became increasingly unsettling as the surrounding mist gradually enveloped Chen Chen, drawing a portion from his soul. Host lifespan -2 years. Host remaining lifespan, 7 years. After claiming Chen Chen's lifespan, the cauldron of greed consumed the first-grade detoxification pill. Its surface alchemical array radiating an extraordinary luminescence as the entire pot operated swiftly, emitting steam. After some time, it expelled a second-grade detoxification pill. The worth of the second-grade pill far surpassed that of the first grade by several multiples, yielding a far greater profit. Master, your fortune truly is remarkable. Would you care to continue? Next, there is a possibility of receiving 2 second-grade detoxification pills or 1 third-grade detoxification pill. Continue? Chen Chen exclaimed joyfully. Of course. However, the next extraction will require 20 years of lifespan. Ah, understood. Then perhaps next time. With no surplus lifespan to offer, Chen Chen had no choice but to bid farewell to the cauldron of greed. However, in the face of the tenfold lifespan demanded by the vessel of greed, Chen Chen felt no trepidation. Rather, he was filled with anticipation. Indeed, the vessel of greed proved to be a remarkable artifact. Perhaps even Chen Chen himself was unaware of this realization. In that fleeting moment, a smile akin to that of the vessel of greed graced his lips. After tidying the battlefield, it was time to depart from the ruins. At that moment, Shen Yuyin and Shen Yoshi were still in deep slumber, nestled together in an embrace. Time to go, Chen Chen gently called out, attempting to rouse the sisters. Sensing external stimuli, the delicate forms of Shen Yuyin and Shen Yoshi quivered slightly, drawing closer to one another. A few more calls would surely awaken them. Yet, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, Chen Chen reconsidered. The serene and beautiful tableau before him was too precious to disrupt. He approached Shen Yuyin and Shen Yoshi, tenderly lifting them both, and stepped into the spatial vortex. Upon returning to Blue Star, the portal behind him dissipated instantly, as if it had never existed. Chen Chen placed the 2 young women on his bed, then indulged in a soothing hot bath before reclining on the sofa in the living room. The soft sensation enveloped him, and the fatigue of a sleepless day and night washed over him, lulling him into slumber. He was unaware of how long he slept. When he regained consciousness, he stretched languidly, enveloped by a rich fragrance. Senior Chen Chen, you've finally awoken. Without allowing him a moment to gather his thoughts, Shen Yoshi, clad in a pink rabbit onesie, leaped onto him with exuberant fervor. Whoa! Although Shen Yoshi's form was soft, her excessive excitement propelled her too high, leaving Chen Chen feeling as though he had been struck by a train. Yoshi, stop fooling around. You're not a child anymore. Soon after, a stern voice pierced through the atmosphere. It was Shen Yuyin, clad in a green dinosaur onesie, busily preparing a meal in the kitchen. Shen Yoshi's exuberant antics jolted Chen Chen's awareness. The rich aroma wafting through the room was unmistakably that of braised pig's trotters. Senior Chen Chen, are you surprised? Shen Yoshi remained perched on his chest, her large, expressive eyes sparkling, her smile as warm and comforting as ever. I think I just saw my great-grandmother. Chen Chen replied, somewhat helplessly, as he affectionately tousled Shen Yoshi's forehead. He wanted to be annoyed, but her innocent demeanor reminded him of a daughter. Suddenly, he yearned for another moment like this. Chen, it's time to eat. At that moment, Shen Yuyin emerged with steaming dishes. The green dinosaur onesie added a playful touch to her otherwise elegant appearance. Yoshi, come down immediately. You're 18 now. You can't keep acting like a 3-year-old. Do you even know how much you weigh? Shen Yuyin first scolded her younger sister, and then, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Chen Chen and inquired, are you all right? I'm fine. Yuyin, allow me to assist you with the dishes. Chen Chen promptly rose, washed his face in the restroom, and hurried to the kitchen to lend a hand. Upon entering the kitchen, he discreetly sampled a bite of the food, which surprisingly tasted exquisite, forming a stark contrast to Shen Yuyin's icy demeanor. Goodness! Who would have thought that the seemingly aloof campus belle could cook with such skill, reminiscent of a mother's touch? What's the matter? Afraid I might poison you? Shen Yuyin entered with bowls and utensils, catching Chen Chen in the act of sneaking a taste. Not at all. If you were to poison me, you wouldn't escape unscathed either. Chen Chen quipped back with a dark humor. And what if it were a laxative? If it were indeed a laxative, it wouldn't be your doing. Why not? Shen Yuyin asked, puzzled. Because that would align more with Yoshi's character. Chen Chen recalled Shen Yoshi's previous mischievous antics, which had been rather bold and quite amusing. As the conversation turned to her sister Shen Yoshi, Shen Yuyin's expression grew increasingly solemn. Our parents divorced when Yoshi and I were just over 2 years old. I stayed with our mother, while Yoshi went with our father. She adored playing roughhouse games with him, but after his untimely passing, she had to return to live with our mother. By then, we were already 8 years old, and our living conditions had drastically changed. Having spent so much time with our father, Yoshi was unfamiliar with etiquette, and thus, she was often looked down upon by our family's elders, leading to frequent bullying. Back then, Yoshi and I were not particularly close. I yearned to assist her, but she was quite resistant. Perhaps it was from that point onward that Yoshi developed a different persona. Whenever the young Yoshi faced bullying, that little devilish persona would emerge to defend her. Nonetheless, her habit of roughhousing persisted. She enjoys waking up those she is fond of in such a manner. Her emotions can be somewhat unstable, so I hope you can be understanding. Chapter 18. The Arrival of the College Queen. That little devil persona may merely be a protective mechanism embedded within Yoshi's consciousness. In truth, I don't find Yoshi to be particularly extraordinary. Rather, I find her quite entertaining. Chen Chen offered a faint smile, gently touching Shun Yuyan's forehead, saying, "Yet Yuyan, after all these years of caring for such a Yoshi, it must have been rather exhausting for you. However, things will become much easier from now on, for I shall be here." As Shen Yuyan felt the warmth of Chen Chen's hand, she momentarily lost her train of thought. Her earlier remarks would naturally draw anyone's attention to her sister Shin Yoshi. Yet, Chen Chen's reaction was unexpectedly different. He did not express pity or sympathy for Yoshi. Instead, he seemed to empathize with the burdensome years Shin Yuyan had endured. In that instant, Shin Yuyan began to understand why her sister Yoshi shared such a profound bond with Chen Chen, perhaps even surpassing her own connection. It became clear to me why Chen Chen chose not to expose the mischief of Yoshi, instead feigning ignorance. From the very beginning, he never perceived Shin Yoshi as abnormal. It was Chen Chen's acceptance of Yoshi, who possessed multiple personalities, that led her to treat him as family. "Senior Chen Chen, I want to eat that sausage." During mealtime, Shin Yoshi playfully pointed at the plate in front of Chen Chen. "Go ahead and eat," he replied, oblivious to her intentions, continuing to savor the delicious meal prepared by Shin Yuyan. It truly was delectable. "Senior Chen Chen, Yoshi wants you to feed me." Shin Yoshi pouted, clearly displeased. With no other option, Chen Chen picked up a piece of cut sausage and offered it to her mouth. "Senior Chen Chen, can Yoshi still play games with you like that in the future?" While munching on the food Chen Chen had fed her, she wore a blissful expression. After receiving a reprimand from her sister, she seemed to begin reflecting on her behavior. "Of course, I was just hoping to chat with my great-grandmother for a while," Chen Chen replied with a smile. However, one must admit, Shin Yoshi's playful antics could indeed be quite painful. Upon receiving Chen Chen's affirmative response, Shin Yoshi immediately changed her expression and stuck her tongue out at Shin Yuyan. Reflection was unlikely. It was merely a ploy to assert herself in front of Shin Yuyan through Chen Chen's words. Shin Yuyan remained silent, watching Chen Chen with a sympathetic gaze. As Shin Yoshi's sister, she was well aware of the potency of that recent tactic. The growing closeness between Chen Chen and Yoshi was something Shin Yuyan wholeheartedly endorsed, for it meant that the one being pressured was no longer her. "Where did you get those outfits?" Chen Chen inquired, noticing the cartoon-themed pajamas worn by the sisters. He couldn't recall any such items in his own home. The news about Yoshi and I awakening our G-level spirit weapons has spread throughout the family these past few days. The Shin family might be scouring for potential marriage partners for us, Shin Yuyan explained with a hint of exasperation. Therefore, Yoshi and I plan to stay here for a while to avoid the attention. The pajamas were bought from a stall downstairs. What do you think? Not nice? They are lovely, truly lovely, Chen Chen nodded. Given Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi's beauty, they could even turn a floral cotton coat into a fashion statement. However, the space in his rented apartment was rather limited. If both Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi moved in, would he be relegated to the sofa every night? What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Shin Yuyan seemed to sense Chen Chen's dilemma. No, not at all. How could Chen Chen possibly object? At the very least, with Shin Yuyan's arrival, he would no longer have to rely on takeout. Besides, they were now bound by an eternal contract, their lives intertwined forever. The sisters could avoid many unforeseen incidents under his watchful eye, granting him a sense of reassurance. Shin Yuyan's culinary skills provided Chen Chen with a sumptuous feast, one that he had not savored in quite some time. After their meal, the trio returned to the academy. Chen Chen slept soundly until the afternoon, while other students had already commenced their training under the guidance of their mentors. By the time they arrived, many teachers and students had gathered at the academy entrance, seemingly awaiting something momentous. This unexpected scene startled Chen Chen, leading him to initially believe that news of their talent awakening had spread. It was not until a familiar figure appeared that he realized the truth. The illustrious sister of Magic City's spiritual martial academy had returned. Gu Qingning, with her flowing azure hair and exquisite makeup, exuded an air of pride and charisma that was simply breathtaking. Possessing the S-class spiritual martial azure serpent soul sword, Gu Qingning's influence and allure within the academy had reached its zenith. Beside her stood a scholarly man, adorned with glasses and long hair, exuding a refined demeanor. It was Sister Qingning. She had finally returned to the academy. Rumor had it that the demon hunting team she led had successfully navigated a platinum-level relic. My goodness, what an impressive feat. Sister Qingning was truly the pride of the academy, our role model. The man accompanying her was none other than Hua Jianli, famously known as the Baron of Hell. How handsome he was. His features were so finely chiseled that he could rival any woman in beauty. Such a flower boy. I would gladly marry him even without an S-class talent. But wait, is that Chen Chen? And the Shin sisters, Shin Yuyin and Shin Yoshi, have also arrived. Perhaps it was fate that Chen Chen returned to the academy at the same time as Gu Qingning. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. If I were Chen Chen, I would lead the Shun sisters away to avoid embarrassing myself in front of them. Qingning, with her S-class spiritual martial talent, was a perfect match for her equally gifted partner. What was Chen Chen doing with the Shin sisters? F and G, a mismatched duo? However, I must admit, if I were to choose among them, who would I envy the most? Ha ha ha, that would undoubtedly be Chen Chen. In terms of looks, Shin Yuyin and Shin Yoshi could easily outshine Gu Qingning, especially together, doubling the joy. I heard that Chen Chen skipped classes all morning. Could it be that he relished his leisure until now? At this moment, under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Chen and Gu Qingning, former lovers, found themselves face to face once more, each accompanied by their respective partners. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Ah Chun, long time no see. I hear you've been doing quite well lately. Contracting two spiritual martial entities in one go, you've truly created a myth in Magic City, Gu Qingning initiated, her eyes glinting with mockery and disdain. Chen Chen merely yawned, dismissive of her words, and walked past Gu Qingning without a glance. Congratulations, Ah Chun. Who would have thought that the little pup I discarded would find a matching leash? You've certainly surprised me. Gu Qingning called out to Chen Chen, who was about to leave, as she did not wish to let him go so easily. She cast a glance at Shin Yuyin and Shin Yoshi behind him. Despite being a beauty of the Lingwu Academy herself, she could not deny the disparity among school flowers. In terms of appearance, physique, allure, and charisma, she found herself lacking compared to either Shin Yuyin or Shin Yoshi, let alone the two combined. However, in the realm of Blue Star, mere beauty is insufficient. Formidable talent is the true hallmark of a champion. Gu Qingning resolved to attack from this angle. Sisters Yuyin and Yoshi are indeed born beauties, yet alas, being of G-grade Lingwu is a pity. If only you were S-grade like me, she remarked with a hint of mockery. Oh, haha, I almost forgot. Had you not awakened to G-grade Lingwu, you would not be associated with a waste like Ah Chun. Faced with Gu Qingning's aggressive taunts, Shin Yuyin merely smiled faintly. She had long heard of Gu Qingning's notorious reputation. Seeing it firsthand was a revelation. Abandoning her vows, she had immediately pressured Chen Chen to dissolve their contract after her second awakening, seeking to entangle herself with an S-grade demon hunter. Truly, she was a paragon of the Lingwu Academy in Magic City. Everyone ought to learn from her shamelessness. Gu Qingning, incensed by the truth of her thoughts being exposed, retorted, "Hey, Yuyin, do not speak recklessly. It was Ah Chun who voluntarily dissolved the contract. Everyone knows this." "Is that so?" With a knife at his throat. "Could he do otherwise?" Shin Yuyin replied, unfazed. "Sister Yuyin, we must always speak with evidence. I represent the face of the Lingwu Academy in Magic City, and I advise you against making baseless accusations." "The face of the Lingwu Academy? Since when did someone like you, with such a tarnished reputation, represent it?" "Tarnished reputation? What nonsense are you spouting, you worthless vase? Do you dare to challenge me now? So quick to reveal your true nature? I thought you were more composed. Did I strike a nerve?" As the dispute between the two women intensified, it seemed an altercation was imminent. Chen Chen had already prepared to escort Shin Yuyin away. Though they had awakened their talents, they still fell short compared to Gu Qingning. Engaging in a direct confrontation would only lead to their disadvantage. Now was not the time to confront Gu Qingning. Amidst the escalating tension, Shin Yoshi remained behind Chen Chen, resembling a timid little rabbit devoid of any aggression. What are you all doing here? Disperse at once. This is the Lingwu Academy in Magic City, not a playground for you wealthy science. Just as Shen Yuyan and Gu Qingming were poised for a clash, an elderly man clad in a black robe suddenly appeared. The vice principal had arrived. If they lingered too long, they risked losing academic credits. Upon the arrival of Vice Principal Lei Ling, the onlookers hurriedly scattered. At this moment, Gu Qingming quickly approached Principal Lei. Ready to turn the tables. Vice Dean Lei, you have just heard that Shen Yuyan, without any evidence, indiscriminately tarnished my character. I, Gu Qingming, represent the entire facade of the Magic City Spirit Martial Academy. She possesses quite the audacity. Indeed, I have heard. Lei Ling nodded and then, with a significant tone, remarked. However, I have been listening from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingming's countenance turned pale, and the arrogance she had just displayed dissipated into resignation. Thank you, Old Lei, for alleviating our predicament, Chen Chen expressed gratefully. He was not unfamiliar with Vice Dean Lei Ling 6 months prior. Lei Ling was not yet the Vice Dean, but rather the head of the Magic City Spirit Martial Academy. Although Chen Chen's innate talent was modest, his diligence and ability to offer unique insights often brought surprises to Lei Ling. Some of his suggestions even found their way into the Academy's teaching plans. When Chen Chen was brimming with ambition, Lei Ling had provided him with considerable assistance and convenience, establishing a bond of both mentorship and friendship between them. Chen Chen, regarding that incident from years ago, I owe you an apology. Yet you must understand, I too have my own difficulties. Rest assured, as long as you remain within the Academy, I shall ensure your safety. Lei Ling reflected on the past, recalling the pressure the Academy exerted on Chen Chen when he was compelled to dissolve his contract. Despite holding the title of Dean, there were decisions that were beyond Lei Ling's sole authority. They were resolutions made by the Academy Council. Thank you. I have never blamed you for the matter concerning Gu Qingming. It was I who brought you trouble, Old Lei, Chen Chen stated earnestly. There were certain truths he comprehended without needing to hear them spoken. The man standing beside Gu Qingming, seemingly a frail scholar and reticent in speech, was in fact the young master of the Jinhai Hua family. Unlike Magic City, Jinhai was not fragmented among 4 powerful families, but was dominated by the Hua clan. Behind Hua Jianli was the foremost family in Jinhai, and Chen Chen could envision the immense pressure Lei Ling faced due to the collusion between him and Gu Qingming. It was after that incident that Lei Ling voluntarily stepped down, accepting the position of Vice Dean. Old Lei, I have always remembered your kindness and nurturing. I will not allow your efforts to go in vain. I shall ensure they take root and flourish, Chen Chen asserted solemnly. He understood that Lei Ling's resignation, like his own, was a result of external pressures. In his heart, Chen Chen vowed, Old man, everything you have lost, I shall help you reclaim. Indeed, Lei Ling nodded, his voice carrying a note of counsel. Living well is more important than anything else. In this life, nothing is more precious than life itself. With that, Lei Ling turned and vanished before the onlookers, a testament to the extraordinary realm of a demon hunter. Only a step away from the pinnacle of kingship. Chen Chen naturally comprehended the implications of Lei Ling. He did not wish for Chen Chen to engage in conflict with Gu Qingming, for currently, Gu Qingming was a formidable adversary, even surpassing him, the former dean of the academy. How could Chen Chen, who stood alone without any backing, possibly contend with her? Yet, casting a glance at Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi beside him, a relaxed smile blossomed on his face. You don't need to thank me. It feels rather pretentious. I relish confronting the despicable. If such an incident occurs again, do not summon me, as it would imply I am an outsider. Shen Yuyan directly interrupted the gratitude that Chen Chen had yet to articulate. He was no longer alone. Yuyan, Yushi, let us depart. Knowing that Gu Qingming would not dare to take action against them within the academy, Chen Chen strode confidently to leave with the 2 young women. Throughout the encounter, he had not cast a single glance at Gu Qingming, which irked her immensely. Seeing the harmonious interaction between Chen Chen and the Shen sisters only fueled her ire. Not wishing to confront them further, Gu Qingming felt as if a swarm of ants were crawling over her, anticipating a sleepless night filled with restless awakenings. Chen Chen's indifference was disheartening. Shen Yuyan was a tough opponent, and she could not best her in a verbal skirmish. Therefore, she resolved to target the seemingly harmless younger sister. Trailing behind Chen Chen, Gu Qingming seized Shen Yoshi by the arm and whispered smugly in her ear. Your senior Chen Chen often used to play with me. Not to boast, but your skills may not surpass mine. Chapter 20. Practical training at that moment. Gu Qingming gazed in the direction of Chen Chen's departure, as if concocting some devious scheme. Beside her, Hua Jianli remained silent, taking no initiative, as though all of this bore no relevance to him. Upon arriving at the academy's training grounds, Chen Chen appeared somewhat distracted. After all, he had awakened 2 years prior. And now practicing alongside these newly awakened students felt rather like a waste of his talents. The Spiritual Martial Academy lacked a system of grades. Instead, it was categorized by levels. There were no first, second, or third years, only the bronze class, silver class, gold class, and platinum class. Students who exceeded 5 years of enrollment or reached the diamond realm from platinum were considered graduates. However, achieving the diamond realm within 5 years was exceedingly challenging. It required not only exceptional talent, but also robust support from influential backgrounds. Currently, the only individual at the Magic Capital Spiritual Martial Academy with a plausible chance of attaining such a feat was Gu Qingming. After forging a pact with Hua Jianli, she had gained access to the formidable resources of the Hua family, elevating her spiritual power to the 9th tier of gold, rendering her strength truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Chen Chen remained in the bronze class, attending lessons alongside the newly awakened students. During the combat class, the instructor demonstrated various fighting techniques, which intriguingly incorporated some of Chen Chen's core philosophies. Within the students' martial arts curriculum, Chen Chen introduced elements of free fighting from Earth. As no one on Earth had awakened spiritual powers, there was a greater emphasis on technique in close combat, which garnered strong support from Lei Ling for Chen Chen's ideas. Consequently, the Magic City Spiritual Martial Academy gained considerable renown in the Dragon Kingdom. However, Chen Chen remained quite low-key at that time, and Lei Ling's efficient reforms went largely unnoticed, leading others to believe that the term free fighting stemmed solely from Chen Chen's exceptional learning ability and diligence. In reality, even the techniques taught by the instructor were conceived by Chen Chen himself. Throughout that week, Chen Chen mostly relaxed during classes. Nevertheless, he took the time to provide special guidance to Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi. Beyond free fighting, he also integrated elements of traditional Chinese martial arts into his private instruction. During this period, the close combat abilities of Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi noticeably improved. While combat skills were primarily the focus of the demon hunter's training, spiritual martial arts were also essential. After all, in the ruins, demon hunters and spiritual martial artists did not always operate in a unified manner. At times, cooperative combat between the two would yield greater efficiency. In addition to training the sisters' melee skills, Chen Chen experimented with the spiritual martial arts transformation feature unlocked by the system. Shen Yuyan. Talent: F-Class Silver Spear. Transformation: G-Class Fire Stick. Shen Yoshi. Talent: D-Class Night Shield. Transformation: G-Class Tattered Cloak. To prevent the awakening of the sisters' talents from being discovered, Chen Chen selected the initial forms for both Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi. After transformation, to outsiders, Chen Chen's spiritual martial arts appeared to remain the dull G-Class. Even when viewed in a mirror, the same was true. However, through Chen Chen's eyes, he could distinctly see the pitch-black armor and the glimmering silver light. This feature was remarkably user-friendly, alleviating Chen Chen's concerns about the sisters' talents being prematurely exposed. Hey, Chen Chen, don't think that just because you awakened 2 years earlier than us, you can act all high and mighty here. If you don't want to learn, you can just leave, several boys shouted in the training room, noticing Chen Chen lounging by the side. However, this was merely a spark. Their main grievance stemmed from the fact that Chen Chen had claimed Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi through the Eternal Pact. In their minds, they believed that the Sisters' Oath contract was impossible to establish. As long as all demon hunters stood united, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi would have no choice but to settle for temporary contracts with them, thereby allowing them to exploit the beautiful twin sisters. At that moment, everyone was tacitly waiting for Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi to yield. Unexpectedly, out of the blue emerged Chen Chen, who managed to secure both ladies with an eternal contract. Chen Chen, please adjust your attitude, gently admonished a muscular female instructor, reminiscent of a Barbie doll. Teacher, my attitude is already quite proper, Chen Chen replied, somewhat helplessly shrugging his shoulders. The theoretical drills were simply too tedious. He craved some practical engagement to ignite his interest. Thus, he pointed at the group of classmates who had just been boasting. You, and you. Why not all of you come at me together to test whether my attitude is indeed proper? Ha ha ha. Sure, let us all go for it. Who's afraid? Chen Chen. Don't think you're impressive just because you awakened a few years earlier than us. Originally, the temporary contracts allowed everyone to enjoy a few days in turns. But you insisted on disrupting the balance and harming everyone's interests. So, don't blame us for being ruthless later. Such individuals deserved a thorough lesson. Chen Chen promptly selected 10 groups of awakened ones. Although they were aware of Chen Chen's capabilities, facing 20 against 1 did not intimidate them in the slightest. As for Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi, they were hardly regarded. Teacher, we would like to conduct a practical training session. You have no objections, right? As long as both sides consented, the instructor had no authority to interfere, yet she kindly cautioned Chen Chen. Chen Chen, are you certain you want to take on 10 groups by yourself? You need not rush to prove yourself. You could challenge them one by one. If you find yourself lacking in strength, you may stop at any time. No one can force you into practical training. Thank you for your concern, teacher. In return, I shall train these newcomers, Chen Chen replied with a confident smile. It seemed that without applying some pressure on these fellows, they would never be convinced. Very well. This is your choice, and I have no right to interfere. However, given the disparity in strength, I hope everyone will know when to stop and not let it harm our camaraderie. Subsequently, the instructor led everyone into a vast octagonal cage. Chen Chen, along with Xin Yuyan and Xin Yoshi, entered the arena first. Their opponents were a team of 10 pairs of men and women. You and Yoshi will each take on 5, leaving 10 for you to handle on your own, Xin Yuyan stated solemnly, carefully assigning roles. This battle, though appearing as a practical exercise, was, in reality, a personal vendetta between the two sides. Xin Yuyan was acutely aware that the boys aimed solely at Chen Chen, while the girls targeted her and her sister. Thus, even if Xin Yuyan had not made such allocations, the outcome would have been the same. Huh. We have to fight 5? Yoshi can't handle that. Xin Yoshi tugged at Chen Chen's sleeve, speaking timidly. Chapter 21. Rest assured, dear sister Yoshi. Our intention is merely to teach the arrogant Chen Chen a lesson. You may stand aside. We have no intention of harming you. Indeed, aligning yourselves with someone like Chen Chen will only exacerbate your already dismal fate. It is high time you recognize the harsh realities of your situation. To presume that you can contend with Sister Qingming based on a modicum of ability is tantamount to courting disaster. If you wish to avoid collateral damage, it would be wise to distance yourselves from Chen Chen. As for the eternal pact, let it be as though it never existed. Following Chen Chen, his adversaries gradually entered the arena. All individuals stepping into the octagonal cage wore a spirit energy detector around their necks. The moment an awakener harnessed their spirit energy, the detector would emit a brilliant light and a pulse of electricity. To ensure fairness, the use of spirit energy is prohibited during combat training. Although all participants are newly awakened, disparities in background and training resources result in varying levels of spirit energy mastery. Initially, Academy students are allocated magic crystals based on their academic credits, which reflect their overall performance within the institution. Those with privileged backgrounds can rely on their families to supply magic crystals, thereby elevating their spirit energy levels far beyond that of their peers. However, despite being tradable outside of the relics, the absorption of magic crystals by awakeners is capped daily, unlike the crystals themselves. Much like spirit warriors, bronze-level awakeners can absorb a maximum of 10 magic crystals each day. This figure may seem modest, yet it is, in reality, quite formidable. Chen Chen's venture into the relic yielded him hundreds of magic crystals, a feat made possible solely by his solitary presence within the relic. Had there been 10 groups of awakeners sharing the spoils, the rewards would have been negligible. Furthermore, the emergence of relic portals is unpredictable. Chen Chen merely stumbled upon a portal at home. During times devoid of relic exploration, he could only languish within the academy. Conversely, awakeners from affluent backgrounds enjoy a steady influx of magic crystals daily. Even newly awakened members from prestigious families can embark on relic explorations akin to Chen Chen. They can invest significant resources to form exploration teams, allowing their companions to engage in battle on their behalf. Nonetheless, even under such circumstances, the rewards from Chen Chen's solitary challenges surpass those of a group endeavor. Within the relic, magic crystals cannot be taken out, and only the slayer of a magical creature can extract crystals from its remains, which cannot be transferred. Support or damage-absorbing awakeners often rely on their teammates to secure kills or to acquire additional magic crystals from treasure chests, thereby achieving a semblance of balance. Therefore, The requirements for leveling up with a team are exceedingly stringent. The lives of magical creatures do not display health bars, even with full compliance to commands. One cannot guarantee that the employer will always secure the kill. There is even the peril of being ambushed by cunning magical creatures feigning injury, leading to the loss of life. The young man who had just instigated Chen Chen was named Wu Kai. Although his family did not belong to a prominent clan, they were well-known merchants in the city of Imo. Each day, he had access to 10 magic crystals for absorption, and at this moment, his spiritual power had ascended to the 3rd tier of bronze. Naturally, a student of Wu Kai's affluent background attracted a throng of sycophants around him, who might one day be rewarded with a magic crystal if he were in a generous mood. Chen Chen, how's your vision? Wu Kai asked provocatively before the practical exercise commenced. Are you implying that after you beat me to a pulp, if I say my vision is good, you'll suggest that it will help me find my teeth on the ground? If I say my vision is poor, you'll offer to assist me in the search? Chen Chen anticipated Wu Kai's retort and replied with a smile, what an archaic taunt. Can't you come up with something more original? Then enlighten me with something fresh. Wu Kai replied, visibly displeased that Chen Chen had read his thoughts. I am not one to prattle before engaging in a fight. I prefer to speak only after I have vanquished my opponent and have my foot planted upon their head. Humph. Do you even have the capability to do that? Everyone, attack. I will reward anyone who lands a punch on Chen Chen with a magic crystal. Wu Kai shouted, encouraged by the promise of reward. The crowd surged towards Chen Chen with fervor, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Even a few girls, eager for the magic crystals, joined the fray. Facing such a belligerent adversary, Chen Chen could only shake his head in resignation. Their movements were haphazard and lacked coordination. The moment they took their first step, Chen Chen realized the outcome of the battle was already determined. He effortlessly deciphered each of their attacks. In fact, at the outset, he refrained from striking back, instead employing a butterfly step and pendulum-like head movements to evade their blows. His agility was elusive, rendering their efforts futile. Even the instructor outside the arena was captivated by Chen Chen's fluidity. She felt that his footwork surpassed her own teachings. Honestly reflecting, she acknowledged that even she would struggle to maintain such grace while facing a dozen assailants without launching a counterattack. Meanwhile, under Chen Chen's meticulous guidance, Shen Yuyan, who had proficiently mastered Wing Chun's short punches, was wreaking havoc. Calm and composed, she excelled in this style of counterattacking martial arts. Confronted by 3 girls, she dispatched them with ease, leaving them bruised and battered in a mere moment. The seemingly unyielding nature of Wing Chun's short power concealed a tremendous latent force, leaving the girls bewildered and at a loss for how to respond. Although Chen Chen had incorporated elements of free combat from Earth into the fighting class, the spectacle before them was unlike anything they had ever encountered. However, akin to a cat teaching a tiger, he still held back. This was the traditional martial arts of China. While it may seem like mere showy moves, those who delve deeply into the essence of these arts understand that Chinese martial arts are fundamentally lethal techniques. How could a female student with only a modicum of knowledge in free fighting possibly contend with Shen Yuyan? It was a clear case of a dimensionality reduction strike. On the other hand, Shen Yoshi, during training sessions against Shen Yuyan, did not falter. However, she seemed ill-prepared for actual combat. Faced with the onslaught of 3 girls, she found herself retreating steadily, soon cornered in the triangular cage. Chapter 22. The true dangerous individual. Chen Chen, stop merely running. If you have the courage, confront us head-on. Come at me, you coward. Wu Kai, seeing Chen Chen only dodging, mistakenly believed that he did not dare to retaliate. He was utterly oblivious to the fact that, amidst the assault of 14 opponents, merely defending without counterattacking while remaining unscathed was a testament to his skill. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Chen Chen had never encountered such a demand before. After evading an opponent's attack, he retaliated with a swift punch that struck the adversary squarely in the face. With a dull thud, that individual collapsed, unconscious. Chen Chen's technique emphasized speed, precision, and ferocity, devoid of any superfluous movements. Every strike was a lethal blow. Oh, the youth is indeed wonderful. They can just fall asleep, Chen Chen quipped, having even restrained some of his strength with that punch. Otherwise, the opponent would have at least suffered a concussion. How despicable. You refrained from retaliating just to catch us off guard, didn't you? Brothers, let us charge together. Wu Kai remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, believing he had the upper hand due to their numbers, intending to overwhelm Chen Chen. Yet, Strength is not merely a matter of numbers. Chen Chen dispatched each opponent with a single punch. After a few rounds, half of them lay unconscious on the ground. Let the girls take the front, and the boys will attack from behind. Wu Kai, noticing that there were no girls lying on the ground, had a sudden inspiration. He commanded 4 girls to serve as shields, intending to exploit Chen Zhen's chivalrous nature to deliver a devastating blow. However, what Wu Kai could never have anticipated was that Chen Zhen was equally adept at dealing with women. He dispatched the boys with a punch each, while with the girls, he would embrace them at the waist and deliver an additional 2 knee strikes. This left the girls in front laughing, rolling their eyes on the ground. I truly am not accustomed to striking women, but should you attempt to leverage that against me, I shall not hesitate to adapt, Chen Chen remarked, casting a contemptuous glance at his opponents. He could be a gentleman or a ruthless assailant. Brother Chen, we were mistaken. We are no match for you, we concede. A few remaining individuals promptly surrendered. Since this was merely a training exercise, according to academy regulations, once the opponents conceded, further attacks could not continue. Chen Chen, what does your prowess amount to? You still cannot move even a finger of mine. As Wu Kai observed Chen Chen cease his actions, he provocatively proclaimed with an air of arrogance, "Let me tell you, you can only reign supreme within this octagonal cage. What use are your combat skills? If we were outside unleashing our spiritual powers, I would make you regret ever challenging me." Upon hearing these words, Chen Chen naturally did not relent. He swiftly advanced, delivering a punch directly to Wu Kai's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Following this, he unleashed a series of flying knee strikes to Wu Kai's abdomen. With a rush of air escaping from Wu Kai's body, a yellow, unidentified liquid began to seep from his pockets. He had lost control. It would have been prudent for him to ensure his own cleanliness before making such remarks. With that, Chen Chen pinched his nose and turned away, leaving the scene. His ruthless approach left several male onlookers trembling, collapsing to the ground in fear. While others might jest about beating someone to such an extent, Chen Chen appeared entirely serious in his intent. Chen Chen, your opponent has surrendered. Why do you continue to strike? Although Chen Chen's actions were quite satisfying, as a mentor of the academy, she felt compelled to curb such behavior. Were there not only these few juniors who just conceded? Did this fellow also yield? I did not hear that. All I heard was him threatening to beat me to a pulp. Chen Chen shrugged innocently and turned to the frightened boys. Did any of you hear him concede? No. They shook their heads vigorously, indicating they had heard nothing of the sort. With their corroboration, Chen Chen was not deemed in violation of academy regulations. Very well, let this be a lesson. The female mentor, who had initially sided with Chen Chen, would remain silent given the testimonies of other students. We also concede. Meanwhile, the girls who were besieging Shen Yuyan also announced their surrender. Within the octagonal cage, only Shun Yoshi's battle continued unabated. She found herself surrounded by several girls, desperately defending herself. Shen Yuyan attempted to assist, but was halted by Chen Chen. Yoshi, give it your all. Your senior is watching. He understood that at this moment, Shen Yoshi had not yet revealed her true potential, intending to awaken the dormant fierce spirit within her through encouragement. Senior Chen Chen, are you watching me fight? In an instant, a smile that seemed out of place appeared at the corner of Shun Yoshi's mouth. The 3 girls attacking her were taken aback, convinced they were imagining things, for in everyone's perception, Shin Yoshi had always been a cute, innocent girl. Teacher, focus your attention, do not lose your concentration. Chen Chen reminded the mentor watching from the sidelines as he noticed Shin Yoshi's persona shift. The moment Shun Yoshi struck, she did so with unrestrained ferocity. The female mentor instantly sensed a palpable aura of menace. Unlike the ruthless Chen Chen, the aura exuded by Shun Yoshi is one of slaughter, rampant and frenzied. Shin Yoshi seems transformed as she deftly uses her elbow to block her opponent's punch, pivoting to deliver a fierce elbow strike to the opponent's temple. The expression of the girl reflects her agony from the impact on her hard skull, unaware that Shun Yoshi's lethal move is perilously close to her vital points. The human ulna is a remarkably lethal weapon. Chen Chen, understanding the differing temperaments of Shun Yuyan and Shin Yoshi, has devised distinct training regimens for them. Shin Yuyan is honing a defensive style of Wing Chun, while Shin Yoshi is immersed in the aggressively ferocious art of Muay Thai. Pause. At this moment, the female instructor swiftly pressed the red crystal ball beside her. In an instant, the gravity within the octagonal cage multiplied several times over, neutralizing Shun Yoshi's onslaught. Although her ulna still grazed the opponent's forehead, the force was rendered ineffective under the intensified gravity. This red gravity button was instituted specifically to prevent accidents. Even when Wu Kai was being mercilessly beaten by Chen Chen, the instructor refrained from activating it, fully aware that while Chen Chen's strikes were heavy, he exercised restraint in targeting vital areas, ensuring neither death nor permanent injury. Shinyoshi, however, posed a different risk. Had the instructor hesitated a mere fraction of a second longer to pause, there could have been a corpse in the octagonal cage. Everyone cease. The practical exercise is concluded. With the gravity in the cage restored, the pause button could only control a fleeting moment. To prevent Shin from making another grave mistake, the female instructor hastily intervened. Halting the heart-pounding exercise, the instructor exhaled in relief, realizing the profound significance of Chen Chen's earlier warnings. In this practical exercise, the true danger did not lie with Chen Chen, but rather with the seemingly frail and helpless Shinyoshi. Chapter 23. The Little Fanboy, Majin Teacher. Why did you stop the exercise? We were on the verge of absolute victory. You cannot be biased. Following the abrupt termination of the exercise, the three girls expressed their discontent. To them, Shinyoshi represented the weakness between Chen Chen and Shin Yuyan, a mere moment away from receiving a thorough lesson. From today onward, no one is permitted to engage in practical exercises with Chen Chen or Shinyoshi. The female instructor did not respond to their protests, but stated a fact. This is for your own good. Having spoken, she concluded the combat class, allowing everyone to disperse, and instructed the class leader to notify the infirmary to take away the unconscious student for treatment. After this brief interlude, Chen Chen's life at the academy returned to a state of tranquility. Senior Chen Chen, I'm so bored. When shall we explore the ruins again? Just a bit longer. Chen Chen replied, equally troubled by the situation. In recent days, although he has been inquiring about clues regarding the bronze ruins, he has received no news whatsoever. Generally speaking, once a ruin is discovered, it is handed over to the City Security Bureau or the Demon Hunter Association for management. The least significant bronze ruins are typically transferred to various academies in the Magic City, where newly awakened students can hone their skills. The first exploration of ruins by the Magic City Spiritual Martial Academy is scheduled to take place a month after the freshmen awaken. Moreover, for safety reasons, the selected ruins are usually those that have only recently emerged, akin to the one that appeared in Chen Chen's restroom, which lacked even a boss demon. During the inaugural exploration, an entire class explores a single ruin, and the number of demons within is often fewer than the awakened individuals. As a senior, Chen Chen had already experienced such scenarios. Only after the students have acclimated does the intensity of the ruins gradually increase. Yet there remains a disparity between the abundance of students and the available resources. After all, the primary mission of the academy is education, with all actions taken based on considerations for the student's safety. Thus, Chen Chen holds no expectations for the ruin exploration organized by the academy. The current dilemma is that Chen Chen lacks resources related to the bronze ruins. There exists another method, which involves seeking out portals to the ruins in the wilderness. In uninhabited areas, portals are less likely to have been discovered by humanity, thus offering relatively greater resources. However, this approach also significantly increases the risks involved. For without knowing the timeline of the demon civilization's development, one cannot ascertain the strength of the ruins. An apparently ordinary bronze ruin may house creatures of 7th or 8th tier strength, or even a boss of silver rank. Venturing alone into the exploration is tantamount to courting death. The only reason he dares to enter the ruin in his own restroom is that he understands the temporal limitations of its emergence. Everything is under Chen Chen's control. Although he is a gambler, he only bets on assured victories. More critically, the longer a ruin has been present, the higher the probability of abyssal ruins manifesting. The intensity of abyssal ruins often exceeds several times that of the current level of the ruins. For instance, the trial of the gods that Chen Chen and Gu Qingming encountered was an abyssal ruin. Out of 20 awakened individuals, only the 2 of them emerged alive. They were fortunate. Generally, encountering abyssal ruins without a strong team configuration is akin to receiving a death sentence, leaving no chance for escape, let alone completion. Typically, only those who have reached at least the 7th tier of their realm, accompanied by equally powerful allies, dare to challenge wilderness ruins. However, aside from the instability of the ruins, there are also human factors at play. Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi are too conspicuous. And the wilderness of Blue Star is a lawless territory where no one's personal safety is guaranteed. Chen Chen ventured into the wilderness with these two conspicuous bags in search of relics. Yet even before he could locate a possible portal, he found himself under the scrutiny of several groups. Thus, embarking on a quest for relics in the wild proved to be an exceedingly unwise decision. Brother Chen, could you also teach me the movement technique you just employed? At that moment of vexation, a male classmate approached him. Upon awakening their talents, all students were randomly assigned to a small class of 60 individuals. Why should I teach you? Chen Chen inquired with a detached tone. The sincerity in the other's gaze did not suggest a confrontation. However, ever since Chen Chen had forged a contract with Shin Yuyin and Shin Yoshi, he had been met with mostly hostile stares. Thus, he regarded this seemingly kind intent with heightened vigilance. Moreover, the young man bore a certain familiarity that Chen Chen could not quite place. It felt as though he had encountered him somewhere before, yet he could not pinpoint when or where. If you teach me your movement technique, I can take you to explore the relics. What do you say? The boy grinned, pointing to his own face as he continued. Brother Chen, do you truly not remember me? When I was 16, you praised my exceptional talent, foreseeing that I would become an outstanding demon hunter. It was your encouragement that led me to enroll in the Magic City Spiritual Martial Academy. To think I would end up in the same class as my idol, what extraordinary fortune. Chen Chen furrowed his brow. I praised you? He racked his brain, but ultimately could not recall the individual. After all, he had uttered such pleasantries countless times before. Yet, the sense of familiarity this boy exuded was undeniable. Perhaps their paths had indeed crossed at some point. I am Ma Zhan, the younger brother of Ma Fei. Seeing that Chen Chen remained oblivious, the boy introduced himself. Oh. Chen Chen finally understood, recollecting the name. Ma Fei was a friend from his days in the Golden Class. However, that fellow had graduated 6 months prior at the age of 23. Furthermore, following the incident with Gu Qingning, Chen Chen had become increasingly distanced from his former acquaintances. As he reflected, he recalled having complimented Ma Fei's brother during a visit to their home. Ma Zhan, you've grown so much. Chen Chen clapped Ma Zhan on the shoulder, marveling at the passage of time. The impetuous youth from years past was now in his class. That's different. Brother Chen has fallen due to unfortunate circumstances. However, we are indeed fated to meet here. I firmly believe you will not remain in this class for long. One day, you shall soar to greatness and reclaim all that you once possessed. Ma Zhan's smile radiated youthful exuberance, causing Chen Chen to momentarily reminisce about the time when he, too, had been filled with such innocence. Now, however, he bore the weight of experience. Chapter 24, Ma Fei Thank You. Meeting his friend's younger brother brought Chen Chen immense joy. By the way, Ma Zhan, you just mentioned taking me to explore the ruins. What is that all about? Brother Zhan, isn't it fate that we meet? Ma Zhan exclaimed with excitement. My brother, after graduating, joined the Demon Hunter Association and became a regional captain. Recently, someone reported a bronze ruin in his jurisdiction. Since I just awakened my talent, he discreetly intercepted this information for me. This bronze ruin lies in the northern suburbs of the Magic City, and no one knows how long it has been there. However, my brother has hired an exploration team of about the 9th tier in bronze, specifically to ensure my safety. It's the same effort to bring one person as it is to bring two. So, Brother Zhen, let us go together. The more Ma Zhen spoke, the more exhilarated he became, genuinely viewing Chen Chen as his role model. The opportunity to explore the ruins alongside his idol was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Moreover, he might even team up with Chen Chen for future challenges, a thought that filled him with excitement. However, upon hearing Ma Zhen's account, Chen Chen felt a twinge of concern. It is well known that intercepting information about ruins is a significant taboo within the Demon Hunter Association. Should word get out, the regional captain Ma Fei could face severe repercussions, possibly even expulsion from the association. Furthermore, Ma Fei's costly hiring of the exploration team was intended for his brother. And if Chen Chen were to partake, it might not sit well. Have you discussed this with your brother beforehand? Chen Chen deemed it prudent to confirm. We talked about it in advance. My brother mentioned that he couldn't assist with your situation involving Gu Qingning and has felt guilty about it. He is genuinely pleased that you've contracted a spirit weapon and are starting anew, and he said that if there's anything he can help with, don't hesitate to ask. Ma Zhen smiled and continued. My brother also said that you needn't hold back. The spoils from the ruins will be mine, and you can just take a share of the magic crystals. Well then, since Ma Fei has considered this so thoroughly, it would be rather pretentious of me to decline. Unable to refuse such kindness, Chen Chen decisively agreed. After all, he was in urgent need of drawing lifespan from the demon seeds, and once he elevated his own realm, enhancing his talents, martial skills, and synergy, it would not be impossible for him to explore the unknown bronze ruins solo. That's fantastic. Finally, we can explore the ruins. Shinyoshi exclaimed joyfully, dancing with excitement. However, before she could say more, her elder sister Shin Yuyin covered her mouth. The fact that Chen Chen had reached the 5th tier in bronze, along with the sisters' talent awakenings, was still a secret. If such information were to leak, Shin Yuyin worried that Gu Qingning might confront them under the pressure of Vice Dean Lei. This was not mere alarmism. Gu Qingning had previously managed to oust Lei Ling from his position as dean, thus possessing the capability to disregard her now, albeit unwilling to sever ties outright. Although the system's illusionary function is not easily exposed, it is wise to exercise caution in all matters. Ma Zhan cast a fleeting glance at the two sisters. Never mind them. I shall personally teach you the art of movement. Chen Chen swiftly redirected the conversation. In return, Chen Chen devoted himself wholeheartedly to instructing Ma Zhan in numerous techniques that were unattainable from their mentor. Bro Chen, what you just taught me is even superior to what our mentor provides, Ma Zhan exclaimed, his expression increasingly astonished. He firmly believed that by learning alongside Chen Chen, he would inevitably evolve into a formidable demon hunter. To make the most of Chen Chen's teachings, Ma Zhan summoned his contracted partner to join in the study. She was a remarkably shy and reserved girl named Li Zihan. Her demeanor mirrored Ma Zhan's, her face reflecting the youthful naivety of someone newly entering the realm of demon hunting, filled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge about the unknown. This movement technique is extraordinary. If only I had met Bro Chen sooner, we would already be masters of close combat. Li Zihan, like Ma Zhan, was utterly captivated by Chen Chen's teachings. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. It is no wonder that Ma Zhan and Li Zihan successfully formed a bond. Ma Zhan confided in Chen Chen that they were not only in a romantic relationship, but also bound by a vow contract. In the Society of Blue Star, daring to enter into a vow contract requires considerable courage. Perfect match. A splendid pairing. Chen Chen patted Ma Zhan's shoulder, assuming the role of a mentor, and advised. The girl truly cares for you. Do not let her down. Of course, Bro Chen, Li Zihan, and I are genuinely in love. Chen Chen sincerely wished for Ma Zhan and Li Zihan's relationship to flourish, hoping that this newly awakened pair would embark on a long journey together, devoid of any betrayal. Moreover, both Ma Zhan and Li Zihan were C-grade talent awakeners, and such compatibility promised great achievements in the future. After class, as Chen Chen and Ma Zhan made their way to the bronze ruins, a call from Ma Fei came through. Aiken, long time no see. I apologize for not being in touch. Please don't take it to heart. It's quite all right. I haven't reached out to you either. Haha, I know. With that incident involving Gu Qingning, you must have been too preoccupied to contact me. However, my lack of communication wasn't out of fear. Rather, after graduation, the affairs of the Demon Hunter Association have kept me exceedingly busy. Congratulations. I just heard from that young lad, Ma Zhan, that you've already become a regional team leader? That kid really can't keep his mouth shut. Sigh. The position of regional team leader is a grueling frontline responsibility. Ma Fei paused before suddenly shifting his tone. But Aiken, to be frank, I recently undertook a significant mission. If all goes well, I may have the opportunity to ascend to higher echelons within the association. Then I shall preemptively congratulate you, Brother Ma. Don't forget to lend me a hand when you rise. That's a given. Haha. Wishing you smooth explorations of the ruins as well. My younger brother, still inexperienced and unacquainted with the world, requires your vigilant watch while he explores the ruins. That is only natural. Well then, I must also organize a team to enter the ruins, so I shall take my leave for now. Once you emerge, I shall host a celebratory feast for you and Ma Zhan. Ha ha ha, the treat will be on me. As the call ended, Chen Chen felt a deep sense of reflection. In merely half a year, it seemed that Ma Fei had shed his academic demeanor and transformed into a prominent figure thriving within the Demon Hunter Association. Truly, one must regard a person with fresh eyes after a brief separation. Chapter 25, Professional Enforcers in the Northern Outskirts of Magic City. Chen Chen and his companions gathered at a tavern with the exploration team hired at a premium by Ma Fei. You've finally arrived. We've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. A burly man with a full beard, the team leader Luo Ji, rose to greet them. The entire exploration team, comprising 10 members, was already fully armed and had been waiting for quite some time. Their spiritual power levels hovered around the 9th tier of bronze, with Captain Luo Ji having reached the pinnacle of bronze, just a step away from silver. The team was well equipped, functioning as a mercenary group specialized in guiding others to level up. In Blue Star, many awakened individuals would intentionally cap their spiritual power at the highest tier of their current realm, taking advantage of the restrictions within the ruins to assist others in their advancement. Through this method, they amassed wealth to procure the resources necessary for their future breakthroughs. Such awakened individuals are referred to as professional enforcers. In truth, professional enforcers are often those at the lower echelons of the awakened community, possessing average talent and backgrounds, thus relegated to serving others to compensate for the resources required for their own advancement. Conversely, awakened individuals from prominent families need not concern themselves with such matters, as they receive a continuous supply of magic crystals daily, coupled with access to advanced martial techniques. Apologies for the delay, Chen Chen said, scratching his head somewhat sheepishly, then boldly draping an arm over Luo Ji's shoulder. Brother Luo, since we're gathered here by fate, and given the hour, why not indulge in a hearty drink? This round is on me. Ma Zhan concurred, finding the suggestion quite agreeable. Let us commence the celebratory feast in advance. Luo Ji was momentarily taken aback, but after a prolonged pause, he burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. This is precisely what I hoped for. Typically, when employers arrive to find their hired hands drinking, it would evoke displeasure, as drinking could lead to negligence, an absolute taboo for professional enforcers. Yet, Chen Chen and Ma Zhan's approach defied convention, inviting them to partake in the revelry without a trace of superiority. Before long, the group grew comfortable, engaging in lively conversation. Luo Ji and his companions, slightly inebriated, recounted amusing tales of peculiar employers, including a young master who required assistance walking into the ruins and a wealthy heiress who fainted at the sight of demon blood, as well as a lecherous client who requested a night with Luo Ji's wife. His wife, who was by his side, was a stunning woman with voluptuous curls, named Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi is not conventionally beautiful, yet her figure is strikingly captivating. Even clad in lightweight armor, her prominent curves are hard to disguise, and her rounded posterior is irresistibly alluring, prompting Chen Chen to steal an extra glance. Indeed, one cannot deny the allure of his sister-in-law's physique. After this remark, Chen Chen raised a toast to both Logitech and Zhao Yi, his gaze devoid of any lascivious intent, exuding a natural and gracious demeanor. God has bestowed upon us clear eyes, and we ought to use them to appreciate beauty, as long as it remains within appropriate bounds. There is no need for shyness or discomfort. Thank you for the compliment, Zhao Yi replied with a gentle smile, clinking glasses with Chen Chen. A well-timed compliment can indeed uplift one's spirits and bolster confidence. Damn it, these little brats think that by tossing a few coins our way, they can treat us like mere beasts of burden. How infuriating. Logitech vented his frustrations while toasting with Chen Chen. Alas, our fate is unfortunate. Our innate talents are merely E-level. If only I had a C-level or higher talent, I would have long since transcended the golden realm. By the way, brother, what is your talent level? Me? Chen Chen replied, a bit awkwardly, F-level. F-level? Lower than mine. You must be joking. Logitech exclaimed in disbelief. In his mind, those capable of hiring mercenaries typically hailed from prominent families blessed with exceptional talents. No one acquires wealth without effort. Even the most powerful families would not squander resources on those with negligible potential. Take the Shin family, for instance. Although not among the 4 great families of the Magic City, they possess a modest reputation. Had Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi awakened decent talents, they would have already received substantial investments in their development, without needing to rely on Ma Zhan's influence. Brother Logitech, I'm merely here to make up the numbers. Chen Chen gestured toward Ma Zhan, standing nearby. He is your boss, with a C-level talent. In Blue Star, the probability of awakening an E-level talent is over 50, categorizing it as average talent. F-level accounts for 10, D-level for 30, together encompassing 90 of the population. Awakened C-level talents surpass over 90 of those who have awakened, along with 999 of humanity. Thus, it is indisputable that Ma Zhan and Li Zihan, with their C-level talents, represent the higher echelon of abilities. Oh, I see. No worries. It makes no difference to us. After all, you provide the funds, and I take care of the tasks, huh? Upon learning that Chen Chen was an F-level demon hunter, Logitech immediately empathized and began to arrange future endeavors for him. Listen to me, brother. Once you reach the 9th tier of the Bronze Realm, don't strive for higher. Stick with me in this line of work. When opportunities arise, I'll reserve a spot for you. Thank you, Chen Chen replied with a faint smile, not declining the offer. After all, having more friends means more pathways to success. As Chen Chen engaged in lively conversation with Logitech, Shin Yoshi clung to the hem of his garment, retreating into the shadows and remaining silent, seemingly ill at ease in such a raucous environment. The tavern was a cacophony of voices, saturated with the acrid scent of alcohol, with people shouting boisterously at all hours. This uproar was undoubtedly a torment for Shin Yoshi, who, in her innocent state, found it overwhelming. In stark contrast, Shin Yuyan had already infiltrated the ranks of the revelers, joyfully drinking with a group of seasoned brawlers. Tonight, she vowed to drink until inebriation claimed her. If Chen Chen recalled correctly, this was already her 8th cup. The tavern's cups resembled small barrels, and with Chen Chen's tolerance, he could manage only 3 before the urge to purge would overwhelm him. He was utterly astonished to discover that Shun Yuyin possessed such prowess. Beneath her cold and reserved exterior lay an exuberance and passion he had not anticipated, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol. Chen Shun felt a stirring of emotions beyond mere camaraderie towards the two sisters. He gazed at the vivacious Shun Yuyin, then shifted his gaze to the timid Shin Yoshi. One was stunning enough to inspire a desire to dance with her, while the other was endearing enough to evoke an impulse to tuck her away safely in his pocket. The alcohol coursing through his veins ignited a restless longing within him. Frankly, the Shin sisters had provided him with an abundance of surprises. From the outset, Shin Yoshi's unexpected prowess had led him to mistakenly believe she was a harmless little creature in peril. Only later did he learn that she had decisively dealt with her adversaries. During his time at the academy, he had yet to encounter Lu Tingting, who was presumably still in some rehabilitation facility, with an uncertain fate regarding her mental or physical recovery. Shin Yuyan, on the other hand, struck Chen Chen as less jarring than Shin Yoshi, yet she was a study in contrasts. The seemingly aloof beauty bore the online moniker Blossoms of Wealth, and while she embodied the essence of a high-cold goddess, her culinary skills rivaled those of a devoted housewife. Her words were often sharp and biting, yet her heart was tender and delicate. Suddenly, a thought surged through Chen Chen's mind. In the Blue Star realm, the close collaboration between demon hunters and spiritual warriors often blossomed into romantic relationships or marriage. Pure friendship existed, but was a rarity. If he were to consider a romantic future with one of the sisters, should he choose Shin Yuyan or Shin Yoshi? If Chen Chen were to select one, it would surely be a lifelong torment for the other. Chapter 26. The Fishmen of the Desert. After the revelry, night had descended. Yet, the exploration team did not halt their progress, heading directly toward the entrance of the ruins. In truth, Chen Chen had a personal motive for inviting Logitech and the others to drink, as Shin Yoshi's night powers would double under the cover of darkness. After all, the ruins represented a random, otherworldly realm, and the nature of its challenges remained shrouded in mystery. Chen Chen naturally could not rely entirely on Logitech and the others. However, despite a slight inebriation, the moment they laid eyes on the ruins, the team members immediately fell into a state of readiness. They were professionals in both leveling up and indulging in spirits. A mere drink would scarcely impair their combat prowess. For seasoned fighters, a bit of alcohol before entering the ruins could even enhance their performance. The portal was not particularly concealed, situated within a farmer's neglected wine cellar, unattended for over a decade, which they stumbled upon quite by chance, as the farmer guiding them explained. Such places are rarely visited, so he could not ascertain the exact time of the ruins' emergence. Nevertheless, it was certain that the ruins had not existed for more than 2 decades. Let us go. Let us take a look, Logitech declared, his gaze stern, leading the way with the air of a battle-hardened veteran. Upon entering the ruins, the exploration team quickly formed a formation and prepared for any eventuality. Chen Chen and his companions found themselves surrounded at the center, comfortably assuming the role of benefactors. Before them lay an endless expanse of sand dunes. Bathed in moonlight, the silver sheen appeared to be veiled by a delicate gossamer, shimmering with subtle ripples. The soft sensation beneath their feet still bore the warmth of the day's scorching sun. I must say, our timing for this drink was impeccable, Logitech remarked, offering a thumbs up to Chen Chen. No one had anticipated that this particular realm of ruins would be a desert. Even though they had entered this foreign world in the afternoon, they could not escape the fate of being scorched by the relentless sun. What seemed to be a whimsical decision by Chen Chen inadvertently spared the entire exploration team from calamity. Senior Chen Chen, the desert at night is so beautiful. Shinyoshi gazed up at the clear, transparent sky. The stars in the desert appeared brighter than anywhere else, seemingly within reach, yet tantalizingly distant. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying fine grains of sand, enveloping the atmosphere in desolation and silence. While beauty enveloped the scene, the lurking danger was equally lethal. Chen Chen cautioned everyone not to celebrate prematurely, for the expansive dunes could harbor lurking monstrosities at any moment. The desert environment was exceedingly harsh. Although conditions improved somewhat at night, the climate's pressure remained formidable, and the creatures surviving in such terrain often displayed remarkable resilience. Relax. There's no need to be so tense. Trust us, we are professionals. Logitech patted Chen Chen on the shoulder, signaling him to ease his demeanor. Subsequently, all members of the exploration team entered a state of fusion, equipping their spiritual weapons as they ventured deeper into the desert. Chen Chen and Ma Zhan also joined in this state of fusion, a strategy that would reduce the likelihood of becoming targets for the monstrous beings, particularly for Chen Chen, who had formed an eternal pact with Xun Yuyan and Shinyoshi. The lives of the three individuals are intricately intertwined. Should one perish, the others will inevitably follow, necessitating their transition into a state of fusion. Alas, it is truly unfortunate that such enchanting young ladies are merely of G-grade spiritual weaponry. Logitech gazed upon Chen Chen's dim and unremarkable fire stick and tattered cloak, lamenting the loss. Perhaps it is the caprice of fate, Chen Chen mused with a serene smile. The dual-soul spiritual weapon system possesses a transformative capability due to Chen Chen's initial form setting, regardless of how Xun Yuyan and Shinyoshi's spiritual weapon forms awaken. Others perceive only the fire stick and tattered cloak. Even the angelic wings upon Chen Chen's back remain invisible to them. Only Chen Chen, the sisters, and the demonic entities within the ruins can discern their true forms. The group proceeded cautiously and soon spotted a campfire beneath a sand dune. From a distance, it appeared as though several fish-headed beings were roasting something. These creatures had elongated limbs, their fish heads constituting their entire bodies. How could such fish-like beings exist in a desert? The seasoned Logitech immediately recognized this type of demon. They were not numerous, only a dozen or so. However, this peculiar sight piqued Logitech's curiosity. Typically, amphibious fishmen inhabit marshes or low-lying areas, making their presence in the desert quite baffling. Desert fishman. Rarity, E. Spiritual power level, Bronze Stage 5. Description: fishmen residing in the desert, capable of breathing freely in the sand. And adept at traversing dunes as if they were oceans, they are stealthy, assassin-type demons. Remaining lifespan, 500 years. The first wave of demons reached the formidable Bronze Stage 5, indicating the significant strength of this ruin. These desert fishmen can burrow into the sand to ambush, requiring utmost caution. Upon reviewing the attributes of the demons through the system, Chen Chen promptly alerted the group. Meanwhile, Zhou Guang, responsible for ranged attacks, had already drawn his bowstring. His spiritual weapon, the Silver Moon Bow, generates 2 splitting arrows after firing, dealing 30 damage with the main arrow while automatically homing in on the target. 3 arrows descended towards the fishmen's position, but they seemed remarkably alert. The moment the arrows approached, they vanished into the sand. Brother, have you encountered such demons before? Logitech inquired, astonished that Chen Chen had accurately described the characteristics of these creatures. Such scientifically implausible demons were a first for even seasoned professionals like them. The Academy's library contained a detailed compendium of demonology, including descriptions of the desert fishmen. Chen Chen casually elaborated, noting that although the civilization of the ruins had flourished on Blue Star for millennia, literature on such anomalous beings was exceedingly scarce. Nevertheless, Chen Chen's insights proved invaluable to Ma Zhan, who felt he had gained much from the exchange. Is this the disparity? Zihan, it seems that I too must burn the midnight oil and delve into the intricacies of the demon species compendium, striving to catch up with Brother Chen. Indeed, we must also exert ourselves. The admiration for Chen Chen grew even stronger between the two. Immediately assumed defensive positions. Upon learning about the characteristics of the desert merman, Logitech chose not to continue the assault. Instead, He instructed the exploration team to position themselves closely, relying on one another for defense. The mermen, having been attacked, had all submerged into the sand dunes, now swimming towards their direction. A defensive stance. Captain Logitech's spiritual weapon was a massive iron shield, and as he assumed a defensive posture, a honeycomb-shaped protective barrier instantly formed, enveloping him along with Chen Chen and Ma Jun behind him. Rest assured, with me here, these demon species cannot harm you in the slightest. Logitech, a peak bronze realm demon hunter, wielded that iron shield as if it were his beloved, his spiritual power also reaching the pinnacle of bronze. His protective barrier was specifically designed to safeguard the boss. As a professional mercenary team, while it was undoubtedly vital to deliver the demon species to the boss's doorstep, the paramount concern remained the protection of the boss's safety. This would always be of utmost priority. With Logitech's protective barrier in place, Chen Chen and Ma Jun felt exceptionally secure, a testament to the professionalism of Logitech's team. Chapter 27. The lecherous gambler. While Logitech shielded the boss, the four demon hunters outside were already prepared to defend. They were, respectively, the archer Zhou Guang, the healer Lu Xing, the gunner Zhao Wu, and the dual-wielding fighter Niu Dali. Chen Chen could barely recall their names, yet Xin Yuyan was quite familiar with these individuals. Zhou Guang was impulsive, Lu Xing appeared simple-minded but possessed 1,000 cunning thoughts, Zhao Wu was miserly yet loyal, and Niu Dali was a sycophant. Xin Yuyan whispered to Chen Chen. Not only did she recall their names, but she also had a profound understanding of their personalities. Wow, Yuyan, are you really that impressive? In just the span of a drink, you've dissected their characters? Why do you think I chose to drink with them? I thought you simply enjoyed drinking. Xin Yuyan replied. Anyway, since we have no business here, with your remarkable skills, why not analyze me? What kind of person am I? Chen Chen was quite curious. In Xin Yuyan's eyes, who was he? A lecherous gambler. Uffed. Xin Yoshi nearly burst into laughter. No, that's quite a biased assessment, Chen Chen retorted. Don't explain. Do you think I can't understand what Gu Qingning said to Yoshi? Chen, you're quite the flirtatious one. Chen Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. However, unbeknownst to him, in Xin Yuyan's heart, he was a meticulous thinker and decisive in action. While he did possess several flaws, they paradoxically enhanced his personal charm. The term charisma seldom graced the thoughts of Xin Yuyan, for in her eyes, all men appeared remarkably similar. Yet, certain nuances of Chen Chen set him apart, rendering him distinct. As Chen Chen engaged in casual conversation with the two sisters, the small fishmen, having stealthily infiltrated the sand dunes, launched their surprise assault. They sprang forth from the very earth beneath their feet, wielding fishbone knives aimed directly at the hearts of the demon hunters. Such an unpredictable mode of ambush could easily ensnare even the most seasoned of hunters. However, Logitech's exploration team was already on high alert. With Chen Chen's timely warning, physician Lu Xing pressed his ear to the surface of the dune, discerning the position of the fishmen through the subterranean movements. As the fishmen erupted from the sand in their surprise attack, the team immediately countered. When an ambush is anticipated, it transforms into a mere procession of offering heads. The fishmen were caught completely off guard, sustaining significant damage the moment they revealed themselves. The dual-wielding warrior, Niu Dali, attempted to sever the limbs of the demon spawn, intending to present a feast to their employer. Yet, regrettably, even limbless, the fishmen could still burrow into the sand upon contact with the dunes. The vast desert beneath their feet resembled a boundless ocean to the fishmen. Once they touched the sand, they could vanish without a trace. Even after losing their limbs, the fishmen could still leap from the dunes, utilizing the sharp teeth of their fish heads to mount another assault. Despite the exploration team being comprised of seasoned bronze-ranked demon hunters, they failed to capture a single demon spawn after several encounters. Instead, they suffered repeated injuries from the fishmen's ambushes. The objective of the exploration team was not to slay the fishmen, but to capture them alive. However, within the desert, these creatures were as elusive as loaches in a field, rendering them nearly impossible to apprehend. These beings were unfit for the purpose of providing a meal for their employer. They had to be eliminated. Realizing that the current approach was untenable, Logitech reluctantly ordered his team to kill the fishmen. Feeding the meal is a colloquial term among enforcers, referring to incapacitating the demon spawn before presenting them to the employer for execution and crystal extraction. According to the rules of the ruins, the crystals could neither be taken from the site nor transferred to another. They could only be extracted by the slayer themselves. Following the command, The team members abandoned their restraint, swiftly dispatching several fishmen. Given the full bronze-ranked configuration of the exploration team, eliminating these lower-tier demon spawn became a straightforward task once the constraints were lifted. It was indeed a pity, as these were merely bronze-ranked 5-tier demons. Upon witnessing the complete annihilation of the first wave of demon spawn, Logitech rescinded their defensive stance. The ground lay strewn with the corpses of the fishmen. Yet Chen Chen and Ma Zhan found themselves unable to extract any crystals, rendering their efforts futile. Nonetheless, it was not entirely fruitless. Regrettably, these demon spawn proved exceedingly cunning, and the team's losses were considerable. If this continued, it could jeopardize their subsequent explorations. General Zhao Wu skewered a small fishman and approached Chen Chen and Ma Zhan. I only managed to catch one live. Who among you will deliver the final blow? Come on, Xiaoma. Chen Chen decisively stepped back, recognizing that Ma Zhan was the true leader of the fighters, while he merely sought to ride along. Then I shall not hold back. Ma Zhan unleashed a powerful punch onto the fishman's head, his spiritual weapon, Li Zihan, manifesting as a pair of armored arms. Though the fishman was already impaled through the chest by Zhao Wu's spear and severely injured, it took Ma Zhan, despite possessing only the second tier of bronze-level spiritual power, 4 or 5 more punches to finally slay the creature. The recent battle had left the exploration team with varying degrees of injury, necessitating a brief respite as they awaited the healer Lu Xing to restore their conditions before continuing their expedition. However, fortune favored Ma Zhan, for despite slaying only one demon spawn, he successfully extracted 5 magic crystals. Impressive. Xiaoma, your actions have magnified our spoils tenfold. Remarkable. This venture proves to be quite rewarding. Ha ha ha. It seems the luck of the boss surpasses that of mere laborers. Ma Zhan's extraordinary luck infused the beleaguered exploration team with renewed vigor. After a brief rest, the group pressed onward. As they delved deeper, they encountered 3 more waves of desert fishmen, each wave more numerous than the last, yet the exploration team managed to dispatch most of them, with Ma Zhan and Chen Chen claiming a mere 5 kills each. Ma Zhan's luck, however, did not extend to this encounter. He extracted not a single hair from the 5 fishmen. In stark contrast, Chen Chen's fortune was quite different. Congratulations, host, for slaying a desert fishman. You have gained 5 years of life. Congratulations, host, for slaying a desert fishman. You have gained 5 years of life. Congratulations, host, for slaying a desert fishman. You have gained 5 years of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 32 years. In total, from the 5 fishmen, Chen Chen had robustly accumulated 25 years of life. Although he did not extract any magic crystals, he acquired an F-rank martial technique. Wall passing technique. E-ranked, enter a ghostly state for 3 seconds, during which you can ignore physical collisions with conventional entities. Cooldown, 20 seconds. The moment Chen Chen obtained the item, the greed vessel, shrouded in mist, reappeared. Master. The alchemical base cost for the wall passing technique is 5 years of lifespan. Will you pay? I will. Lifespan minus 5 years. Host's remaining lifespan, 27 years. Generous master. It is my utmost pleasure to serve you. Chapter 28. Textbook-style indulgence. As the smile on the greed vessel's face grew increasingly brazen, the alchemical array surrounding it began to emit an eerie glow. Congratulations, master. You have achieved double alchemy. Following a thunderous display, the greed vessel expelled 2 copies of the wall-passing technique. Master, would you like to continue? Step back. Chen Chen, of course, lacked the tenfold lifespan to continue his alchemical pursuits, thus he reluctantly acquiesced. However, the prospect of double rewards had already rendered him immensely satisfied. The appearance and disappearance of the greed vessel were solely the effects of Chen Chen's martial arts, invisible to those around him. Fortune smiled upon him, as he had obtained a martial skill book. Chen Chen directly cultivated a technique for traversing walls, and then handed another book to Ma Zhan. Little Ma, I believe this martial technique suits you better. Take it. After all, this relic was prepared for Ma Zhan by Ma Fei, and Chen Chen, aside from being grateful, genuinely held high hopes for this young man. An E-rank martial skill holds a market value of approximately 50 magic crystals, a considerable sum indeed. Brother Chen, this is not acceptable. Ma Zhan declined Chen Chen's goodwill. Though the exploration team's efficiency in gaining rewards was rather low, he could not take Chen Chen's spoils simply because of this. Otherwise, it would undermine the very purpose of inviting Chen Chen into the relic. This went against Ma Zhen's initial intentions, and thus he could never consent to it. If I insist you take it, then you shall. In return, you can just share a few more magic seeds with me later. After Chen Chen's insistence, he forcibly placed the martial skill into Ma Zhen's embrace. Well, if you insist. Ma Zhen gratefully accepted the martial skill. In his heart, he had long regarded Chen Chen as a mentor. Witnessing Chen Chen's sincerity made it difficult for him to refuse. I sincerely apologize. Luo Ji, observing the two's polite exchange over the spoils, felt somewhat embarrassed. We are destined to meet. Should the magic seeds continue to be those wretched little fishmen, we shall guide you through this relic free of charge. Brother Luo, how could we accept such kindness? Ma Zhen felt even more guilty. Relics appear at random, and these desert murlocs are beyond anyone's control. Luo Ji and his companions had already exerted great effort, and this was not their fault, merely a matter of unfortunate luck. It's all right. To have friends like you is worth this endeavor, Luo Ji said. A person of sentiment, prioritizing camaraderie over mere profit. The group exchanged knowing smiles, each understanding the other's sentiments. The friendship of gentlemen is as tranquil as water between men. A glance suffices without the need for excessive words. Perhaps heaven favored them, as the exploration team's nightmare finally came to an end. In a desolate, abandoned palace, they encountered new magic seeds. At last, they are no longer those cursed little fishmen. Luo Ji could not help but curse. Under the moonlight, a group of mummified corpses wrapped in bandages roamed the forsaken palace. In the center of the palace lay a golden coffin, peculiarly floating in midair. This was likely the final challenge of the relic. Chen Chen immediately discerned that the slumbering magic seed within the coffin might very well be the relic's boss. Mummy. Rarity. F. Spirit Realm. Bronze Level 7. Introduction. Although slow in movement, this magical creature possesses extraordinarily high defensive capabilities. The bandages enveloping its body exhibit remarkable elasticity, making it exceedingly difficult to escape once ensnared. However, as it entangles its adversaries, the bandages that encase its own form diminish, significantly reducing its defense. Remaining lifespan, 2,000 years. These corpses are a cadre of bronze Tier 7 mummies, classified as control-type defensive magical beings, lacking any remarkable traits. Although Chen Chen outwardly professes indifference, internally, he is elated. The realization that these bronze Tier 7 entities possess a lifespan of 2,000 years is exhilarating. It appears that the longevity of magical beings is not solely contingent upon their spiritual power, but is also influenced by their type. These mummies seem to be tailor-made for Chen Chen, who wouldn't be captivated by such a lifespan. Regrettably, Chen Chen is reluctant to reveal his own prowess and cannot participate directly, which is indeed a pity. Brothers, take heed. Do not approach the coffin. First, deal with the surrounding minions. Upon observing the lethargic mummies, Logi decided to engage in the fray personally. Based on his experience, proximity to the coffin could potentially awaken the boss-level magical creature within, hence maintaining a safe distance from the suspended sarcophagus is paramount. The immediate objective is to eliminate these mummies. After being tormented by the little fishmen, they can finally provide the boss with a proper offering. Though the mummies possess tough exteriors and their vitality and defenses far exceed those of magical beings of the same tier, their clumsiness is a significant drawback. Their movement resembles that of wooden dummies. One merely needs to avoid being ensnared by their bandages. With each assault, the bandages on the mummies diminish, elucidating the reason for their formidable defense, as these wrappings absorb a considerable portion of the damage. While it requires a bit more effort, it is far preferable to contend with the cunning little fishmen. Under the coordinated effort of Logi and his companions, numerous severely weakened corpses were presented before Chen Chen and Ma Zhen. The bandages had completely vanished from their forms, and some had even lost limbs, rendering them utterly incapable of movement. This scenario epitomizes the textbook definition of providing an offering. It is not that Logi and his team lack skill. Rather, the little fishmen are exceedingly elusive. Brother Chen, it's your turn. Ma Zhen, having just acquired Chen Chen's martial technique, had promised to allocate a larger share of the forthcoming magical beings to Chen Chen, and he had no intention of breaking his word. Excellent. Upon witnessing the 2,000-year lifespan mummies, Chen Chen's eyes gleamed with desire. Congratulations, host. You have slain a mummy and gained 20 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host. You have slain a mummy and gained 20 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host. You have slain a mummy and gained 20 years of lifespan. As he observed his lifespan steadily increasing, Chen Chen's smile was more pronounced than that of an AK. Surrounding the abandoned palace, there were approximately 100 mummies. To rectify previous missteps, Logi's exploration team exhibited exceptional professionalism, ensuring that not a single magical being went to waste. All were duly offered to Chen Chen and Ma Zhen. However, the mummies are remarkably resilient adversaries, which kept the Logitech team occupied for a considerable portion of the night, resulting in the defeat of merely over 80 mummies. This is untenable. We must retreat. All our supplies and potions have been depleted. Reluctantly, Logitech announced the withdrawal. The group found refuge on a sand dune, deciding to rest for a while. Fortunately, the mummies are not only sluggish in movement, but also exhibit a rather low intellect. Hence they did not pursue. The time had crept past 4 in the morning. The night was drawing to a close. A golden hue began to shimmer on the horizon of the desert. The sun was on the verge of rising. Chapter 29. A comprehensive enhancement. Brother Luo, regarding the mummies behind us, I recommend we eliminate them outright, Chen Chen stated gravely. His gaze fixed upon the desert horizon. Our supplies are entirely exhausted. If we continue at this sluggish pace, we may very well be caught in daylight. And that would spell trouble. You make a valid point. Luo Ji concurred wholeheartedly with Chen Chen's proposal. After all, facing the boss under the sun would exponentially increase the difficulty. In the desert, once the temperature rises, it can become lethal. Little Ma, what are your thoughts? Before implementing the plan, Luo Ji sought Ma Zhen's opinion, as he was the one financing the expedition. I defer to Brother Chen. Ma Zhen expressed no dissent. He had recently extracted over 50 magic crystals from the remains of more than 30 mummies, a rather fruitful endeavor. As for Chen Chen, there was no need for elaboration. From 50 mummies, he had directly reaped 1,000 years of lifespan and over 280 magic crystals. However, to avoid raising suspicion among others, Chen Chen falsely claimed he had only obtained over 80 crystals. The crystals themselves were inconsequential. It was the 1,000 years of lifespan that greatly satisfied Chen Chen. The gains from this relic exploration were indeed substantial. While the exploration team recuperated, Chen Chen was engaged in enhancing himself through life projection. Although the relic exploration had proceeded smoothly, it was during such times of ease that one must remain vigilant. This 1,000 years of lifespan was crucial, and Chen Chen needed to make the most of it. Injecting lifespan into Talent Fury, E-grade. 10 years. Your spiritual veins are growing, albeit at a sluggish pace. 50 years. A slight shift is finally observed in the spiritual veins. 120 years. A halo of spiritual light surrounds you. Your spiritual veins are on the brink of transformation. 300 years. Perseverance pays off. Through your relentless efforts, your talent finally awakens. The process of life projection unfolded as Chen Chen had anticipated. The higher the talent level, the more lifespan was required. Cases like Shinyoshi, who ascended from G-grade to D-grade in a matter of decades, were merely exceptions. Fury, E-rank, Blood Awakening, D-rank Physical Lifesteal 575, Attack Speed 3040, Movement Speed 3040. New. Attacks inflict a bleeding effect on enemies for 10 seconds, dealing 5 damage per layer, stacking up to 10 layers. Remaining lifespan of host, 727 years. The transition from E-rank to D-rank in talent took a staggering 300 years. The subsequent phase will undoubtedly require even more time, possibly rendering 700 years insufficient. Thus, Chen Chen chose to forego further enhancement of his innate abilities, opting instead to allocate his lifespan towards martial skills that are more readily advanced. Lifespan minus 182 years. Swift movement, F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank envelop the legs in the power of the tempest, increasing movement speed by 30, 50, 70, or 100 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Lifespan minus 54 years. Vacuum palm, F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank create a wind aperture in the palm, generating suction. New. Upon hitting an enemy, inflict 50, 100, or 150 damage, with an additional armor-breaking effect of 10, 20, or 30, lasting for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Lifespan minus 80 years. Charged strike, E rank, D rank, C rank charge for 1 second, concentrating spiritual energy into the spirit weapon, inflicting 250, 300, or 350 explosive damage. For each additional second of charging, an extra 50, 60, or 70 damage can be dealt, with a maximum charge time of 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Lifespan minus 101 years. Wall penetration technique. E rank, D rank, C rank enter a spiritual state for 3 to 4 seconds, allowing one to bypass collisions with regular entities. New. The spirit can traverse living beings, inflicting 100 or 200 attack damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Remaining lifespan of host, 310 years. After expending 417 years of lifespan, Chen Chen successfully advanced all his learned martial skills to C rank. Although his overall strength experienced a remarkable leap, he lamented that none of his skills, unlike greed, soared to S rank. It appears that the success rate of skill advancement is significantly correlated with one's compatibility. As for the harvested magic crystals, Chen Chen evenly distributed 200 of them between Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi. Congratulations, host. Your spirit weapons Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi have broken through to Bronze Tier 1. Congratulations, host. Your spirit weapons Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi have broken through to Bronze Tier 2. Congratulations, host. Your spirit weapons Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi have broken through to Bronze Tier 3. Although the D-rank Knight Kai possesses attributes far superior to the F-rank Silver Spear, Chen Chen had previously vowed to ensure that future resources would not be biased towards either party, and he would never go back on his word. On the other hand, Rogi's exploration team, after a half-hour respite, swiftly eliminated the remaining mummies. Now, the entire relic was left with only the coffin floating in midair. Xiao Wu De Li, you both go ahead and assess the situation, Rogi commanded, urging the two to take the lead toward the coffin's location. Archer Zhou Guang and physician Lu Xing provided support from the rear, while Luo Ji remained steadfastly by the side of Chen Chen and Ma Jun, ever ready to offer protection. Even though they were in the final phase of the entire relic, Luo Ji and his companions did not let their guard down, prioritizing the safety of Chen Chen and Ma Jun above all else. This exemplified the professional ethos of a dedicated team of fighters. Suddenly, with Zhao Wu and Niu Dali drawing nearer, the coffin floating in midair abruptly opened. What? How could this be? To everyone's astonishment, it was entirely empty. Contrary to expectations, there lay no slumbering boss within. The coffin was devoid of any presence. What? Nothing at all. Immediately following this revelation, a spatial vortex, symbolizing a successful passage, materialized. Golden treasure chests cascaded down at their feet. Was this the end of the quest? The group exchanged bewildered glances, caught in a daze. Although incredulous, the appearance of the treasure chests and the spatial vortex left no doubt that they had indeed completed the relic. Nonetheless, Chen Chen sensed something amiss and remained on high alert. He retrieved a steamed bun from his spatial ring and tossed it toward the nearby vortex. Instead of being drawn in, the bun was ejected. Clearly, this portal was a ruse. The true boss of the relic must still be lurking nearby, unvanquished. Humph. Who would have thought that this coffin harbored no formidable boss? They had stumbled through the completion of the quest in such a haphazard manner. Alas, another opportunity for a boss reward had slipped away. This relic was truly peculiar. The earlier small fishmen had proven elusive, and now the final boss turned out to be a mere blunder. With that, Luo Ji and his companions prepared to open the treasure chest before them. Wait. Something feels off. I believe it's prudent for us to exercise caution and be wary of traps, Chen Chen cautioned, though his warning came a moment too late. Before he could finish speaking, the others had already opened their treasure chests. Chapter 30. The replica mirror empty? What on earth? Why are the completion treasure chests in this relic also void of contents? No boss, and now no treasure? What purpose do these chests serve if they are devoid of anything? This relic is playing tricks on us. However, contrary to Chen Chen's anticipated traps, no such mechanism emerged. Instead, upon opening the chests, Luo Ji, Ma Jun, and the others discovered them to be utterly barren, mirroring the empty coffin floating above. This development incensed Luo Ji and his companions, who erupted in expletives directed at the air. Due to the presence of the fishmen, their initial efficiency had been severely hampered, causing Ma Jun and Chen Chen to squander considerable resources. If there were no boss and no completion treasure chests, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to account to their employer, and they would likely face substantial deductions from their commission. Ultimately, both Ma Jun and Chen Chen have garnered very limited rewards. Although Chen Chen has acquired a substantial amount of lifespan and magic crystals on the surface, the items he possesses are even inferior to those of Ma Jun. Fear not. The boss you desire shall soon make its appearance. Chen Chen shrugged helplessly. At this moment, only the 3 treasure chests before him remained unopened. Although Chen Chen was temporarily unclear about what exactly had transpired, he now understood that the entire exploration team, save for himself, had fallen victim to the deceptive machinations of the demonic seed. Luo Ji appeared utterly bewildered, completely oblivious to the looming danger. Just as the others were still pondering the meaning behind Chen Chen's words, the false portal began to stir. Crack, 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 crack. Fissures began to manifest around the portal, producing sounds akin to glass shattering under heavy weight. You wish to defeat me? First, conquer yourselves. Immediately following this declaration, an eerie voice echoed. From each fissure created by the portal, a clone identical to each member of the team emerged. The shield warrior Luo Ji, the archer Zhou Guang, the healer Lu Xing, the gunner Zhao Wu, the dual-wielding warrior Niu Dali, and the financier Ma Zhan, along with all their respective spiritual weapons, were meticulously replicated. At this moment, Chen Chen finally discerned the true nature of the false portal. Replication mirror. Rarity, B. Spirit level, silver tier 5. Description: a mirror possessing cloning capabilities. Upon opening its treasure chest, your genetic sequence will be duplicated. Remaining lifespan, 15,000 years. Since Chen Chen had not opened the treasure chest, there was no reflection of him among the clones. Truly, one cannot be too cautious. Luo Ji lamented, smacking his forehead in regret. He never imagined that the spatial vortex leading to Blue Star was merely an illusion. Nor could he have anticipated that the true boss of the entire ruins was right before them. Although the boss they had longed for had materialized, the current situation indicated that the entire exploration team had fallen into the trap laid by the demonic seed, rendering them exceedingly passive. The good news is that one among us remains unscathed. The bad news is that the one unscathed is me. Given the circumstances. Chen Chen jested self-deprecatingly to lighten the mood. In the eyes of his companions, the weakest member of the team was undoubtedly Chen Chen, who possessed a low level, poor talent, and sported 2 G-tier spiritual weapons. Therefore, even if this boss replicated Chen Chen, it would be futile. However, in truth, it was fortunate that Chen Chen saw through the demonic seed's trap. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Presently, Chen Chen was far from weak. In fact, he surpassed any member of the exploration team in strength. Brother, your joke is rather cold. Luo Ji urged everyone to gather their spirits and prepare for battle. Having reached this point, there is no remedy for regret. What are mere clones to fear? Indeed, no one understands ourselves better than we do. A spark of inspiration ignited in Dr. Lu Xing's mind. It seemed he had discovered the secret to vanquishing the boss. Logitech, too, was enlightened by Lu Xing's words, and promptly commanded the exploration team to engage in battle. First, he instructed the archer Zhou Guang to restrain the clone Logitech. As Zhou Guang unleashed a barrage of arrows, the clone sentinel assumed a defensive stance, shielding the other clones from ranged attacks. Meanwhile, Logitech himself employed a taunting technique, compelling the clone dual-wielder and the clone spearman to target him. With all the frontline clones drawn towards him, Niu Dali and Zhao Wu swiftly moved in to eliminate the clone archers and clone healers in the backline, deprived of ranged damage and healing. The remaining clones were left vulnerable, easily overwhelmed in a 5v3 scenario. As for the clone Ma Zhan, to be honest, Chen Chen could barely discern what had transpired. At some point, he had been eradicated by the exploration team's unforeseen area of effect attack. It seemed that the strength of the clones was indeed proportional to their replicated genetic sequences, and Ma Zhan's current power was clearly not on par with that of a seasoned fighter. After dispatching all the clones, the team unleashed a furious assault on the boss. Do you wish to conquer me? First, conquer yourselves. Yet, after only depleting 1/3 of the boss's health, the replication mirror shattered once more. From the rift in space, all the clones were summoned anew. Damn, is this boss ever going to relent? The captain exclaimed. What should we do now? What else can we do? We follow the previous plan and repeat it. Reluctantly, Logitech and his companions had no choice but to abandon the idea of slaying the boss and continue their assault on the clones. Although these clones were rather foolish, the exploration team's movements were significantly slower compared to the initial onslaught, as their stamina and spiritual energy were severely depleted. This situation was, after all, to be expected. Once all the clones were eradicated, the group found themselves utterly exhausted. Having consumed all their supply potions earlier, The team's condition could not be restored. Hurry and attack. Otherwise, that infernal boss will summon the clones again. Despite their dwindling spiritual energy, the exploration team pressed on to assault the boss. If they did not seize this moment to attack, all their prior efforts would be in vain. Even though the current circumstances were grim, Logitech and his companions could only steel themselves for the challenge ahead. Through their relentless efforts, the health of the replication mirror finally dwindled to a mere third. Yet, despair loomed as those accursed clones reappeared. Do you wish to conquer me? First, conquer yourselves. Chapter 31. Life as fragile as weeds, really? More of them. Alas, I can no longer withstand this predicament. Had I known, I would have refrained from picking up that box. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in such a dire situation. It is futile to speak of it now. Let us continue to fight. This should be the final wave of clones. If we endure this challenge, we shall conquer the ruins. As the clones re-emerge, Logitech's exploration team descends into panic. Their spiritual energy has been utterly depleted, rendering them incapable of executing any martial techniques. In such dire circumstances, physician Lu Xing has become ineffectual in providing any assistance to the team. He has even disengaged from his fusion with the spirit weapon, extracting crossbow bolts from the spatial ring to support the battle from the rear. Bereft of spiritual energy, no matter how impeccable the battle plan, its execution remains impossible. The current state of the exploration team is exceedingly grim, as they are relentlessly pushed back by the fully energized clones, utterly unable to retaliate. In light of this situation, Ma Zhen and Chen Chen, who have been observing from the back, can only fume in frustration, powerless to intervene. The initial phase of the ruins exploration was not smooth, resulting in Ma Zhen and Li Zihan currently possessing merely the meager second tier of bronze spiritual energy. They wish to assist, yet lack the requisite strength. Even if they were to charge valiantly into the fray, it would only burden Logitech and the others further, proving to be a hindrance. Chen Chen remains a passive observer, not lending a hand. Even though the system possesses the spirit weapon transformation feature, others cannot perceive Yi Kai and the silver spear, only seeing mere sticks and tattered cloaks. However, once combat ensues, the ruse would surely be uncovered. Fortunately, Logitech's exploration team exhibits remarkable resilience. Amidst the ongoing struggle against the clones, even a slight restoration of spiritual energy allows Logitech to seize a rare opportunity. Collaborating with Niu Dali and Zhao Wu, they manage to eliminate the clone physician once more. With the absence of healing and supplies, the combat prowess of the clones significantly wanes. Bravo! Well done, brothers. Victory is within our grasp. With the most troublesome physician vanquished, Logitech and his companions glimpse the dawn of triumph. However, to eliminate the rear echelon of clones, the exploration team has paid a considerable price. Not only are the team members battered and bruised, but physician Lu Xing's wife has also been struck in the chest by an arrow from a bowman clone. Her life hanging by a thread. Cursed be it, my spiritual energy is expended. Helplessly watching his wife's vital signs diminish, Lu Xing, a physician, finds himself powerless. Hold on, my love, just a little longer, a brief moment. My abilities will soon recover. I can save you. Please, do not close your eyes. Think of our child. He is about to turn 18 and will awaken his talents to become an exceptional demon hunter. I implore you, do not die. I beg you. In this moment, Lu Xing lacks even the spiritual energy to staunch her bleeding, forced to watch as she drifts away from him. As a physician, to be unable to save one's most beloved person is an unfathomable sorrow. With the demise of a member from the exploration team, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Even Ma Zhen, who had been observing from the rear, clenched his fists tightly. If only he were a bit stronger. He could have stepped forward to contribute to the team, rather than helplessly witnessing his comrades perish before his eyes. In contrast, Chen Chen appeared remarkably composed. Having once elevated his spiritual power to the golden realm as a demon hunter, he had endured such scenes countless times before. This was the fate of the lowly enforcers like Luoji. To lead and protect the benefactor meant that the risks for the entire exploration team would multiply. Yet, for those like them, devoid of background and possessing mediocre talent, becoming professional enforcers seemed the sole option. Few ordinary individuals managed to emerge from this stage. In utter despair, Lu Xing discarded his crossbow bolt, swiftly retrieving a long sword from his spatial ring, and charged furiously at the clones. At that moment, The fury of the entire exploration team was ignited, launching them into a reckless and unrestrained assault. Abandoning all plans and strategies, they engaged in a straightforward exchange of lives. Though such a combat approach was reckless and irrational, resulting in significant casualties, it proved effective. Luigi and his companions paid a heavy price, losing half their lives. Yet they vanquished all the clones. Unfortunately, the foremost physician, Lu Xing, having lost his spiritual weapon, was forced to engage the demon kind in close combat with ordinary arms. At the moment all the clones were slain, he too collapsed into a pool of blood, relieved yet lifeless. Quickly, concentrate fire. We must seize this opportunity to eliminate the boss completely. Otherwise, everyone present here shall perish, without time to mourn the fallen comrades. Luigi immediately commanded the others to launch a full frontal assault on the boss, who was in a vulnerable state. Let us go, Ma Jun, we must join in. Concerned that the exploration team, now devoid of spiritual energy, might lack sufficient output, Chen Chen pulled Ma Jun forward into the fray. United in purpose, they exerted all their strength, relentlessly attacking the replication mirror. Charging attack. Chen Chen seized the moment. His silver spear, fully charged, pierced through the boss's mirrored surface. A Class C charged attack, at maximum power, could inflict up to 700 damage, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Congratulations, host, for slaying the boss replication mirror. Earning 150 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, for 160 years. Through their collective efforts, Chen Chen ultimately secured the kill of the boss. In the ensuing chaos, no one noticed this achievement, nor did they care. After all resources dropped by the boss consisted of magic crystals and items that could be taken from the ruins. There was no need to contest for the kill or its ownership. The fragments of the replication mirror shattered and scattered across the ground. Each fragment reflects the bloodied faces of the team members. As the boss's life force wanes, the shattered lenses emit a dazzling luminescence, transforming into a multitude of magic crystals, over 100 in total. Additionally, there lies a martial art technique enveloped in a golden beam of light, alongside various materials. Defeating a boss like the reproduction mirror, which boasts both strength and mechanism, yields a wealth of resources. However, in the presence of bountiful rewards scattered across the ground, the exploration team bears no semblance of joy. Take them, Rogi stated expressionlessly, gathering the magic crystals from the ground and placing them before Ma Jun. According to the rules of the enforcers, the magic crystals that cannot be traded within the ruins belong to the boss, while those that can be traded are the rightful property of the enforcer team. Yet, due to the failed feeding of the little merman, Rogi decided to give all the boss's magic crystals to Ma Jun, compensating for the loss incurred by the boss. As for the remaining resources, he would distribute them among the other team members. No, this is against the rules. I cannot accept this, Ma Jun replied, clearly unwilling to accept Rogi's gesture, especially given the recent casualties among the team. Let these 100 magic crystals serve as a relocation fee for brother Lu Xing. Rogi paused, glancing at Ma Jun and then back at the grieving teammates. We thank you on behalf of Lu Xing's family. Rogi and the entire exploration team bowed deeply to Ma Jun, their eyes brimming with gratitude. The underlings, whose lives were often treated as expendable, felt a flicker of warmth from Ma Jun's actions. Chapter 32. Who says you can't kill without a gun? With the boss reproduction mirror thoroughly defeated by the exploration team, the true portal to the ruins finally materialized before them. Simultaneously, a golden treasure chest appeared. Given the difficulty of the ruins, it was certain that the magic crystals within would be plentiful. 20 magic crystals. I outshine you by 1. I have 22. Damn. Why does this treasure chest always seem to target me? Why do I only have 18? It's a matter of luck. Perhaps you are simply too stingy most of the time. As they completed the ruins, the team members released their fusion states and opened their respective chests. The number of treasure chests corresponded to the number of individuals who cleared the ruins, resulting in 3 chests at Chen Chen's feet. Among all, only Chen Chen remained fused with his spirit weapon, Zhao Yi, and did not open a treasure chest. What's wrong? Brother, is this your first encounter with such a scene? And are you overwhelmed? Rogi approached Chen Chen slowly, offering reassurance. Following Rogi was his spirit weapon, Zhao Yi. Chen Chen nodded, seemingly deep in thought. We are all the lowest tier awakeners. It is quite normal to perish within the ruins. Although it was Logitech's teammate who had perished, he gently consoled the dazed Chen Chen. The seemingly rugged Logitech possessed a remarkably delicate heart, which explained his role as the captain of the entire exploration team. With one hand resting on Chen Chen's shoulder, he shifted the conversation, stating, "Even if it were you or I who died, it would be quite normal." Before he could finish his sentence, a dagger glinted menacingly as it plunged towards Chen Chen's chest. Clang! The sharp blade met the night wing of Shin Yoshi, producing a crisp sound. Logitech's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at the dagger in his hand. Why could it not even pierce Chen Chen's ordinary hoodie? At that moment, Chen Chen was enveloped in the inky blackness of the night wing, wielding a silver spear, with wings symbolizing both light and darkness poised at his back. Due to the system's spiritual weapon transformation feature, to the eyes of other awakened beings, Chen Chen appeared to possess merely a tattered cloak and a firewood stick. Boom! Logitech's ambush not only failed, but was also met with the backlash of Shun Yoshi's black flames. Simultaneously, Chen Chen thrust his silver spear with precision towards Zhao Yi, who stood beside Logitech. "Ha ha ha, you little rascal, who taught you to wield a stick like that? You don't even have a spearhead, yet you dare to poke someone?" Zhao Yi, a peak bronze realm spiritual warrior, was fully aware that Chen Chen's makeshift weapon had struck her abdomen, yet she remained unfazed, her expression one of mockery. "Is that so? Who says one cannot fatally wound without a spearhead?" Chen Chen replied with a faint smile, then shot Zhao Yi a glance, urging her to inspect her abdomen. Huh. Zhao Yi followed Chen Chen's gaze, but her prominent figure obstructed her view, leaving her unable to see her own midsection. Ultimately, it was the flow of blood that alerted her to a strange warmth. She reached down to touch it. How is this possible? At that moment, Zhao Yi felt a chill of dread. Her abdomen had indeed been pierced by Chen Chen's firewood stick, due to her obstructed line of sight. She could not fathom how a mere first-tier bronze realm demon hunter like Chen Chen could have penetrated her body with a G-grade firewood stick. After all, she was a peak bronze realm spiritual warrior. Although both Zhao Yi and Logitech were peak bronze realm awakened beings, Shinyoshi was merely a third-tier bronze F-grade spiritual warrior. The exploration team had just emerged from a fierce battle against a boss, leaving them not only drained of spiritual energy, but also utterly exhausted. Such an outcome had long been anticipated by Chen Chen. Upon witnessing Zhao Yi's severe injury, the members of the exploration team immediately entered a state of fusion. Encircling Chen Chen, "You choose to strike under such circumstances, truly lacking in foresight," Chen Chen declared as he withdrew his spear from Zhao Yi's body, promptly retreating to create distance from the others. The supplies of the exploration team have been completely depleted, and Dr. Lu Xing has fallen in battle against the boss. Zhao Yi has sustained a penetrating injury inflicted by Chen Chen, compounded by the hemorrhagic effects of Chen Chen's D-grade talent, Blood Awakening. If not treated promptly, her survival is grim. Moreover, during the retreat, Chen Chen abducted the bewildered Ma Zhen as his hostage. All of this can be attributed to the arrogance of the exploration team. They did not regard Chen Chen as a worthy adversary, but rather as a fool to be toyed with. However, when one perceives their opponent as a simpleton, one must tread carefully, for it is likely that they are the true fool. "Yay, sister, I win. I knew these guys were no good. They have indeed made their move," Shinyoshi exclaimed triumphantly. "All right, these fellows have disguised themselves far too well," Shin Yuyan remarked with a hint of resignation, seemingly caught off guard by the fact that Logitech and the others truly intended to act against them. "I admit defeat. Chun, you can wash Yoshi's feet for a month." "What nonsense is this? Why should I wash her feet just because you lost?" Chen Chen questioned, utterly perplexed. "Because the wager was that whoever won would have their feet washed by the other," Shin Yuyan stated with an earnestness that suggested there was nothing amiss with this logic. "Did you even consider my opinion? You weren't present when we made the bet. It was inconvenient to consult you. Besides, deep down, you're secretly thrilled about this delightful turn of events, so don't deny it. This has nothing to do with my feelings of joy. You can't just use me as a wager without my consent. That's the bare minimum of respect between individuals," Chen Chen argued resolutely. Although he had long desired to pinch Shun Yoshi's delicate feet, he felt that fairness must prevail. "Brother Chen, what is going on?" Ma Zhen looked at Chen Chen with confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in dynamics. They had just been comrades facing life and death together, and now everything had changed. "You might as well ask them what they intend to do," Chen Chen replied, directing his gaze towards Logitech and the others. As Ma Zhen, now a hostage of Chen Chen, questioned Logitech, he implored, "Brother Luo, what on earth has happened? Why did you and sister-in-law attack Brother Chen? Can't we sit down and discuss this calmly? If it's a matter of resources, I can offer everything I have. Just please, stop fighting. Naively, Ma Jin still believed that the conflict between Chen Chen and Logitech stemmed from a matter of interests. Chen Chen, well played. You've been playing the fool all along. We underestimated you. Logitech observed the gaping wound on Zhao Yi's abdomen, which was clearly beyond the capability of a mere bronze-level spiritual power or G-grade spiritual weapon. At that moment, he recognized Chen Chen's true strength, far exceeding the incompetence described in the intel. However, Zhao Yi was not truly his wife. She was merely a temporary partner in their contractual arrangement, and her demise elicited no sorrow. As for Chen Chen, although he had been outmaneuvered, Luo Ji remained composed. After all, to have accessed this bronze relic, Chen Chen's spiritual power was at best that of the pinnacle of bronze. Luo Ji's team was professional, lacking a physician. They were still adequately equipped to deal with a solitary Chen Chen. Chen Chen, when did you discern our flaws? Luo Ji, realizing the situation had unraveled, ceased to feign ignorance. Chen Chen smiled. Your flaws are manifold. I could hardly enumerate them all in a single breath. Chapter 33. The greater the kindness. The greater the vigilance in the desert relics. Our plan was flawless. A mere boy like you could not possibly unravel it. Luo Ji remained incredulous that Chen Chen had seen through their ruse, casting a dubious glance at his companions. Who has leaked our secret? Brother Luo. Why do you look at me? I have followed you for years. How could I betray you? We all serve that esteemed figure. If we divulge anything, it would be tantamount to courting death. Indeed, Brother Luo, our immediate priority is to capture this Chen Chen. If he escapes alive, none of us will survive. The members of the exploration team swiftly pledged their loyalty before Luo Ji. They had no motive or reason to defect. As for Ma Jun, he had been blissfully unaware throughout. Wait, could it be that rascal Ma Fei? Luo Ji pondered, attributing the source of the leak to Ma Fei, suspecting that a conversation between him and Chen Chen had revealed something. Chen Chen remained silent, allowing Luo Ji's wild speculations to unfold. Brother Chen, what does this have to do with my brother? Ma Jun, confused by Luo Ji's mention of his sibling, grew increasingly bewildered. It is quite simple. Gu Qingming seeks to eliminate me, so she enlisted your brother to orchestrate a trap, intending to deceive me into the relic for my demise. After all, attempting such a deed within the academy or city could provoke scrutiny from Vice Dean Lei or the Security Bureau. Thus, Ma Fei approached Luo Ji's team, alongside the oblivious Yu. In truth, Chen Chen had long since seen through the schemes of Ma Fei and others. His only uncertainty lay in whether Ma Jun was aware of the plot. However, it now appeared that Ma Jun was indeed oblivious, merely a pawn in Ma Fei's game. From the moment Ma Jun sought him out, Chen Chen had maintained a cautious disposition. Sometimes, the more benevolent the approach, the greater the need for vigilance. Ma Jun indeed idolized Chen Chen, and those behind him sought to exploit this admiration to ensnare Chen Chen. While he had once shared a good rapport with Ma Fei during his time in the Golden Class, how could someone who distanced themselves in your direst hour extend a helping hand now? On the phone, Ma Fei mentioned that he recently had a significant task at hand, one that could potentially lead to his promotion within the Hunter Association. Chen Chen had long anticipated this major undertaking. It was, after all, about him. He was well aware that fortune does not simply fall from the sky, and thus understood the underlying truth of the situation. His willingness to follow Luo Ji and the others into the ruins was a calculated move, a trap laid for them. After all, while eliminating a demon spawn would only grant him a mere fraction of their lifespan, vanquishing an awakened individual harboring murderous intent towards him could yield 100-fold, with additional enhancements based on one's spiritual prowess. Hence, Chen Chen consistently portrayed himself as the weaker party, concealing any murderous intentions. The most elite hunters often present themselves as prey. Seeing that his lifespan was being offered up to him, he had no reason to decline. In truth, Chen Chen had been waiting for Luo Ji and the others to take action, yet he was surprised by their greed. They even sought to claim his 3 completion treasure chests. They delayed their move until the very end. Impossible, this cannot be. Ma Jun exclaimed. My brother is certainly not that kind of person. Before entering the ruins, he advised me to learn from you. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, Ma Jun struggled to react. Chen Chen patted Ma Jun on the shoulder and chuckled. See, you are so naive. Even now you do not comprehend what is transpiring. How could I possibly fall for your bait? Chen Chen's words sent a shiver down Ma Zhen's spine. Though reluctant to believe it, the truth lay bare before him. He was merely a pawn in his brother's ascent within the power hierarchy. Ma Zhen, Chen Chen is right. We, along with your brother Ma Fei, are working for the Hua family, Luo Ji declared, recognizing that Chen Chen had deduced everything. The Hua family, the foremost family in Jinghai. You may be a mere apprentice, but you should grasp the significance of this. If we fail, you, I, and your brother will perish. Luo Ji continued. Do not think that just because you have captured Ma Zhen, we are powerless against you. To be frank, even if Ma Zhen were to die here today, we would still have to eliminate you. Luo Ji aimed to use Ma Fei as leverage, attempting to make Ma Zhen understand the gravity of the situation. He sensed that while Chen Chen was astute and resolute, he held Ma Zhen in high regard. If Ma Zhen could be swayed, it might deal a substantial blow to Chen Chen. I have long seen through the traps of the boss stage. I intentionally waited until you were all poised to fall into the snare before offering my warning, all to deplete your team's strength against the boss. Chen Chen provocatively instigated Luo Ji and the others, ready to counter their moves. To his surprise, the boss proved formidable, directly eliminating the most troublesome healer, Lu Xing. If that had not occurred, it would not have been Ma Zhen and Zhao Yi who came to ambush him. Once the boss fell, he would seize the opportunity to ambush Lu Xing, aiming to diminish their team's endurance. Chen Chen was not speaking idly. Had Lu Xing survived, he would undoubtedly have taken the initiative to strike. As soon as the mention of their deceased comrade arose, Logitech and the others became restless. Charge! Capture that brat! Logitech stationed himself at the relic's portal to thwart Chen Chen's potential escape. He instructed Niu Dali and Zhao Wu to flank him, preparing to seize Chen Chen alive. Meanwhile, the archer Zhou Guang drew his bowstring taut, ready to obstruct Chen Chen's movements at any moment. Chapter 34. Rain of Arrows in the face of the exploration team's encirclement. Chen Chen remained composed. Logitech's intervention played right into his hands. First, the exploration team had yet to fully replenish their spiritual energy, allowing each member only one more use of their martial skills at best. Second, the time was 5:50. In another 10 minutes, daylight would define the realm. At that juncture, Shin Yoshi and Yi Kai's double attributes would dissipate. Thus, Chen Chen had to resolve the situation swiftly, ideally within 10 minutes. You little brat, stop struggling. You're unfortunate to encounter us, seasoned ruffians. You should be hoping that the relic's boss takes us all out. Otherwise, you stand no chance of survival. The dual-wielding Niu Dali and the gunman Zhao Wu advanced from either side. They were the warriors tasked with breaching the front lines of the exploration team. Both at the 9th tier of bronze in terms of spiritual energy. In a full power state, Chen Chen would undoubtedly falter against them. Yet, given the current circumstances, he regarded the duo with utter disdain. Flame Slash, Piercing Strike. Niu Dali and Zhao Wu unleashed their signature martial techniques simultaneously. The remnants of their recently regained spiritual energy fueling their attacks. Flames engulfed the twin blades in Niu Dali's hands, accompanied by a fierce wave of heat, while Zhao Wu conjured a flurry of gunfire, its cold brilliance piercing the air. Their positioning and synergy were impeccable, leaving no openings for Chen Chen to exploit. In their eyes, the moment they executed their techniques from this vantage, Chen Chen was already a corpse. However, to their utter astonishment, the seemingly tattered cloak behind Chen Chen suddenly billowed, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. The G-class spiritual weapon, the tattered cloak, radiated an inexplicable enchantment. Chen Chen forcefully pushed Ma Zhen aside and soared into the air, resembling a majestic Kunping soaring through the heavens. Niu Dali and Zhao Wu believed their attacks left no room for evasion, yet they had never conceived that this fellow could actually fly. What the hell? Is this G-class spiritual weapon truly that formidable? This ragged cloak possesses flying capabilities and such swiftness? Could it genuinely be a G-class spiritual weapon? Niu Dali and Zhao Wu stood frozen in disbelief as they watched Chen Chen ascend. They could hardly fathom that Chen Chen would elude their encirclement in such a manner. In the illusion conjured by the system's spiritual weapon, they were entirely blind to the wings dancing behind Chen Chen. If the wings of the angel, symbolizing light, and the wings of the fallen angel, representing darkness, were to manifest before the eyes of the masses, perhaps they would comprehend why Chen Chen could ascend to the heavens in an instant. By that time, it is likely that Logitech and his companions would revere Chen Chen as a deity, too fearful to confront him. The awakened one, Zhao Yi, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been slain. The host gains a basic lifespan of 52 years, with a 100 enhancement based on their spiritual power level, acquiring an additional 52 years of life. Remaining lifespan of the host, 564. As Chen Chen soared into the firmament, Zhao Yi, previously pierced through the abdomen by him, had already perished, granting Chen Chen another 99 years of life. This accumulation of lifespan was indeed significant, considering that he had only received 150 years after defeating the boss, the mirror replica. It can be said that all of this was thanks to the boss. Otherwise, Chen Chen would not have so easily vanquished a peak bronze awakener. Do not be deceived by the illusion before you. Chen Chen must have employed some form of flight technique. That tattered cloak is merely a facade. Logitech felt no sorrow over Zhao Yi's demise. Instead, he calmly analyzed Chen Chen's capabilities. He firmly believed that the firewood stick and ragged cloak in Chen Chen's possession were both G-grade spiritual weapons. Zhou Guang shoot him. At this moment, although Chen Chen had ascended to the heights, he had also exposed himself to the archer Zhou Guang's line of sight. Rain of arrows. Zhou Guang, with his bowstring fully drawn, wasted no time in releasing a magical arrow. The swiftly flying arrow emitted a glow just before it reached Chen Chen, exploding instantaneously into a downpour of arrows that enveloped him. Faced with this deluge of arrows, Chen Chen could have easily evaded using his angelic wings. However, he chose not to flee. For Chen Chen, possessing angelic wings granted him absolute air superiority. The only one capable of striking him from a distance within Logitech's exploration team was Zhou Guang. Thus, Chen Chen's objective was clear. Following the death of the healer Lu Xing, his primary target for elimination was the archer Zhou Guang. Chen Chen positioned the angelic and fallen angel wings before him, bracing himself to endure Zhou Guang's rain of arrows. I was right. Chen Chen's flying technique can only hover. He cannot fly freely. Now that he is in the air, he is nothing but a live target. Ha! Logitech chuckled maniacally, convinced that he had made the correct wager. After all, true flying abilities are exceedingly rare. Even if they exist, they would be at least A-grade. Techniques below A-grade are typically pseudo-flying techniques, merely assisting demon hunters in ascending to the sky without allowing them to soar freely through the heavens. You little brat, you underestimate my strength far too much. Thinking that a tattered cloak can shield you from my arrows, it's nothing short of suicidal. Zhou Guang sneered disdainfully. In his eyes, what stood before Chen Chen was not the ethereal wings of angels, but rather a tattered cloak. Whoosh! Simultaneously, a torrential rain of arrows mercilessly pierced Chen Chen's body. The wings of angels and fallen angels were special attributes unlocked after achieving a certain level of rapport. Their existence was integral to Chen Chen's being. With each arrow that penetrated the wings, he felt an excruciating pain akin to ice piercing his flesh. Zhou Guang, wielding the silver moon bow, was also an awakened being of the bronze 9th tier, thus the power of this arrow storm was unmistakable. Although Chen Chen managed to evade the fatal strikes, his wings and body were still riddled with arrows, resembling a porcupine as he gradually descended from the sky. Ha ha, Luo Gu, this brat is done for. Zhou Guang cackled as he witnessed his arrows find their mark. Yet, in the very next instant, black flames of retaliation erupted from his own body. Each attack he launched resulted in a backlash. In other words, for every arrow that struck Chen Chen, Zhou Guang would suffer from an equal measure of the black flame's retaliation. At that moment, Chen Chen had already been transformed into a hedgehog. Consequently, Zhou Guang was instantaneously engulfed in flames. Moreover, with every assault Chen Chen endured, he accumulated an additional layer of abyssal corruption, further amplifying the backlash damage by one. What is happening? Help! Someone save me! The explosive black flames continued to consume Zhou Guang's body, eliciting anguished cries that echoed like a torment from hell. It was a chilling spectacle. Chapter 35, The Realm of Death, Zhou Guang. Although Luo Ji was unaware of the specifics of the situation, he was in the best position to comment. For he had previously experienced the backlash of the black flames when he first ambushed Chen Chen. The searing pain from that moment remained etched in his memory. A charred mark still marred his chest, and as the black flames relentlessly devoured Zhou Guang, that mark throbbed with an eerie discomfort. Once the black flames subsided, both Zhou Guang and his silver moon bow had been reduced to cinders. The awakened being Zhou Guang, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been slain. The host gains a base lifespan of 62 years, with a 90 bonus based on his spiritual power level, acquiring an additional 55 years. The awakened being Mao Xuedong, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been slain. The host gains a base lifespan of 66 years, with a 90 bonus based on his spiritual power level, acquiring an additional 59 years. Remaining lifespan of the host, 806 years. Through the retaliatory damage of the Night King, Chen Chen successfully vanquished the archer Zhou Guang and his spirit weapon once more. Such a relentless barrage of attacks was akin to delivering heads on a silver platter to Chen Chen. Just moments ago, Chen Chen was struck by a total of 105 arrows, each inflicting a backlash damage of 80 upon Zhou Guang. The base damage reached an impressive 8,400, not accounting for the effects of the 100 layers of abyssal corruption. Backlash damage. It is indeed backlash damage. It was only upon Zhou Guang's demise that Logitech belatedly comprehended the intricacies of Yi Kai's mechanism. Xiao Wu Dali. Aim for the point where Chen Chen will land and deliver a fatal blow. Make it a single strike. Avoid continuous attacks. Logitech swiftly devised a counter-strategy. At that moment, Chen Chen, still plummeting from the rain of arrows, was on a downward trajectory. Niu De Li and Zhao Wu had already stationed themselves at the landing spot, poised to execute a lethal strike. But Brother Luo, didn't we receive orders to capture Chen Chen alive? Shouldn't we enjoy those twin school beauties first before delivering the fatal blow? Indeed, we have seen Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi. Their delicate faces and petite figures are simply enchanting. What a pity it would be to kill him outright. It was evident that Niu De Li and Zhao Wu were already aware of Chen Zhen's eternal pact with the two sisters. If Chen Zhen were to perish, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yuxi would meet the same fate, a tremendous loss. What time is it, and you're still thinking about such matters? Chen Zhen is far more formidable than we anticipated. If we hold back now, we shall all perish. Logitech nearly roared, with Zhou Guang having just fallen before his eyes. Logitech was acutely aware of Chen Zhen's terrifying capabilities, whereas Zhao Yi's demise resulted from prior injuries sustained during a battle with the boss. Zhou Guang's situation was markedly different. As a ranged damage dealer, Zhou Guang had indeed exhausted his spiritual energy, yet he had not suffered significant harm. The recent black flames, however, had consumed both Zhou Guang and his spirit weapon, a testament to Chen Zhen's prowess. Now, with the exploration team having sustained heavy casualties, Logitech's spirit weapon was gone, leaving only Niu De Li and Zhao Wu capable of combat. Yet these two old fools still fantasized about the school beauties, displaying a stubbornness that bordered on foolishness. Brother Luo, have you lost your wits? Chen Zhen is practically incapacitated, likely to perish from his own fall without our intervention. Furthermore, didn't we lace the wine with a slow-acting aphrodisiac? If we fail to make use of it, how wasteful that would be. Chen Zhen indeed possesses certain abilities, but it is solely due to our exhausting battles with the boss that he has had the opportunity to retaliate. Otherwise, he would not stand a chance against us. Gazing at the descending Chen Zhen, Niu De Li and Zhao Wu were already reveling in their anticipated joys with the school beauties. As for Logitech's earnest counsel, they paid it no heed. In that moment, the two resembled goblins, their faces adorned with lewd grins. It was at this juncture that Chen Zhen realized he and Shen Yuyan had been unknowingly administered with an aphrodisiac, a subtle, colorless, and tasteless concoction that went undetected. Only after the flow of spiritual energy does the victim begin to sense the anomaly. No wonder Chen Chen felt a surge of vitality within. He had been poisoned at the tavern. Sometimes, it is wise to heed the captain's counsel. Seemingly unconscious, Chen Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Niu De Li and Zhao Wu, the realm of death. In an instant, the angelic wings on Chen Chen's back were tainted by dark energy, transforming into the wings of a fallen angel. With the unfurling of the obsidian wings, a colossal necromantic circle materialized, exuding a suffocating aura of death that spiraled outward. Two gaping maws of the abyss surged forth from the necromantic circle, engulfing Niu De Li and Zhao Wu. Compared to the last time Chen Chen unleashed the realm of death in the goblin mine, this time the abyssal jaws bore the weight of the injuries inflicted upon him by a rain of arrows. Ah, what is this? A devil! A devil! As the tragic cries of Zhao Wu and Niu De Li echoed, they beheld the most terrifying scene of their lives. The necromantic circle resembled an inky ocean, while the abyssal jaws acted as the sharks lurking beneath the waves. Niu De Li and Zhao Wu were but frail vessels adrift in this perilous black sea. With no escape in sight, The awakened one Nyo Dali, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been slain. The host gains a base lifespan of 39 years, receiving a 90 enhancement based on spiritual realm, plus an additional 35 years. The awakened one Jiang Fongfong, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been slain. The host gains a base lifespan of 72 years, receiving a 90 enhancement based on spiritual realm, plus an additional 65 years. The awakened one Zhao Wu, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been slain. The host gains a base lifespan of 59 years, receiving a 90 enhancement based on spiritual realm, plus an additional 53 years. The awakened one Zhang Chong, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been slain. The host gains a base lifespan of 80 years, receiving an 80 enhancement based on spiritual realm, plus an additional 64 years. Host remaining lifespan, 1,273 years. It must be said, the power of the arrow rain was quite formidable. Chen Chen, landing steadily, removed the arrows embedded in his body. Having endured the arrows of a bronze-tier demon hunter, had it not been for Shun Yoshi providing double defensive attributes at night, Chen Chen would have faced dire consequences. Neo Dali and Zhao Wu, along with their spiritual weapons, were naturally eliminated without a trace. Who are you really? At this moment, only he remained of Logitech's exploration team. He collapsed to the ground, devoid of any courage to resist. Chen Chen, wielding a silver spear, slowly approached Logitech. You need not know who I am, for I have no desire to converse with a corpse. Chapter 36. Death is their own choice. As Chen Chen passed by a wall, the incapacitated Logitech suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Wall passing technique. Chen Chen immediately entered a state of ethereal existence that disregarded physical collisions. With a swift turn, he seamlessly penetrated the adjacent wall. Inside the structure, a glimmer of coldness flashed, and Chen Chen's silver spear pierced straight through Ma Zhen's chest. Brother Chen. At that moment, Ma Zhen had also entered the ethereal state, preparing to ambush Chen Chen from the wall. It turned out that Logitech had not abandoned the idea of eliminating Chen Chen, but had conspired with Ma Zhen for a surprise attack. However, Logitech could not have anticipated that Chen Chen had already sensed Ma Zhen's presence the moment he descended, feigning ignorance deliberately. Although the ethereal state allowed one to disregard physical collisions, mutual engagement in this state permitted attacks on one another. Chen Chen capitalized on this, eliminating Ma Zhen before he could strike. Ma Zhen could never have imagined that Chen Chen had gifted him the wall-passing technique while secretly mastering it to an advanced level. Classified as C-grade. You plan to use the technique I bestowed upon you to take my life. How naive. The silver spear in Chen Chen's hand had impaled Ma Zhen's chest, pinning him to the ground. With furrowed brows, Chen Chen faced the ambushing Ma Zhen, his heart a tumult of emotions. Brother Chen, I have wronged you. Please, in my life. The failed ambusher, Ma Zhen, sought death, unable to face the mentor who had genuinely cared for him. Upon uncovering the truth, Ma Zhen had wrestled with his conscience. He understood the power of the Hua family. If this mission failed due to his shortcomings, as Logitech had suggested, he, along with Ma Fei and their families, would likely face the wrath of the Hua clan. Despite his disdain for his brother Ma Fei's actions, Ma Zhen ultimately chose to oppose Chen Chen as a member of the family. Brother Chen, I implore you, do not kill Ma Zhen. He and I have always regarded you as our mentor. He knows nothing of this. What he did was out of necessity. I beg you, in light of our past bond, spare him. Li Zihan, having disengaged from her merged state, knelt at Chen Chen's feet, pleading fervently. Brother Chen, I am willing to trade my life for his. Can it be done? Absolutely not. Chen Chen cast a final glance at Ma Zhen, withdrawing the silver spear from his chest and thrusting it once more into his throat. Though his heart ached at the act, it was an unavoidable decision. The person who once idolized him had drifted too far away. Ma Zhen, Chen Chen, you have a cruel heart. I am willing to sacrifice my life for his. Why do you refuse? Witnessing the death of her beloved before her eyes, Li Zihan's vision turned crimson as she drew a dagger, prepared to confront Chen Chen fiercely. How absurd. Why should I acquiesce? Chen Chen retorted fiercely at Li Zihan. What reason do you have to persuade me to agree? Was it not he who struck first and ambushed me? What leverage do you possess to secure my consent? Can your life be equated to his? What power do you wield to compel my agreement? On what grounds do you demand a change? Chen Chen's piercing inquiries brought Li Zihan to a profound realization of her own stance. Consequently, she found herself paralyzed, with only the choice to accompany Ma Jun to death. Without a hint of hesitation, Li Zihan gripped the dagger tightly, employing the techniques Chen Chen had once imparted to her, and thrust it fiercely towards his vital points. Swoosh! Chen Chen, devoid of any hesitation, wielded his silver gun, which pierced through her throat directly. Thus, their lifeless bodies collapsed in a shared pool of blood. The contractual partners who had once garnered Chen Chen's heartfelt blessings were now laid to rest by his own hands. With a heavy heart, Chen Chen advanced towards Luo Ji. The mere 10 meters separating them felt interminable. He awaited a system notification, a signal that would confirm Ma Jun and Li Zihan's murderous intent towards him. Regrettably, everything transpired as he had anticipated. Even upon reaching Luo Ji, he did not hear the sounds of Ma Jun and Li Zihan's lives being siphoned away. In truth, Chen Chen had sensed early on that although Ma Jun had ambushed him, there was no malice in his eyes. Li Zihan was merely seeking death. Neither had truly contemplated ending his life. After all, Chen Chen was their idol, their mentor, and their friend. Chen Chen, you are formidable. We have lost. At this moment, confronted by the resolute Chen Chen, Luo Ji, now bereft of his spiritual powers, had entirely surrendered. The being before him was too terrifying. Even when faced with a sneak attack from a friend, he managed to seize the upper hand. Luo Ji had initially contemplated luring Chen Chen with the magic crystals stored outside his warehouse, intending to eliminate him when he came to collect them. However, after witnessing Chen Chen's decisiveness and ferocity, he deemed it unwise. The probability of success was zero. It was unnecessary. Yet, a person of your caliber, targeted by Gu Qingming and Hua Jianli, would likely meet a fate akin to mine. Luo Ji tossed a string of keys from around his neck at Chen Chen's feet. These are the magic crystals our team has accumulated over the years. After my demise, no one will likely visit the bank's vaults. I shan't let them fall into the hands of capitalists. Consider this a token of camaraderie between heroes. Before Luo Ji could finish his words, Chen Chen's silver gun pierced through his throat. You, of all people, dare to call yourself a hero? In that instant, Chen Chen unleashed all his pent-up rage upon Luo Ji, the silver gun relentlessly puncturing his body until it was unrecognizable. The awakened individual harboring murderous intent towards you. Luo Ji has been slain. The host has attained a foundational lifespan of 18 years, augmented by a 100-year bonus due to their spiritual prowess, thus receiving an additional 18 years of life. The host's remaining lifespan stands at 1,309 years. With the demise of Logitech, the sun in the desert has begun its ascent. Within the ruins, only Chen Chen and the two sisters remain. Chen, Ma Jun, and Li Zihan. You need not feel guilty. Death was their own choice, and you have afforded them ample opportunities, noted Shen Yuyan, perceiving Chen Chen's current state of mind. Indeed. Chen Chen nodded in agreement. Now is not the time for confusion. Although they have achieved a temporary victory, Gu Qingming and Hua Jianli have revealed their murderous intent. The pressing question is how Chen Chen shall respond moving forward. It appears that Gu Qingming and Hua Jianli are unable to wait any longer. Chen Chen collected the spatial rings from the others and, while clearing the battlefield, remarked, however, we currently lack the means to confront them. Upon our exit, we must first depart from Magic City. Chapter 37. A debt repaid. The exploration team from Logitech not only bestowed upon Chen Chen several centuries of life, but also contained within their spatial rings a plethora of stored magical crystals. Spatial rings are bound to the souls of their wielders. Thus, to enhance the quality of a spatial ring, one must seek advancement at specialized institutions on Blue Star. Typically, only the holder may access the inner space. However, there exists another circumstance that allows for access when the holder has perished. From the spatial rings of all, Chen Chen discovered over 300 magical crystals, along with various martial techniques and materials. Among these, a particular martial technique, the boss replica mirror, caught Chen Chen's attention. Now found within Logitech's spatial ring. Clone, C-grade. Designate a target to summon an identical clone, lasting 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. The clone's spiritual prowess cannot surpass that of the summoner and cannot utilize martial techniques. Chen Chen found this martial technique exceptionally promising and promptly began his training. As for the magical crystals, he refrained from absorbing them, considering their impending departure from Magic City. These crystals could be traded and would prove useful on their journey. Now, Chen Chen must commence utilizing the lifespan he has just acquired. Upon disengaging from the fusion state, he evenly bestowed a kiss upon Shun Yuyan and Shun Yoshi. simultaneously transmitting a portion of his newfound vitality to the sisters. Lifespan minus 99 years. Shen Yuyan's remaining lifespan, 100 years. Lifespan minus 96 years. Shin Yoshi's remaining lifespan, 100 years. Host's remaining lifespan, 1,116 years. As the saying goes, a debt repaid is a debt forgotten, and thus, Chen Chen returned the lifespan he had previously borrowed from Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi. After all, the lifespans of the two sisters had already reached a critical point. If they were to encounter any special mechanisms within the ruins that could devour their lifetimes, they could very well meet an untimely demise. This realization served as a warning to Chen Chen. It seemed prudent for him to reserve a portion of his lifespan, rather than depleting it entirely each time. It had been quite a while since Shen Yoshi had shared a kiss with senior Chen Chen, and his kiss brought her immense joy. The little one eagerly anticipated it each day. Meanwhile, Shen Yuyan, usually composed and reserved, felt an unusual sense of shyness at that moment. Chen Chen himself was not immune to the sensations either. He felt a warmth rising in his throat. When their gazes met, it was as if a jolt of electricity passed between them. At that moment, Chen Chen recalled that Nyodali had mentioned their mission was to capture him first, and then take advantage of the situation to harm Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi. They had even prepared in advance, lacing the wine with a subtle aphrodisiac that was nearly undetectable. Both Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan had already fallen victim to its effects. No, Chen Chen shook his head, striving to let reason triumph over desire. Yoshi, come here. He called Shen Yoshi to his side, gently covering her soft lips with his own, injecting lifespan into Night Kai's talent. For the moment, Shen Yuyan's situation could wait. The urgent priority was to unleash Shen Yoshi's extraordinary talent. The challenges they were about to face would undoubtedly surpass their expectations. Therefore, Chen Chen decided to bestow the remaining 1,000 years of his lifespan entirely upon Shen Yoshi. Chapter 38. Lord of Chaos. In 10 years, Shen Yoshi's spiritual veins had been restless, eagerly awaiting this opportunity. In 30 years, even though her talent had already reached D rank, Shen Yoshi's spiritual veins continued to grow rapidly. In 80 years, eternal night descended, and her talent awakened. Night Kai, D rank, eternal night armor, C rank, defense 40-50. When attacked, inflicts 4,050 dark attribute damage in retaliation, with all attributes doubling at night. New feature, can alter the time within a 1 kilometer radius to night for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. As Chen Chen had anticipated, Shen Yoshi's talent ascended from D rank to C rank, consuming merely 80 years of her lifespan. Cultivating her with all the available lifespan was the fastest method to enhance their strength. In truth, he and Shen Yuyan could afford to postpone their own talent enhancements. They could wait until they had surplus lifespans to elevate their abilities. After awakening to C rank, Shen Yoshi's talent not only saw an increase in her fundamental attributes, but also bestowed upon her a new ability to manipulate time. Although the cooldown lasted 24 hours, it meant that she could enjoy a 5-minute period of doubled attributes even during the day. Thus, the formidable phase of Shen Yoshi is no longer confined to the nocturnal hours. She can now manifest fleeting brilliance even during the day. Moreover, 5 minutes is indeed a substantial duration. In the realm of skilled combatants, the outcome is often determined in the blink of an eye, let alone a full 5 minutes. After her awakening, Chen Chen continued the simulation of life, eager to discover the extent of surprises Shen Yoshi could still unveil. 100 years. The recently awakened spiritual vein begins to sprout once more. 150 years. Before nightfall, Shen Yoshi's spiritual vein begins to resonate with nature. 200 years. In an eternal night, her innate talent awakens. 300 years. Shen Yoshi's spiritual vein begins to merge with the darkness. 500 years. Enclosing the endless darkness within her consciousness, Shen Yoshi becomes the embodiment of night itself. Her talent awakens once more. Eternal Night Armor, C. B. A grade defense 50, 60, 70. When attacked, inflicts 50, 60, 70 dark attribute damage in retaliation. All attributes double at night. Able to alter time within a 123 kilometer radius to night, lasting for 5, 10, 20 minutes. Cooldown, 24, 23, 22 hours. With the awakening of her talent, her attributes experience a comprehensive enhancement. Onward. 600 years. In the boundless darkness, Shen Yoshi endures solitude alone. 800 years. Loneliness can drive one mad. Yet Shinyoshi, possessing a dual personality, finds solace in her own company. 1,000 years. Prolonged exposure to the infinite darkness allows one to discern the ugliness of humanity at a glance. Yet, despite the grim realities, only those who can find joy within can truly grow. Undoubtedly, Shinyoshi is one of those individuals. 1,001 years. The emergence of the Lord of Chaos heralds another awakening of talent. Eternal Knight Armor, a grade, Chaos Armor, S-grade defense 70, 80. When attacked, inflicts 70, 80 dark attribute chaos damage in retaliation. All attributes double at night. New feature. Able to alter time within a 35-kilometer radius to night, lasting for 20 minutes to 1 hour. Cooldown, 22, 18 hours. New feature. Can imprison the souls of creatures slain by her, transforming them into her shadow servants. The spiritual realm of the shadow servants cannot exceed her own, and a maximum of 3 souls may be imprisoned. Host's remaining lifespan, 115 years. In merely 1,000 years, Shinyoshi's talent has ascended from D grade to S grade. Chen Chen even mused that had he entrusted his lifespan to Shinyoshi earlier, the S-grade Chaos Armor could easily annihilate the Logi team without the need for cunning strategies against such adversaries. Yoshi. Chen Chen gazed intently at Shinyoshi's visage. After her ascension to S-grade, her entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Her cascading black hair resembled a starry river of the long night, serene and graceful. Senior Chen Chen, I sense a monumental shift in the spiritual energy within me, Shunyoshi remarked, as she too felt the metamorphosis of her spiritual vein. I perceive that all dark elemental attributes have merged with their own spiritual essence, transforming into something altogether new, murky, enigmatic, and distorted. You, Yongshi, embody chaos. Your talent has ascended to the S-rank Chaos Armor, and you are indeed the sovereign of chaos. Chen Chen excitedly pinched Shun Yongshi's delicate face. Her lips, still glistening with the lingering moisture of a recent kiss, crystalline and enticing, evoking an irresistible desire for further taste. Under the influence of an aphrodisiac, Chen Chen's gaze became entranced. Every inch of Shun Yongshi's skin seemed to emanate a steamy glow, her undulating curves rising and falling with each breath. Perhaps it was the sun rising in the desert that intensified this suffocating heat, leaving Chen Chen yearning for fresh air. Yet, the immediate priority was to hastily vacate the demonic city. With Gu Qingning and Hua Jianli having taken action, it was certain they would not relent. If Chen Chen returned alive with Shen Yuyan and Shen Yongxi, they would undoubtedly face a more vicious retaliation. Lei Ling could provide temporary protection within the academy. But what of the outside world? Moreover, Lei Ling had already been demoted to vice principal due to Chen Chen's circumstances, and he wished not to burden his friend further. It would be wiser to play along with the scheme and feign death within the secret realm, temporarily vanishing from the demonic city. Yuyan, Yongxi, let us depart. Chen Chen, under the influence of the drug, prepared to lead the two women away from the ruins, while also testing his newly acquired cloning martial technique. Shen Yuyan silently nodded, her state mirroring Chen Chen's, both resisting the fervent throes of their heated bodies with their dwindling consciousness. Chapter 39. Last words as dawn's light began to break. The gentle sun cast a soft golden glow over the outskirts of the demonic city farm. Brother Ma, I believe your concerns are somewhat excessive. Is it not merely a bronze-tier waste of a student? Surely, Luo Ji and the others can handle it? Must we remain on guard outside? Complained a middle-aged man stationed outside the cellar. Dressed in the long robe of the Demon Hunters Association, he appeared significantly older than Ma Fei, despite addressing him as brother. Old Xiao, this mission pertains to our promotion. We cannot afford any slip-ups. Ma Fei, with his short black hair, leaned against the golden holy shield behind him, chewing on some dried grass he had casually picked up on the farm, his mind drifting to the visage of his old friend, Chen Chen, the man who once fought alongside him, hailed by the academy as the god of war for the commoners. Furthermore, our mission's target is not as simple as it appears. You may not realize how formidable Chen Chen is when he has not been coerced into dissolving his oath contract. The mere thought of Chen Chen left Ma Fei, guarding the cellar's entrance, in a state of agitation. In the past, during our explorations of the ruins, Chen Chen's intellect consistently outpaced that of everyone else. Despite possessing only an F-level talent, he ascended to the role of the exploration team's leader. Even Ma Fei, endowed with a B-level talent, could only obediently follow his commands. Those who had gained entry into the Academy's golden class were either extraordinarily gifted or hailed from illustrious families. Yet, only Chen Chen and Gu Qingning, both of humble talent and lacking any notable background, stood apart. Nevertheless, the students of the golden class held Chen Chen in high regard, for his skills and awareness surpassed that of all present. Ma Fei vividly recalls the sensation. Chen Chen possessed a way of thinking that set him apart from the rest. His very existence imparted an air of otherworldliness, causing him to feel out of place among his peers. While the students of the golden class admired him, they also harbored a deep-seated jealousy. They had arrived at this point due to their exceptional talents and the robust support of their families, whereas Chen Chen was an anomaly. Thus, when Gu Qingning's talent underwent a second awakening, completely discarding Chen Chen, none of the teammates who once trailed behind him chose to defend him, including Ma Fei. Instead of feeling a sense of loss for Chen Chen, he regarded the outcome as inevitable. This world operates on such principles. When someone strives to transcend the class hierarchy through personal strength, those entrenched within the system eagerly await their downfall. The past is the past, and the present is the present. No matter how powerful or formidable he may be, his rank and spiritual prowess prevents him from stirring any significant upheaval. Lao Shao took a drag from his cigarette and gazed at the sun rising on the horizon, disdainfully remarking, "Back when we first left the academy, weren't we all brimming with ambition, believing that the world was still undecided and that we were all dark horses? But what was the reality? Once we stepped outside the academy, we realized that the world was already set, and we were merely cattle and horses. Tasks like those, serving the great families as lackeys, I have always scorned. Yet here I am, dutifully stationed in this wretched place. For only by leaning against a great tree do we stand even a sliver of a chance for advancement." Ma Fei understood Lao Zhao's words all too well. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to using his own brother as a pawn to entice Chen Chen into their scheme. Despite the flawless execution of their plan, Ma Fei harbored an inexplicable sense of foreboding. "Lao Shao, to speak candidly, my concern stems from the days in the academy when I always trailed behind Chen Chen, who was perpetually several steps ahead of us. Now, as he falls into my trap, I find myself in the position of leading him, which feels rather disconcerting." Ma Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. He faintly recalled that during their time in the ruins, he too had once aspired to lead the group and become the admired captain. Regrettably, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could never surpass Chen Chen. While the average person remained on the first level, Ma Fei was capable of contemplating the second, but that fellow Chen Chen always resided on the fifth. The chasm between them spanned several intervening layers. "Alas, you were overwhelmed by this individual for far too long during your time at the academy." Old Xiao comfortingly patted Ma Fei's shoulder, assuring him, "Do not worry. Even if Luo Ji and the others fail, we have more than 10 silver-tier demon hunters lying in ambush here, not to mention your presence at the pinnacle of golden tier, rendering Chen Chen incapable of escape. Should the opportunity arise, I shall personally deal with him to help you rid yourself of this inner turmoil." Ma Fei nodded, offering a faint smile. "Indeed, I hope I am merely overthinking." Over the years, he had strived to ascend, all to forge an unobstructed path to advancement for his younger brother, Ma Zhen. As the elder brother, he had endured the hardships of lacking a background. Therefore, upon leaving the academy, Ma Fei resolved to become a steadfast support for his brother. The primary reason for involving Ma Zhen this time was that his youthful exuberance was the sole means of deceiving Chen Chen. Additionally, it served to cultivate Ma Zhen's mental fortitude, allowing his brother to experience the world's harsh realities at an earlier stage. Moreover, Ma Fei did not fear for Ma Zhen's safety. After all, based on his understanding of Chen Chen, this fellow acted decisively but never harmed the innocent. Even if Chen Chen were to see through his plans, he would not trouble the oblivious Ma Zhen. Suddenly, a voice emerged amidst Ma Fei's anxious anticipation. A teammate stationed at the relic's teleportation portal exclaimed, "Brother Ma, I told you. Good news is here." Upon hearing this, Old Xiao immediately perked up and made his way toward the cellar. He believed that the disparity in strength between the two sides would ensure that Luo Ji and his companions would execute their tasks flawlessly, making failure unlikely. Let us hope it is indeed good news. Ma Fei also felt a sense of alertness as he followed Old Xiao into the cellar. "Captain, it is Ma Zhen. He is the only one who emerged from the relic." Several demon hunters guarding the portal rubbed their sleepy eyes, having kept vigil throughout the night and feeling somewhat weary. "I told you, it must be good news." Old Xiao patted Ma Fei's shoulder with a smile. "Ah Zhen, where are Luo Ji and Chen Chen?" Ma Fei looked at Ma Zhen, whose face was ashen, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Although the sight was somewhat peculiar, it was fortunate that he was still alive. Most importantly, Chen Chen was nowhere to be found. However, the situation was not as Ma Fei had envisioned. At that moment, the teleportation portal in the cellar had vanished, signifying that the relic had been successfully cleared and that all surviving awakeners had departed. Yet, Ma Fei could not fathom why only Ma Zhen remained among the survivors. Furthermore, Ma Zhen lacked any spiritual weapon, indicating that Li Zihan had not emerged either. "Brother, it's over. Everything is entirely over. They were all slain by the boss within the ruins." Ma Zhen collapsed onto the ground, his gaze vacant as he stared at the flickering light of the cellar, incoherently shouting, "It's all right. As long as we are alive, we have each other." Ma Fei crouched down, enveloping his trembling younger brother in a comforting embrace, inquiring gently, "What transpired? Speak slowly to your elder brother. Did truly no one else escape the secret realm apart from you?" "Yes, it was only me. Chen Gu and Luo Ji, they all perished." Ma Zhen stuttered, his voice peculiar, resonating with disarray and fear, yet also exuding a hollow tone, reminiscent of a voice box compromised. "Death cannot be undone. We must enhance our strength and strive to grow stronger, to avenge our fallen comrades." Ma Fei continued to instill encouragement into his brother, who appeared on the verge of a mental breakdown, when the astute Lao Xiao, standing nearby, discerned something amiss. He whispered into Ma Fei's ear, "Brother Ma, your sibling's voice and attire seem somewhat incongruous." "Huh." It was only then that Ma Fei, belatedly, scrutinized his younger brother in his arms. Ma Zhen was clad in an ill-fitting trench coat, wrapping his body tightly, emanating a strange, earthy scent. Peering through the collar, Ma Fei discerned the marks upon his brother's neck. "Ma Zhen, what is going on?" As he unfastened the collar, the sight before him rendered all present utterly speechless. Upon Ma Zhen's neck lay a grievous puncture wound, a gaping hole that had pierced through his throat, with blood long since congealed. Even the most novice of demon hunters could ascertain that such an injury was incompatible with survival. "Physician, quickly summon the physician." "Brother." Ma Zhen's lifeless eyes remained fixated on Ma Fei, his trembling hand weakly moving to his brother's gaze. His fist was clenched tightly, concealing something within, as if he yearned to reveal it to Ma Fei. "Ma Zhen, what is it you wish to convey?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ma Fei hastily pried open Ma Zhen's palm, sensing that his brother was likely on the brink of death. This must be his final words. What could Ma Zhen possibly want to express? Ma Fei swallowed nervously as he unveiled his brother's hand. Inside, there lay a solitary, upright middle finger. "Chen Chen." Ma Fei's furious roar echoed through the cellar. In that instant, he comprehended that he had been utterly deceived by Chen Chen. Ma Zhen was merely a clone, crafted by Chen Chen's martial prowess. Once the 60 seconds elapsed, the spiritual energy dissipated, and Ma Zhen's form disintegrated like leaves in the wind. At this moment, Chen Chen had already utilized the cover of Ma Zhen to directly employ his wall-passing technique to vanish into the walls. He even overheard the conversation between Ma Fei and Lao Xiao. Once the two entered the cellar, Chen Chen unfurled his angelic wings and soared away. Inside the cellar, Ma Fei gazed at the fading silhouette of his brother, a pang of anguish piercing his heart. The injuries sustained by the clone made it abundantly clear that his brother, Ma Zhen, was likely confirmed dead. As he recalled his brother's innocent visage and the dreams they had of a glorious future together, Ma Fei finally succumbed to his emotions. Tears streamed from his bloodshot eyes. "Quick, inform all brothers to spare no effort in tracking down Chen Chen's whereabouts." Lao Xiao, a capable aide to Ma Fei, immediately assessed the situation. Having been indifferent to the mission until now, he finally grasped the gravity of the issue. "Wait, no one is allowed to move." Ma Fei abruptly rose from his crouched position, intercepting Lao Xiao's command. His gaze was sharp and fierce as he declared, "Chen Chen is dead. The mission is accomplished." Upon hearing this, the team members were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. However, Lao Xiao suddenly had an epiphany, seemingly understanding Ma Fei's intent. Indeed, just moments ago, Ma Ji's brother had murmured in his dying breath that both Luo Ji and Chen Chen had perished within the ruins. Their mission was complete. No one had survived the ruins. While Lao Xiao outwardly summarized the situation in a calm manner, inwardly he was drenched in cold sweat. His recent actions had nearly jeopardized the lives of everyone present. The command from Hua Jianli was a death warrant. If Ma Fei and his team could not even handle a mere bronze-level waste of a student, the consequences were dire. Let us prepare a celebration feast. We have just accomplished a significant task, and Ma Ge will surely be promoted. Lao Shao urged the team members to step outside. At this moment, the others were somewhat perplexed. After all, Ma Fei's brother had just passed away. Was it truly appropriate to prepare for a celebration? Ma Ge, we extend our condolences. Every mission carries its risks. The ruins are an unknown realm. The circumstances within are unpredictable. At least we have completed the task. However, after guarding the cellar throughout the night, the team was utterly exhausted. After offering a few words of comfort to Ma Fei, they departed. Once the team members had left, Lao Shao lit a cigarette for Ma Fei, who remained rooted in place. Ma Ge, thank goodness you reacted swiftly just now. Otherwise, our heads would have been on the line. Lao Shao then lit one for himself, still shaken by the near miss. However, Chen Chen has indeed escaped. If he returns to the academy, wouldn't we be exposed? Should we not keep watch near the Lingwu Academy in Magic City? But conducting operations within Magic City carries significant risks. If the Security Bureau and the Association catch wind of our activities, we would be in serious trouble. Ma Fei inhaled a puff of cigarette smoke, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. He gazed at the light in the cellar, surrounded by fluttering moths, and slowly spoke. We have failed. Hua Jianli will undoubtedly seek out someone more formidable and ruthless to handle this matter. Rest assured, with Chen Chen's intellect, he will certainly not remain in the Magic City. However, he just gave you the finger. Doesn't that signify a declaration of war against us? If he intended to depart the Magic City quietly, why would he provoke us? As he spoke, Lao Shao seemed to reach a realization. The very reason Chen Chen dared to taunt Ma Fei was his confidence that they would not take action, rather than attributing Ma Fei's quick thinking to a sudden inspiration that saved his comrades. It was more accurate to say this was the sole escape route Chen Chen had granted him. It was not that Ma Fei anticipated Chen Chen's departure from the Magic City. Rather, Chen Chen had foreseen that Ma Fei would surely keep his secret. Chen Chen had predicted Ma Fei's prediction. Reflecting on this, Lao Zhao's fingers, clutching the cigarette, began to tremble instinctively. He finally understood why. When standing outside the cellar moments ago, the usually composed Captain Ma Fei appeared so agitated. Although Lao Shao had never met Chen Chen, having only glimpsed his image in a dossier, the mere mention of Chen Chen's name instilled in him an overwhelming sense of pressure. Damn it! Ma Fei clenched his fists tightly. Despite having utilized his intellect to save his teammates and possibly ascend to a higher position within the Demon Hunter Association, he felt no joy. From beginning to end, Chen Chen had treated him like a mere puppet. After leaving the academy for so long, Ma Fei had once believed that the spirited Chen Chen of yesteryears had faded away, and he would no longer live in the shadow of another. Yet today, Ma Fei finally comprehended a profound truth. Chen Ge would forever be Chen Ge. He, Ma Fei, could only remain within that shadow. Nevertheless, while Ma Fei was acutely aware that he could never rival Chen Chen, he would never concede defeat. Chen Chen, the only mistake you made was in taking my brother Ma Zhen's life. This matter between us is far from over. Chapter 41. I can endure Senior Chen Chen. Where are we headed now? Shin Yoshi inquired excitedly as she flew alongside Chen Chen at dawn. Having grown up in the Magic City and never having ventured beyond its borders, the prospect of leaving filled her with immense joy. To wander the world. Chen Chen replied with a smile. Although he said this, he had already formulated a plan while in the ruins. His next destination was Jinghai. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places are often the safest. Even if Hua Jianli and Gu Qingming suspected that Chen Chen was still alive, they would never anticipate his audacity to venture to Jinghai. Although separated from the Magic City by a bay, Jinghai was, in fact, not far at all. For Chen Chen, who possessed the ability to fly, this was not a formidable challenge. After departing from the farm and soaring over 2 mountain ranges, the expanse of the sea came into view. However, his primary motive for journeying to Jinghai was to surprise Hua Jianli. If they revel in their family's influence and act tyrannically, then I shall first dismantle the Hua family. Of course, given Chen Chen's current strength, he was incapable of confronting even Hua Jianli, let alone the formidable Hua family behind her. Nonetheless, such matters often do not necessitate direct intervention. Although the Hua family held a monopoly in Jinghai, dominating numerous industries, Chen Chen had already inquired and learned of a burgeoning force in the region that had become a source of considerable frustration for the Hua family. This new faction, reputedly bearing the surname Gao, roamed the world. How awe-inspiring that sounds. Shin Yoshi felt no trepidation regarding their future. Rather, her anticipation was at its zenith. However, if Mother were to inquire about my sister and me, how would we respond? What would we even say? We have both effectively faked our deaths. Have you ever seen a deceased person reassure their family? Oh, in our current predicament, does this count as eloping? This question left Chen Chen momentarily speechless. It wasn't quite elopement. It could at most be considered a hasty departure. Who elopes with two women? If this were indeed an elopement, it would undoubtedly be the pinnacle of such escapades. After soaring through the sky for approximately 2 hours, Chen Chen finally discovered a rather concealed cave at the edge of a steep cliff. Throughout the journey, Shin Yoshi had engaged him in conversation, while Shin Yuyan remained unresponsive. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Chen Chen descended onto a rock before the cave entrance, meticulously observing the surrounding environment. As time passed, the effects of the drugs coursing through Chen Chen and Shin Yuyan had intensified, deeply permeating their very bones. A proper rest was imperative. The cave's entrance was thick with vines, devoid of any signs of biological activity. Activating the flashlight feature on his smartphone, Chen Chen began to cautiously explore the interior. The technological advancement of Blue Star did not quite match that of Earth, particularly in terms of military prowess. However, in terms of everyday technology, it was not inferior. On Blue Star, humanity had awakened to spiritual powers, rendering themselves the most formidable military force, thus directing technological development primarily toward enhancing human convenience. Yet, due to the vast expanse of Blue Star, which was several times larger than Earth, coupled with the existence of magical species, human settlements comprised less than 1% of the planet's total area, with most remaining untamed wilderness. There were even realms yet to be explored by mankind. These areas were exceedingly perilous, as some relic teleportation portals were bidirectional. Humans could enter other worlds, annihilate all creatures within, and defeat the most powerful bosses, the highest rulers of those civilizations. Is it conceivable that, in the eyes of the demonic beings, Blue Star could also be perceived as a relic? Thus, deep within the wilderness, one might encounter these unknown civilizations at any moment. In such desolate places, human signal stations are non-existent, rendering mobile phones mere instruments for illumination. This locale is quite secure. Let us pause for a brief respite. Thankfully, the cave where Chen Chen finds himself is devoid of any remnants. Being a sheer cliff after all, the space within is rather limited, providing just enough room for them to rest momentarily. Ideally, it would be best to embark on their journey at night. After all, during the dark hours, Shin Yoshi's S-Class Chaos Armor can yield double attributes, 160 in defense and 160 in backlash damage. This constitutes a formidable enhancement. Once safety is assured, Chen Chen promptly disengages from his fusion state, recognizing that Shin Yuyan's current condition necessitates some fresh air. In her spiritual weapon form, Shin Yuyan is rendered incapable of any action, merely allowing negative thoughts to fester. What a wretched cave. Not even a tome of secrets? Shin Yoshi exclaimed, rummaging about in hopes of discovering the remains of a mysterious elder, perhaps to inherit a sage's legacy. Meanwhile, Chen Chen retrieved tools from his spatial ring, igniting a campfire within the cave. This should not be. A striking figure like Senior Chen Chen is typically the protagonist. How could he arrive in such a place only to find nothing? Pouting in frustration, Shin Yoshi turned the less than 10 square meter cave upside down, yet emerged empty-handed. At that moment, Shin Yuyan sat at the cave's entrance, seeking a breath of fresh air, her complexion flushed, indicating her poor state. Chen Chen, on the other hand, busied himself with a game of Snake on his phone, his condition not markedly better than Shin Yuyan's. Even the pixelated serpent appeared alluringly vibrant. The Blue Star's midsummer essence is far more potent than the inferior aphrodisiacs found on Earth. This second-tier elixir could transform one into a stallion, if left unaddressed. It might lead to a catastrophic rupture of one's veins. At this juncture, both Chen Chen and Shin Yuyan had reached their limits. Noticing that Shin Yoshi had dozed off alone in the cave, Chen Chen gradually leaned closer to Shin Yuyan. "Do not approach me," she murmured, eyes tightly shut, too fearful to glance in his direction. In that moment, she resembled a levee brimming with floodwaters, on the brink of overflowing. "Yuyan, take this," Chen Chen offered, producing a second-tier detoxification pill, an unexpected boon from his earlier exploits in the goblin mine. Though somewhat outside his expertise, the principle of detoxification involves purification, which could mitigate the effects of the midsummer essence. Fortunately, through the use of the pot of greed, Chen Chen had managed to elevate the detoxification pill to second tier. Otherwise, it would have proven futile even if consumed. Why didn't you take out the antidote earlier? Are you deliberately waiting here to watch my misfortune? Shen Yuyan glared at Chen Chen as she accepted the antidote from his hand. Do you have any idea what I've been through during the time you flew over? These past 2 hours have been excruciating. 2 whole hours. Do you know how I spent those 2 hours? Do you? Shen Yuyan nearly shouted in rage. During the 2 hours of Chen Chen's flight, she had experienced a long dream, one that felt particularly tormenting for someone as composed and reserved as Shen Yuyan. I'm sorry, Chen Chen said, though he was unaware of the specifics of her ordeal, his tone laced with a hint of guilt. Indeed, as a demon hunter, he had the freedom to alleviate his discomfort through various means. However, as a spirit warrior, Shen Yuyan suffered even more. But there is only one antidote. I intended to consume it myself, as I felt utterly overwhelmed facing both you sisters alone. Without the antidote, I knew I would surely falter. After a brief pause, he continued, but then I glanced at you and recalled an expert's words. A woman's desire is 6 times that of a man's. If I am feeling this miserable, you, with your desires magnified, must be suffering even more. Therefore, Yuyan, I have decided to give you the antidote. Shen Yuyan was momentarily taken aback. What? There is only one antidote. She had assumed Chen Chen had already consumed it. Yes, just one. You must take it. You need it more than I do. What about you? Shen Yuyan was at a loss, her mind clouded by the heat radiating from Chen Chen. No, it's fine. My willpower is quite strong. Perhaps I can endure, he stammered, completely losing the calm and confident demeanor he usually exhibited. Chapter 42. Something is awry. The two exchanged heated glances, ultimately reaching a consensus. Since there was only one antidote, regardless of who consumed it, the other would suffer. Then let us not take it at all. 3 hours later, Shinyoshi rubbed her sleepy eyes and groggily awoke. She sniffed the air, sensing a peculiar scent enveloping the surroundings. Humph, sister is truly cunning. Shinyoshi observed Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan tightly embracing at the cave entrance, a twinge of jealousy stirring within her. However, despite her words, she tenderly retrieved a cloak from her spatial ring and draped it over their shoulders. In a moment of distraction, Chen Chen secretly pinched Shen Yuyan. Due to the potent effects of the Mi-Dai Dan, neither he nor Shen Yuyan had actually slept. They had merely pretended to do so, hastily embracing one another as they noticed Shinyoshi was stirring from her slumber. At that moment, Shinyoshi's stomach let out an ungracious growl. Having been away from the ruins for quite some time without nourishment, she indeed felt a pang of hunger. Observing that Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan were sleeping soundly, she refrained from disturbing them. Instead, she retrieved a few small fish from her spatial ring, skewered them with a wooden stick, and placed them over the fire to roast. Inside the spatial ring lay a dimension of absolute stillness, where the food stored could be preserved without fear of spoilage. Shinyoshi had a penchant for culinary delights. Thus, her spatial ring was primarily filled with provisions. Naturally, it also contained various tools for mischief, such as chainsaws, machetes, wrenches, butterfly knives, pliers, entrenching tools, steel cables, and candles. In essence, there were no proper supplies, only items that catered to her personal whims. She had even brought along salt and chili powder, which was quite delightful. The aroma wafting from the roasting fish was increasingly tantalizing, stirring hunger within the seemingly slumbering Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan. Like Shinyoshi, they too had gone without sustenance for an extended period, and having just endured an indescribable battle, their physical strength had been severely depleted. They were utterly famished. Yoshi, you're awake? This fish looks delectable. Let me have a taste, Chen Chen remarked. Thus, they abandoned their charade. Although Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan awoke rather abruptly. Without a smooth transition, Shinyoshi remained blissfully unaware of their clumsy performance and happily handed the roasted fish to them. Sister, Senior Chen Chen, hurry and eat. The fish I roasted is incredibly fragrant. They gratefully accepted her offering, eager to satiate their hunger before settling down for a proper rest. With mutual assistance, the effects of the medicinal herb, Medea Dan, had dissipated, and the tumult within their hearts had faded, replaced by a sense of weariness. Sis, what happened to your stockings? They're all torn and frayed. How did that occur? Shen Yuyan, having stood up to lie down nearby, was caught by her sister's keen observation of the damaged black stockings. "Oh, I must have accidentally snagged them on a branch in the cave. It's nothing. Once we reach our destination, I'll buy a new pair," Chen Chen stammered, hastily explaining while giving Chen Chen a sharp pinch on the back. It was as if she were silently accusing him of his mischief. At that moment, one couldn't help but admire Chen Chen's fortitude. Even as Chen Chen nearly pinched his skin off, he remained silent. Only upon witnessing his discomfort did Chen Chen finally relent and release her grip. Yet, ironically, it was at that precise moment, as she loosened her hold, that Chen Chen, who had been silently enduring the pain, let out a groan, his expression rather complex. Meanwhile, Shin Yoshi, observing the furtive behavior of the two, found herself momentarily bewildered. These two individuals are acting strangely. Did they perhaps engage in some clandestine activities while I was asleep? Chapter 43. A touch of professionalism. After resting in the cave until 6 in the evening, Chen Chen finally prepared to set forth. At this hour, it would be classified as nighttime, and with the doubled attribute bonus from Shun Yoshi's Chaos Armor, their safety would be considerably enhanced. The crisis posed by the Misty Elixir had been navigated with minimal peril. Although the journey had been fraught with twists and turns, the rewards were not insignificant. First and foremost, through the diligent efforts of Chen Chen and Xin Yuyan, they had saved a second-tier detoxification pill for future contingencies. Furthermore, during their mutual assistance and exploration, their rapport had unexpectedly improved. Shun Yuyan, Wings of Angels, rapport level 1020. When attacking and hitting an enemy, an additional layer of Ascendant effect is accumulated, lasting for 5 seconds. Each layer of Ascendant effect increases attack speed by 1, with a maximum of 100 to 200 layers. The Ascendant effect cannot be dispelled. With the enhancement of their rapport, the maximum layers of the Ascendant effect had risen to 200. Previously, they could only reach a maximum of 100 layers for attack speed, but now they could achieve up to 200. This significantly elevated Chen Chen's potential. Having been airborne for an extended period, Chen Chen encountered no dangers along the way. After 3 days of travel, they were nearing the strait opposite Jinghai City. As soon as they crossed the expanse of water before them, they would reach the territory of Jinghai. Why is there a watchtower here? Deep within the jungle by the coast, Chen Chen discovered an unmistakably human-constructed lookout tower. The absence of any signs of human activity in the vicinity made the presence of a watchtower perplexing. Should we go down and take a look? Xin Yuyan suggested. No need. We can simply circumvent it. Our destination is Jinghai, and it is best not to complicate matters. Chen Chen dismissed the peculiar watchtower from his mind. As at his altitude, it would be challenging for anyone to detect them. Approaching it recklessly would only heighten the risk of unforeseen circumstances. At their current speed, it would take at least 10 hours to traverse this stretch of water. Upon reaching the coast, Chen Chen retrieved a map. After meticulous calculations over the past few days, he concluded that his physical limits allowed for a maximum of 6 continuous hours of flight. This meant that to cross the sea, he must find a resting point midway. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete the journey. Shen Yuyan traced a route on the map. This path represents the ferry service between Jinghai and Modu. If we time it right, we can rest aboard the vessel. Indeed, that is the only option, Chen Chen concurred. Before approaching the sea, Chen Chen gathered a significant amount of wood and vines from the jungle to store in his spatial ring. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, he could fashion a makeshift raft as a foothold on the water. However, he hoped such preparations would prove unnecessary, for the waters of Blue Star were notoriously treacherous. Beneath the ocean lies an unknown number of concealed relic portals, and at any moment, marine demonic entities may emerge from the depths. Consequently, there are few flights between the Magic City and Jinghai, with only one passenger ship, the Bronze Age, making the journey back and forth. On board the Bronze Age, there are platinum demon hunters from the Security Bureau specifically assigned for protection. As we prepare to disembark, we must exercise utmost caution to avoid revealing our whereabouts, Xinyuan kindly advised. After all, they were feigning death, with their destination being the tightly controlled Jinghai. If their movements were discovered, it would spell trouble. Rest assured, I will be vigilant, Chen Chen replied. After calculating the time, he set off at dawn, estimating approximately 4 hours of flight to encounter the sailing Bronze Age. According to their plan, Chen Chen would rest for 2 hours on the Bronze Age before proceeding alone to the domain of Jinghai. The morning sea was shrouded in a delicate mist, with sunlight filtering through, casting shimmering reflections on the water's surface. In this tranquil expanse, Chen Chen unfurled his wings, resembling a free-flying kuanping, surveying the ocean below. Amidst the mist-laden waters, a small vessel appeared, partially obscured. Strange, why is there a fast boat here? Chen Chen pondered, feeling a wave of confusion. Given the treacherous nature of the Blue Star Seas, the Bronze Age was the sole passenger ship traversing the strait. This vessel was not on the designated route. Although swift, it was small and did not resemble a passenger or merchant ship. Could it be pirates? Shinyoshi speculated with intrigue. The perilous waters of Blue Star were devoid of merchant vessels, thus rendering the presence of pirates improbable. Before Chen Chen could respond, Shin Yuyan preemptively clarified her sister's query. What could that be? A ghost ship? Where would a ghost ship come from in broad daylight? Chen Chen, equally perplexed, realized that according to their planned timeline, they were supposed to encounter the Bronze Age after 4 hours of flight. However, they had only flown for 3 hours, with a full hour remaining before their expected meeting, yet they had unexpectedly encountered this small, fast boat. The direction of the small craft did not lead towards the Magic City dock, but rather toward the mountains they had just traversed, adding to Shen Yuyan's bewilderment. Such a diminutive boat, if attacked by a marine demon, would likely meet its demise in the depths. Who would dare risk navigating to such a perilous place? Is it possible that this fast boat came from the Bronze Age? Chen Chen contemplated, recognizing a new angle in Shen Yuyan's analysis. It certainly could be. He exclaimed, I recall reading about the Bronze Age. It is a massive passenger ship jointly constructed by the Magic City and Jinghai, equipped with several emergency fast boats. What we have encountered may very well be one of them. It cannot be mistaken. With the intelligence provided by Shen Yuyan, Chen Chen became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Could it be that the Bronze Era had encountered a mishap? Shen Yuyan was utterly astonished. She had meticulously studied the introduction to the Bronze Era, a colossal iron behemoth. The vessel boasted a displacement exceeding 60,000 tons, measuring 333 meters in length and 80 meters in width. During its voyages, it was escorted by no fewer than 3 teams of Platinum Demon Hunters, alongside Diamond Tier Demon Hunters serving as captains. Shin Yuyan found it hard to fathom the peril that such a formidable vessel could face, prompting the implementation of an emergency distress protocol. For now, it was uncertain. We must descend to investigate. Chen Chen began to lower the flight altitude. The speedboat measured approximately 10 meters in length, and the deck was devoid of any personnel, starkly contradicting any notion of a distress situation. To avoid detection, Chen Chen flew almost at sea level, akin to a torpedo, directly colliding with the swiftly approaching speedboat. Woohoo! This intense visual impact exhilarated Shinyoshi, prompting her to exclaim with delight. The moment they made contact with the hull, Chen Chen employed a wall-passing technique that negated physical collisions, successfully infiltrating the ship's interior. This girl is truly captivating. Is it really off-limits to touch? Stop daydreaming. Do you even know who she is? The chief commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau, Su Tingshan's daughter. If you lay a finger on her here, we all might as well be buried alongside you. Wow, this girl has quite the background, doesn't she? Can you refrain from fixating on the hostage notion all day? Our boss is waiting for us to dock. As Chen Chen entered, he stumbled upon a shocking scene in the cargo hold. The girl's eyes were blindfolded with black cloth, her mouth stuffed with a rag, and her hands and feet were bound, discarded in a corner of the hold. Surrounding her was a group of armed thugs, each wielding spiritual weapons, their power levels at least silver tier, if not higher. I just observed, there are no pursuers behind. The ability to infiltrate the Bronze Era and stealthily abduct the daughter of the chief commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau indicates that the mastermind behind this group is formidable. Through the recent exchanges, Chen Chen had pieced together the unfolding events. Moreover, based on the speedboat's course, he had even surmised their destination, the watchtower he had previously discovered deep within the jungle. In that location, there must be more concealed secrets waiting to be uncovered. Chapter 44. Shadow Servants. What shall we do now, Chun? Shin Yuyan inquired softly. They faced 2 choices, either to act as if they had seen nothing and wait until they safely reached Jinghai to notify the Security Bureau, or to take a daring risk and rescue the girl. After all, she was the daughter of the chief commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau. They had to save her. Chen Chen's gaze grew profound as he began to formulate a rescue plan in his mind. In the future, when dealing with the Hua family in Jinghai, securing a position within the Security Bureau would greatly simplify matters. Second brother, You stay here while we survey the surrounding waters. The moment there is any sign of movement, report immediately. After issuing these instructions, the bandits gradually vacated the warehouse, leaving behind a shifty-eyed demon hunter to keep watch. This was the very individual who had just clamored for the hostage. Upon hearing that the others had departed, the girl, her mouth gagged, emitted a series of sounds as if she wished to communicate with the bandits. Stop your futile struggles. As long as you comply and behave, our boss will obtain what he desires, and we will release you, the second bandit lamented, shaking his head in regret. Such a valuable hostage. Yet she could not be used. What a shame. Su Wenwen, the daughter of Su Tingshan, the chief commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau, sported a pragmatic short haircut and bore the grace of a refined lady. Even in captivity, her expression remained resolute and unyielding, devoid of fear. She attempted once more to engage the bandits in conversation, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. In desperation, she decided to exploit their weakness, ramming her head against the iron hull of the ship. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact grew sharper, and soon, blood trickled from Su Wenwen's forehead. Fine, fine. I'll remove the cloth from your mouth. The bandit relented, choosing to discard the gag, while preemptively warning her, but let us agree that once your mouth is free, you must not scream. Su Wenwen nodded vigorously in agreement. Ah, help. Is anyone there? I'm here. Please save me. Indeed, women are often capricious. The moment the cloth was removed, Su Wenwen immediately called for help, despite her earlier promise. Stop shouting. This cabin is soundproof. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will hear you. The bandit seemed to have anticipated her reaction, having removed the gag out of sheer boredom. And he spoke the truth. His comrades did not rush to check on her screams, confirming the cabin's soundproof quality. The cabin, the Bronze Age? Su Wenwen, blindfolded, believed she was still aboard a passenger ship. Since you know who I am, you should comprehend the consequences of your actions. I command you to release me immediately, or the entire Jinghai Security Bureau will not spare you. The Bronze Age? Ha ha ha. If we were that incompetent, we would never dare to kidnap you. The bandit mockingly intimidated Su Wenwen, adding, even if I were to free you from your chains now, you could not return. To be frank, you have been unconscious for 3 days, and we have long since departed from the waters of Longhua. The Jinghai Security Bureau? You might as well have your father notify the Dragon Kingdom's Security Bureau to apprehend us. Ha ha ha. Are you no longer within the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom? How could that be possible? Are you spies from an enemy nation? Su Wenwen could clearly discern that her interlocutor was bluffing, yet she still maintained a facade of fear. To be honest, I am a highly skilled agent. As long as you behave, I shall not cause you any trouble. The bandit, seeing that the young girl had been intimidated, became increasingly emboldened. I'm feeling a bit scared alone right now. Could you come and sit with me? Su Wenwen bit her lip and gazed at him with pleading eyes. Of course, the bandit, taken by her demeanor, could not refuse. Although she was the daughter of the chief commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau, he was restrained from overstepping his bounds. However, as a professional outlaw, it was necessary to soothe the frightened demeanor of his captive. Besides, what threat could a blindfolded girl with her hands and feet bound possibly pose? Brother, if I surrender myself to you, would you protect me? The moment the bandit settled beside Su Wenwen, she leaned her head on his shoulder. The fragrance of her hair enveloped him, refreshing and invigorating. The bandit was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated such boldness from Su Wenwen, leaving him at a loss for words. Naturally, as long as you obey, I will ensure that no harm comes to you. The bandit ecstatically grasped Su Wenwen's hand, smiling as if basking in the spring breeze. Yet, just as he prepared to take further action, a flash of cold light struck first, followed by the swift discharge of a firearm. Chen Chen, utilizing his wall-piercing technique, emerged from behind a nearby cargo, launching a surprise attack while the bandit was distracted by his flirtations, the silver gun piercing directly through the bandit's throat. However, Chen Chen was acutely aware that a silver-tier demon hunter had biological strength that had long surpassed human limits. Even such an injury would not be fatal. Shadow Servants. After severely wounding the adversary, Shinyoshi immediately summoned the souls imprisoned by the Chaos Armor. Shadow Shield Guardian Logi. Shadow Dual Blade Master Nyodali. Shadow Gunner Zhao Wu. Within the desert ruins, Chen Chen had confined the souls of these three, transforming them into Shun Yoshi's Shadow Servants. The summoned Logi and the others lacked distinct outlines, appearing as a three-dimensional mass of shadow. Although the shadow servants possessed their own spiritual weapons, their spiritual power did not derive from the essence of their souls, but rather inherited the spiritual energy of Chen Chen and Shen Yoshi. Thus, Logi, Zhao Wu, and Niu Dali, along with their respective weapons, were only at the 5th tier of bronze. The severely injured bandit was immediately besieged by the shadow servants. Holy shield charge, blazing slash, continuous stab. The 3 shadow servants unleashed their signature techniques. The bandit was first struck squarely in the face by Logi's massive shield, then bisected by the flaming dual blades, and finally impaled through the heart by Zhao Wu's relentless stabs. He was utterly and completely slain. Shadow servants differ significantly from clones. They possess the ability to wield martial skills and exhibit remarkable combat prowess. The sole flaw lies in the fact that before their adversaries comprehend the unfolding events, they meet their demise. The Silver Demon Hunter has yet to harbor any murderous intent towards Chen Chen, thus rendering him incapable of siphoning away their life force. I have come to rescue you. Chen Chen promptly unfastened Su Wenwen's restraints, preparing to escort her to safety. To conceal his identity, he donned the E-grade knight cloak of Shen Yoshi, his visage concealed behind a mask. Moreover, he had previously breached the hull of the speedboat. Meanwhile, the remaining bandits floundered like ants on a hot skillet, frantically attempting to repair the vessel, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. I know. Otherwise, do you think I lured him over here for no reason? Su Wenwen cast a lively glance at Chen Chen, seemingly unfazed by the recent events. It felt as though Chen Chen was one of her prearranged subordinates. Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on Su Wenwen's earlier actions, it indeed appeared that she had acted in concert with him. It was thanks to her enticing maneuver that Chen Chen was able to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, if the silver-ranked demon hunter had resisted, it would have posed considerable trouble. Did you know I would come? Chen Chen was puzzled. As he had merely chanced upon Su Wenwen, she could not possibly have foreseen his intent to rescue her. Yet, if Su Wenwen was unaware, her previous actions were exceedingly perilous, which was equally perplexing. Observing Chen Zhen's astonishment, Su Wenwen smiled triumphantly, teasingly remarking, "Is it possible that someone is unaware of my future goddess title? How do you navigate under my father's watchful eye?" Chapter 45, Foresight of the Future. Future goddess? Seeing Chen Zhen's complete ignorance, Shen Yuyan interjected with an explanation. Su Wenwen, an S-rank spirit warrior, possesses the ability to glimpse fleeting glimpses of the future. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Chen Chen replied, I assumed you were well informed, considering your fervent desire to go to Jinghai. Su Wenwen, noticing Chen Zhen's bewilderment, began to sense something amiss. Aren't you my father's planted spy among the enemies? Chen Zhen refrained from responding, instead channeling his energy into the silver spear, preparing for the next course of action. Hurry. That individual spirit weapon will trigger the ship's alarm in 3 seconds. We must prevent it. Utilizing her foresight once more, Su Wenwen envisioned the impending events. Although Chen Zhen's ambush had succeeded and the bandit demon hunter had fallen swiftly, their spirit weapon still remained intact. This indicated that Su Wenwen was not yet safe, and her situation remained perilous. The speedboat housed an entire squad of silver-ranked awakened beings, and judging by Chen Zhen's recent assault on the bandits, his spiritual power was evidently inferior to theirs. Should the alarm sound within the cabin, summoning reinforcements from the other awakened individuals, the situation would become dire. Fear not. Let her act, Chen Chen replied, exuding an air of confidence in the face of Su Wenwen's warning. He was acutely aware that reinforcements from the opposing side would not arrive in haste. Shortly thereafter, the events Su Wenwen had forewarned indeed transpired. The dagger at the waist of the assailant transformed into a figure, a middle-aged woman with flowing hair, who seized the opportunity presented by the shadow servant's brief lapse in position to trigger the alarm within the cabin. This scene astounded Chen Chen. Although he had anticipated such an occurrence, even without Su Wenwen's foresight, he understood that the assailant's spiritual weapon was still active. This was a fundamental truth. Yet, there lay a crucial distinction between the two, for Su Wenwen perceived a future that genuinely existed, whereas Chen Chen's expectations were merely subjective conjectures. This realization filled Chen Chen with a peculiar sense of wonder. The jarring sound of the alarm pierced the air, abruptly pulling Chen Chen's thoughts back to reality. Oh, you cannot escape now, the woman declared with a confident smile, as she effortlessly unlocked the cabin door and strode away. Despite being a silver-tier spiritual weapon wielder, the demon hunter she had contracted with was now deceased. Though Su Wenwen and Chen Chen's spiritual powers were not particularly elevated, their innate abilities proved to be formidable. One could summon shadow warriors, while the other possessed the gift of foresight, allowing for timely warnings. It was exceedingly irrational for the woman to attempt to thwart both Su Wenwen and Chen Chen single-handedly. Thus, she chose to flee through the open door to safeguard her own safety, planning to ensnare the two once her allies arrived. After all, the swift vessel was traversing an endless expanse of ocean, leaving Su Wenwen with no means of escape. "It is over. You have made a grave mistake." Su Wenwen gazed at the shimmering surface of the sea outside the cabin, her heart sinking with foreboding. "Why did you not heed my commands just now? Now, when their reinforcements arrive, we shall be doomed." Chen Chen, however, paid no heed to Su Wenwen's panicked expression. Upon witnessing the door's opening, he abandoned his intention to unleash a charged strike and called back all Shadow's servants, striding confidently out of the cabin. Initially, he had planned to create a significant breach in the cabin to facilitate their escape with Su Wenwen. Yet, at this juncture, such a course of action seemed unnecessary. "Where are our reinforcements?" In the face of this urgent situation, Su Wenwen endeavored to maintain her composure. She surveyed their surroundings while inquiring of Chen Chen. "There are no reinforcements. It is just me," he replied candidly. "What? Just you?" Su Wenwen regarded him incredulously. "At such a critical moment, please do not jest. With only you, how do you intend to save me?" Chen Chen's abilities were evident, likely only at a mid-level bronze tier, while the vessel was occupied by an entire squad of silver-tier awakened beings. With such a stark disparity in strength, how could they hope to confront their adversaries? In Su Wenwen's eyes, if Chen Chen truly intended to rescue her alone, such an act would undeniably be tantamount to courting death. "Aren't you capable of glimpsing into the future? Why not take another look at how I might respond?" Chen Chen jested, in stark contrast to Su Wenwen's alarmed demeanor. Chen Chen exuded an air of calmness, as if everything lay within his grasp. The ability to foresee the future requires a significant expenditure of spiritual energy and can only reveal fleeting moments. "Why waste such energy on something you could simply tell me?" Su Wenwen expressed her confusion. Chen Chen, a mere bronze-ranked demon hunter, wielded a seemingly unremarkable spiritual weapon. What could possibly inspire his confidence? This perception was based on Su Wenwen's view of the spiritual weapon as a silver spear rather than a mere firewood stick. Due to the conspicuous nature of a firewood stick juxtaposed with the G-rank spiritual weapon, Chen Chen had preemptively altered the illusory forms of the sisters' weapons, configuring Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi's appearances to that of an F-rank black robe and silver spear. Within the Magical City's Spiritual Weapon Academy, Chen Chen was somewhat renowned for simultaneously binding two G-rank spiritual weapons, being the first man in the entire history of Blue Star to forge a bond with twin spiritual weapons. In many respects, his name resonated more loudly than Su Wenwen's title of the future goddess. However, shrouded in a black robe and masked, Su Wenwen found it challenging to associate him with his true identity. Chen Chen had devised a narrative, claiming that the contracted weapon was an F-rank silver spear, while the F-rank black robe worn by Shen Yoshi was falsely presented as a spiritual treasure with the ability to fly. After all, within Blue Star, only Chen Chen possessed the capability to simultaneously contract two spiritual weapons, and both Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi's G-rank weapons were highly recognizable. This made it all the more difficult for Chen Chen to be identified after a slight disguise. How peculiar. The alarm has been blaring for so long. Yet why has no support arrived? Su Wenwen suddenly felt a sense of strangeness. Such a piercing alarm should have alerted anyone within the ship's confines. Yet no one had rushed to their aid. They are quite preoccupied and won't be able to come for a while. Chen Chen replied with a faint smile. Su Wenwen had likely surmised that this was yet another of his schemes. The man before her, despite his seemingly modest spiritual rank, imparted an impression of profound mystery. Thus, driven by her curiosity, Su Wenwen activated her foresight once more, eager to see how he intended to extricate her from this predicament. Chapter 46. Mr. Sneck at last. The ship's hull has been repaired. Thankfully, our third brother possesses repair attributes, or we would all be doomed. At the bottom of the cabin, the bandits, having toiled for hours, finally united their efforts to mend the vessel beneath their feet. The encroaching seawater had already submerged half of their bodies, while scattered cargo floated around them, leaving the entire cabin in disarray. Fortunately, within their ranks, there existed a demon hunter endowed with repair skills, temporarily sealing the breach. Smiling, You just mentioned that a bronze-tier awakener ambushed the second-in-command? Well, before he even had a chance to react, the adversary dispatched him. Yet, that individual was undoubtedly of limited strength, and as I rushed over, I observed on the deck that he had no accomplices. Brother, I monitored the situation. There was only him, and no anomalies elsewhere. Huh. Su Tingshan is rather foolish, isn't he, sending a bronze demon hunter to rescue his precious daughter? He certainly underestimates us. The gang leader scoffed. Lao Si, head to the control room and halt the vessel. We shall confront this audacious fellow at once. Under the gang's control, the ship swiftly came to a halt. This indicated they had resolved the immediate complications and were poised to pursue Su Wenwen and Chen Chen. You can actually fly. Simultaneously, Su Wenwen, utilizing her foresight ability, glimpsed the forthcoming events. She stared in astonishment at Chen Chen, suddenly realizing a troubling question. The gang's swift vessel traversed the ocean, devoid of any other ships in sight. From whence did this individual emerge? Initially, Su Wenwen suspected that Chen Chen had been lurking aboard the fast boat from the beginning, but after witnessing the forthcoming scene through her foresight, she dismissed that notion. A wild hypothesis emerged in her mind. He must have flown here. Why did this thought seem so outrageous to her? Because on Blue Star, there are few martial arts capable of true flight, and at the very least, one must wield an A-level or higher technique to soar through the skies. Even so, such abilities come with temporal limitations and consume a significant amount of spiritual energy. This was evidently a capacity beyond what a bronze-tier demon hunter could possess. Indeed, you can truly see the future. Chen Chen, perceiving the astonishment in Su Wenwen's eyes, seemed to fathom all that she had witnessed. Su Wenwen repeatedly demonstrated her foresight ability before Chen Chen, who began to grasp its underlying principles. Chen Chen had long been curious as to how Su Wenwen, possessing the power to foresee the future, had been captured. Now he understood. Foresight required the awakener to actively expend a considerable amount of spiritual energy to divine the future, and it could only reveal fleeting moments. It was not a passive skill available at all times, nor did it provide extensive foresight. Thus, in the absence of actively employing her foresight, Su Wenwen was no different from an ordinary person. Moreover, a habitual reliance on such abilities could lead to a decline in one's subjective judgment and analytical skills, even resulting in their loss. Chen Chen preferred to engage his own intellect in deducing outcomes. After all, directly witnessing the future was rather unexciting. Hold on tight. Since Su Wenwen had already spotted him, Chen Chen ceased to feign. He unfurled the angelic wings from his back and lifted Su Wenwen, soaring directly into the azure expanse above. Of course, through her foresight and present observation, Su Wenwen noted that a cyclone had manifested on the dark cloak behind Chen Chen, elevating them into the heights. How stable! More so than my father's aerial techniques. After experiencing Chen Chen's flying prowess firsthand, Su Wenwen concluded that his abilities might even surpass those of her father. It is worth mentioning that her father, Su Tingshan, was a transcendent demon hunter. Undoubtedly, speed was not his forte, for the disparity in spiritual energy was evident. Yet, in terms of flight rhythm, Su Wenwen felt that Chen Chen held the upper hand. The sensation was akin to having actual wings sprouting from his back. Who on earth are you? Su Wenwen was utterly captivated by Chen Chen's capabilities. No wonder he exuded such confidence, even with only a bronze-level status. He did not regard his adversaries lightly, for in the boundless ocean, commanding the skies equates to possessing absolute authority. Presently, Chen Chen could simply take flight, leaving his opponents utterly powerless. When Su Wenwen inquired about his identity, Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't prepared a name in advance. What a blunder. He declared, I am Snek. Fortunately, Xin Yuyan promptly intervened, providing Chen Chen with a temporary alias. Snek, thank you for rescuing me. After witnessing Chen Chen's formidable flying abilities, Su Wenwen's demeanor became markedly more humble. The name Snek shrouded Chen Chen's new identity in an air of mystery. Su Wenwen admitted that she had, indeed, barked earlier. Mr. Snek, what brings you here? She inquired with curiosity. Just passing through, Chen Chen replied, too lazy to concoct a more elaborate explanation. Yet, this was the truth. He was merely a passerby. Mr. Snek, what shall we do now? Shall we fly directly back to Jinghai City? She asked. If we return, I may lack the stamina. I plan to rest on the Bronze-era ship for a while to recuperate before I send you back, he explained. Really? That sounds wonderful. The thought of soon returning to the Bronze-era vessel filled Su Wanwen with joy. Moreover, Chen Chen's tone was incredibly nonchalant, as if rescuing her was merely a coincidence devoid of ulterior motives. While it was indeed a coincidence, Chen Chen did have a purpose. However, the time to reveal it had not yet arrived. He aimed to cast a long line to catch a big fish. You, hold on to this life buoy and remain here for a moment. I have a few matters to attend to, but I shall return shortly. Chen Chen first brought Su Wanwen to a safe expanse of sea, then retrieved a life buoy from his spatial ring, instructing her to stay put. The survival circle was discovered by Chen Chen while he was concealed within the ship's cabin. This contraption proved to be far more effective than mere wood. After securing Su Wanwen, Chen Chen once again employed his ability to traverse through walls and infiltrated the vessel. At that moment, the small boat had come to a halt, having been seized by bandits who were scouring the area for traces of Chen Chen and Su Wanwen. How peculiar. Where have they gone? Just a moment ago, they were seen exiting the cabin on the surveillance feed, and now they seem to have vanished without a trace. They must have jumped into the sea. Everyone, don your diving suits and plunge into the water to search for them. Hold on, boss, let us not rush. The waters we are in lie far from both the Magic City and Jinghai, with no vessels nearby. They cannot escape. The ship's surveillance only captures the angles within the cabins, thus failing to record Chen Chen's escape. After searching the ship multiple times without success, the bandits concluded that the two had submerged into the ocean, prompting them to dive into the water in pursuit. Old 3, you stay on board and continue searching. Perhaps these two have hidden themselves in some corner of the ship. Before plunging into the sea, the bandit leader remained cautious. If they all entered the water in pursuit, and Su Wanwen happened to be still aboard, the ship could be sailed away, leaving them in a precarious situation. At this moment, Chen Chen had just sabotaged the surveillance room and had created an even larger breach in the ship's hull, which had already been painstakingly repaired by the bandits. Within half an hour, this vessel would transform into a heap of scrap metal, sinking to the ocean's depths. By then, these scoundrels would completely lose their foothold at sea, rendering them vulnerable to Chen Chen's onslaught. Noticing that all the adversaries had entered the water, leaving only the demon hunter Old 3 and Old 2's Ling Wu miling aboard, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. A modicum of intelligence, but not much. Chapter 47, Old 6. Miling, let us split our efforts. With Old 2 deceased, you no longer have a demon hunter. Upon discovering the enemy, do not engage recklessly. Simply notify me. Old 3, clad in maintenance attire, wielded a massive wrench as his weapon. Judging by his appearance and demeanor, he seemed to be a more formidable opponent than Old 2, who had previously been solely focused on capturing hostages. However, with the enemy exposed and Chen Chen in the shadows, a direct confrontation was unnecessary. The separation of their actions provided Chen Chen with ample opportunity to maneuver. Even if their spiritual powers differed by an entire realm, an unexpected assault could yield favorable results, as demonstrated by the earlier defeat of Old 2 at Chen Chen's hands. Who has damaged the surveillance room? Miling, be extremely cautious. It is highly probable that the enemy is still on the ship. I understand, Old 3. That fellow killed Old 2, and I am determined to uncover him and exact a brutal vengeance for Old 2. Old 3 and Miling communicated via intercom. Is the ship beginning to sink? Yet, before one crisis could settle, another emerged. Just as Old 3 discovered the destruction of the surveillance room, he then noticed the water level rising ominously. He hurried to inspect the previously damaged area and, to his dismay, discovered that the hull had sustained further damage. The turbulent sea had already engulfed the entire vessel. Miling, it appears that the recently repaired hull has been compromised again. Please be cautious while I descend to continue the repairs. Lao San possessed an E-level aptitude for maintenance, and given the current predicament, he had no choice but to personally dive into the water for inspection. The location of Chen Chen's breach was precisely where repairs had been previously executed, although the hole was larger now. Lao San could not ascertain whether it was due to human error or the impact of the water's current. Judging by the extent of the damage to the hull and the rising water level within the cabin, the entire ship had reached a critical juncture between life and death. Should the repairs fail, their fate would be sealed beneath the waves. Meanwhile, his comrades were still pursuing Su Wanwen in the depths. Should they discover their vessel sinking while engaged in the chase, one could only imagine their reaction. In order to prevent such a calamity, Lao San summoned every ounce of his spiritual energy, fervently working to mend the breaches in the ship's bottom. At that moment, He had become the team's sole beacon of hope. Finally, after 10 minutes of relentless effort, the substantial hole in the hull was successfully repaired. Exhausted, Lao Shen lay on the deck, completely drained of spiritual energy and physical strength from the 2 repair attempts. Fortunately, the ship had been preserved. Meiling, are you there? How are things on your end? No issues, I hope. Relieved, Lao Shen quickly contacted Meiling via the intercom. After all, Meiling's demon hunter had been eliminated, leaving her as an uncontracted spirit warrior. Lao Shen surmised that if he were the enemy, he would undoubtedly target Meiling first. Lao Shen, I'm here. That fellow must have jumped into the sea. I've searched the ship thoroughly and found no trace of him. Let us just wait patiently for news from the elder brother. By the way, how is the repair of the hull coming along? If the ship sinks, we're done for. Huh, don't worry, I'm a professional. Upon hearing Meiling's voice, Lao Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the adversary was indeed no longer aboard the ship and had taken to the sea. After all, in the boundless ocean, this was the only feasible escape route. If that were the case, they need not fret. This was the ocean, not a river or a lake. Su Wenwen and Chen Chen could not evade their grasp. Lao Shen exhaled deeply, trembling as he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his toolbox, intending to light one for himself. The earlier situation had been so urgent that his hands felt somewhat weak. However, just as he thought he could relax, with the cigarette poised at his lips, he failed to ignite it. A sudden, excruciating pain surged through his chest. As he slowly lowered his head, he found a glowing spear piercing through his heart. Cough. Immediately following, the spear was withdrawn, and crimson blood surged from Lao Shen's lungs into his throat. Chen Chen seized the opportunity, offering his opponent no chance to retaliate. With his silver spear, he launched a series of relentless thrusts, piercing through the opponent's chest. At that moment, the 3rd elder lacked the strength to resist, having exhausted both his spiritual and physical energy while repairing the ship's hull. You scoundrel! Stop this at once! He cried, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with malice as he glared at Chen Chen. At this moment, Chen Chen had summoned shadow servants, who were now attacking his equally fatigued adversary. The massive wrench, after enduring successive assaults from the shadow servants, gradually transformed into a human form, collapsing before the 3rd elder. Damn it! The elder cursed, but alas, he had lost any opportunity to fight back. From the beginning, he had been thoroughly defeated in his contest against Chen Chen. Chen Chen's true target had never been the demon hunter Mei Ling, but rather the 3rd elder, who possessed the skills to repair the ship. As a silver spear pierced the throats of both adversaries, the notifications rang out. The awakened one Zhang Yi, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been slain. Host gains a base lifespan of 85 years, with a 130 enhancement based on his spiritual rank, receiving an additional 110 years of life. The awakened one Xiao Yaxin, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been slain. Host gains a base lifespan of 80 years, with a 120 enhancement based on his spiritual rank, receiving an additional 96 years of life. Host's remaining lifespan, for 186 years. Having successfully eliminated 2 awakened beings of the silver rank, Chen Chen accrued a significant extension to his lifespan. Furthermore, he gleaned a crucial insight from the data acquired through the lifespan gains. As the spiritual rank of human awakened beings increases, so too does their lifespan. The bandits appeared to be over 40 years old, yet still had around 80 years of life remaining, which was evidently far longer than the lives of those Chen Chen had vanquished, such as Luo Ji. It was no wonder that powerful beings of the king rank often lived for over a century, retaining their youthful vigor. Naturally, the spatial rings of the 2 fallen adversaries were also claimed by Chen Chen. Subsequently, he employed his cloning martial technique to replicate the clone of the 3rd elder. Zhang Yi. Hey, Mei Ling, come here quickly. I've discovered the whereabouts of Su Wenyuan and that scoundrel. Hurry and encircle them from the other side. Really? That is fantastic. Tell me the location. I'm on my way. All right. They are at the awakened one Jiang Mei Ling, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been slain. Host gains a base lifespan of 91 years, with a 110 enhancement based on his spiritual rank, receiving an additional 100 years of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 677 years. Through the clone of the 3rd elder, Chen Chen effortlessly dispatched Jiang Mei Ling, targeting the 6th elder directly. He had never engaged in a fair fight. His strategy was to undermine his enemies, both physically and intellectually. Shrimp and Pig Heart. Chapter 48. Boom. Oh. What a remarkable discovery. Within the spatial ring of the notorious Zhang Yi, Chen Chen successfully unearthed a cache of explosives. Truly, he is a professional brigand. It seems Zhang Yi serves as the team's engineer and demolitions expert. Once the explosives were meticulously arranged, Chen Chen soared into the air, patiently awaiting the arrival of his fellow marauders on shore. What a shock! There was nothing in the sea. Where could it have vanished? It was utterly terrifying. Just moments ago, I encountered a platinum-tier iron sea dragon in the depths, and I nearly met my demise. We ought to refrain from venturing into the ocean. It is a realm not meant for humanity. I suspect that the young man and Su Wanwen are still aboard the ship, for this area is rife with the potential emergence of demonic entities. Perhaps they have already fallen into the clutches of Zhang Yi. You speak nonsense, acting like a fool before and a sage afterward. Just now, it was you who insisted they had surely gone into the sea. Before long, the band of brigands returned to the deck in utter disarray, panting as if they had encountered some indescribable creature beneath the waves. This is hardly surprising. On Blue Star, the deep sea is an exceedingly perilous domain, akin to the unexplored depths of a jungle. What of Zhang Yi? Have you located him? The leader of the brigands gasped as he inquired. After toiling for hours in the water, they had not laid eyes on a single soul, and thus their last hope rested on the ship's Zhang Yi. Damn it, that rascal has gone off on some escapade again, ignoring my commands. I shall certainly teach him a lesson when he returns. Seeing no one aboard respond, the brigand leader cursed under his breath. At that moment, a trembling subordinate rushed over, his face pale with terror, as if he had encountered something far more dreadful than a sea monster. What is it? The brigand leader said irritably. Brother, you may not be able to teach Zhang Yi a lesson anymore. What? As your leader, I am unable to reprimand him? If he were not the only one among us skilled in ship repair, I would have cast him into the sea to feed the fish. Brother, what I mean is that Zhang Yi is dead. The subordinate pointed to a nearby corpse, which belonged not only to Zhang Yi but also to his spiritual weapon and the second-in-command's weapon. In short, everyone left aboard the ship is dead. Everyone be cautious. We may have already been surrounded by the enemy. The brigand leader glanced at Zhang Yi's lifeless body before his gaze shifted furiously toward the distant horizon. His immediate thought was that reinforcements to rescue Su Wanwen had arrived. After all, how could a bronze-tier demon hunter dare to venture here alone? That would be tantamount to courting death. The adversary surely possesses a backup plan. The leader's words instilled a sense of dread within the entire awakened squad, causing them to frantically seek cover while casting anxious glances toward the sea. The sea remained eerily calm, devoid of even the slightest ripple. Brother, there is no one around. The expanse of dozens of nautical miles was utterly deserted, not even a fly in sight. Brother, perhaps you are being overly sensitive. Surely the third brother has fallen prey to that scoundrel. This is indeed good news. It suggests that the enemy is still aboard the ship. Are you out of your mind? The third brother is dead, and you call this good news? The stillness of the ocean instilled a growing sense of panic among the bandits, for the terror of the unknown often generates the most profound sense of dread. At that moment, a stranger's voice shattered their bickering. Do not move. You are surrounded. Chen Chen descended slowly from above, his black cloak billowing in the wind, resembling the grim Reaper's arrival. Boss, look. It's the one who rescued Su Wanwen. The bandits gasped as they beheld Chen Chen hovering above the ship. Damn it. This kid can fly. No wonder we couldn't find him anywhere. Calm down, brother. The duration of his flight technique won't last long, and it consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy. With his strength, he surely cannot maintain it for long. He appears stiff. I suspect he is employing sub-A rank pseudo-flying skills. You little brat, you are the one who killed the third brother, right? You better not come down, or we will finish you off. Seeing that Chen Chen was alone, the bandits regained their confidence. They believed he had appeared because he could no longer sustain his flight. Is everyone here? Chen Chen asked suddenly, catching the bandits off guard, leaving them puzzled as to the meaning of his words. Now that everyone is present, I can send you on your way. Ha 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 ha, such audacity. Don't think that just because you were fortunate enough to master a flight technique, you can flaunt your prowess. Growing weary of their incessant chatter, Chen Chen promptly activated the timed explosives aboard the ship. A magnificent mushroom cloud erupted, sending colossal waves crashing across the sea. In the aftermath of the explosion, the vessel was engulfed in flames, emitting thick plumes of smoke, and began to sink rapidly. The awakened being Triple X, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been slain. The host gains a basic lifespan of 74 years, with a 130 enhancement based on their spiritual realm, receiving an additional 96 years of lifespan. Host remaining lifespan, 847 years. After a considerable time, only the shattered remnants of the ship floated on the surface of the sea. Throughout this ordeal, Chen Chen had only received a notification regarding the lifespan extraction from one awakened being. This indicated that the recent explosion was insufficient to annihilate the enemy entirely. The others likely clung to life, albeit severely injured. However, it was certain that even if they survived, being caught in such a massive explosion would leave them gravely wounded. And submerged in seawater, their time was limited. Chen Chen remained unperturbed, stationed at the sea level. Clutching a silver spear, he was ready to strike anyone who dared to reveal themselves. The awakened being XXX, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been slain. The host has gained a foundational lifespan of 66 years, with an additional 130 years based on their spiritual power level, resulting in an extra 85 years of life. The awakened being XXX, who harbored murderous intent towards you, has been slain. The host has gained a foundational lifespan of 82 years, with an additional 150 years based on their spiritual power level, resulting in an extra 123 years of life. Remaining lifespan of the host, 1,499 years. After dispatching the final bandit, Chen Chen had absorbed over a millennium of life. The extraction of 100 years of lifespan, coupled with the bonus from his spiritual power level, was evidently more efficient than slaying monsters within the ruins. Chapter 49, Perish. Not only had he gained lifespan, but from the spatial rings of these individuals, Chen Chen discovered a plethora of magical crystal stones. The other items were diverse, and he stowed several medicinal supplies into his own space. The remaining items, he planned to sell directly in the black market upon reaching Jinghai. Among them were 2 C-grade combined martial skills that he deemed exceptionally suited to himself, and thus he began to cultivate them. Thunder Spear, C-grade summons a thunderous long spear, dealing 100 lightning attribute damage to enemies and inflicting a paralysis effect. The spear lasts for 10 seconds, during which it can be retrieved to enhance movement speed by 20 for 10 seconds and grants the next attack a thunder penetration effect. CD, 20 seconds. Storm Spear, C-grade throws a thunderous long spear, dealing 100 lightning attribute damage to enemies and inflicting a paralysis effect. The spear lasts for 10 seconds, during which it can be retrieved to enhance movement speed by 20 for 10 seconds and grants the next attack a thunder penetration effect. CD, 20 seconds. Thunder Penetration dashes forward at high speed, dealing 200 lightning attribute damage, with a lethal effect based on 5 of the enemy's current health. Upon hitting an enemy with Thunder Penetration, all martial skills enter a 1-second cooldown. Chen Chen's spiritual weapon was perfectly aligned with the spear category, and the rarity of the Thunder Penetration ability, which reduced all martial skill cooldowns, was indeed extraordinary. However, the requirement to retrieve the thrown Thunder Spear to trigger the effect left him feeling slightly unsatisfied. If only there were a way to summon it back automatically. Having dealt with all the bandits, Chen Chen promptly returned to the waters where Su Wenwen was located. "Mr. Snake, you have finally returned." As soon as she spotted Chen Chen, Su Wenwen cried out in relief. The explosion of the ship had terrified her, and she feared that Chen Chen might have encountered some peril. If Chen Chen were to perish and the ship sank, she would be left adrift on the boundless sea, awaiting her inevitable demise. Upon encountering Chen Chen, Su Wenwen was filled with exhilaration. "Let us proceed. The matter has been resolved, and it is time for our return journey." Chen Chen hoisted Su Wenwen from the seawater and placed her upon his back. With an hour's journey ahead, he anticipated that carrying her in this manner would soon become tiresome. However, cradling her would provoke jealousy from Shun Yoshi, who might, in a fit of emotion, reveal the secret of their dual cultivation and inadvertently disclose Chen Chen's true identity. Thus, prior arrangements had been made with Shun Yoshi. Under no circumstances was she to utter a sound in the presence of others. "Mr. Snake, are we to return to the Bronze Age?" Su Wenwen inquired suddenly. While alone in the ocean moments ago, she had contemplated many matters. This abduction was far more intricate than she had initially perceived. Should she return unscathed, uncovering the mastermind behind this plot would prove exceedingly difficult. It would be wiser to play along and navigate the currents of the situation. "What? Have you changed your mind?" Chen Chen gleaned her thoughts from her tone. "Indeed, I have resolved not to return." "Oh, pray, share your reasoning." "Mr. Snake, You are astute. You must have surmised it already. As the daughter of the chief commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau, my brazen abduction aboard the Bronze Age would undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar. Su Wenwen analyzed. The ringleader behind this band of brigands surely aims to leverage my predicament to extort something of value from my father. Now that the vessel that abducted me has been destroyed, it means that, apart from you, no one is privy to my fate. They might perceive this as an unfortunate incident and proceed with their plans regardless. As long as my fate remains uncertain, they can continue to feign my abduction and threaten my father, executing a ruse of deception. I intend to return directly to the Jinghai Security Bureau, where I can synchronize my efforts with my father and draw out the serpent from its lair. Chen Chen nodded thoughtfully, in complete accord with Su Wenwen's scheme. This young lady, possessing an S-level talent, remained composed even in perilous circumstances. She was indeed a promising prospect. If this is your desire, I can provide you with an additional piece of intelligence. Chen Chen slowed their flight, marking a location on the map before presenting it to Su Wenwen, who was perched upon his back. This location is likely the stronghold of the bandits. When I previously traversed that mountain range, I spotted a watchtower there. Considering the course of the fast boat that abducted you, they would have intended to transport you to this location. Indeed, Su Wenwen cast a glance at Chen Chen's marker. The trajectory was unmistakably correct. Excellent, Mr. Sneck. With this lead, we shall undoubtedly unearth the mastermind behind this conspiracy. The clue provided by Chen Chen proved to be exceedingly pivotal. This revelation instilled in Su Wenwen a renewed confidence in her plan, and her excitement was difficult to contain. In a moment of impulsiveness, she kissed Chen Chen's mask from behind. However, the tender gesture did not elicit any joy from Chen Chen. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This was not good. At that very moment, he could distinctly sense the chaotic energy of the chaos armor swirling in disarray. Though Shin Yoshi remained silent, Chen Chen felt as if he could hear a strange whisper echoing in his ear. Die. Suddenly, a dark robe enveloped Su Wenwen's face, constricting against her cheek with increasing intensity. It tightened and tightened. Ah, Mr. Snake, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to. I simply wanted to share my joy. Mr. Snake, even if you despise me, you wouldn't actually kill me, would you? Su Wenwen could hardly fathom that her inadvertent action would summon such dire consequences, and it was evident that this was no jest. She sensed a palpable aura of murderous intent cloaking her visage, as if it sought to consume her entirely. As the black fabric tightened its grip, Su Wenwen could only emit faint whimpers. The dark material confined her face, revealing an expression of sheer panic and despair, reminiscent of Edvard Munch's The Scream. Brothers, my new book is about to make its debut. Here, I humbly request a 5-star review, as well as free encouragement for updates and love letters. Should you have any thoughtful ideas or suggestions regarding the plot or characters, please submit them in the reviews, and I will respond and consider incorporating them. Reviews, segment critiques, and chapter comments are preferred. An abundance may overwhelm me. Reviews with high engagement or those from loyal fans will be prioritized. If your suggestion is adopted, I shall express my gratitude in the acknowledgements. Mysterious Code, Lu Yao Wu Ling Yao Yao Jiu CC, or simply refer to the title. Lastly, I wish all my beloved patrons good health and fulfillment of their desires. Chapter 50, A Minor Mishap. Mr. Snake, under the constriction of Shun Yoshi's dark robe, Su Wenwen gradually lost consciousness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Chen promptly disengaged from the fusion state, allowing Shin Yoshi to revert to her human form. If measures were not taken swiftly, Su Wenwen could genuinely face peril. This was no jest. As the black robe dissipated, the fallen angel wings behind Chen Chen vanished as well, leaving him with but one angelic wing, making it impossible for him to maintain balance in midair. With a splashing sound, they all plunged into the sea. You're serious, Yoshi? Chen Chen hurriedly retrieved Su Wenwen, placing her onto a lifebuoy. Do you even know who she is? After all the effort I put into saving her, you would end her life over such a trivial matter? What does it matter who they are? Only Yoshi and my sister are permitted to engage in intimate matters with Senior Chen Chen. No one else is allowed. Not even the King of Heaven himself. Shin Yoshi's expression darkened, her gaze fixated with fierce intensity on Su Wenwen, who stood beside Chen Chen. You truly are my living father. She merely kissed my mask after all. Humph. If she dares to kiss Senior Chen's mask today, tomorrow she will surely kiss his face. And the day after, she might even bear his child. Before long, she could use the life of Senior's child as leverage to separate us. Shin Yoshi's imagination ran wild. Even though Su Wanwen had impulsively kissed Chen Chen's mask, she had already envisioned numerous subsequent developments. Yoshi, this was merely an accident. We have only just met. And Su Wanwen harbors no such intentions. Senior, I promise you, regardless of what transpires in the future, I will never part from Yoshi and my sister. Noticing the tears welling in Shun Yoshi's eyes, Chen Chen hurriedly embraced her, gently stroking her forehead while offering comfort. It suddenly dawned on Chen Chen that he had misjudged the situation. Shin Yoshi's thoughts were far from ordinary. Thus, he could not apply conventional standards to evaluate her reasoning. Perhaps to Chen Chen, Shin Yoshi's notions seemed utterly absurd. After all, how could one possibly conceive a child in just 2 days? Such a notion defies the natural process of human embryonic development. Yet, in Shin Yoshi's mind, these events appeared entirely plausible. She saw no issue in her worries. Therefore, for someone as uniquely delicate as Shun Yoshi, Chen Chen ought to exhibit a measure of patience. Being adored by a fragile soul is both exhilarating and profoundly daunting. One cannot merely accept her kindness. One must also embrace her array of eccentric behaviors. Yuyan, I entrust Su Wanwen to you. Please administer artificial respiration promptly. Chen Chen could only hold the emotionally unstable Shun Yoshi tightly, striving to soothe her. As for Su Wanwen, Chen Chen released Shin Yuyan from their merged state, requesting her assistance in caring for Shun Yoshi. After all, Su Wanwen would prove invaluable to Chen Chen in overcoming the Hua family in the future. At that moment, Shin Yoshi pressed her small face against Chen Chen's chest, revealing a little devilish grin. Senior Chen Chen truly loves Yoshi the most. After receiving Chen Chen's embrace, Shin Yoshi's emotions calmed significantly. However, the recently unmerged Shin Yuyan was displeased. I am not merely here to clean up your mess. I can assist Su Wanwen with artificial respiration, but what's in it for me? You certainly have a knack for timing. Chen Chen shot her an exasperated glance. Replying helplessly, what benefit do you seek? Just resolve it yourself. Last time I lost a bet to Yoshi, didn't I? You must wash Yoshi's feet for a month, and I too wish to enjoy the same treatment. It's a deal. Chen Chen did not hesitate for a moment. As Su Wanwen's current state was quite dire, he had no time to engage in frivolities with the two ladies. All right, the deal is struck. Shin Yuyan was simultaneously administering CPR and performing artificial respiration on Su Wanwen. Hello? Su Wanwen, are you all right? Oh my, you finally awakened. You nearly frightened me to death just now. When Su Wanwen opened her eyes once more, she beheld the anxious visage of Mr. Snake, accompanied by a stunning young woman with cascading silver hair. Although the girl wore a mask identical to Mr. Snake's, her glacial tresses and delicate figure signaled that her beauty and grace far surpassed Su Wanwen's own. Before Shin Yuyan, Su Wanwen felt unworthy to even refer to herself as a goddess. Surely, this enchanting maiden must be the silver gun spirit weapon in Mr. Snake's possession. She had not anticipated such exquisite beauty. Astonishing, truly astonishing. Su Wanwen, are you all right? Noticing that Su Wanwen was staring blankly at Shin Yuyan, Chen Chen quickly waved his hand before her. Could it be that you hit your head after falling into the water? What on earth transpired with Mr. Snake just now? Su Wanwen felt a sense of disarray in her memories. It seemed as if she had been shrouded by some unseen force, akin to being plunged into darkness. The world around her enveloped in shadows. That sensation was suffocating. Suffocation was indeed certain, yet it was not merely a feeling, but an artificial, mechanical asphyxiation. Heh! Chen Chen chuckled awkwardly before adopting a serious demeanor. What happened was merely a minor mishap. The black robe I wore is a treasure with the ability to fly. As you know, during the flight, due to turbulence, the wind inadvertently brushed against your face, and the strong adhesive nature of the robe caused you to faint. Is that so? Su Wanwen seemed to recall something, her heart still racing. I thought my actions might have offended Mr. Snake, provoking him to kill me. How could that be? We are merely acquaintances. Why would I wish you harm? Seeing that the little incident had been successfully brushed aside, Chen Chen sighed in relief. To prevent a recurrence of such events, he wrapped an arm around Shun Yuyan's slender waist and smiled. However, I must mention that Miss Christina and I are now married. As a traditional man, I hope that Miss Wanwen can exercise a bit more decorum. Since Shun Yuyan had chosen a name for herself, he thought it only fitting to bestow one upon her as well. I understand. My apologies. I was simply too excited just now. I will be more mindful in the future. Su Wanwen replied with a hint of embarrassment. After all, Mr. Snake and Miss Christina appeared to be a perfect match, and she wished them well. However, the most significant aspect is that she merely kissed Snek's mask, and then such a heart-stopping event transpired. Although Snek insisted that it was an accident, the woman's intuition whispered to Su Wenwen that there must be some connection between the two. Chapter 51. This is no ordinary black silk. After a minor mishap, Chen Chen once again embarked on his journey to Jinghai. Due to the heinous incident involving Su Wenwen's abduction on the Bronze Age ship, the entire vessel was undoubtedly on high alert. Choosing to recuperate aboard the Bronze Age at this moment would likely lead to detection by the vigilant crew, complicating Su Wenwen's plan to lure the snake out of its hole. Therefore, Chen Chen altered his strategy, opting not to rest as initially planned on the Bronze Age. Instead, after exhausting his strength, he lay on the surface of the sea using a life buoy. Once he had sufficiently regained his energy, he flew directly to the dock in Jinghai. "Mr. Snek, thank you for rescuing me and safely escorting me to the shores of Jinghai." As they parted, Su Wenwen wished to express her gratitude by leaving Chen Chen her contact information, asking once more, "Is there truly nothing I can do to repay you?" "No. You must hurry along. Do not delay your grand plans. By the way, regarding our encounter, please keep it confidential and avoid telling anyone." Chen Chen waved his hand and departed, having completed his task, indifferent to Su Wenwen's subsequent plans. Let the dust settle for a while. Upon arriving in Jinghai, Chen Chen first rented an apartment opposite the local black market. Such a place, teeming with a mix of individuals, provided anonymity and made it easier to gather intelligence. After a hearty meal, the trio ventured to a shopping mall for daily necessities. "You're buying that? What on earth for?" Chen Chen questioned, perplexed, as he observed Shin Yoshi clutching a large foot basin the moment they entered the mall. "To wash my feet." "Senior Chen, have you forgotten? My sister lost a bet with me, and you must wash my feet for a month." "A bet is a bet. You cannot back out. That is fine in principle. But I didn't make the wager. It's not my obligation to uphold it." However, Yoshi and her sister were simply well-meaning, hoping that Senior Chen could partake in the fun. "Please, sisters, let us buy it." Faced with Shun Yoshi's adorable pleading, Chen Chen conceded. "It's merely washing a foot. It's not a monumental task." After purchasing the essentials, Chen Chen spent over 18,000 yuan. This expenditure was already quite restrained, considering that if he had been alone, he could have managed with a mere 180 yuan. Fortunately, after dispatching Logitech and the marauders at sea, Chen Chen had over 1,000 magic crystals in his possession. In Blue Star, each magic crystal was valued at 10,000 yuan. This level of expenditure is still within his means. After all, Shin Yuyin and Shin Yoshi were once the school's celebrated beauties, and though the sisters made no demands, they should not suffer while accompanying him. As for the remaining magic crystals, Chen Chen intends to purchase ownership of a bronze relic in the black market. Despite the enhancement provided by the S-rank Chaos Armor, Chen Chen's own talent level and spiritual power are quite low, making the search for a portal in the wilderness excessively perilous. Additionally, wilderness portals are not easily located. Although relics may randomly spawn portals in any corner of Blue Star after their arrival, these portals often materialize in populated areas. According to extensive data, 90 of relic portals are found in the vicinity of cities. Wilderness portals are not only scarce and hard to spot, but they also pose significant dangers. Therefore, until his own talent and Shun Yuyin's spiritual martial prowess reach S-rank, Chen Chen does not intend to venture into the wild. Purchasing the challenge rights to a relic within the city merely requires spending a few magic crystals. As long as the life simulation function remains active, Chen Chen and the sisters possess limitless potential for growth. Thus, there is no need for haste. Why only rent one room? Upon returning to the apartment, Shin Yuyin inquired with some confusion. Living together as one man and two women is quite inconvenient. We are now bound by an eternal contract, and I have taken this precaution for safety's sake, Chen Chen replied. His concern was indeed for their safety. Generally, demon hunters and spiritual warriors do not stray too far apart, even during rest. Otherwise, they risk being ambushed, which would be disastrous. Especially given the nature of the eternal contract, separation was even more inadvisable. Wow, there's only one bed. Does that mean Yoshi and sister will have to sleep with Senior Chen Chen? Upon entering the rented room, Shun Yoshi sprawled out on the soft bed. She found the prospect of living with Chen Chen to be quite thrilling, and she had even begun to anticipate their cohabitation. What if Yoshi were to bear Senior Chen Chen's child? Oh dear. At this thought, she buried her bashful face into the pillow. I'm going to take a shower first. Yoshi, Keep an eye on him, and don't let him peek, Shen Yuyan said as she retrieved a change of clothes, ready to indulge in a warm bath. After all, her previous garments had been soaked by seawater, and although they had dried during their flight, the salt left them itchy and uncomfortable. Do I look like that kind of person? Chen Chen scoffed at Shen Yuyan's concern, questioning the basic trust between individuals. Indeed, Shen Yuyan tossed the black stockings from her legs directly onto Chen Chen's face. Who ruined them must buy a new pair. With that, she turned and entered the bathroom. This black silk stocking bears witness to the bond between Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan, who have successfully elevated their mutual understanding to a remarkable value of 20. Chen Chen perceives this stocking as a cherished relic. Thus he refrains from discarding it, and instead preserves it within his spatial ring. This is no ordinary garment. It represents a significant achievement. It's merely a pair of stockings. I shall procure them, Chen Chen asserts, declaring himself an adult capable of purchasing his own toys. Once more, I must emphasize, no peeking. Shortly thereafter, the sound of cascading water fills the bathroom. Chen Chen smiles faintly, finding the melody quite delightful. You underestimate me, Yuyan. At my level, do you believe I need to resort to stealth? Just by listening to the sounds, I could already anticipate 3 bowls of rice. Chapter 52. Telepathy. The accommodations of the rental space are rather rudimentary, yet through the bathroom curtain, Chen Chen can distinctly perceive Shen Yuyan's curvaceous silhouette. Accompanied by the fragrance of the young girl and the rhythmic flow of water, she wipes herself amidst the warm steam. The sensation evokes the essence of a midnight shadow play, a pure and primitive form of art. Shen Yuyan's graceful figure inspires countless creative thoughts within Chen Chen, igniting a fervor within his artistic spirit. This scene can only be encapsulated in 2 words, silky smooth. Senior Chen Chen, who do you think possesses a better figure? Me or my sister? At this moment, Shen Yoshi unexpectedly entwines her arm with Chen Chen's, her soft touch strumming the chords of his heart. While different in melody, they resonate in harmony. Chen Chen dissects this from an artistic perspective. Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi appear as 2 distinct souls inhabiting the same body. Realizing the implications of his thoughts, Chen Chen suddenly feels a sense of unease, as he recalls that Shen Yoshi has been sent by Shen Yuyan to keep an eye on him and prevent any surreptitious glances. Yoshi, I'll just take a quick look, please don't tell Yuyan. It's fine, senior, feel free to admire, Shen Yoshi encourages, showing no intention of revealing his actions, but rather urging him to appreciate the beauty before him. Do not fear, for Yoshi is always on your side. Yoshi, you are truly perceptive, Chen Chen exclaims, contemplating that perhaps this is a virtue unique to the Yandere archetype. Occasionally, Shen Yoshi may exhibit eccentric tendencies, yet her allegiance is unwaveringly in his favor. Senior Chen Chen, have you ever heard of telepathy? Shen Yoshi suddenly whispers, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Yoshi, are you referring to the notion of a spiritual connection or an intuitive understanding? Those who have spent considerable time together often share such sentiments. The bond between twins may indeed be even more pronounced, Chen Chen muses, stroking his chin while simultaneously admiring Shen Yuyan's delicate form and analyzing Shen Yoshi's inquiry. He is a person of considerable insight. With a mere glance. It truly was just a glance. Actions speak louder than words. Henceforth, Chen Chen would not so much as blink. Senior Chen, what I refer to as telepathy is not merely this. Shen Yoshi bit her lip and continued, her voice laced with shyness, the connection of minds. A meeting of hearts. These notions are but ephemeral emotions. What I speak of as telepathy is a tangible, physical sensation. Oh, Chen Chen seemed intrigued. For instance, as Senior Chen gazes at my sister, Yoshi can perceive the weight of that gaze upon her. Even within the confines of the bathroom, the same telepathic connection persists. Therefore, there is no need for me to inform. In truth, my sister is already aware. Chen Chen was deeply skeptical. If the sisters truly shared such profound telepathy, then at this very moment, his actions were tacitly approved by Shen Yuyan. She understood his scrutiny, thus deliberately displaying such fluidity. It seemed implausible. How could the proud and aloof Shen Yuyan possess such a penchant? It defied logic. Ouch! Senior, what are you doing? Chen Chen, while fixated on the shower curtain, playfully pinched Shen Yoshi's cheek. He sought to test the authenticity of her claims regarding telepathy. In the bathroom, while Shen Yuyan did not cry out in pain, her movements momentarily faltered, and she gently caressed her own cheek. Goodness! Chen Chen exclaimed in astonishment. The claims of the lovesick girl were indeed true. Chapter 53. unwavering gaze. Humph. How could you doubt Yoshi, Sr.? Is this not the very essence of trust between individuals? Yoshi pouted. She had confided a precious secret about herself and her sister to Chen Chen, only to be met with such skepticism. Yoshi, I apologize. I allowed my cynical nature to cloud my judgment. Chen Chen earnestly spoke. Accustomed to caution, he often questioned before seeking validation. However, to doubt a lovesick girl who harbored affection for him was indeed excessive. Humph, that's more like it. Yoshi, when did this telepathy between you and Yuyin begin? Chen Chen inquired suddenly. In recent years, I discovered it during the times my sister and I were inseparable. Moreover, the closer we are, the more intense the telepathy becomes. Yoshi replied earnestly. Especially after entering into an eternal contract with Senior Chen, this sensation has grown increasingly vivid. Once the synergy between my sister, myself, and Senior Chen reached a perfect 10, our telepathic connection enhanced further. I see. Chen Chen nodded in contemplation. This meant that the telepathy between Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi had existed long before, but it had intensified upon their reunion with him. Suddenly, the sound of water ceased abruptly. Shun Yuyin drew back the curtain, wrapping herself in a towel, and as she dried her damp silver hair, she awaited the two individuals. What are you two whispering about? She shot them a heated glare, her body radiating warmth. Nothing much, Chen Chen replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet, from Shun Yoshi's recent words, it seemed she was unaware of the events in the cave. After all, she had truly been asleep, her subconscious reflections manifesting in dreams. Weren't you the one who claimed that someone of your caliber shouldn't need to sneak a peek? Upon hearing Chen Chen's contradiction, Shun Yuyin seized his small braid, her gaze growing increasingly contemptuous, as if regarding refuse. I merely caught a glimpse, just a fleeting glance. Chen Chen scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. However, in contrast to Chen Chen's disingenuousness, the seemingly elegant and proud Shun Yuyin was even more intriguing to decipher. She had clearly relished Chen Chen's gaze yet feigned an air of superiority, adorned with a face of disdain. A fleeting glance? Do you presume I would believe that? You took just one glance and happened upon me? What an extraordinary coincidence. The more Chen Chen attempted to defend himself, the more haughty Shun Yuyin's demeanor became. This time, I am not disputing. I mean to say that throughout, I only gazed once. Chen Chen declared with earnest amusement, just a single glance, not a blink more. If you doubt me, Yoshi has been right beside us. She can attest to my claim. Indeed, I can affirm that Senior Chen Chen has indeed been standing here observing from the very beginning, not even blinking while conversing with me. Shun Yoshi nodded vigorously. Bang, bang. Shun Yuyin delivered a sharp tap to both Chen Chen and Shun Yoshi's heads. Yoshi, I instructed you to supervise him, not to provide him with validation. Not at all. It is Yoshi who erred. Why should I be punished? Chen Chen protested. You, the instigator of this debacle, have the audacity to speak? Shun Yuyin's brows furrowed in mild irritation as she prepared to bestow another reprimanding tap upon Chen Chen. You two carry on. I shall take my bath. Sensing the impending trouble, Chen Chen hastily darted into the bathroom. As the warmth of youth lingered in the air, he turned on the faucet. Sister, I shall also take my bath now, Shun Yoshi remarked casually, gathering a change of clothes, and headed straight toward the bathroom, intent on joining Chen Chen for a shared bath. Return here. Yet at the last moment, Shun Yoshi was pulled back by her sister, Shun Yuyin. Sister, what are you doing? Yoshi wishes to bathe with Senior Chen Chen. I advise you to refrain from meddling. Ouch, that hurts. Shun Yoshi pouted, initially intent on forcing her way in, but she was once again restrained by her lineage and received another tap on the head. Despite her mischievous nature, she dared not defy her sister, Shun Yuyin. As everyone finished their warm showers, the clock struck 1800 hours, marking the onset of the night defined by the chaos armor. It was time to embark on their mission. After entering a state of fusion with the two sisters, Chen Chen set out to gather intelligence. The matter concerning Su Wanwen had already stirred quite a commotion throughout Jinghai. However, the public remained oblivious to the specifics of the situation, as much of the information had been sealed off by the Security Bureau. Meanwhile, Su Wanwen had been in clandestine communication with Chen Chen, assuring him that her plan was exceedingly successful. The group of bandits had no inkling that Su Wanwen had returned to the Security Bureau. They were still under the delusion that she was a hostage in their possession, engaged in negotiations with the Bureau. To this, Mr. Snake had merely replied with 2 words, keep it up. Chen Chen, however, was indifferent to these affairs. His primary objective now was to locate a suitable ruin to enhance his spiritual power. Assist me in finding an appropriate bronze ruin. After a series of introductions, Chen Chen found himself in the black market, encountering a man known as Glasses, who was a subordinate of Gao Tianxiang. Chen Chen intended to align himself with the Gao family in Jinghai to contend with the Hua family. Thus he aimed to establish a familiar rapport with Glasses. In Blue Star, the portals to ruins were primarily located within urban areas and the surrounding suburbs extending up to 100 kilometers. Beyond this threshold of densely populated areas, the terrain was classified as wilderness, where portals were exceedingly rare and uncontrollable, categorized as extremely perilous public resources. Conversely, within the 100-kilometer radius surrounding the city, once a portal to a ruin was discovered, witnesses would typically sell the information to various powerful factions. The most common among them were the Security Bureau and the Demon Hunter Association. The Security Bureau, affiliated with the Dragon Kingdom, was a governmental body that controlled all portals within the city's core, specifically within the Second Ring. Following this, the Demon Hunter Association operated as an international entity, free from the jurisdiction of any empire, yet recognized as a legitimate organization, with its resources primarily concentrated in the portals spanning from the Third to the Fifth Ring. Lastly, there were the prominent families and smaller factions within the city, holding portal resources predominantly beyond the Fifth Ring. To vie for control of the territories, fierce skirmishes often erupted between these factions. The greater one's strength, the more portals they could command. In the city of Jinghai, the distribution of power was not overly intricate. It was dominated by two factions, the formidable Hua family and the others, who struggled to survive outside of that influence. Among these was the duo of brothers, Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tianxing. How many of you are there? Glasses, a tall and thin man with a mohawk, bore little resemblance to Chen Chen's preconceived notion of a bespectacled, scholarly figure. Casting a glance at the masked Chen Chen, clad in a black robe, Glasses adhered to the customary practice of first inquiring about the status of the awakened team. 1. Ha ha ha. Kid, do you know where you are? Am I a target for your mockery? Are you tired of living? The bespectacled man cast a fierce glare at Chen Chen, for he had never encountered anyone daring enough to challenge a relic before. It was evident that this individual had come seeking trouble. I provide the funds. You supply the resources. Let us collaborate for mutual benefit. Why should I concern myself with your numbers? Though this territory belonged to the bespectacled man, Chen Chen remained undaunted, exerting pressure upon his opponent. After all, his superior, Gao Tianxiang, was merely a small force crushed under the heel of the Hua family. Such individuals only preyed upon the weak. The more resolute one appeared, the more the adversary would perceive them as formidable, thus hesitating to act rashly. Haha, splendid. As long as you have the money, all is negotiable. The bespectacled man masked his inner turmoil with laughter, then presented Chen Chen with a QR code. Ding. Upon scanning the QR code, an application instantly appeared on Chen Chen's phone, a prosperous guild. It displayed a portion of resources under our guild's control, encompassing relics from the bronze to golden realms, with prices clearly listed for your selection. Chen Chen glanced at the homepage information. Although the options for relics were limited and resources scarce, the prices were indeed more favorable than those found in the market. After all, these small factions profited in such a manner. If their prices were higher than the Hua family's, who would still wish to engage and trade with them? This one, Chen Chen chose the most challenging bronze relic among the available resources. The information indicated that 3 exploration teams had perished there, perhaps due to its daunting difficulty. The price for the portal to this relic was significantly lower than for other bronze relics, costing only 300 magic crystals. Seeing Chen Chen willingly walk into danger, the bespectacled man could not help but laugh. Excellent. I will place the order. Once you are ready, I shall send someone to escort you. He did not refuse this transaction, for it was akin to receiving free money. The notion of one person challenging a relic where 3 exploration teams had already met their demise was nothing short of self-destruction. Should death occur, the relic would continue to be sold, allowing for a pure profit of 300 magic crystals. Such a tempting opportunity for a free ride was simply irresistible. Right now, it was nighttime, the perfect moment for Chen Chen to boldly confront the relic. Very well, very well. The bespectacled man could not contain his laughter. Most people understood that humans were at a disadvantage during the night, while magical creatures were not. Few ventured to explore relics after dark, even within a relic. They would typically set up camp at night, resuming their challenges at dawn. Yet here was Chen Chen, intent on a solo nocturnal expedition into a relic. This audacity only served to amuse the bespectacled man, who perceived the youth as nothing more than an inexperienced fool. Ah, the god of wealth has descended. Such a customer. I wish for a dozen more just like him. Chapter 55. Drive sober, drink not. Drink, and do not drive. Ding. The guild received 300 magic crystals. After completing the transaction, the bespectacled man waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to commence preparations. After a brief moment, an old van appeared outside the door. What are you dawdling for? Get in. The driver, a bearded man wearing a straw hat and reeking of alcohol, urged impatiently. Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback, then glanced quizzically at his companion, who wore glasses. After all, he had paid 300 magic crystals, equivalent to 3 million in universal currency, on Blue Star. Was he really to ride in this seemingly unlicensed vehicle? Recently, the Hua family had been cracking down on small factions like theirs, disguising themselves as unlicensed taxis for safety. The bespectacled friend awkwardly patted Chen Chen's shoulder, saying, "This is a unique service of the prosperous guild. You'll be satisfied." With a resigned nod, Chen Chen acquiesced. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The van was spacious enough to accommodate at least 20 people if they squeezed together. With just Chen Chen aboard, it felt rather empty. What are you standing there for? Haven't you ever ridden in a car? Go find a seat in the back. The driver grumbled as Chen Chen lingered by the driver's door. You go sit in the back, I'll drive, Chen Chen replied nonchalantly. What do you mean? Don't you trust my skills? The driver retorted. It's not that I don't trust you. I simply adhere to certain principles. What principles? Never drink and drive. And never drive while under the influence. Chen Chen offered the driver a cigarette. As a law-abiding citizen, he always remembered, there are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Huh. Then you drive. The driver exclaimed, taking the cigarette from Chen Chen's hand without a second thought, and moving from the driver's seat to the passenger seat. Though I'm not working, you still owe me the fare. Let us get one thing straight. If anything happens, vehicle damage, you'll have to compensate me at full price, along with my emotional distress fees. What? I have to pay extra? Chen Chen glanced at his bespectacled companion. Well, yes. Our relic teleportation service already offers the lowest rates in the industry. The travel costs are on you. We only assist in calling the vehicle, explained the accountant, who genuinely wore glasses, standing nearby. Is this what they call the unique service of the prosperous guild? Chen Chen couldn't help but mutter a curse. If he was to collaborate with the prosperous guild in the future, reform was essential. This felt like paying for suffering. Hardly the experience of a deity. Beep, beep, beep. Wait, can you even drive? You can't even start a fire. After several attempts, Chen Chen finally managed to ignite the van's engine. The experience was utterly dismal. As soon as he entered, an acrid, fishy odor assaulted his senses, prompting him to inquire, "Driver, what is your line of work?" The driver responded with a meaningful glance, but remained silent. Is this person a bit foolish? As a black car driver, why would you ask what my occupation is? Chen Chen also sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off, so he quickly added, what I meant to say is, this car has quite a strong odor. What were you transporting before? Oh, now I understand. I thought you were a bit daft. The driver chuckled, continuing to drink. Young man, it's clear you're not from around here. Our boss made his fortune selling fish. I used to haul fish in the market. Now the guild has grown more prosperous and has shifted to the business of relic teleportation. However, I still stick to selling fish and occasionally moonlight as a driver when I have some spare time. So that's how it is. As Chen Chen drove the Wuling Hongguang Max, he kindly advised, after all, you're drinking and driving. You should drink less in the future. Nonetheless, I must say, the handling of this Wuling Hongguang van is quite impressive. It's evident that it has been modified. However, navigating through the congested roads surrounding the black market is indeed quite challenging. After 2 hours of travel, Chen Chen finally arrived safely at the cemetery. Indeed, the destination was a graveyard. With your skill level, even without drinking, you should hire a designated driver. A 30-minute journey turned into 2 hours. The driver complained before returning to the driver's seat. Chen Chen thought he would drive off gracefully, but to his surprise, even the owner couldn't start the car. Ignoring the driver's awkwardness, Chen Chen walked alone into the desolate cemetery. At the entrance stood a dilapidated wooden shack, and a nearby tree occasionally emitted the eerie hoots of an owl, sending chills down one's spine. Oh, another brave soul has arrived. The branches cast mottled shadows in the moonlight, illuminating a ragged old man with white hair. The old man's hunched figure and tattered clothing seemed to blend into the surrounding scenery. Had he not suddenly spoken, Chen Chen might not have noticed anyone else was present. "Are you the gravekeeper?" Chen Chen inquired politely. According to the Strong Guild app, upon arriving at the cemetery, one merely needed to present the electronic QR code to the gravekeeper, who would then guide the guests. "Ah, so you are Snake and Christina?" The old man glanced at Chen Chen and the silver gun in his hand. "Very well. Follow me." Chapter 56. Beneath a graveyard. Following the old man's lead, Chen Chen ventured deeper into the cemetery. The leaves accumulated on the ground caused their footsteps to produce a rustling sound. The atmosphere was damp and dim. It was no wonder the old man emanated an aura of death. Lingering in such a place could weigh heavily on one's spirit. "This is the spot." The elderly man pried open a coffin and gestured towards a swirling void beside a heap of bones. "Might I inquire how this relic's portal was discovered?" Chen Chen expressed his confusion. Who would pry open another's coffin without reason? Is it the work of grave robbers? "This coffin is a fabrication by the Prosperous Guild. The bones are mere props. Once the relic was uncovered, they excavated this pit here." "Oh," Chen Chen nodded thoughtfully. "I must admit, the disguise is quite skillful. Hey, Snake, should we consider exploring another relic? This entrance feels rather peculiar to me." Xin Yuyan maintained her characteristic caution. The more bizarre the entrance, the quicker the passage. Chen Chen retorted, echoing a widely circulated adage among their exploration team. "May I have a glimpse of your true visage?" The hunched elder positioned his face closer to the oil lamp, eager to discern Chen Chen's expression. He appeared quite intrigued by the countenance concealed beneath Chen Chen's mask. "That can certainly be arranged, but may I ask why you wish to see my face?" Chen Chen shrugged. His visage had long been transformed by Shun Yuyan and Shun Yoshi's artistry, altered to a different appearance, akin to a master of disguise. Such a meticulous individual, as he would surely have more than a single layer of protection. This mask was merely to preserve an air of mystery. "Perhaps because this is the last time," the elder mused. "I wish to remember your features. Rest assured, old man, we shall meet again. Better to recall my countenance when I emerge from the relic." Chen Chen replied with a faint smile. With that, he stepped into the relic. As the blinding white light faded, the world within the relic began to gradually materialize. Chen Chen paused momentarily, finding himself in a desolate graveyard. If he hadn't been vigilant, he might have presumed his teleportation had failed. The silvery moonlight cascaded over the barren tombstones, casting an eerie glow, reminiscent of ghostly eyes peering into the darkness. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with the howling wind cloaked in an unsettling aura. The tombstones were scattered haphazardly. Some were covered in moss, while others were newly erected, their inscriptions still legible. They stood quietly in the night, rendering the trees around them particularly somber. "Interesting. The entrance is a graveyard, and the interior is also a graveyard," Chen Chen mused. "If the portal's entrance is already reminiscent of the underworld, then the interior might as well be the true realm of the dead." For what Chen Chen had just witnessed were not tombstones beneath his feet, but rather above him in the sky. Was this place a hidden realm of the underworld? Even Shun Yuyan couldn't help but exclaim at the chaos within the relic. Yet one individual held a different view. "Wow, this is simply too cool. Chen Chen, look above us. We are surrounded by an endless graveyard. The moonlight reflecting off the tombstones, resembling twinkling stars. It's simply breathtaking." The sight filled Shinyoshi with an exhilarating joy. For a little demon, this was akin to paradise. "Do you have some misapprehension about beauty?" Chen Chen inquired, bewildered. "How can this be considered beautiful? With a graveyard overhead. I feel as if a zombie might fall down at any moment." No sooner had he spoken than an eerie wailing echoed from the graveyard-formed sky. Horrific zombies, their faces twisted and wearing iron buckets on their heads, clawed their way out of the ground and descended from above. "Goodness! Chen Chen, you're so dashing," Shinyoshi exclaimed, her excitement growing as she gazed at the zombies falling like raindrops. "Chen, be cautious. Although my chaotic armor has double attributes at night, these dark creatures are accustomed to fighting in the shadows," Shin Yuyan warned. "Yes, I understand," Chen Chen replied, promptly retreating to distance himself from the main area where the zombies were landing, avoiding encirclement. Thud, thud, thud. The zombies struck the ground with a resounding crash, taking a long moment before rising in an exceedingly grotesque manner. Iron Bucket Zombie. Rarity, F. Spirit Realm, Bronze Level 8. Description, lacks pain sensation, moves slowly. Possesses formidable defense, and its attacks inflict corpse poison, causing ongoing toxin damage. Weakness: light attribute attacks and true damage. Remaining lifespan: 800 years. This relic truly is extraordinary. We are met with bronze level 8 demons right from the start. Chen Chen could not help but exclaim. The entrance alone yielded 100 bronze level 8 demons descending from above. Such intensity was simply unfathomable. Chun, exercise utmost caution. This relic is no ordinary affair. Weren't 3 exploration teams already annihilated? Xin Yuan cautioned. Given this level of strength, we should have discovered the remains of exploration teams at the entrance. Indeed, I have not found any bodies, Chen Chen noted, scrutinizing the ground. Even if the awakened humans were devoured by the zombies, some armor and weapons should remain. They must have seen the strength of the relic and fled without resistance. Starting with hellish difficulty, this is not something an average exploration team can withstand. Even a professional team like Logitech would likely suffer heavy losses against this first wave of demons. However, even fleeing leads to a dead end. For the safest place within the relic is the entrance. Beyond that, stronger demons await. Chun, this relic is far too sinister. We should use the return stone to withdraw quickly, Xin Yuan suggested. Within the relic, there are indeed means to leave, even without defeating the boss. To activate the return stone in hand, one merely needs to vanquish 20 demon species within the ruins. There is no need for haste, Yuan. These creatures are vulnerable to light attribute attacks and true damage. This time, you have arrived in your domain. A subtle smile graced Chen Chen's lips. Xin Yuan's spirit weapon attributes were entirely suitable for this particular ruin. Silver Spear, F grade, adds 20 light attribute damage and 20 true damage to attacks. Furthermore, Chen Chen still possessed a lifespan of 1,499 years, allowing him to continue the life projection. Seizing the moment as the zombies on the ground began to rise, Chen Chen promptly disengaged from his fusion state with Xin Yuan. With one hand encircling her slender waist, he sealed her soft lips before she could react. Thus began the life projection, injecting lifespan into F-grade spirit weapon Silver Spear. 100 years. Although Xin Yuan's spirit veins continuously absorb the essence of the sun and moon, there is no discernible improvement. As Chen Chen anticipated, Xin Yuan's spirit weapon talent remained akin to an unfathomable abyss. The first wave consumed a full century of lifespan without any progress. The system's projection prompt indicated a complete lack of improvement. This predicament left Chen Chen in a quandary. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to bolster Xin Yuan, especially since Xun Yuxi's talent had already reached S grade. It was not out of fear of accusations of favoritism. Rather, the higher the talent level, the greater the lifespan required. Even though Xun Yuxi was exceptionally gifted, Chen Chen could not guarantee that 1,499 years of lifespan would suffice to elevate her to SS grade once more. It seemed more prudent to enhance Xin Yuan, whose attributes were more compatible. 200 years. A faint stir in Xun Yuan's spirit veins suggests a gradual growth. The onset of growth was undoubtedly encouraging news for Chen Chen. 500 years. The starry brilliance descends. Xin Yuan successfully awakens. Chapter 57. Starlight. 800 years. Diligence compensates for inadequacy. Although Xun Yuan's spirit veins absorb spiritual energy slowly, they continue to thrive over time. 1,380 years. Shattering darkness with light. Xin Yuan's talent awakens once more. Silver Spear, F grade, Cold Moon, E grade, Starlight, D grade, adds 203040 light attribute damage and 203040 true damage to attacks. New. All attacks have a chance to inflict the Divine Retribution effect. 13x critical hit, 32x critical hit, 10-15x critical hit, 30-12x critical hit. With all critical damage being true damage. Remaining lifespan of the host, 119 years. Despite only achieving 2 breakthroughs, Xin Yuan expended 1,380 years of lifespan. However, the D-grade Starlight was undeniably formidable. It possessed various tiers of true critical hit effects, which was truly extraordinary. This would exponentially amplify Chen Chen's output. Fusion. Awakening complete. Chen Chen immediately entered a state of fusion with Xin Yuan. Before them stood a spear that radiated the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars, with each swing. The surrounding air ignited, creating dazzling trails of light. It seemed forged from the purest essence of light and shadow in the universe. Ready to take action. At this moment, Chen Chen donned his chaotic armor, wielding the spear of celestial brilliance, while the angelic wings behind him unfurled magnificently. It was time to unleash his full potential. "Brother, run. I will hold them off." Just then, a middle-aged man clad in heavy plate armor, bearing a colossal cross, charged forth. He resolutely positioned himself in front of Chen Chen, exclaiming, "I can momentarily fend off these demonic entities with holy light. You must flee at once." "Who are you, old man?" This sudden turn of events left Chen Chen momentarily stunned. Was there truly another awakened human within this relic? "Do not concern yourself with my identity. This relic is not as simple as it appears. You must retreat to the safest location immediately." The stout man gripped the cross tightly, visibly anxious. "But isn't this the safest spot?" Chen Chen furrowed his brow. Although the man meant well, his intervention seemed superfluous. Chen Chen had always believed that their current position was the most secure in the entire relic. "Old man, you must be a priest, right?" Chen Chen, unperturbed, stepped closer to the man. Priests typically occupied a frontline support role, possessing decent damage mitigation and team enhancement attributes. Yes, I am," the armored man replied. Realizing Chen Chen had emerged from behind him, he hastily urged, "Brother, I see your spirit weapon is a spear. You must be the vanguard of an exploration team. These armored zombies are not something you can handle. Take my advice and retreat quickly. By the way, I'm not an old man. My name is Dachuan. And I'm only 20 years old, just developed faster than most." The man lifted his helmet's visor, revealing a face that seemed incongruous with his imposing stature. Standing over 2 meters tall, he bore the physique of a bear, yet had the innocent visage of a youth. "I am Snake. Since you are positioned as a priest, let us support each other and eliminate these creatures together." Chen Chen planted the spear into the ground and, facing the densely packed horde of armored zombies, began to stretch nonchalantly. "Brother, are you serious?" Dachuan was clearly taken aback by Chen Chen's words. He had intended to lead the newcomer to safety, never imagining they would confront the zombies head-on. "I do not jest," noting that the man had not cast a single support spell in his direction. Chen Chen realized he needed to gain his trust. Thus, he grasped the spear of celestial brilliance and charged boldly into the throng of corpses. Thunder Spear. The elements of lightning surged toward Chen Chen's arm, swirling in the air and emitting a dazzling brilliance, each flicker accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder. These lightning elements converged within Chen Chen's palm, gradually forming a long spear adorned with the essence of thunder. Without hesitation, he hurled the newly conjured spear into the throng of corpses. With a tearing sound, accompanied by the crackling of arcs, it pierced directly through the line of zombies. The spear's tip, imbued with the purest electrical power, penetrated the undead in a straight line, ultimately landing 20 meters ahead of Chen Chen. Wherever the thunder spear struck, the afflicted zombies suffered 100 points of lightning damage, complemented by 80 points of light damage and 40 points of true damage. As the Iron Barrel zombies were dark attribute beings, the light damage they received was doubled. Moreover, the electrical properties of the thunder spear induced a brief paralysis effect, leaving the struck zombies momentarily stunned for a second. However, as these zombies were bronze-grade creatures, even with the attribute disadvantage, this strike did not deplete half of their health. Yet, Chen Chen had anticipated this outcome. With a swift motion, he activated his C-grade dash, which increased his explosive speed by 100. Chen Chen's figure raced like the wind, and in an instant, he retrieved the thunder spear he had cast aside. Upon contact with the spear, it transformed into a brilliant discharge of electricity, enveloping his entire being. At that moment, Chen Chen was shrouded in golden lightning. Even his black hair transformed to a shimmering gold, akin to a super scion. He had now accumulated one layer of the thunder-piercing sun effect. Thunder-piercing sun, dash forward at high speed, dealing 200 lightning damage, and inflicting an execution effect based on 5 of the enemy's lost health. After hitting an enemy with thunder-piercing sun, all weapon skill cooldowns are reduced to 1 second. The faster the movement speed, the quicker the dash. Up to 2 layers of thunder-piercing sun can be stored. However, Chen Chen did not rush to utilize thunder-piercing Sunday. Instead, he summoned another thunder spear 20 meters away from himself. The falling thunder spear descended like a golden meteor, crashing down with tremendous force, simultaneously dealing damage and paralyzing all surrounding zombies. The thunder spear and falling thunder spear were essentially the same. The former was thrown while the latter was summoned nearby. Both were combination techniques, leaving behind a spear charged with lightning elements upon use. When the wielder re-established contact with the thunder spear, they would enter the state of thunder-piercing Sunday. At this moment, Chen Chen had retrieved a thunder spear and summoned another not far away, thus enabling him to unleash the combination technique. Thunder-piercing sun. In an instant, Chen Chen, wielding the brilliance of the stars, surged forth with breathtaking speed, akin to a cinematic aurora, effortlessly piercing through the ranks of zombies in a straight line. This strike unleashed a staggering 200 points of lightning damage, 80 points of light damage, and 40 points of true damage, accompanied by a lethal effect due to the zombies' depletion of 5 life points. All the Iron Barrel zombies struck had their metallic heads toppled. This signified that the health of these monstrous beings had plummeted below 1/3. Following his thrust, Chen Chen landed precisely at the position of the Thunderstrike gun. Thunderbolt descends. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he executed a series of rapid strikes, weaving back and forth with remarkable agility. After a flurry of attacks, the zombies in that line suffered multiple instances of damage. Even the bronze-tier zombies could scarcely withstand such ferocity, falling victim to the onslaught. Where the thunder struck, only scorched earth remained. Congratulations, host, for slaying the Iron Barrel zombie, earning 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for slaying the Iron Barrel zombie, earning 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for slaying the Iron Barrel zombie, earning 8 years of lifespan. Host's remaining lifespan, 229 years. Chapter 58. The partner who shouts 666 2 consecutive thunderbolt descends seamlessly connected, obliterating over 10 Iron Barrel zombies. Incredible. What a display of prowess. Chen stood frozen, gazing at the fallen Iron Barrel zombies surrounding Chen Chen. He had witnessed the formidable might of these creatures, renowned for their outrageous defenses and toxin-laden attacks. Once ensnared by these fiends, escape was futile. One could neither fight nor outlast them, forced into a desperate retreat. Chen's exploration team had met their demise under such dire circumstances, with all but him perishing, thanks to his holy light attribute. Thus, he remained at the entrance of the ruins, awaiting the arrival of new exploration teams to guide them to safety. Initially, exploration teams often found themselves in a predicament similar to Chen's, recklessly confronting the Iron Barrel zombies and suffering devastating losses right from the start. Having dwelled within these ruins for 2 years, Chen had subsisted on food from his teammates' spatial rings and, when that ran out, resorted to gnawing on tree bark. He had adventured with 3 different exploration teams, ultimately accumulating enough energy in the return stone to reach 18. Once it reached 20, he could successfully escape. Today, as usual, he was stationed at the entrance of the ruins until he discovered Chen Chen's presence. Initially, he thought that by mingling with another exploration team, he could fully charge the return stone's energy, but he never anticipated that Chen Chen was alone. After 3 months of consuming nothing but tree bark, Chen had initially considered this solitary explorer a harbinger of doom, contemplating waiting for Chen Chen's demise to claim the spoils. Yet, when those terrifying Iron Barrel zombies reappeared, memories of his fallen comrades surged forth. In the end, he could not bear to witness Chen Chen's impending doom. Thus, he bravely stepped forward. A demon hunter of bronze rank was capable of dispatching a barrel zombie with a single skill. Who could this extraordinary figure be? Initially, one might assume that Chen was a self-sacrificing hero, completely consumed by the flames of his own vitality. Yet he was utterly unprepared to encounter someone of such formidable prowess. Meanwhile, the surrounding barrel zombies began to converge upon Chen Chen. Be careful, Si Xiao. After witnessing Chen Chen's strength, Chen's tone shifted, now infused with a hint of reverence. What are you dawdling for? Cast a shield for me. Chen Chen called out while grappling with the barrel zombies. Right away, Si Xiao. Divine shield bestowed upon you. Chen raised the cross in his hand, casting a radiant light upon several of the barrel zombies lurking behind Chen Chen. Instantly, the illuminated zombies were enveloped in protective shields. Divine shield. C-grade grants a shield equivalent to 18 of the target's maximum health to creatures within a specified area, providing 18 damage reduction for 120 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. What are you doing, Chen Ge? Are you in cahoots with the zombies? Chen's actions left Chen Chen utterly speechless. Where could one find a sanctified being bestowing shields upon demon spawn? Si Xiao? It was a misunderstanding. Your movements were rather unpredictable, and I struggled to keep up. Chen scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. However, he could not be entirely blamed. Chen Chen's agility was exceedingly remarkable, indeed beyond his grasp. Light enhancement. Beyond merely providing a shield, Chen possessed other enhancement abilities. Light enhancement. B grade increases the light attribute damage of oneself and one ally's spiritual weapon by 30 for 120 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. As Chen raised his cross once more, a splendid halo enveloped the starry weapon in Chen Chen's grasp. This was the effect of the light enhancement. At that moment, Chen Chen's light attribute damage received an additional boost of 30. Consequently, his attacks would inflict an extra 140 points of light attribute damage. Given that barrel zombies were of the dark attribute and thus susceptible to double light attribute damage. Hee hee, Xiao, this is a targeted martial skill, I assure you. I won't miscast. Chen beamed with a simple-hearted smile. With the B-grade skill of light enhancement, Chen Chen swung his starry weapon with increasing speed, each strike piercing through the bodies of the barrel zombies, augmented by the significant light attribute damage. His attacks quickened, growing faster and faster. With each blow, he accumulated layers of divine progression, steadily amplifying his attack speed. The trajectory of the starry weapon cut through the air, accompanied by a resounding whoosh, as if a dragon had emerged. However, Chen's actions inadvertently attracted the ire of several demon spawn, who began to swarm him. Clad in heavy plate armor and having just miscast a shield, he found himself struggling under the onslaught of the zombies. Shadow Servant. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Chen promptly summoned forth the Shadow Holy Shield, Shadow Gunner, and Shadow Dual Dagger Wielder, forming a triangular formation to steadfastly guard Chen. Wow, Xiao. You possess the ability to summon with just a gunner. Impressive. Chen expressed his high regard for Chen Chen's maneuvers. As a frontline damage taker, it was Chen's first experience of being protected by another. Well, I know a little, Chen Chen replied with a faint smile. Although it was their first encounter, Chen's amiable nature was quite endearing, albeit a tad foolish. Yet, this was hardly a concern. Who could resist a companion that not only provided consistent buffs, but also cheered enthusiastically? Chapter 59. True Critical Strike under the protection of the Shadow Minions. Chen's situation was temporarily secure. The enhancement from Holy Light bestowed upon Chen Chen a stable boost for 2 minutes. Moreover, if Chen played it smart, he could not only grant him a shield, but also amplify damage mitigation. With his ability to augment light attribute attacks, Chen possessed an unparalleled advantage in the realm teeming with dark attribute monsters. If Chen Chen aspired to enhance the efficiency of traversing the ruins, ensuring Chen's safety was of utmost importance. With Chen's assistance, Chen Chen was inspired to devise a new strategy. It would be prudent for Shun Yoshi's shadow minions to also imprison several souls with supportive talents, ideally those that offered buffs and healing. Thunder Spear. As the process of stacking the Divine Ascension progressed, the cooldowns for both the Thunder Spear and Lightning Spear were refreshed. Without hesitation, Chen Chen summoned the Thunder Lance and hurled it into the horde of corpses. With a resounding crack of thunder, the golden lightning surged forth like a dragon, instantly piercing through the nearby barrel zombie. This strike activated the Holy Judgment effect, dealing lightning damage while simultaneously conjuring a Sword of Judgment above the barrel zombie's head. The Sword of Judgment descended abruptly, inflicting threefold true critical damage. In a singular blow, it swept away all the barrel zombies before him. Congratulations, host, for slaying the barrel zombie. You have gained 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for slaying the barrel zombie. You have gained 8 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for slaying the barrel zombie. You have gained 8 years of lifespan. Is this the true critical strike of the Holy Judgment effect? Even Chen Chen himself was astonished by the spectacle before him. Threefold critical damage, and its true damage? Who could withstand such force? Although the probability was slightly diminished, standing at just 1, should fortune favor him, the damage would be cataclysmic. Moreover, the Starlight was merely a D-grade spiritual weapon, leaving ample room for improvement. If Shun Yoshi's Chaos Armor boasted both offense and defense, offering substantial protection while inflicting backlash damage, then Shun Yuyan's Starlight epitomized ultimate output. With a sense of awe, one cannot help but admire Xiao, as under the enhancement of my sacred light, he effortlessly obliterates the bronze-tier iron bucket zombies with a single skill, akin to a celestial being descending to vanquish demons. Truly, he embodies the spirit of the earthly deity. Chen's flattery towards Chen Chen flowed like an unceasing river, ceaseless and fervent. He believed that it was his sacred light enhancement that had suddenly elevated Chen Chen's skill damage to such explosive levels. However, it cannot be entirely dismissed that his sacred light enhancement was without merit. Rather, its significance was minimal, as the primary damage stemmed from the genuine critical strikes of divine retribution. Subsequently, Chen Chen employed the same tactic once more, unleashing a combination of thundergun and falling thundergun. The consecutive strikes of thunder pierced through the throngs of iron bucket zombies, once again toppling a multitude of them. Congratulations, host, for slaying the iron bucket zombie. You have gained 8 years of life. Congratulations, host, for slaying the iron bucket zombie. You have gained 8 years of life. Congratulations, host, for slaying the iron bucket zombie. You have gained 8 years of life. At this moment, hundreds of iron bucket zombies had already been vanquished by Chen Chen, accounting for a significant portion of their numbers. After a barrage of martial techniques, his internal spiritual energy dwindled perilously low. With 70 or 80 zombies still looming around, eradicating them would prove to be a formidable challenge. For an ordinary exploration team, 2 choices would present themselves. Either expend their remaining spiritual energy to combat these fiends to the bitter end or strategically retreat with Dechun, awaiting a moment to recuperate before resuming the hunt. Si Shao, shall we withdraw for a moment? I know of a safe haven where we can replenish our strength. Dechun seemed to sense Chen Chen's predicament. His survival within this ruin for 2 years was due to discovering an exceptional hiding place. Otherwise, amidst such a relentless horde of iron bucket zombies, he would not have thrived for so long. I reiterate, this is the safest spot in the entire ruin. With that declaration, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from Chen Chen's being. Amidst the relentless assaults and struggles, the effect of the Angel Wings Ascendancy had reached its maximum potential. When attacking an enemy, you accumulate 1 layer of Ascendancy effect, lasting for 5 seconds. Each layer increases attack speed by 1, with a maximum stacking of 200 layers. The Ascendancy effect cannot be removed upon reaching 100 layers of Ascendancy. For every 10 layers consumed, summon a wheel sword, dealing 100 true damage and ignoring all defenses. While providing Chen Chen with an impressive boost of 200 in attack speed, it also unlocked Shen Yuyan's ultimate skill. It was time to experience the pinnacle of output, the wheel sword. Behind Chen Chen, countless wheel swords coalesced, each radiating with sacred light, resembling the brilliant stars in the night sky. 20 blades intertwined, forming a magnificent pair of iron wings, their form resolute and graceful. Fire! Chen Chen's gaze was piercing as he pointed single-handedly at the horde of zombies before him. Behind him, iron wings unfurled, each sword of the heavenly will seemingly imbued with life, vibrating and resonating with a deep, resonant sound. The swords of the heavenly wheel shot forth in unison towards the direction Chen Chen indicated, resembling a myriad of swords returning to their origin, transforming into a torrential downpour of blades. Ignoring all forms of obstruction, each sword of the heavenly wheel could pierce a line of iron-barreled zombies, causing catastrophic devastation with varying critical strikes. Witnessing this, Dechun couldn't help but murmur, "Heaven did not create you, Snake." The relics of the grave remain eternal as the long night. Chapter 60. The Sword of the Heavenly Wheel. Congratulations, host, for slaying the iron-barreled zombie. Gaining 8 years of life. Congratulations, host, for slaying the iron-barreled zombie. Gaining 8 years of life. Congratulations, host, for slaying the iron-barreled zombie. Gaining 8 years of life. Host's remaining lifespan, 907 years. Mission accomplished. Chen Chen sheathed the starlight, and then consumed a potion capable of continuously restoring spiritual power, beginning to cleanse the battlefield. The recent battle had depleted all of Chen Chen's spiritual energy, rendering him unable to utilize the cauldron of greed any further. The restorative potency of any potion varies drastically between combat and non-combat states, with a tenfold difference between the two. During combat, the effectiveness of life potions or spiritual potions is minimal. Therefore, when using potions for replenishment, one must remain distant from demonic entities and within a secure area. If interrupted during the recovery process, the efficacy of the potions would be significantly diminished. Chen Chen reasoned that as long as he exterminated the demonic entities, he would naturally be free from combat. "Sir, you are truly remarkable. Are you really an awakened being of the Bronze Realm?" Dechun scampered excitedly to Chen Chen's side, seemingly eager to cling to this pillar of strength. Chen Chen did not respond to Chun's inquiry, instead focusing on extracting magic crystals from the corpses of the demonic entities. Following the recent battle, Chun's return stone had accumulated sufficient energy. As a support role, he could also contribute to energizing the return stone by assisting in kills. At this moment, he could return to Blue Star at any time he wished. This had been Chun's dream. After being trapped in this strange relic for 2 years, he constantly yearned for his family back on Blue Star. However, after encountering Chen Chen, Chun's perspective shifted. If he could team up with allies like Chen Chen in the future, wouldn't that be akin to taking flight in place? The trials endured in the relic over the past 2 years would finally yield their due rewards. Additionally, after being confined in this relic for so long, Chun was eager to discover what the boss behind it all truly was. Sir, although my strength and talent may not be particularly exceptional, I have spent 2 years navigating this relic and am well acquainted with its mechanisms. If you require a guide, I would be more than willing to serve you. With a smile, Dazhong remarked that, in his eyes, the formidable Chen Chen could eliminate these dark attribute demon seeds as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. This was hardly an exploration or a challenge. It felt more like a vacation. Consequently, the role he was to assume was that of a tour guide. Wait, you have spent 2 whole years within this ruin? Chen Chen, while extracting magic crystals with the cauldron of greed, looked at Dazhong with surprise. A human being could indeed remain in such a place for so long? That is a long story. Then please, make it brief. Ah, I see. After listening to Dazhong's narrative, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the big fellow. Very well, lead the way. Noticing Dazhong's eagerness to team up, Chen Chen did not decline. He even generously shared some food from his spatial ring with him. Eat up. Rest assured, with me here, you shall undoubtedly navigate this ruin successfully. Thank you, sir. Dazhong released the fusion state of his spirit weapon, and the two of them devoured the food Chen Chen had brought. In the pursuit of exploring the ruins, provisions were indeed a precious resource. After all, every awakened one's storage space was finite, necessitating a judicious allocation of supplies. Chen Chen didn't carry much food, yet he generously shared with Dazhong, whom he had just met. For Chen Chen, only prolonged skirmishes required sustenance. He was not fond of such a method of completion. His goal was to breach the ruin entirely before 6 in the morning. Hence, he had merely packed a light supper. On the other hand, he had brought an ample supply of spirit elixirs, as the continuous use of the cauldron of greed to clear the battlefield was quite depleting of spiritual energy. Once Dazhong had finished his hearty meal, Chen Chen successfully extracted the magic crystals. With the enhancement of the cauldron of greed, Chen Chen garnered a total of 699 magic crystals from over 100 iron barrel zombies. One could only say his luck was exceptional. The S-grade cauldron of greed was exceedingly powerful. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual realm has broken through to the bronze 6th stage. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual realm has broken through to the bronze 7th stage. Moreover, through the magic crystals, Chen Chen elevated the spiritual realms of the sisters Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi to the bronze 7th stage as well. In addition to the magic crystals and some ordinary materials, Chen Chen also acquired a piece of armor from the iron barrel zombies. Iron chain armor. Rank, bronze 8th stage. Quality, C. The equipment that emerged within the ruins differed from spirit weapons, lacking percentage attribute enhancements. Furthermore, ordinary equipment had no life. If damaged, it could not be repaired like spirit weapons. Its rank and quality represented its fundamental attributes. This iron chain armor was equivalent to a C-grade talent and a spirit weapon of the bronze 8th stage. It may appear quite remarkable at first glance. However, it possesses no extraordinary attributes, rendering it starkly inferior when compared to weapons of the same grade. Yet, not everyone is fortunate enough to possess a dual-born spirit weapon like Chen Chen, capable of achieving the optimal solution of having both weapon and armor as spirit weapons. Typically, demon hunters are limited to equipping but a single spirit weapon while resorting to conventional gear for armor. Given that 99 of spirit weapons are, in fact, weapons, those like Shun Yoshi, who utilize spirit weapons as armor, are exceedingly rare. My esteemed master, I am eager to serve you. For merely 10 years of your lifespan, I can assist in refining this armor. Do you require my aid? As the mist swirled back, the greed jar, adorned with grotesquely twisted faces, reappeared once more. Very well. Chen Chen silently nodded. For reasons unbeknownst to him, whenever he beheld the jar's smiling visage, he instinctively mirrored the same grin. Remaining lifespan, 897 years. Congratulations, host. Your iron chain armor has attained a doubled quantity of X2. Would you like to expend another 100 years of lifespan for further refinement? Under the greed jar's manipulations, the iron chain armor transformed from 1 into 2. Again, remaining lifespan, 797 years. Without a trace of hesitation, Chen Chen opted for refinement once more. Congratulations, host. Your iron chain armor has achieved a doubled quantity of X2 again. Would you like to invest 1,000 years of lifespan to continue the refinement? After absorbing another 100 years of Chen Chen's lifespan, the jar's grin grew increasingly sinister, demanding even more. Having undergone the previous refinement, Chen Chen now possessed 4 pieces of iron chain armor. That will suffice. To be frank, if not for the constraints of his dwindling lifespan, Chen Chen would have been inclined to pursue further attempts. After all, a bronze-grade, 8th-tier C-class armor is already considered excellent equipment, fetching no less than 100 magic crystals. For pieces would amount to over 400. Chen Chen had only spent 300 magic crystals to acquire the rights to challenge this ruin. He had already recouped his investment. And this was achieved under rather unfortunate circumstances, as B-class armor is certainly more valuable than 2 pieces of C-class armor. The advancement of items always outweighs mere quantity. Chen, I see your armor is in tatters. Here, allow me to gift you a piece. Chen Chen directly handed 1 iron chain armor to Chen, while the others were stored within his spatial ring, intending to sell them upon his return. Although Chen Chen had only recently met Chen, he felt a sense of camaraderie, especially after Chen had bravely stepped forward to provide support despite being uninformed of the circumstances. Furthermore, a single piece of equipment was inconsequential to Chen Chen. Besides, Chen had indeed provided him with substantial additional attribute boosts. It is quite necessary to allocate some resources to support allies. How could I possibly accept this? Although Dachuan spoke casually, as soon as Chen Chen retrieved his equipment, he discarded the tattered remnants of his own armor. Thank you, Si Xiao. Chapter 61. Hellhounds. Once he shed his severely damaged armor, Dachuan's once imposing physique had withered to a mere collection of skin and bones. To the observer, he resembled a massive water buffalo stripped of its flesh, leaving only a skeletal frame and a shriveled hide. Previously concealed beneath the weighty plate armor, Chen Chen had not realized the extent of Dachuan's frailty. It was difficult to fathom how such a gaunt figure could endure in such harsh conditions. Despite Dachuan's evident malnutrition, his contracted spirit weapon appeared to be in a relatively better state. Dachuan, perhaps we should return, given your current condition. Lingering in this ruin poses a significant risk to your life, advised Mia, fully aware of Dachuan's precarious state as his spirit weapon. Dachuan, trust me, I am fine. In this ruin, we have witnessed our comrades meet grim fates before our eyes. We have finally awaited the arrival of a true master to guide us through, and I do not wish to squander this exceptional opportunity, Dachuan insisted, gripping Mia's hand with determination. I wish to discover what lies at the end of this ruin for those fallen comrades. Moreover, Si Xiao needs us. Our understanding of this ruin has been painstakingly accumulated through the sacrifices of countless companions, and we must not let their efforts be in vain. Chen Chen contemplated offering his counsel to Dachuan, but upon observing Dachuan's resolute demeanor, he decided against it. After all, everyone possesses the right to choose their own destiny. We must focus on our own responsibilities while respecting the fates of others. After a brief respite, under Dachuan's guidance, Chen Chen ventured deeper into the celestial cemetery. Si Xiao, be cautious. This area is inhabited by hellhounds. Their speed is astonishing. If the ironclad zombies exemplified supreme defense, the hellhounds epitomize relentless offense. This section harbors the highest mortality rate within the entire ruin. The moment there was any sign of movement in the celestial cemetery, Dachuan's expression grew serious as he informed Chen Chen about the attributes of the demonic creatures. His warnings were remarkably swift, even faster than the system, which required direct sight of the demons to scan for precise information. Dachuan, however, provided a warning from a considerable distance. The stronger the attack, the weaker their defense and vitality. Rest assured, while this area may pose the greatest danger to ordinary exploration teams, for me, it is the fastest route, Chen Chen remarked with a smile. After all, the attributes of any demonic entity are balanced. With maximum attack comes a corresponding vulnerability in defense. Woof, 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 woof. As an eerie cacophony of canine barks resonated, The graveyard above Chen Chen began to stir ominously. From the heavens descended a horde of hellhounds, their elongated limbs and razor-sharp fangs creating a fearsome visage. Hellhound. Rarity. D. Spirit Realm. Bronze 9th Stage. Description: a dual attribute demon of darkness and fire, exhibiting extreme aggression and remarkable speed. Any wound inflicted by the hellhound's fangs results in persistent bleeding and burning damage. Remaining lifespan, 1,000 years. Upon discerning the hellhound's complete attributes, Chen Chen could not help but furrow his brow slightly. It became evident why previous exploration teams that ventured into this relic met with total annihilation. These hellhounds not only boasted a higher spirit realm than the earlier encountered ironclad zombies, but also possessed a rarity 2 levels superior. Even a well-equipped exploration team would struggle significantly without the presence of advanced talents. Clearly, a swift resolution was imperative. After receiving a series of buffs from Chen Chen promptly retreated to a secure position. Unlike the ironclad zombies, which remained incapacitated on the ground for a considerable duration, these agile creatures adjusted their forms mid-air, landing gracefully and steadily. Although the hellhounds sported slender legs, their robust bodies endowed them with both remarkable speed and formidable offensive capabilities. Moreover, their bodies were engulfed in blazing flames, radiating an intense heat, signifying their potent fire-based attacks. Thunderbolt Spear. Thunderclap Spear. At present, 2 thunderous lances were stored around Chen Chen. As the hellhounds advanced menacingly, he absorbed the thunderous lances, unleashing a series of piercing strikes with Thunderbolt Spear. This maneuver inflicted substantial damage upon the hellhounds, while concurrently reducing the cooldown of all skills by 2 seconds. Furthermore, as the Thunderbolt Spear and Thunderclap Spear had been preemptively released by the time Chen Chen executed the 2 Thunderbolt Spear strikes, the cooldown for these 2 skills was nearly replenished. This was the essence of storing lances, releasing skills in advance to maintain a prepared state before the demon's arrival. Thunderbolt Spear. Thunderclap Spear. Thunderbolt Spear x2. Chen Chen repeated his successful tactic, executing 2 sets of combination skills in swift succession. Congratulations, host, for slaying a hellhound and gaining 10 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for slaying a hellhound and gaining 10 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for slaying a hellhound and gaining 10 years of lifespan. In an instant, a third of the surrounding hellhounds lay vanquished. Although the hellhounds were considerably stronger than the ironclad zombies, they were utterly inferior in terms of resilience. Once the 2 sets of combination skills were completed, Chen Chen unfurled his angelic wings and soared into the sky. Regardless of the cacophony of the demons below, he paid them no heed. While the hellhounds were indeed agile, their maximum leap of approximately 20 meters posed no threat to Chen Chen, who wielded the power of flight. As the cooldown for his martial skill came to an end, Chen Chen once again wielded the starry light and charged into the enemy ranks. In less than 2 minutes, he had slaughtered all the hellhounds on the ground. Remaining lifespan of the host, 2,908 years. Effortlessly, he had added over 1,000 years to his lifespan. Ha ha ha, truly remarkable, young Master C. Even the hellhounds are no match for you, not to mention the demon spawn that follow. Chen, gazing at the piles of demon corpses, felt an even greater confidence in Chen Chen. Next came Chen Chen's favorite phase of clearing the battlefield. A classic 2 minutes of monster slaying followed by half an hour of crystal extraction. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the bronze level 8 realm. Through the hellhound's crystals, both Chen Chen and his companions, Shen Yuyan and Shen Yoshi, experienced another elevation in their realms. Furthermore, he acquired a C-level martial skill. Hellhound. C-level summoned 3 B-level hellhounds of the same realm as oneself, lasting for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Chapter 62, 2-level reversal. Esteemed Master, we meet again. With just 10 years of lifespan, I can assist you in refining this martial skill. Very well. Lifespan, 10 years. Congratulations, Master. Your martial skill has gained an advanced effect. Again, lifespan 100 years. Congratulations, Master. Your martial skill has once more achieved an advanced effect. Continue. Lifespan 1,000 years. Master, your martial skill has yet again received an advanced effect. Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. With 3 consecutive advancements, Chen Chen could not help but burst into laughter. If not for the lack of lifespan to expend, he would have gladly sacrificed another 10,000 years for further refinement. Hellhound, C level, B level, A level. Cerberus, S level. Summon one S level Cerberus of the same realm as oneself, lasting for 60 seconds. For every life it takes. The duration extends by an additional 10 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Through the continuous advancements of the Cauldron of Greed, Chen Chen directly acquired a new S-level martial skill. This marked the second S-level martial skill Chen Chen possessed, following the Cauldron of Greed. However, this time, the Cerberus was not a resource-type skill, but a summoning skill that could directly enhance combat power. Chen, let us proceed. Chen Chen approached Chen, patted him on the shoulder, and offered a subtle smile. In the ensuing exploration, with his greatly enhanced strength, Chen Chen pushed forward effortlessly, arriving directly at the doorstep of the final boss. Above them loomed a colossal tombstone, suspended in the sky. Is this the final boss? Chen looked up at the immense grave in astonishment, unable to suppress his existential inquiry. Although he had lingered in the ruins for 2 years, he had never reached this place. Boom! As Chen Chen and Chen drew near, the entire ruin suddenly began to tremble. The stones beneath my feet trembled with a high frequency, as if the entire world were quaking. The abyssal ruins have been activated. With the echo of a familiar voice, radiant red light began to flicker around me. It was the distinct alarm of the abyssal ruins. The immense sense of oppression caused Chen Chen to reminisce about the past, when he and Gu Qingming had triggered the abyssal ruins within the Golden Ruins. Furthermore, it was the highest-level demon abyss. Chen, you must leave at once. I am not jesting. Chen Chen urged Chen to utilize the return stone immediately, for triggering the abyssal ruins was no trivial matter. Si Xiao, if it is indeed the abyssal ruins, you should hasten your departure as well. Chen fumbled as he retrieved the return stone from his spatial ring, simultaneously teleporting while imploring Chen Chen to escape with him. Although he recognized Chen Chen's formidable strength, this was the abyssal ruins, requiring the utmost cooperation from a top-tier exploration team to have any chance of success. Attempting to conquer the abyssal ruins alone was a fool's errand. The incessantly flashing deadly red light within the ruins served as a warning to all awakeners to promptly utilize their return stones and vacate the premises. Should they miss this final opportunity, they would be entombed here forever. I came here specifically for the abyssal ruins. You need only wait outside for me. I shall return shortly. Chen Chen responded with a confident smile. Their encounter within these ruins was a twist of fate. And as he watched the honest and earnest figure of Chen gradually vanish from sight, he felt a sense of reassurance. Who? Senior Chen Chen. Finally, no one is around. Can Yushi speak now? The moment Chen departed the ruins, Shin Yushi's voice resonated immediately. It seemed she had been holding back for far too long, as she exhaled deeply upon starting to speak. Yushi. But you were already talking before you asked me, Chen Chen replied, exasperated. Shin Yushi appeared to be inquiring, yet in reality, she was merely notifying him. Chen, are we truly going to challenge the abyssal ruins alone? Shin Yuyin expressed her concern as she gazed at the incessantly flickering red light surrounding them. This was indeed the abyssal ruins, and it was no laughing matter. Moreover, the flashing red light within the ruins served as a final warning. Should they miss this opportunity, they would be unable to use the return stone to exit the ruins. I suspected something was amiss with these ruins from the beginning. I never anticipated we would actually encounter the abyssal ruins. Chen Chen smiled faintly, showing no intention of retreating. Back when he was merely an F-rank demon hunter, he had once challenged the abyssal ruins. At this very moment, however, Chen Chen had transformed beyond recognition. He not only possessed the D-rank talent of Blood Awakening, the D-rank Spirit Weapon Star Radiance, and the S-rank Spirit Weapon Chaos Armor, but also the dual Spirit Weapon abilities of the Angel Wings and Fallen Angel Wings unlocked. He had been unafraid before, and he certainly would not cower now. After enduring relentless battles, Chen Chen's spiritual power had ascended to the 9th rank of Bronze, and he had absorbed over 3,000 years of lifespan. Even within the abyssal ruins, he was determined to venture forth alone. Thunderous roars filled the air as the flickering crimson light faded, causing the entire ruin to tremble violently. The surroundings began to spin uncontrollably, and on the ground, Chen Chen found it impossible to maintain his balance. In desperation, he unfurled his angelic wings and soared into the air, awaiting the arrival of the final boss. Suddenly, a peculiar voice echoed within his mind, not from the outside world, but from deep within his consciousness. Chen Chen felt a disorienting weightlessness, and his angelic wings stiffened, as if he were plummeting into a vacuum. What was happening? Unable to control his body, he could only watch helplessly as he descended. Everything around him seemed frozen in that moment, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After a prolonged silence, the voice within his mind resonated once more, restoring normalcy to everything around him. However, Chen Chen, due to the earlier sensation of weightlessness, crashed violently to the ground. Where had the sky graveyard gone? It was nowhere to be found. Quickly rising to his feet, he glanced up at the heavens again, only to discover something exceedingly strange. The vast graveyard above had vanished. Not only that graveyard, but the entire celestial cemetery that had always loomed above was entirely absent. It was not that the graveyard had disappeared. Rather, the entire space had inverted. Chen, take a good look ahead. Xin Yuyan articulated the confusion that lingered in Chen Chen's mind. Suddenly enlightened, Chen Chen realized that the vanished graveyard was now right before him. It was not that the sky graveyard had vanished. Instead, he was now situated within this graveyard. A two-tiered reversal. Chapter 63. The Gravity Ghost King. I understand now. This is the true spatial norm, while the graveyard in the sky was the actual ground. Chen Chen had always perceived the ground beneath him as an ethereal illusion. It was only when the abyssal ruins activated that the sky and ground underwent a two-tiered inversion, restoring everything to its rightful order. How enlightening. Shen Yuyan also grasped the revelation instantaneously, which explained the anomaly of the ruins, why a graveyard had perpetually hovered above everyone's heads. In essence, the sky was the ground, and the ground was the sky. Welcome to my tomb. In the midst of silence, a strange and eerie voice suddenly resonated, echoing throughout the vast tomb. As the voice faded, a chilling gust swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the depths of the tomb. His physique towered with might, resembling a grand mountain, enveloped in ebony chains that clinked rhythmically against the ground. Gravity Demon King. Rarity S. Spirit power level peak silver. Description: a demon king capable of manipulating gravity, a dark attribute magical creature. Possessing formidable offensive capabilities alongside exceptional defense and remarkable speed, coupled with powerful control effects, exhibiting almost no weaknesses. Remaining lifespan, 200,000 years. It was utterly unexpected that a mere bronze-tier human awakener dared to intrude upon my domain. The Gravity Demon King advanced slowly, the air around him seemingly distorted by his power, creating an extraordinary aura. An invisible force pulled all surrounding objects toward him, asserting his dominion over the entire tomb. How many of you are there? Come forth. The Gravity Demon King scoffed. In his mind, he never considered that a single bronze-tier awakener could breach this place. 1. Is that so? Has the last one already perished? Such a trivial being, and yet the blow was dealt without restraint. Only one remains. How dreadfully dull. The Gravity Demon King paid Chen Chen no heed, lazily yawning, almost tempted to return to his slumber. It seemed his awakening had revealed only a solitary figure, and he felt profoundly disappointed. It was not that only one had died. There had originally been but one. However, Chen Chen merely smiled faintly. Oh. The Gravity Demon King raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the audacious words of this human awakener. Come now, young one, allow me to witness your power. The Demon King spoke again, his voice deep and hoarse, like a roar emanating from the abyss, instilling a sense of fear and reverence. He was now serious. Chen Chen furrowed his brow, realizing he faced an S-tier magical creature at the peak of silver level. Not only was its spirit power a full tier above his own, but its rarity was exceptionally high as well. It seemed the spoils of this encounter would surely be rewarding. Arise, Cerberus. At his command, a soul array materialized beneath Chen Chen, releasing a surge of potent spirit energy. Accompanied by the scent of flames and sulfur, a monstrous being gradually emerged. Cerberus, massive and robust, stood 5 meters tall and over 10 meters in length. Its 3 heads adorned with iron collars exuded a fierce and brutal demeanor, particularly its sharp fangs that sent chills down one's spine. Ah, so you can summon dark attribute magical creatures. The Gravity Demon King glanced at the gargantuan Cerberus, its black pupils brimming with disdain. Despite the vast difference in size, it was the Gravity Demon King who maintained the upper hand in aura. Xiao Hong, Xiao Lan, Xiao He, tear this creature apart. Chen Chen named each head of the 3-headed hellhound. The leftmost head, imbued with the essence of flame, was christened Little Red. The rightmost head, possessing the attribute of frost, was called Little Blue. The central head, embodying the darkness, was named Little Black. Woof, woof, woof. The three fearsome heads roared incessantly, their voices echoing thunderously across the desolate expanse of hell, reverberating like the sound of a tempest. The hellhound seemed to relish the names bestowed upon it by Chen Chen. Upon receiving the master's command, Little Red and Little Blue sprang into action with fervor. Fiery breath, frosty breath. Two distinct breaths surged forth towards the Gravity Demon King, one half ice, the other half flame, resembling a duality of frost and fire. Rashomon. The Gravity Demon King crouched, pressing its obsidian palm into the ground, and powerful dark energy immediately seeped into the earth, accompanied by a resounding roar. A colossal black iron gate abruptly rose from the ground, akin to an indomitable giant standing before the Gravity Demon King. Rashomon, a mysterious gate carved with demonic visages, was said to separate the realms of life and death. Boom. The frigid frost breath and the searing fiery breath collided violently against Rashomon, producing a deafening sound, as if attempting to rend this enigmatic portal asunder. With every impact, the surrounding air ignited, the temperature soaring, only to be instantaneously chilled by the frost breath, creating an array of bizarre air currents. Little Red and Little Blue continued to roar, unleashing their spiritual energy in torrents. Their eyes glimmered with a crimson glow, appearing increasingly savage and terrifying, seemingly pouring all their strength into this gate, striving to breach the barrier set by the Demon King. In the end, despite the Hellhound's ferocious assault causing Rashomon to tremble violently, it remained unbroken. The Gravity Demon King narrowly deflected the onslaught of the Hellhound. Sit! With a thunderous roar, an immense aura erupted from within the Gravity Demon King, sweeping through the entire graveyard like a raging tempest. Under the influence of this aura, the gravity surrounding the Hellhound shifted instantaneously, forming an invisible force. This gravity, seemingly imbued with boundless power, pressed the massive Hellhound down against the ground. Roar! The Hellhound emitted a piercing sound. Yet, no matter how it struggled, that gravity felt like an immovable mountain, firmly pinning it in place. The eyes of the Hellhound flashed with defiance and fury as Little Blue, Little Red, and Little Black continued to roar, attempting to break free from the shackles of gravity. However, despite their efforts, they remained utterly immobilized. In that moment, the entire graveyard descended into an eerie silence. The majesty and dominance of the Hellhound were utterly stripped away. Though they were all classified as S-rank demonic entities, the Hellhound merely inherited Chen Chen's spiritual power, limited to a mere 9th tier of bronze. In stark contrast, the Gravity Ghost King stood at the pinnacle of silver, a true S-rank demon of formidable strength. The disparity in power was immense, despite the Hellhound's relentless efforts. It could only be firmly suppressed by its adversary. However, even though the Hellhound was temporarily controlled by the Gravity Ghost King, in Chen Chen's eyes, its restraint also ensnared him. Suddenly, within the inky depths of the Gravity Ghost King's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Chen Chen wielded the starry spear, unleashing a premeditated thunderstrike, piercing towards the Gravity Ghost King with relentless ferocity. The golden holy light, intermingled with the might of thunder, inflicted tremendous damage upon the Gravity Ghost King in an instant. Chapter 64. The Buried Abyss. You audacious brat! How dare you launch a sneak attack on me? The voice of the Ghost King resonated through the desolate graveyard like a chilling wind from the netherworld, laced with icy derision. Chen Chen's figure transformed into a streak of golden light, racing past the Ghost King's gaze. By the time the Gravity Ghost King regained its senses, Chen Chen had already created a significant distance between them. While Chen Chen's assault did not deliver a crippling blow, it greatly displeased the proud Ghost King, whose visage twisted in fury. Its clenched wrist instantaneously released a terrifying gravitational force, intending to bind Chen Chen just as it had the Hellhound. Yet, Chen Chen was well prepared. A cyclone formed between his legs, signifying the activation of his swift movement technique. Empowered by this skill, he evaded the Gravity Ghost King's oppressive gravitational force with the swiftness of a gale. Although the Ghost King's gravitational pressure was extraordinarily domineering, it faltered in the face of absolute speed. I had anticipated that an awakener bold enough to breach this place would be a rare and formidable opponent. Yet it turns out to be nothing more than a coward, scurrying to save his own skin. The Gravity Ghost King, distracted by the feigned assault of the Hellhound, found itself struck by Chen Chen's genuine attack, its expression darkening with displeasure. Little Black. What the Ghost King did not foresee was that Chen Chen's assault was merely a ruse, while the true lethal strike lay with Little Black. The Hellhound positioned in the center. Black Flame Breath. As the Ghost King pursued Chen Chen with its gravitational pressure, the previously suppressed Hellhound sprang to life. Suddenly, a torrent of black flames erupted forth, akin to the wrathful fires of the Inferno, wild and unstoppable. Its emergence shattered the surrounding silence, causing the very air to tremble. This black flame was no ordinary fire. It emanated from the deepest recesses of hell, the flames of purgatory. The black flames radiated a profound and chilling glow, consuming all light in their vicinity. Little Black's target was the Gate of Resurrection summoned by the Ghost King, intricately carved with complex patterns, which had already been left on the verge of collapse following the previous assaults from Little Blue and Little Red. Under the relentless assault of the black flames, the Rashomon appeared to be as fragile as paper, instantly pierced through. As the flames spread, the body of the Demon King was ignited. How dare you toy with me? The Gravity Demon King seethed with fury, realizing that the true offensive was initiated by the Hellhound, with Chen Chen skillfully diverting its attention. The Demon King struggled desperately to extinguish the flames consuming it. However, these black flames seemed to possess a life of their own, clinging to its form and relentlessly devouring its vitality. Black Flame Breath inflicts 500 attack damage on the enemy, igniting them for 10 seconds, each second causing damage equal to one of maximum health. This damage does not exceed 200 of its own attack per second. Although the majority of the damage from the Black Flame Breath was mitigated by the Demon King's Rashomon, the percentage damage based on maximum health still affected the Demon King. This was precisely Chen Chen's initial strategy. Xiaohong, Xiaolon, and Chen Chen himself all executed feigned assaults to draw the Demon King's attention, while the true focus remained on Xiao Hei's Black Flame Breath. The percentage damage based on maximum health was nothing short of a divine technique against a boss. Despite the 200 attack cap, over 10 seconds, it would still deal a minimum of 2,000 damage, an amount no boss could withstand. Hey, you little brat, you have successfully enraged me. Now you shall pay for your actions. The Gravity Demon King bellowed. In an instant, the scene of the abyssal ruins activating replayed. Chen Chen found himself in a state of weightlessness. The ground and sky once again inverted. His body plummeted into the boundless sky, while the tomb below returned to rest above him. As the malevolent energy within the Gravity Demon King erupted, the tombstone suspended in the sky seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, plummeting downward. Accelerated by gravity, the tombstone struck the ground like a drawn sword, with tremendous force. The ground trembled violently under this impact, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The entire ruin teetered under this force, on the brink of collapse. Whoa. The massive Hellhound, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, could hardly react. Its eyes, filled with terror, widened, and all three mouths opened simultaneously, emitting a roar of fear and despair. Yet, no matter how it struggled, it could not evade this fatal blow. Countless tombstones pierced its body, burying it like a sieve. Blood gushed from its wounds, staining the ground crimson. In that moment, the Hellhound's vitality was utterly siphoned away. Its body began to stiffen, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of white smoke. Beneath the burial of the Gravity Demon King's lair, the Hellhound was completely obliterated. Beasts are, after all, merely beasts. The Gravity Demon King gazed at the Hellhound, vanquished by the tombstone, a glint of coldness flashing in its eyes as it turned its attention to Chen Chen. Facing the overwhelming onslaught of tombstones, Chen Chen maneuvered adeptly, employing his agility to evade. Yet the entire sky resembled a graveyard, as the descending tombstones scattered like stars, leaving him with no escape. Die! The Gravity Demon King roared, its mouth agape, revealing its razor-sharp fangs, exhilaration evident in its tone. Its gaze fixated on Chen Chen, eager to witness the burial of the human who dared to toy with it. At this moment, Chen Chen was acutely aware that the Gravity Demon King's abilities could obliterate even an S-class demon like the Hellhound in an instant, let alone himself. However, the burial was executed through a series of rapid and concentrated strikes rather than a sudden burst of damage. This realization sparked a bold idea within Chen Chen. Chapter 65. A blood-for-blood exchange. Clad in the Chaos armor, under the cover of night, he possessed a defensive boost of 160. and each time he sustained an attack, the enemy would suffer 160 points of chaotic damage in return. Since the tombstones delivered multiple strikes, Chen Chen resolved to endure some of the hits, planning to escape at the brink of death. Bang, 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 bang. As Chen Chen ceased his evasion, countless tombstones began to mercilessly pummel his body, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Ha ha, die, you wretched brat. The Gravity Demon King cackled, its already grotesque visage contorting into an even more sinister expression. Finally caught you, you elusive rat. With each tombstone that struck Chen Chen, his body absorbed tremendous dark attribute damage. Fortunately, the Chaos Armor was also a dark attribute spirit weapon, augmenting his defense while absorbing a portion of elemental damage. This enabled Chen Chen to withstand over 20 strikes from the Gravity Demon King without faltering. However, the Chaos Armor, embodying Shinyoshi, sustained severe damage. Even as an S-class spirit weapon, it began to show numerous cracks. Chen Chen could distinctly feel the power of the armor rapidly diminishing. Its defensive capabilities were no longer as formidable, failing to shield him from the enemy's onslaught with the same ease as before. Each impact inflicted grievous harm on Shinyoshi, causing her insides to churn and her blood to surge. Senior Chen Chen. Shinyoshi gritted her teeth, striving to suppress her internal injuries, her gaze resolute. Chen, you must flee. If this continues, we shall perish. Witnessing her sister's dire state, Xin Yuyan was overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. Their lives were eternally intertwined. Should Shinyoshi fall to the Gravity Demon King's abilities, all their lives would vanish in unison. I understand, but the damage I am enduring is still insufficient. At this moment, blood surged from Chen Chen's mouth, and in the face of the relentless strikes from the gravestone, his injuries were scarcely better than those of Shinyoshi. Nevertheless, Chen Chen chose not to evade. He steadfastly endured the onslaught of the Ghost King. You believe in me, don't you, Yoshi? Chen Chen suddenly inquired. Yes. Shinyoshi replied with unwavering conviction. From the very beginning, the person Yoshi trusted the most was none other than her senior, Chen Chen. Thank you, Yoshi. He opened his arms, continuing to withstand the crushing blows of the Gravity Ghost King's gravestone. 30 strikes, 40 strikes, 50 strikes, thud, 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 thud. As Chen Chen persistently absorbed the damage, the Gravity Ghost King also suffered from the backlash of the Chaos Armor. Under the veil of night, each attack Chen Chen endured inflicted a retaliatory damage of 160 upon the Ghost King. Moreover, the S-rank Chaos Armor did not merely deal dark attribute damage. It unleashed a more terrifying form of chaos damage, surpassing even true damage. While true damage disregarded defenses, it could still be blocked by shields. Whereas chaos damage was an undeniable force that penetrated all circumstances. Each time Chen Chen was struck, he accumulated a layer of abyssal corruption, leading to a continuous amplification of the retaliatory damage. What is this thing? The Gravity Ghost King howled in agony, engulfed by the black flames of retaliation. Where did this damned fire come from? How dare it scorch my body? Extinguish it at once. The black chaos flames clung to the Gravity Ghost King like dark matter, voraciously consuming its essence. This fire appeared to harbor a unique power, embodying not only searing heat and destruction, but also a curse from the abyss, compelling the Gravity Ghost King to writhe in torment. Once an embodiment of unrivaled dominance and majesty, it now seemed so frail and vulnerable amidst the relentless black flames. Its howls grew more anguished, each cry resonating like a desperate plea from the depths of its soul. The body of the Gravity Ghost King began to tremble violently, each tremor accompanied by an even more intense eruption of chaos flames. Its form gradually became translucent, as its life essence was inexorably drawn away by the chaos. Why? Why do these wretched human awakeners possess such formidable power? This is impossible. The Gravity Ghost King lamented in torment, enduring the agony of being consumed by chaos. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was not faring any better. After enduring a barrage of strikes from the Ghost King's gravestone, his life force had reached a critical threshold. Die? Even if I perish, I will take you down with me. The Gravity Ghost King glared at the gravely weakened Chen Chen, seemingly realizing the source of this chaotic fire. So, it is the backlash effect. Ha ha ha, you clever little brat, your cunning plan is quite commendable. However, you have overestimated your own vitality. It seems that you are the first to falter. At this very moment, this battle has transformed into a race for survival. Chen Chen seeks to vanquish the Gravity Demon King with the backlash effect of his multi-strike attacks. While the Gravity Demon King wagers that Chen Chen's life force is inferior to his own, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. You insolent brat. I concede you possess some skill. But do you comprehend the reason for your impending defeat? It is because you, like this king, are overly arrogant. The Gravity Demon King, witnessing Chen Chen's gradual decline, swiftly sheds his previous look of terror and adopts a haughty demeanor once more. Had you not come alone, perhaps I might have genuinely been defeated by your hand. But now, as a solitary figure, you stand no chance against me, though you are formidable. Being the first human to instill a sense of threat in me, you are still destined to lose. Even if you manage to leave me gravely injured, you will remain a failure, akin to all the awakened humans buried within this relic. Once I absorb your spiritual energy, I shall lead the civilization of this relic to ascend to new heights. I am quite pleased with your arrival, as it has provided an opportunity for advancement in this relic. Your contribution will not be forgotten. The Gravity Demon King, though still engulfed in chaotic flames, has already begun to celebrate his anticipated victory. After all, in his eyes, Chen Chen is now cornered and doomed. Chapter 66. Grand Funeral Phasing Technique. Seizing the opportune moment, Chen Chen transforms his body into a spiritual state, sinking into the earth below. This particular martial skill was acquired when he defeated the desert merman. In this moment, he resembles the merman navigating the desert as if it were an ocean, gliding through the subterranean depths. Ha ha ha. Victory belongs to this king, foolish and ignorant human. The Gravity Demon King roars with exhilaration. Surrounded by an array of indiscriminate attack tombstones, he is oblivious to Chen Chen's escape. Oh, the flames have extinguished. Ha ha ha. The wretched human has finally fallen. Upon noticing the chaotic flames on his surface extinguished, the Gravity Demon King realizes that the backlash effect has ceased. There are only two possible outcomes. Either Chen Chen has perished, or he has found a way to flee. Yet, in the Gravity Demon King's eyes, the latter possibility does not exist. The multitude of tombstones represents an all-encompassing assault, leaving no room for evasion. The extinguishing of the chaotic flames signifies Chen Chen's loss. To contend with this king at the cost of your life? You are not worthy. The Gravity Demon King stumbles a few steps toward the direction where Chen Chen fell. To have inflicted such injury upon this king, you are indeed a talent. Yet, you should also express gratitude to this king for hosting such a grand funeral in your honor. In this moment, the Gravity Demon King is entirely covered in the voids left by the chaotic flames. If Chen Chen's vitality were a touch stronger, he might have truly turned the tide against his foe. Alas, the Gravity Spectre King, being a Silver Tier S-class demon, proved insurmountable for Chen Chen's current frail form. Engaging in a blood-for-blood strategy would surely lead to his demise. I find this grand funeral most appealing. However, it is not my own. Suddenly, a whisper crept into the ears of the Gravity Spectre King. In its dark pupils, Chen Chen's silhouette emerged like a ghostly apparition. But it is your funeral. His raspy voice resonated like that of a sovereign pronouncing judgment upon life and death. No sooner had the words left his lips than the starry spear in his hand surged forth, piercing the heart of the Gravity Spectre King. You are still alive? The Gravity Spectre King gazed at Chen Chen with a face full of terror, for in that moment, it finally experienced the chilling embrace of fear. As Chen Chen slowly withdrew the starry spear, the Gravity Spectre King collapsed, its body beginning to stiffen and darken, ultimately disintegrating into a wisp of dust. Chen Chen gently extracted the resplendent spear, causing the Gravity Spectre King's form to lose all balance before crashing heavily to the ground. I have lost. With a resounding boom, the Gravity Spectre King's body underwent a violent transformation. Its skin rapidly drained of color, turning as black as ink, while emanating a chilling aura of death. The once mighty physique now lay rigid, as if seized by the hand of the Reaper, cold and unyielding like stone. As a breeze swept by, the icy statue cracked open, gradually dispersing into tendrils of black dust that floated into the air. These particles seemed to bear its grudges and unwillingness, yet were helplessly consumed by fate. When the last wisp of dust vanished, the tumult of the graveyard fell into a profound silence. Congratulations, host, for slaying the Gravity Spectre King, earning 2,000 years of life. Current remaining lifespan, 5,320 years. Everything has come to an end. Congratulations on completing the difficult level Abyss Ruins. Following the Gravity Spectre King's demise, the portal to Blue Star finally manifested, and a golden treasure chest tumbled forth. The level of the Abyss Ruins is only revealed upon completion, categorized into 4 tiers: Ordinary, Difficult, Hell, and Demon God. This particular Abyss Ruins was ultimately classified as difficult, aligning with Chen Chen's expectations. Had it been Hell or Demon God level, he might not have triumphed so easily. Are you alright, Yoshi? Chen Chen promptly released the fusion state of the two sisters, revealing Shin Yoshi in a dire condition. Utterly shattered. Senior Chen Chen, I am fine, she managed to utter while lying in his embrace, her eyes filled with exhaustion and a profound sense of helplessness. Her tattered school uniform was stained crimson with blood, exposing her injured skin and the delicate pink straps of her undershirt. Do not speak. Take the healing elixir first. Chen Chen immediately shed his coat and draped it gently over Shun Yoshi's frail form. After administering a medicinal pill to Shun Yoshi, Chen Chen also consumed one himself. To ensure a decisive blow against the Gravity Ghost King, Chen Chen endured substantial damage, placing his own state not much stronger than Shun Yoshi's at this moment. Fortunately, the Gravity Ghost King has been thoroughly vanquished, allowing them a much-needed respite. Xin Yuyan looked on with concern at her injured sister, feeling helpless to assist. After all, Chen Chen's decision was undeniably sound. The Gravity Ghost King's formidable strength meant that had he not acted decisively, their situation could have been far more perilous. Xin Yuyan had absolute faith in Chen Chen, for he had asserted that he only gambled on certain victories. This implied that his choice to act was accompanied by a solid assurance of defeating the Gravity Ghost King. Congratulations, host. Your synergy with Shun Yoshi has increased by 10. Current synergy, 20. Effect of Abyssal Corruption. Maximum level raised to 200 layers. Following their life and death battle, the bond between the two had deepened, enhancing their synergy once more. The effect of Abyssal Corruption, akin to the Ascendant stage, also ascended to 200 layers. This elevation signifies that the backlash damage from the Chaos Armor would intensify, and the cumulative damage within the Death God realm could significantly increase. Regrettably, both the Sword of the Celestial Wheel and the Death God realm require a minimum of 100 layers to unleash. Otherwise, Chen Chen would not have needed to take such risks. He could have simply endured 30 to 40 attacks and then unleashed the Death God realm to reap the Gravity Ghost King. However, the activation of the Death God realm is bound by strict limitations, and the Gravity Ghost King would never allow Chen Chen to accumulate 100 layers. In summary, the challenging Abyssal Ruins have been successfully cleared by Chen Chen alone. The next step is to see what can be extracted from the boss's remains. Given the high difficulty of these Abyssal Ruins, it is certain that they will not disappoint Chen Chen. A rewarding outcome would signify another significant enhancement for him. After a brief period of recuperation, Chen Chen entrusted Shin Yoshi's care to Xin Yuyan and slowly rose to his feet. Although the Gravity Ghost King's body had long since turned to dust, extraction was still possible at the site of its demise. Gravity Ghost King, I hope you can provide something of worth. Readers have expressed concern that the tier classifications were not clearly defined, so here is an addition. Tier classification: G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Realm classification: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Extraordinary, Sovereign. Additionally, there is the devastating form desired by the Bombardment Monarch. Chapter 67. The critical point of martial arts arriving at the site where the Gravity Ghost King had vanished, Chen Chen began to use the Vessel of Greed for extraction. Congratulations, host. The Vessel of Greed has triggered the effect of doubling the magic crystal. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-tier martial art, Gravity Control. Gravity Control, a rank capable of influencing gravity within a certain area. Cooldown, 5 seconds. From the Gravity Demon King, Chen Chen extracted 3,000 magic crystals and a volume of A-rank martial arts techniques in one breath. Master, I am delighted to serve you once more. I can refine this martial art for a mere 50 years of your lifespan. Will you consent? Absolutely. As the Vessel of Greed reappeared, Chen Chen wasted no time and consumed his lifespan to refine the technique. Lifespan, 50 years. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a doubled effect. Lifespan, 500 years. Congratulations, host. You have attained an advanced effect for the martial art. Current remaining lifespan of the host, 770 years. Regrettably, had he possessed an additional 5 000 years of lifespan, Chen Chen would have eagerly gambled once more. He had now obtained 2 S-rank martial arts techniques. Whether multiplying the quantity to garner 4 S-rank techniques or advancing to secure 2 SS-rank techniques, it was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Gravity control, A-rank, has evolved into gravity suppression, S-rank capable of influencing gravity within a designated area while additionally inflicting 200 points of physical damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Upon its advancement to S-rank, gravity control transformed into gravity suppression, acquiring an added damage effect. Although the damage coefficient may not appear substantial, the skill boasts a mere 5-second cooldown and is accompanied by significant control effects. Given the potency of such a skill, Chen Chen immediately commenced his training. Friendly reminder: the martial art learned by the host has reached a critical point. Specialization is essential, and human energy is finite. The system advises the host to refrain from learning further skills, as doing so would necessitate forgetting previously acquired martial arts. Otherwise, the probability of successful breakthroughs in martial arts during subsequent life projections will diminish. After successfully mastering gravity suppression, Chen Chen received a friendly reminder from the system. At this moment, he glanced at his own attribute panel. Host, Chen Chen. Gender, male. Age, 20 years. Remaining lifespan, 770 years. Spirit power realm, bronze 9th stage. Talent, D blood chi awakening. Physical life steal, 75, attack speed, 40, movement speed, 40. Attacks inflict a bleeding effect on enemies lasting 10 seconds, dealing 5 damage per layer, with a maximum of 10 layers. Skills. Dash, C-rank envelopes the legs with the power of the wind, increasing movement speed by 100 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Vacuum palm, C-rank forms a void in the palm, creating suction. Hitting an enemy deals 150 damage and inflicts a 30 armor-piercing effect, lasting 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Charge strike, C-rank charges for 1 second, concentrating spirit power within the spirit weapon, inflicting 350 explosive damage. For every additional second of charge, an extra 70 damage is dealt, with a maximum charge time of 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. The art of phasing, C-level enter a spectral state for 5 seconds, during which you can disregard collisions with conventional objects, allowing you to pass through living beings and inflict 200 attack damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Thunder Lance, C-level summon a Lance of Thunder, dealing 100 lightning damage to enemies and inflicting paralysis. The lance remains for 10 seconds, during which it can be picked up to enhance movement speed by 20 for an additional 10 seconds, and grants the next attack a thunderous effect. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Storm Lance, C-level throw a lance of thunder at enemies, dealing 100 lightning damage and causing paralysis. The lance exists for 10 seconds, during which it can be collected to boost movement speed by 20 for another 10 seconds, and bestows the next attack with a thunderous effect. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Clone, C-level select a target to summon an identical clone, lasting for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Cask of Greed, S-level upon successfully extracting magic crystals from demon corpses, there is a 100 chance to obtain an additional 3 crystals. There is a 30 chance to receive double crystals. Additionally, when acquiring items in ruins, the Cask of Greed is summoned, allowing you to expend life to double the quantity of items or advance their quality. Cooldown, 1 second. Hellhound, S-level summon a Hellhound of the same rank as yourself, lasting for 60 seconds. Each kill made by the Hellhound extends its duration by an additional 10 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Gravitational Suppression, this ability can influence gravity within a certain area, adding an extra 200 physical damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. When Chen Chen learned his 10th martial skill, the system alerted him to a decreased probability of further advancement. Thus, in an optimal scenario, he can only master a maximum of 10 martial skills. Should new skills arise in the future, he would have to relinquish one of his previously learned skills to make room for the new ones. He resolved to forget the dash skill, though dash had been his longest-standing companion and initially aided him in his struggles with demons. It had become evident that the skill could no longer keep pace with his growth. With the ability to fly via angel wings, he no longer depended on rapid ground movement. Moreover, the phasing technique offered superior maneuverability compared to dash. Chen Chen's innate talent, Blood Awakening, D-level, was inherently characterized by high attack and movement speeds, making dash merely a supplementary asset. The emergence of the combined techniques of Storm Lance and Thunder Lance further enhanced his mobility when he picked up the Thunder Lance. Given the long cooldown of the dash skill, it was only natural that it would be the first skill he chose to forget. However, he had merely reached the threshold and did not need to act just yet. Following this, Chen Chen opened the golden treasure chest within the ruins. There are a total of 3, and every awakened individual participating in the boss defeat will receive a treasure chest. 300 magic crystals. Chen Chen shrugged his shoulders, lamenting that his luck remained as dismal as ever. Magic crystals are the most commonplace rewards from ruins, although 300 is indeed a substantial amount. This is a challenging abyssal ruin. Merely receiving magic crystals feels rather unfortunate. The magic scroll reappears. On the other hand, Shen Yuyin performed admirably, unearthing a consumable item. Reappearing technique. A-class, a consumable item that, upon use, allows the user to unleash a previously used martial technique without expending any spiritual energy. This item is splendid. Yuyin, as expected of you, moi. Chen Chen promptly stowed the item away, his excitement prompting him to plant a fervent kiss on Shen Yuyin's cheek. The only drawback was that this item was not obtained by Chen Chen himself. Otherwise, he could have refined it using the cauldron of greed. Oh, so now we're kissing? Senior Chen Chen, how many times should you kiss me for this? At that moment, Shen Yoshi, who was nearby, stood up with a smile. Chapter 68. She is eager to improve. Oh, Chen Chen rejoiced. Just from Shen Yoshi's tone, he could tell she must have acquired something extraordinary. A double magic crystal scroll. Shen Yoshi proudly shook the scroll she had retrieved from the treasure chest. Although her injuries had significantly healed, and she was no longer in life-threatening danger, her body remained quite frail. Her torn clothing could not be mended, and she had to drape Chen Chen's coat over herself to avoid exposure. After all, the Gravity Demon King's lethal martial technique had struck her directly, and even with the aid of medicinal pills, recovery would take time. Double Magic Crystal Scroll. A-class, a consumable item that, upon use, allows the user to extract double the amount of magic crystals for 1 hour. Yoshi, I truly adore you. Chen Chen, overwhelmed with excitement, cupped Shen Yoshi's cherubic face and showered her with kisses like a woodpecker. Mwamwa. Although this was also an A-class consumable item, at this moment, Chen Chen's need for the double magic crystal scroll was far greater as he continued to elevate his spiritual energy realm. Woo-woo, Senior Chen Chen, please stop. Yoshi can hardly breathe. Though she implored him to halt, her expression revealed a growing sense of pride. Yoshi, next, I shall continue to enhance your talents. Chen Chen smiled gently, sealing her soft lips with his own. This expedition through the abyssal ruins had yielded substantial rewards for Chen Chen. Aside from the 3,000 magic crystals dropped by the boss, which he could not absorb directly, everything else was quite favorable, particularly regarding lifespan. He had now accumulated over 4,000 years. He planned to bestow it all upon Shen Yoshi, for among the 3 of them, her talent was undoubtedly the highest. Thus, utilizing life projection to enhance her innate talent is undoubtedly the most advantageous course of action. The S-rank Chaos Armor is already exceedingly formidable, should it ascend to SS rank. The implications would be staggering. Amidst Shen Yoshi's expression of sheer enjoyment, the life projection commenced. Infusing lifespan into the innate Chaos Armor, S-rank. 100 years. The S-rank talent cannot be altered in such a brief span. Shen Yoshi's spiritual pulse remains unresponsive. 500 years. Still, no sign of change. 1,000 years. Shen Yoshi's spiritual pulse continues to exhibit no transformation. 2,000 years. For Shen Yoshi, S-rank is akin to an insurmountable chasm. 3,000 years. Perhaps this is her terminus. Seeing that Shen Yoshi's talent remained stagnant even after an infusion of 3,000 years of lifespan, Chen Chen resolved to cut his losses and released her. Senior Chen, what has happened to Yoshi? She was able to awaken with such ease before. Shen Yoshi felt a pang of guilt as she noticed Chen Chen's disappointment over her failure to awaken. She could distinctly sense that Chen Chen was exerting considerable effort to nourish her spiritual pulse, yet it felt like a bottomless pit, yielding no response whatsoever. It's all right, Yoshi. You have already done remarkably well. An S-rank talent cannot be awakened so casually as before. Chen Chen gently caressed Shen Yoshi's cheek, offering her comfort. Perhaps, he pondered, his expectations were too high, placing undue pressure on the young girl. But Senior Chen has already infused so much energy into me, and I still cannot awaken. I feel so inadequate. Yoshi, do not be disheartened. Not every endeavor yields immediate results. Perhaps the timing is simply not right. Regardless of whether your talent awakens, you will always be the dearest person to me. Really? Chen Chen's encouragement began to lift Shun Yoshi's spirits, diminishing her earlier gloom. Yoshi, you are truly exceptional. Among the three of us, only you have awakened to S rank. Both Chun and I are still merely D rank. If you were lacking, then what would that make us? Shin Yuyan joined Chen Chen in comforting Shin Yoshi. After all, Shin Yoshi was a delicate girl with dual personalities, prone to accumulating negative emotions rapidly. Without timely affirmation and support, it could lead to future complications. Senior and sister are not inadequate. Thank you both. It is I who was too anxious. A genuine smile finally graced Shun Yoshi's face, alleviating her previous disappointment. After the recent exertion, Chen Chen's remaining lifespan dwindled to 1,770 years. It became evident that the ambition to elevate Shun Yoshi's talent to SS rank was unattainable, as the results from the life projection had become increasingly clear. This was strikingly reminiscent of Shun Yuyan's earlier predicament. However, at that time, Shun Yuyan's talent was rather meager, and her consumption was minimal. Through Chen Chen's relentless efforts, Shin Yuyan ultimately transcended her limitations. Yet, the present circumstances are markedly different. Shun Yoshi has already attained S-level spiritual martial prowess. With life calculations stretching into the thousands of years, far beyond the lifespan Chen Chen possesses to fill this void. Nevertheless, it remains undeniable that Shun Yoshi is the most gifted among them. After all, she awakened to S-level capabilities in the shortest possible time. As for Chen Chen and Shin Yuyan, their status remains uncertain. Even if they both achieve S-level, it is conceivable that their situation may be even more dire than Shin Yoshi's. Given that Plan A is unfeasible, Chen Chen must settle for a more modest approach, opting to perform life calculations for Shin Yuyan. Yuyan, I still retain some energy. Allow me to assist you in awakening your talent. Chen Chen beckoned Shin Yuyan to his side, preparing to attempt a different approach. Well, all right then, Shin Yuyan replied, biting her lip. A hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. Chen Chen had just awakened her sister Shun Yoshi's talent, and the lingering essence of her presence was still fresh in his mouth. Now, he was about to turn his attention to her. Was this not somewhat inappropriate? Despite her embarrassment, Shin Yuyan summoned her resolve and agreed, for she was still the same Shun Yuyan as before. Her desire for progress burned brightly within her. Chapter 69. Starlight. Shin Yuyan's essence was entirely distinct from that of Shun Yoshi. The kiss of the sickly sweet girl was fervent and obsessive, while the kiss of the proud girl was subtle and innocent. It was akin to a delightful cup of milk tea, enriched with both soft, chewy pearls and crisp coconut jelly. The fusion of these two flavors rendered the experience all the more gratifying. Injecting lifespan into talent Starlight, D-level, 100 years, Shin Yuyan's spiritual veins continuously absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, gradually clearing the pathways. 300 years, Shin Yuyan's spiritual veins grow stronger, shedding their former shell. 500 years, a glimmer of spiritual light rises, with Shun Yuyan's veins on the brink of transformation. 1,000 years, starlight illuminates the earth, and Shun Yuyan's talent successfully awakens. Remaining lifespan, 770 years. Starlight, D-level, radiance, C-level inflicts an additional 4,050 light attribute damage and 4050 true damage. All attacks have a chance to inflict the Holy Judgment effect. Critical hits at 134 times, 3,225 times, 10,152 times, and 301,214 times. All critical damage is true damage. Although 1,000 years of her lifespan was consumed, Shin Yuyan did not disappoint Chen Chen. Her talent was once again successfully awakened. Not only did her fundamental attributes elevate, but she also gained the Holy Judgment effect, enhancing her true critical damage, which can now reach a staggering fourfold. This is splendid. Truly, she is my sister. Her talent has awakened once more. After witnessing Shun Yuyan's departure, Shin Yoshi experienced a profound elevation of spirit and promptly bounded over to her sister to extend her heartfelt congratulations. Compared to the sorrow stemming from her own defeat, her sister's successful awakening brought her immense joy. Now, it is time for us to depart from the ruins. With 700 years of lifespan remaining, Chen Chen has no intention of utilizing it just yet. It will be preserved for the time being. After all, their talent levels have all reached D rank or higher. rendering this lifespan trivial for further awakenings. However, it could be utilized to enhance some C-rank martial techniques. Yet, as Chen Chen challenges increasingly formidable ruins, the ruins themselves can uncover higher-tier martial techniques, making the gradual increase in lifespan somewhat wasteful. Not every martial technique can ascend to S rank effortlessly, like greed. Currently, the martial techniques mastered by Chen Chen have reached a critical point. Learning new techniques would necessitate forgetting those already acquired. Therefore, enhancing his martial techniques now would be a waste, as he would eventually forget them. Henceforth, Chen Chen intends to utilize his remaining lifespan judiciously, solely for the awakening of himself and the Shen sisters' talents, refraining from further advancement of martial techniques unless he finds himself with an abundance of lifespan. Sir, you finally emerged. After such a prolonged delay, I feared that something had befallen you both. As Chen Chen stepped through the portal, Chen excitedly embraced him. He and Maya had remained vigilantly at the entrance of the ruins, never leaving for a moment. I can still manage against an abyss ruin of mere difficulty level, Chen Chen remarked with a faint smile, patting Chen's shoulder. Although the Gravity Demon King had posed significant challenges, he ultimately navigated through without dire consequences. It is indeed a difficulty-level abyss ruin. No wonder the strength of the magical entities within is so formidable. Sir, please tell me, what manner of beast is the final boss? As they exited the graveyard, Chen eagerly pursued Chen Chen, urging him to recount his battle with the Gravity Demon King. Having been trapped for 2 years, Chen was desperate to learn what the ultimate boss of this ruin entailed. Unfortunately, the perilous circumstances had compelled him to exit the ruins prematurely. Is that so? It is fortunate that Maya and I left, otherwise, I might have perished beneath the weight of the Gravity Demon King's tomb. Chen listened, his blood surging with excitement, as if he were experiencing the events firsthand. Chen, what are your plans moving forward? Having been trapped in the ruins for 2 years, Chen Chen was curious about his current sentiments. I wish to return home first, then assemble an exploration team to continue adventures alongside Maya. Despite their eerie surroundings in the graveyard, Chen, reborn anew, felt no trace of sorrow, instead filled with dreams for the future. That sounds splendid, Chen Chen nodded silently in agreement. Seeing Chen still so passionate about life, he felt relieved. Most individuals, if faced with experiences akin to those of Chen, might have succumbed to isolation by now. Xiao, would you consider joining my exploration team? Chen suddenly proposed, sincerely inviting Chen Chen to join. I am accustomed to solitary endeavors. Joining an exploration team feels somewhat unfamiliar to me. Chen Chen gently declined Chen's invitation, as he still had numerous responsibilities to attend to. What lay ahead for Chen Chen was a confrontation with the most powerful family in Jinghai City. Having someone like Chen by his side could prove perilously risky. Very well. Chen's tone grew slightly despondent upon Chen Chen's refusal. However, he bore no resentment, for Chen Chen was his savior. Had it not been for Chen Chen's timely intervention, he might still be trapped in the ruins for an indeterminate period. Nevertheless, they could still explore the ruins together in the future. Chen Chen gazed at Chen with genuine sincerity. Although he would not be joining the exploration team, he could certainly lead Chen and his entire team on adventures when time permitted. Really? That would be splendid. Of course, the two engaged in lively conversation, filled with joy, and before parting, they made plans to enjoy hot pot together. Chapter 70. The Box of Generational Heritage. Knock, knock. Is anyone there? A sudden, urgent knocking echoed before the small wooden house at the cemetery entrance. Ah, 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 ah. A few startled crows emitted sharp cries, adding an eerie ambience to the stillness of the early morning. Who is it? Has someone come to meet their demise so soon? Am I losing my mind? I recall that young man just arrived recently. The gravekeeper stumbled as he pushed open the door, grumbling to himself. He had thought yet another exploration team was introduced by the glasses wearer. However, upon opening the rickety wooden door, the gravekeeper was taken aback by the sight before him. It's you. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the figure outside, as if confronting an apparition. You are still alive? Indeed. I have lived to see another day, Chen Chen replied with a faint smile, his tone steeped in languid nonchalance. Didn't you express a desire to behold my visage? Chen Chen slowly removed his mask, revealing the face transformed by Shun Yoyan's artistry. He recalled their agreement prior to entering the cemetery. He had promised to reveal his true appearance upon his return. You truly conquered that ruin? The stooped elder grasped Chen Chen's hand tightly, his gaze brimming with gratitude. The elder's palm resembled withered wood, trembling incessantly. Indeed, my friend, Chen boasted, our esteemed Si Shao has single-handedly conquered the abyssal ruins at the highest difficulty level. I dare say, within the confines of the Bronze Realm. He stands as the most formidable entity in the entirety of Blue Star. Upon removing his mask, Chen Chen cast a curious glance. His already handsome features were further accentuated by Shun Yuyan's makeup, prompting Chen to exclaim in awe. This world is undeniably unfair. How is it that some can possess such strength while also being so strikingly handsome? Is that you? At that moment, the gravekeeper recognized Chen. I have seen you before. 2 years ago, you were among the first to challenge this ruin. Remarkably, you are still alive? Indeed. It's me, old man. Your memory serves you well. Chen responded, astonished that the gravekeeper remembered him after such a long time. Well, it's not that my memory is exceptional. This graveyard has long been abandoned, and few venture here. Only when a portal to the ruins unexpectedly appeared did I encounter a number of living souls. The gravekeeper remembered each face due to his prolonged solitude in the dim surroundings, cherishing every visage he encountered. Actually, there is something I am quite curious about. Chen Chen suddenly inquired. Ask away, the gravekeeper replied coolly, his profound gaze seemingly anticipating Chen Chen's question. You appear to be over 100 years old. I wish to know, what exactly are you guarding in this graveyard? This inquiry encapsulated the true purpose of Chen Chen's visit to the elder. In a desolate graveyard, what could compel an elderly man to remain vigilant? The location had already transitioned to the outskirts of Jinghai City, and the surrounding environment was exceedingly complex. How did he manage to survive here alone? All these questions loomed like enigmas, troubling Chen Chen's mind. Yet, his instincts suggested that matters were not as simple as they seemed. Every existence holds its value and significance. If the elder remained in this place, it must be for something worthy of his guardianship. Thus, Chen Chen's curiosity was piqued. What could this thing be? Chuckling softly, the seemingly decrepit elder unexpectedly broke into a rare smile, as if a burden had been lifted. After years of waiting, someone finally posed this question. To be honest, I am uncertain why I have chosen to remain here, the elder admitted with a hint of resignation. He then stepped into the wooden cabin and retrieved a dusty, weathered box from the corner, extracting a piece of damaged jade. My name is Gu Yu, and my family has served as the guardians of this graveyard for generations. Together with my ancestors, we have watched over this place for 1,000 years, yet no one has ever explained to us why we must remain here. I was originally engaged in business abroad when my father summoned me here on his deathbed and entrusted me with this mysterious box, leaving no further explanation before peacefully passing away. At that time, I was merely 40 years old. I understood my father's intention. He wished for me to inherit the role of the guardian of the tomb, fulfilling the long-standing wishes of our ancestors. However, accustomed to a life of travel, how could I possibly resign myself to spending my days in such a desolate place? Just when I thought that the ancient legacy of the Gu family would perish in my hands, an uncanny event transpired. Under the dim light of an oil lamp, the old man's visage seemed like a weathered canvas, his eyes particularly profound. His gaze appeared to traverse through the tunnel of time, reaching into the distant past. Chen Chen slightly furrowed his brow, aware that the doubts within him were on the verge of revelation. Beside him, Chen silently swallowed, mentally preparing himself for what was to come. The turning point in the tale emerged at that moment. The old man continued. I initially intended to conclude my father's funeral and depart from this place, but upon encountering this box, my resolve shifted instantaneously. There was no forewarning. It felt as if my mind was ensnared by an otherworldly force, compelling me to alter my thoughts. Only within this graveyard did I experience tranquility and comfort. Once I ventured beyond its confines, discomfort would ensue, both mental and physical, manifesting as dizziness, chest tightness, nausea, and revulsion. In essence, upon leaving the graveyard, my body would react with vehement repulsion. In the beginning, I contemplated suicide, for I did not wish to pass this absurd fate of the Gu family onto my descendants. Yet, whenever such thoughts surfaced, a bizarre voice would whisper to me that I could bestow this box upon anyone I encountered, should I so desire. However, no matter whom I saw, the thought of entrusting the box to them never crossed my mind. At that moment, I understood why my father, despite being a wayward soul, chose to linger in this cursed place until his demise. Our family has been bound to guard this site through generations, awaiting the rightful owner of this box. The old man gazed at Chen Chen, his eyes brimming with hope and the joy of rebirth. Ah, at last, I have awaited this moment. The long-held aspirations of the Gu family over millennia have finally reached fruition. My descendants shall no longer endure the same confinement as I, young man. This box is now yours. Hearing the old man's somewhat deranged words, Chen quickly stepped back with Maya, evading the old man's gaze. Although he understood the chosen one was sneak, fear coursed through him. That retreat was a purely instinctual act. After listening to the old man's tale, Chen Chen awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he was entangled with a malevolent entity possessing the ability to imprison thoughts, a connection he wished to avoid. What if he too had his thoughts altered? Would he not end up here like the old man, becoming a custodian of the tomb? This must not happen. He has many unfinished matters to attend to. Gu Qingning is still waiting for him to take action. And to Chen, was your earlier retreat a serious gesture? Such a minor action can inflict considerable harm. Curiosity indeed has its perils. Now, it seems the time has come for Chen Chen to be drenched in sweat. Chapter 71. The Lord of Purgatory Elder, you have misunderstood. My curiosity is purely innocent. I harbor no intentions of claiming this graveyard. Just as Chen Chen was about to decline, he was interrupted by the words of the tombkeeper. Young man, this box belongs to you. The tombkeeper's gaze swept over Chen Chen before finally resting on Shen Yoshi. It was then that Chen Chen comprehended that the young man referred to by the keeper was not himself. Throughout, the keeper's attention had been solely on Shen Yoshi. At that moment, Chen Chen realized with dread, could it be true? Is it truly for me? How wonderful. Shen Yoshi beamed with delight, glancing around as if she had just won the Best Actress award at the Golden Horse Awards. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out to take the box from the keeper, and by the time Chen Chen prepared to intervene, it was already too late. My dear, how do you feel? The tombkeeper's vacant eyes remained fixed on Shen Yoshi. He was profoundly curious about the artifact that the Gu family had guarded for millennia. What kind of individual had they been awaiting? What tale would this young girl weave with the shattered jade? Shen Yoshi slowly lifted the jade from the box. Realizing that the die was cast, Chen Chen refrained from stopping her. According to the tombkeeper's account, her thoughts had already been transformed the moment she touched this box. Whatever happens now is beyond reversal. It would be better to discover what this jade, which has been passed down for a millennium, truly is. The jade was circular, its fractured edges revealing intricate patterns, reminiscent of an ancient tree weathered by time, stripped of its former vitality and luster. The surface of the jade bore the marks of ages. Some areas had eroded to a deep brown, while others gleamed smooth as a mirror from prolonged friction. As the fragmented ancient jade gently brushed against Shen Yoshi's palm, it emitted a dim glow. The ethereal light captivated her, and she sensed an extraordinary connection forming between the ancient jade and herself. It felt as if a dormant seed had been sown into the moist earth, beginning to take root and sprout. The dark tendrils of the plant intertwined with Shen Yoshi's blood, permeating her being. In an instant, Shen Yoshi, enveloped in a shroud of eerie black mist, began to levitate gently. Shen Yoshi's consciousness was drawn by an invisible force, and she felt as though she were being swept into an endless vortex of darkness. Just then, she beheld a colossal statue of a demon god standing before her. Its form resembled a towering mountain, with a pair of demonic wings draped behind it, and its enormous horns and ghastly visage instilled a sense of dread. Yet, rather than feeling fear, Shen Yoshi greeted the figure with a sense of familiarity. The demon god statue seemed to perceive her voice, slowly lowering its head to glance at the petite girl beneath, inquiring with curiosity, "How do you know I am not merely a statue?" Its voice resonated like echoes from the abyss, deep and majestic. "Because I can sense your presence," Shen Yoshi replied, tilting her head as she gazed up at the towering entity. In contrast to the demon's formidable tone, her youthful voice sounded somewhat fragile, evoking the image of a child encountering a fearsome overlord. "Are you not afraid of me?" The demon god statue leaned closer, attempting to instill fear with its sinister visage. "Not at all," Shen Yoshi nodded confidently. Not only was she unafraid, but she also playfully reached up to touch the demon's horns, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, it's real." The statue allowed her to play with its horns, its expression one of bemusement. Who would have imagined that 1,000 years later, the heir to the throne of the hellish demon king would be a carefree little girl? "Oh, so you, the bat bull-headed uncle, are the previous demon king then?" Shen Yoshi quickly adapted to the role, her acceptance instantaneous, devoid of any doubt or need for validation. It was a matter of one daring to speak and the other daring to believe. She even affectionately nicknamed the demon god based on its appearance. "How old are you?" the demon god statue suddenly inquired. It seemed to embrace the moniker Shinyoshi had given it. "I just turned 18, she answered, and without missing a beat, she countered. "What about you, bat bullheaded uncle? How old are you?" Well, Shinyoshi's question seemed to momentarily perplex the statue, which then counted on its fingers for a while before responding. "I'm approximately over 2,000 years old." "Oh," Shinyoshi nodded casually and concluded dismissively. "That's quite old." Her inquiry had been casual, lacking any particular intent or logic. "You awakened to an S-grade chaos armor at just 18? The demon god statue scrutinized the seemingly delicate human girl, appearing somewhat incredulous regarding her capabilities. "How do you know this? Did Senior Chen Chen tell you?" "Senior Chen Chen? Who is that?" "I am certainly aware, for if you had not awakened to the S level, you would not have the privilege of encountering me." "So, you mean to say that if I do not awaken to the S-level chaos armor, the old gentleman in the graveyard would not bestow that box upon me?" "Indeed." The statue of the demon god nodded with a smile, praising Shinyoshi. "Though you appear somewhat daft, you are indeed quite astute, truly deserving of being my heir." At times, Shinyoshi's reactions and instincts are even more perceptive than those of Shun Yuyan. For instance, when Chen Chen previously encountered individuals like Luo Ji, even Shin Yuyan, who could analyze their personalities, failed to detect their issues. Yet, Shinyoshi saw through them at a glance and ultimately won their wager. However, if you were to inquire why Shinyoshi discerned the problems with Luo Ji and his companions, she might struggle to articulate an answer. This is because her judgments are not based on logic, but rather on intuition. As soon as her consciousness entered the darkness, Shinyoshi recognized the identity of the demon god statue. When the entity declared itself as the heir of a millennium hence, Shinyoshi did not hesitate in the slightest and accepted it as truth. Chapter 72. The Pseudo-Emperor's Infernal Armor. "So, it is you who has been orchestrating the fateful desires of the family." As the old gentleman spoke, Shinyoshi seemed to grasp the truth of the matter. "If you wish to find me, why not come directly? Why resort to these enigmatic tactics? The old gentleman's family is truly pitiable." "Ha ha ha. Pitiable? Those who are pitiful must possess something reprehensible. The Gu family, after all, were the perpetrators who slaughtered countless innocents from the Night Clan thousands of years ago. A mere 1,000 years of confinement is trivial, were it not for the fact that I am but a remnant of a soul. I would have annihilated the entire Gu family." A flash of dark red murderous intent suddenly flickered in the demon god statue's eyes. "Do not think that merely guarding my resting place for so many years can absolve them of their sins." "Very well then." Shinyoshi shrugged indifferently. "The grievances of millennia past do not concern her. Is there something you wish to discuss with me now? If not, I shall take my leave." Shinyoshi yawned, finding the tale of some ancient demon king a matter of utmost tedium, eager to return to the side of Senior Chen Chen. Wait. The demon god statue hurriedly called out to Shunyoshi, never anticipating that his heir from 1,000 years hence would be so audacious. "You must have encountered a bottleneck recently. Do you not yearn to awaken once more?" "Oh." Upon hearing a topic of interest, Shinyoshi immediately turned back. "Shinyoshi, you shall inherit the power of eternal night and become the next infernal demon king." The voice of the demon god statue reverberated in the darkness. Following this proclamation, Shinyoshi felt her body infused with a powerful energy. That power was akin to a beacon in the night, illuminating her path ahead. The demon god statue extended its palm, the center glowing with a profound black light. Shinyoshi felt her body drawn to that formidable force, as if being summoned by the Lord of the Inferno itself. Taking a deep breath, she bravely extended her palm, meeting the deity's hand in a moment of connection. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power flowed from the statue into her being. As the statue of the demon faded away, a potent pulse erupted from within Shinyoshi, reshaping her very essence. She had, in that moment, become akin to the Lord of the Inferno. As Shinyoshi inherited a fragment of the demon's power, her consciousness returned to the realm of reality. "Congratulations, host. Your spirit weapon, Shinyoshi, has been enlightened by the Lord of the Inferno, successfully awakening your talent to S rank. Chaotic armor, S rank. Pseudo-imperial infernal armor, S rank 8090. When attacked, inflict 8,090 chaotic damage in retaliation. All attributes double at night." New feature, can alter time within a 58-kilometer radius to night for a duration of 12 hours. Cooldown, 18-16 hours. You may imprison the souls of beings you have vanquished, transforming them into your shadow servants. The spiritual realm of shadow servants will not exceed your own, with a maximum of 34 souls. Yoshi, you have awakened successfully once more. As the black mist enveloping Shun Yoshi dissipated, Chen Chen hurriedly caught her, cradling her in a princess carry. Hee. Shin Yoshi wrapped her arms around Chen Chen's neck, intending to engage in some playful antics. When an eerie voice echoed in her ear, Yoshi, though you exist now in human form, remember that as the Lord of the Inferno, you will forever be a demon of the Night Clan. This is an immutable truth. Keep your distance from this human, and do not develop feelings for them. Humans are the most despicable and cunning creatures in this world. Yoshi? Noticing Shin Yoshi's distracted demeanor, Chen Chen asked with concern. Shin Yoshi rarely exhibited such behavior. Typically, she gazed at him with adoration, unperturbed by any distractions. Oh, it's nothing. A mosquito buzzed in my ear just now, driving me mad. Very well. Though Shin Yoshi's explanation seemed somewhat flimsy, Chen Chen did not press further. After all, the awakening of her talent was a positive development. The pseudo-imperial infernal armor not only enhanced her base attributes, but also increased the number of shadow servants. Yoshi, shall we depart from this graveyard now? Chen Chen inquired tentatively. Despite Shin Yoshi's talent awakening once more, he remained apprehensive, fearing that the ancient jade she had absorbed might also confine her thoughts. Certainly, Shin Yoshi agreed cheerfully. Little did Chen Chen realize that Shun Yoshi was, in fact, the true embodiment of the curse-releasing Lord of the Inferno. Even when encountering the previous Lord of the Inferno, she had shown no deference. How could she possibly be shackled by a curse? Then let us take our leave. Chen Chen observed that Shin Yoshi remained utterly unaffected by the ancient jade, allowing his anxious heart to finally find solace. With heartfelt gratitude, he bowed to the gravekeeper, appreciating the gift of the ancient jade that had once again elevated Shin Yoshi. The elderly gravekeeper offered no response. However, upon seeing Shun Yoshi once more, an inexplicable fear flickered in his gaze. Depart. The young girl before him uttered no words, yet the gravekeeper heard an eerily peculiar voice. After Chen Chen and the others departed, he met his demise, hanging lifelessly from the beam of the small wooden cabin. Upon leaving the cemetery, Chen Chen and Chun ventured to a hot pot restaurant. Having fought valiantly in the ruins for an extended period, it was time for a well-deserved reward. However, Shin Yuyin and Shun Yoshi could not appear simultaneously, for the existence of their dual spirit abilities must remain concealed. Yet, it was impossible for one to feast while the other starved. Thus, Chen Chen devised a plan, considering that the sisters bore an uncanny resemblance. Save for their differing hair colors, the sisters cleverly utilized the restroom as a cover to switch identities, allowing each to enjoy a meal in turn. Ah, Miss Tina, your hair. Though De Chun had indulged in a few drinks with Chen Chen, he still discerned the differences between Shun Yuyin and Shin Yoshi. Your hair changes color according to the lighting. How fascinating. Chen Chen deflected the observation, raising his glass to De Chun once more. However, Maya, seated beside De Chun, found this curious. While it was one thing for Christina's hair to change color, why did her taste in food also seem to shift? After careful observation, Maya noted that the silver-haired Christina favored spicy dishes, while the black-haired Christina had a penchant for sweets. At that moment, Chen Chen received a message from Su Wenwen, who updated him on the progress of her plans. During Chen Chen's time in the ruins, the group responsible for her kidnapping had begun to surface. They feigned possession of Su Wenwen, coercing Su Tingshan into surrendering a notorious criminal held in the Security Bureau. This individual, named Mo Yen, had once been the foremost assassin under Gao Tianxiang, apprehended by Su Tingshan himself after the assassination of an elder from the Hua family. Now, this band of criminals was explicitly demanding the exchange of Mo Wentian, and it was highly plausible that the instigators behind the scenes were the Gao brothers, opposing the Hua family. Keep it up, Snakeskin urged. Upon reading Su Wenwen's message, Chen Chen remained noncommittal. His initial intention was merely to rescue Su Wenwen and secure a foothold for his operations in Jinghai. Little did he know that he had unwittingly stepped into the conflict between the Hua family and the Gao brothers. Chapter 73, Gao Tianxing Hiss. Chen Chen held a slice of tripe to his lips, hesitating to take a bite. From the information provided by Su Wenwen, he suddenly unearthed a significant point of concern. If the Gao brothers were indeed the masterminds behind this kidnapping, the exposure felt alarmingly overt. Even if Mo Yin holds significant importance to the Gao family, the brazen act of abducting the daughter of the Security Bureau's commander and coercing the Bureau into releasing one of their most capable members is utterly reckless. Regardless of the outcome, it seems implausible that the Gao family could remain in Jinghai City after such an audacious move. Who would be foolish enough to provoke the city's Security Bureau merely to exchange for a prominent family member? If he were the brothers Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tiansheng, they would undoubtedly refrain from such a foolish endeavor. This course of action yields no benefit and is likely to provoke severe repercussions. Even if their intention was to rescue Mo Yin, they would never engage so openly against the Security Bureau. With the resources they possess, they could discreetly cultivate connections and devise a plan to extricate Mo Yin from captivity. Furthermore, given the Gao family's influence in Jinghai, how could they orchestrate such a meticulous scheme to easily abduct Su Wenwen aboard the Bronze Age? Everything appears exceedingly illogical. However, based on the information provided by Su Wenwen, it seems the Security Bureau is nearing a conclusion regarding the Gao family's culpability. From various indicators, Chen Chen has arrived at a singular conclusion. Someone is framing the brothers Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tiansheng. With this deduction, Chen Chen, even without the assistance of others, could surmise the identity of the puppet master behind the scenes. Indeed, it is none other than the foremost family in Jinghai, the Hua family. What a clever strategy to kill two birds with one stone. Enlightened by this realization, Chen Chen couldn't help but marvel before finally tossing the now-cold tripe into his mouth. In this tumult, the Hua family stands poised not only to effortlessly eliminate the Gao brothers, who have only just begun to make waves in Jinghai, but also to seize the opportunity to eliminate Mo Yin, who had previously assassinated one of their elders. Should this plan succeed, no one in Jinghai would dare to challenge the Hua family again. It appears that before Chen Chen could even ally with the Gao brothers, the Hua family is already preparing to strike. If Chen Chen does not devise a strategy soon, the brothers Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tiansheng will be completely uprooted by the Hua family. At that point, any attempt by Chen Chen to counter the Hua family through others would become exceedingly difficult. Everyone, remain calm, eat and drink as usual. We are not here to cause a scene. Just as Chen Chen was enjoying a delightful meal with the Chen, a group of sharply dressed men in black suddenly burst into the hot pot restaurant. The leader, a middle-aged man clad in a blue lapel suit, was impeccably tailored, accentuating his upright posture while exuding an air of sophistication. A pair of elegant glasses rested delicately on his nose, enhancing his scholarly demeanor. This man was none other than Gao Tiansheng, the second-in-command of the Qiangxing Guild. As if summoned by fate, just as Chen Chen was contemplating how to rescue the Gao brothers, they unexpectedly arrived at his doorstep. Yet, this turn of events was well within Chen Chen's expectations. After all, his initial connection through the glasses was intended to gain visibility with the Gao family. He had simply not anticipated that they would take notice of him so swiftly. You are Snaker? Gao Tianxing scrutinized Chen Chen with keen interest, his admiration evident in his inquiry. The aura of the prosperous guild was overwhelmingly intimidating. Witnessing the scene, many patrons of the hot pot restaurant hastily made their exit to avoid trouble. The owner of the establishment trembled in fear, silently lamenting his losses, for these individuals had yet to settle their bills. Upon noticing the numerous unfamiliar figures surrounding their table, De Chun instinctively positioned himself in front of Maya. Are you Gao Laoer? Chen Chen inquired nonchalantly, savoring his hot pot, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. He had come to Jinghai to negotiate a collaboration with the Gao family, not to submit to the prosperous guild as a subordinate. It was essential to assert his stance. Moreover, the individual present was merely the second-in-command, not the formidable leader, Gao Tianxiang. Ha! Gao Tianxing found amusement in Chen Chen's demeanor, gesturing towards him before pulling up a chair to sit beside him. In Jinghai, the prosperous guild was the most formidable emerging power, second only to the Hua family. The audacity of this inexperienced youth to address Gao Tianxing as Gao Laoer was a testament to his courage and boldness. As Gao Tianxing laughed, the restaurant owner held his breath, inwardly cursing. Who is this reckless young upstart? If the Gao family is displeased, this place could be reduced to rubble in an instant. Snack, are you aware of the Gao family's standing in Jinghai? Let me illustrate. I can dine here without payment, whereas you must pay me for your meal. Do you comprehend? Gao Tianxing's expression bore a cold smile, as he endeavored to restrain his growing ire. In Jinghai, Anything our Gao family desires will eventually belong to us. Gao Tianxing refrained from acting out in anger because he was there to seek snack, not to provoke a conflict. He had heard tales of a remarkably gifted youth who had single-handedly conquered the ruins in the cemetery, and he wished to assess this individual's capabilities and potential for recruitment. It was noteworthy that although the ruins were merely of bronze rank, they had annihilated 3 exploration teams. Is that so? Chen Chen replied with a faint smile. Taking a sip of the broth before adding meaningfully, I would not be so certain. Gao Tianxing, taken aback by Chen Chen's audacity, instinctively adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the young man's expression. Yet, no matter how closely he observed, he could not decipher Chen Chen's intentions, which left him feeling unprecedented pressure. Who was this individual? He found himself utterly perplexed. Furthermore, Chen Chen's words suggested an underlying implication, that in Jinghai, what the Gao family coveted was not necessarily theirs. A clear reference to the Hua family that had long overshadowed them. Chen Chen's statement not only stunned Gao Tianxing, but also left the surrounding lackeys bewildered. Although Gao Tianxing appears to be refined and gentle, he is notorious for his reckless behavior within the guild. They fail to comprehend why. In the face of the audacious Chen Chen, Gao Tianxing exhibits such trepidation at this moment. His subordinates are perplexed, unsure of what exactly Gao Tianxing fears. Meanwhile, De Chun observes Chen Chen's calm demeanor as he enjoys hot pot in the presence of the local tyrant of Jinghai, which only deepens his admiration for him. Truly, he is my esteemed Xiao. At such a young age, possessing such remarkable talent, he remains unflappable even before the formidable Gao family, the second most powerful force in Jinghai. The influence behind him must be extraordinary. Brother Sheng, just a jest, I believe you are correct. In Jinghai, whatever your Gao family desires will inevitably become yours. Chen Chen suddenly patted Gao Tianxing on the shoulder, his attitude undergoing a complete transformation. However, before the prosperous guild reaches this pinnacle, it will require a modicum of assistance. Assistance? Whose assistance? Gao Tianxing squinted, bewildered. Mine, Chen Chen replied with a nonchalant smile. In fact, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Is your brother Gao Tianxiang currently suffering from headaches? Take me to see him. I have medicine for headaches. Chapter 74. Gao Tianxiang Sneak. Do you know why my brother has been plagued by headaches recently? Gao Tianxing inquired as he escorted Chen Chen to the Gao family's private villa. This abode, nestled within a bustling metropolis, offers a serene sanctuary. The villa is ensconced amid lush greenery, surrounded by towering trees and exquisite flower beds. Headaches, naturally, stem from catching a chill. Chen Chen continued to tease, closely trailing Gao Tianxing. Upon entering the villa, he was taken aback by the scene before him. A grand oil painting, vibrant and harmonious, graced the center of the spacious hall, imparting a sense of tranquility and warmth. Flanking the sides were elegant antique furnishings, each detail reflecting the Gao family's exquisite taste and historical legacy. As they traversed the hall, they arrived at an expansive living room, furnished with comfortable sofas and a refined coffee table, while the floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a verdant garden, where a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of blooming flowers. They proceeded through a long corridor adorned with various precious artworks, each piece possessing considerable value in Jinghai. At the corridor's end lay a study, where Gao Tianxiang, clad in loose-fitting pajamas, was preparing tea, seemingly having awaited their arrival for some time. On the tidy desk rested a copy of The Art of War, instantly elevating the atmosphere. It was no wonder that despite Gao Tianxiang's influence being a mere fraction of the Hua families, he had achieved such prominence in Jinghai. Clearly, he was not to be underestimated. Sneak, my young friend, welcome. Come, have a seat. Gao Tianxiang greeted Chen Chen with a beaming smile, clad in slippers. In contrast to the formally attired Gao Tianxiang appeared remarkably casual, as though he had just risen from slumber. The atmosphere was reminiscent of the time when Cao Cao welcomed Su Yu with bare feet. Finally, I have the honor to meet the illustrious President Gao, a figure of great renown in Jinghai City. Given the grandeur of the occasion, Chen Chen felt compelled to accord this prominent individual the respect he deserved. Avoiding the casual familiarity of addressing Gao Tianxing as old Gao as he had done previously. Is this your sister-in-law? Truly a match of talent and beauty, remarked Gao Tianxiang, who did not hesitate to compliment Shen Yuyan, who stood beside Chen Chen. Although it was their first meeting, the reference to sister-in-law instantly bridged the gap between them. Chen Chen could not help but marvel at the eloquence of such a distinguished figure. Thank you, President Gao. he replied graciously, while Shen Yuyin politely acknowledged the title without objection. Typically, Chen Chen brought Shen Yuyin along, as her temperament was far more stable than that of her younger sister. Shinyoshi, I apologize. I've been suffering from headaches lately, which has left me rather vexed. Gao Tianxiang began with a smile before addressing the matter directly. I heard from Xiao Sheng that Brother Snake possesses a remedy for my ailment. I wonder what this miraculous elixir might be. My headache came on quite suddenly and is rather stubborn to treat. Despite the warmth in Gao Tianxiang's demeanor, such amiable individuals can often be the most formidable. His intent was clear. I have extended my courtesy, but should you fail to alleviate my discomfort, do not expect me to remain civil. Of course, Chen Chen said, taking a sip of the Biluakun tea brewed by Gao Tianxiang, then gesturing to his associates. You may all withdraw. Gao Tianxiang understood Chen Chen's cue and dismissed everyone except for Gao Tianxing. Recently, the daughter of the Security Bureau's chief commander, Su Tingshan, has been taken captive by your Gao family. Moreover, you audaciously plan to exchange her life for that of your imprisoned subordinate, Mo Yin. With a faint smile, Chen Chen continued, your Qiangxing guild certainly embodies a sense of loyalty. There was a noticeable undertone of sarcasm in Chen Chen's words. Such actions not only risked Mo Yin's life, but could also lead to the downfall of the entire Gao family. This was not loyalty, it was sheer folly. He was well aware that the scheme was orchestrated by the Hua family, yet he feigned ignorance to gauge Gao Tianxiang's stance and intentions. Brother Snake, while I am unaware of your affiliations, I believe you are mistaken. This incident regarding Su Wenwen has nothing to do with our Gao family. Gao Tianxiang staunchly denied any involvement. Such information was not common knowledge. Only those within the Security Bureau and those who conspired against the Gao family would be privy to it. At this moment, Gao Tianxiang dared not ascertain Chen Chen's true motives. Whether this young man before him was an ally or an adversary remained to be seen. You claim it has no relation to your family, yet who would believe that? If your family were innocent, why would the kidnappers seek to exchange your imprisoned members? Who, pray tell, is truly inclined to lend assistance? This is a conspiracy, and the source of my incessant headaches that rob me of sleep lies in this very matter. Having spoken thus, Gao Tianxiang refilled Chen Chen's empty cup with hot tea and humbly inquired, young brother Snake, what is the price of the headache remedy you mentioned? This individual, capable of challenging the foremost family of Jinghai with his own strength, speaks with piercing clarity. Without inquiring about Chen Chen's prescription, he directly addresses the cost. For Gao Tianxiang is acutely aware that anyone daring enough to venture alone into the Gao residence has undoubtedly made thorough preparations. As for the price, that can be negotiated. Chen Chen offered a faint smile. Boss Gao, perhaps you should first ascertain whether my remedy is effective. Eagerly attentive, Gao Tianxiang, a prominent figure in Jinghai and the only one bold enough to confront the Hua family, engages in such folly. Even if the entire city of Jinghai were to believe it, I would remain unconvinced. Chen Chen first delineated his position, asserting his belief that this matter bears no relation to the Gao family. I suspect that while the Qiangxing Guild wields some influence in Jinghai, it lacks the capability to deceive all the eyes of the Security Bureau during the Bronze Age, silently abducting Su Wenwen. In truth, discerning who is orchestrating this treachery is not insurmountable. After all, there exists but one force within Jinghai capable of such deeds. Following Chen Chen's guidance, Gao Tianxiang and his brother Gao Tianxing simultaneously uttered, the Hua family. Clearly, they had contemplated this possibility long before. Yet, what now troubles Gao Tianxiang is the unsolvable nature of this predicament. It is evident that this is a blatant maneuver by the Hua family, intent on utilizing the Security Bureau to utterly dismantle the Qiangxing Guild. What, in your estimation, should we do, young brother Snake? How do we counter this? Chapter 75. The absence of the Hua family is crucial for me, Boss Gao. My advice is that you and Brother Sheng should surrender. Chen Chen and Gao Tianxiang exchanged a profound glance. What? Have you lost your senses? You want me and my brother to turn ourselves into the Security Bureau? Gao Tianxing erupted with fury upon hearing Chen Chen's suggestion for the Qiangxing Guild to confess, immediately grasping Chen Chen's collar and hoisting him from the chair. Brother, we absolutely cannot heed his words. This fellow is undoubtedly affiliated with the Hua family. In the face of Gao Tianxing's rashness, Chen Chen remained silent, his gaze shifting to Gao Tianxiang. Little Sheng, young brother Snake is my esteemed guest. Do not be disrespectful. Brother, release me. As Gao Tianxing refused to relent, the intensity in Gao Tianxiang's eyes sharpened. With a slight arch of his brow, Gao Tianxing politely released Chen Chen's collar. You are correct, young brother Snake. Our Qiangxing guild has reached a precarious juncture. Should the Hua family scheme succeed, we will be utterly expelled from Jinghai. Gao Tianxiang took a sip of the bitter tea at his side, and in that moment, he comprehended the implication of Chen Chen's words. He stood up, patting Chen's shoulder with a sense of commendation, saying, rather than being closely monitored by the Security Bureau, it would be more prudent to remain within their confines and dispel any doubts. Witnessing his elder brother's agreement with Chen Chen's proposal, Gao Tianxing began to ponder deeply. For Gao Tianxiang was not one to jest frivolously. His acquiescence bore profound significance. Indeed, Boss Gao was a sagacious individual, quick to grasp the essence of a matter. Chen Chen smiled faintly, feeling quite pleased with this potential collaborator. He preferred to work with two types of individuals, obedient fools and those who mirrored his own cunning intellect. Collaborating with the former was easily manageable, ensuring that events did not deviate from his expectations. In contrast, working with the latter not only provided the thrill of intellectual dueling with adversaries, but also the enjoyment of engaging in strategic games with compatriots. After all, in the eyes of the astute, there are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. Current partners could swiftly transform into foes, ready to stab you in the back. Thus, before entering into an alliance with Gao Tianxiang, Chen Chen's foremost principle was to ensure that the other party received ample benefits. Brother Snake, if this is your remedy, it may prove insufficient to alleviate my headache, Gao Tianxiang remarked meaningfully. Even if we were to surrender to the Security Bureau now, it would be challenging to reverse the current decline of the Qiangxing Guild. If the Hua family has further schemes, we would utterly lose our capacity to retaliate. Oh, Boss Gao, if my capabilities were limited to this, there would be no need for me to be here, Chen Chen replied with a slight smile, promptly administering a potent revelation to Gao Tianxiang. I possess a classified piece of information that even the Hua family is unaware of. Oh, Gao Tianxiang inquired. Su Tingshan's daughter, Su Wenwen, after being abducted by the Hua family, has actually managed to escape. The significant events currently unfolding in Jinghai City are orchestrated by the Security Bureau themselves. They seek to unveil the mastermind behind the scenes. Chen Chen's revelation was known only to Su Wenwen and Su Tingshan, unbeknownst to anyone else, including Gao Tianxiang and the Hua family's informants within the Security Bureau. Due to the incident involving the Bronze Age Code, Su Tingshan had become cognizant of the existence of an undercover agent within the Security Bureau, which is why he refrained from informing anyone upon Su Wenwen's return. The Hua family still believed Su Wenwen had perished at sea, thus continuing with their plans to thoroughly tarnish your reputation. Subsequently, Chen Chen produced a map, intensifying the dosage of information for Gao Tianxiang. This location is the lair of the Hua family. The Security Bureau is already aware and intends to eradicate it entirely. However, this poses a dilemma, as the Hua family will undoubtedly disguise this place to resemble your Gao family stronghold. Chen Chen then inscribed a series of names upon the map. These individuals are the very bandits who abducted Su Wenwen. Once you uncover their identities, no matter how much mud the Hua family throws at you, it shall not tarnish the esteemed reputation of your illustrious guild in the slightest. In fact, it could even lead to a decisive blow that might utterly dismantle the Hua family. The system vividly reveals the life force of the adversary while siphoning their lifespan. Thus, when Chen Chen rescued Su Wenwen, he had already taken precautions, meticulously recording the names of these miscreants. Moreover, the Hua family cannot escape culpability, as Su Wenwen stands as a witness. Do not inquire about the source of this intelligence, nor my identity. Suffice it to say, I sincerely seek to collaborate with you. Chen Chen inquired with a smile. How are you feeling, Boss Gao? Is your head still aching? His words left Gao Tianxing utterly stunned. He had never anticipated that this young man possessed such critical information. At that moment, Gao Tianxing felt a wave of relief, grateful that his brother had just prevented him from acting impulsively. Had he not, he might have inadvertently offended a benefactor from the Gao family. Gao Tianxi, meanwhile, closed his eyes, savoring the moment as he massaged his temples. When he reopened his eyes, a refreshing clarity enveloped him. Ha! Brother Snake is indeed a modern-day Hua Tuo, a master of healing. Gao Tianxi grasped Chen Chen's hands tightly, expressing his profound gratitude. Brother, feel free to name your price for your medical services. As long as my guild can afford it, we shall certainly pay. A fair exchange of benefits ensures a generous return. Gao Tianqi was astute enough to realize that the forces behind Chen Chen's acquisition of such information were formidable. Thus, having received what he desired, it was now time for him to reciprocate. After all, collaboration fundamentally embodies a business transaction. Having received value, remuneration must follow. Take your time. I am someone who values a fair exchange, preferring to charge only once the ailment has been cured. Chen Chen graciously declined Gao Tianqi's generous offer. At this juncture, as long as he did not make unreasonable demands, the strong guild would likely acquiesce to his requests. Indeed, it was even conceivable that he could assume a prominent position within the guild. However, such aspirations were not what Chen Chen sought. My brother's vision is indeed grand. Gao Tianqi chuckled, patting Chen Chen on the shoulder, and cautiously inquired, "You mentioned not wanting me to question the origins of your information or your identity. While I shall refrain from probing, I am curious to know, why do you wish to assist us?" Gao Tianqi was not apprehensive about Chen Chen making demands. His concern lay in the possibility that Chen Chen might remain silent about his intentions. For Gao Tianqi understood well that silence did not imply a lack of demands, but rather suggested that the other party desired something of greater significance. "Boss Gao, which do you believe holds more importance for me, the Gao family or the Hua family?" Chen Chen did not respond directly to Gao Tianxiang's question. Instead, he replied with a thought-provoking counterquery. "The Gao family?" Gao Tianxiang ventured cautiously. However, he could not recall any connection between the Gao family and this enigmatic youth. Chen Chen shook his head. "It cannot be the Hua family, can it?" Gao Tianxiang speculated, but if that were the case, it would imply they were adversaries. "No, it is not," Chen Chen reiterated with a firm gesture, then added earnestly, "In truth, both the Gao family and the Hua family hold little significance for me. However, the absence of the Hua family is of great importance." Chapter 76. Let me see what this is about. Once Chen Chen departed, only Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tianxing remained in the study. "Brother, can we truly trust this boy who has never shown his face in Jinghai?" Although the plan proposed by Chen Chen was flawless, Gao Tianxing harbored some suspicion. After all, this matter concerned the very survival of the Qiangxing Guild. The fact that the Hua family's absence was significant to him implied that he cared little for whom he assisted. His sole desire was to bring down the Hua family. After pondering for a moment, Gao Tianxiang declared, "For now, he is trustworthy. After all, our goals align. We both seek to dismantle the Hua family. Whether he is friend or foe is of little consequence to us. What truly matters is the benefit our Qiangxing Guild can derive from this conflict." Gao Tianxing adjusted his spectacles, seemingly grasping his elder brother's intent. "Xiao Sheng, let us depart. We shall head to the Jinghai Security Bureau at once." Indeed, as the gates of the Gao family slowly closed, Chen Chen's footsteps felt heavy, dragging his weary form through the bustling streets until he ultimately returned to his modest yet cozy rented room. The day's toil and tension ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of fatigue and drowsiness that lingered in his heart. Upon entering, Chen Chen was eager to collapse onto his somewhat worn but familiar bed, yearning for a moment of respite for his exhausted body. Yet, fate seemed intent on denying him such a simple escape from the shackles of weariness. Shin Yoshi, the lively and charming girl, had quietly appeared in his rented room, holding a large wooden tub that she had meticulously chosen. The tub emanated a subtle wooden fragrance, seemingly capable of dispelling all fatigue and sorrow. Her face radiated excitement and anticipation, as if she were about to commence a grand ceremony. "I'm so tired, Senior Chen Chen. Shall we begin?" Shin Yoshi's voice was like a gentle spring breeze, imbued with a hint of playfulness yet underscored by an undeniable resolve. Chen Chen, taken aback, looked utterly bewildered, as if his mind were shrouded in a fog, utterly unable to comprehend what Shin Yoshi meant by begin. His only desire at that moment was to succumb to slumber, to play chess with the King of Dreams and dance with Chang'e. Begin? Begin what? Chen Chen's voice carried a hint of confusion and helplessness, while his eyes brimmed with a yearning for slumber. Upon hearing this, Shin Yoshi's lips curved into a sly smile, reminiscent of a mischievous little fox toying with its unsuspecting prey. "Previously, my sister lost a bet with me, and you promised to wash my feet for a month. What now? Are you trying to renege on your word?" Her tone was laced with both teasing and seriousness. At that moment, Shin Yoshi's sister joined in the playful onslaught. Elegantly seated on the sofa, her visage adorned with a gentle smile, as if she held the reins of the situation. "And I too? Remember when I performed artificial respiration for Su 11? You also promised to wash my feet for a month. A man must keep his word. The two sisters resembled graceful queens, comfortably nestled on the sofa, orchestrating Chen Chen's servitude. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, cascading like golden grains of sand, illuminating every corner of the living room and casting a warm, golden glow upon them, infusing the otherwise mundane rented space with a touch of warmth and romance. Is the water temperature still suitable? Chen Chen had thoughtfully sprinkled pink petals atop the water's surface to enhance its allure. Wow, that's so cool. As his legs slipped into the wooden tub filled with warm milk, a look of bliss spread across his face. In Chapter 77, Face Massage, through Chen Chen's relentless efforts, Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi both drifted into slumber. After a busy day, Master Chen Chen indulged in a soothing hot bath and began to replenish his sleep. Shin Yuyan and Shin Yoshi nestled quietly on the sofa, their soft forms entwined for warmth, reminiscent of two purring kittens. The scene was so tender that Chen Chen refrained from disturbing them, choosing instead to lie alone on his bed. The room still lingered with the rich, milky fragrance of youth, enveloping Chen Chen's mind in unparalleled comfort and relaxation, swiftly leading him into deep sleep. This was far more effective than any calming essential oil, pure and natural, without additives. ZZZZZ. Morning broke. The soft, white sunlight, imbued with a gentle warmth, cascaded upon Chen Chen's face. It felt akin to a delicate hand gently caressing his facial pressure points, awakening his consciousness with utmost tenderness. Subconsciously, Chen Chen inhaled deeply, savoring the essence of morning. Yoshi, this isn't quite right, is it? When Chen wakes up, he will surely be upset. Why would Senior Chen be angry? I believe he'll be delighted. The hushed whispers of the young women gradually roused Chen Chen from his slumber. Yet, as his awareness sharpened, the tender sunlight caressing his cheek did not fade. Instead, it felt increasingly tangible. Upon opening his sleepy eyes, he was astonished to discover that there was no warm sunlight at all. It was Shun Yoshi's small hand, wrapped in pure white silk, gently caressing the sensations on her face. Yoshi, Yan, have you awakened? Chen Chen greeted the two sisters with a smile. Hee, sister, I told you that Senior Chen Chen would surely like it. Shin Yoshi chuckled. Chen, you must be hungry. I will go prepare a meal. All right. I shall tidy up as well. The house is a complete mess. Shin Yuyan and Chen Chen awkwardly changed the subject. Senior Chen Chen. If you do not tell me, Yoshi will not come down. Shin Yoshi, seeing her sister and Chen Chen in concert, clung onto Chen Chen's back, refusing to budge, playfully acting stubborn. As you wish. Chen Chen, unhurried, continued tidying the room while perusing the latest intel sent by Su Wanwen. Su Wanwen, Mr. Snake, our plan is about to reach its final step. My father and I have already conducted reconnaissance. The address you provided indeed belongs to the mastermind behind it all. Tomorrow is the agreed time for the Safety Bureau to exchange hostages with the opposing party. However, something very peculiar occurred yesterday. The most suspicious Qiangxing Guild collectively turned themselves in at the Safety Bureau. Not only Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tianxing themselves, but all the core members and lackeys of the Qiangxing Guild came to the Safety Bureau. My father and I were momentarily perplexed. What on earth is Gao Tianxiang trying to accomplish? Logically speaking, the party that kidnapped me to exchange for the notorious criminal Mo, Yin must undoubtedly be the Gao family. Yet, now they are voluntarily entering our field of vision by turning themselves in at the Safety Bureau. What scheme are they concocting? Thus, I would like to formally invite Mr. Snake to serve as the operational advisor for this mission on behalf of the Jinghai City's Safety Bureau. Please help me. Fortune smiles upon me. Upon reading Su Wenwen's message, Chen Chen smiled faintly. He had indeed succeeded in provoking Gao Tianxiang to voluntarily turn himself in, effectively muddling the waters. If he were to successfully become the operational advisor for this mission at the Safety Bureau, the Hua family would undoubtedly be at a loss. This time, the Hua family's overt strategy to undermine the Qiangxing Guild would surely backfire. Everything was already in place, and now even the favorable winds were at his back. It seemed that destiny was on his side. Snake, what benefits would there be in agreeing to be your operational advisor? However, Chen Chen could not simply acquiesce. A hasty response might arouse suspicion. After all, he had always maintained an outsider's stance regarding this matter and had never expressed favoritism towards either side. A sudden shift in attitude would surely appear suspicious. Moreover, he could extract some tangible benefits from Su Wanwen in the process. Chapter 78. Operational Advisor, Su Wanwen. Mr. Snake, you finally decided to reply to my message. I thought you no longer wished to engage with me. Huh. Speak up. What benefits do you desire? After all, you know I am the daughter of Su Tingshan. As soon as Chen Chen replied, Su Wanwen promptly responded. She had sent her previous message several hours ago, and Chen Chen only saw it after waking up. Noticing that Chen Chen did not outright reject her as before, but rather seemed open to discussion, Su Wanwen was filled with joy. Senior Chen Chen claims there is nothing between them, yet he secretly keeps in touch with Su Wanwen. What does that imply? Shin Yoshi, who clung to Chen Chen, observed their conversation throughout. Seeing Su Wanwen's eager demeanor, Shin Yoshi felt a surge of displeasure. This woman clearly was not trustworthy. She presumed her status as the daughter of the head of the security bureau allowed her to act so brazenly, which was utterly repulsive. Tomorrow is important, Yoshi. Please do not create any trouble for me. Chen Chen cautioned Shin Yoshi, recalling the last incident which still sent a shiver down his spine. Because Su Wanwen, in a moment of gratitude, impulsively kissed Chen Zhen's mask, Shin Yoshi nearly harmed her. Had Chen Zhen not intervened in time, a series of subsequent plans would have unraveled. The notion of Su Wanwen meeting a dire fate would indeed become a reality. Senior Chen Zhen, you actually defend an outsider, Shin Yoshi murmured, displeased by Chen Zhen's firm stance, and distanced herself from him. Yoshi, Chen Zhen grasped Shin Yoshi, patiently explaining, to me, Su Wanwen is merely a valuable tool to be utilized. I intend to use her to confront the Hua family, which supports Gu Qingning. Do you understand? Alas, there was no alternative. Shin Yoshi was rather possessive. Chen Zhen had to exercise additional patience with her. If it were Shun Yuyan, he wouldn't need to elaborate. She wouldn't even stir trouble over such matters. Yet, she was a woman, and he disdained any woman getting too close to him. Yoshi, you may regard her as a pawn in my hand. If I were fond of her, would I delay my response for so long? Moreover, any assistance I offer would be merely a bargaining exchange of interests. Very well. Shin Yoshi frowned slightly, though still somewhat displeased. She was willing to endure it for Chen Zhen's sake against the Hua family. Ah, Yoshi, you are truly obedient. Observing Shin Yoshi's compliance, Chen Zhen could not resist pinching her chubby little face. In truth, he understood that Shun Yoshi was not truly disruptive. She merely sought more of his attention. After settling Shun Yoshi, Chen Zhen replied to Su Wanwen. Sneak, how about this? Recently, I wish to swiftly enhance my spiritual power. After I serve as the operational advisor for this mission, could you persuade your father to arrange several suitable ruins for me to level up? Certainly. This is the treatment that should be afforded to an operational advisor of the Jinghai City Safety Bureau. Chen Chen's request was entirely reasonable, and Su Wanwen naturally had no intention of declining. The relic teleportation portals within the city were under the jurisdiction of the Safety Bureau, and to be granted their arrangements was far more convenient than procuring a relic teleportation portal from the Hua or Gao families, especially considering that last time, Shin Yoshi had unearthed a double magic crystal scroll from a relic treasure chest. With the additional resources from the Jinhai Safety Bureau, Chen Chen would undoubtedly ascend in rank with ease, effectively doubling his efficiency. Moreover, the relic resources from the Safety Bureau were relatively safer. All right, let us finalize this. Snek affirmed. Su Wanwen replied, how about this? I will provide you with an address, as my father wishes to meet you. Fine, but I prefer that no one besides your father knows about my role as an operational advisor. I hope you can keep it confidential, Snek requested. Of course. Su Wanwen assured him. Yuyan, stop what you're doing. Let us go eat. Someone is treating us. Upon seeing that the address Su Wanwen provided was a restaurant, Chen Chen called out to Shun Yuyan, who was in the kitchen. All right, I just checked the fridge, and there isn't much food anyway. Eating out sounds good. Shin Yuyan agreed. In truth, she had only gone to the kitchen to avoid addressing her sister Shin Yoshi's inquiries and hadn't genuinely intended to cook. Dining out suited her just fine. Jinghai City, while not on par with the magic capital, was still a bustling metropolis. The restaurant that Su Wanwen had arranged was situated in the heart of the city, in what was known as the Jinghai Pearl, towering above the urban landscape. It resembled an imperious giant. Rather than a mere restaurant, it was akin to a skyscraper reaching for the clouds. The private dining room Su Wanwen had booked was located on the top floor of the Jinghai Pearl. Upon entering the building, The first sight to greet them was the breathtaking panoramic view of the city through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The glass panes were spotless, reflecting the dazzling light like a mirror. In the distance, the ocean shimmered with golden hues under the sunset, harmonizing beautifully with the nearby urban scenery to create a stunning tableau. This was the unique seaside view of Jinghai, an aerial dining experience. "Sir, madam, please follow me." A dedicated server welcomed them upon Chen Chen presenting the electronic invitation Su Wenwen had provided. The server, while unremarkable in appearance, was attired in a sharply tailored dark suit, exuding a blend of dignity and warmth with a smile. Once in the elevator, Chen Chen took hold of the server's hand. "What an honor it is for Snek to be personally escorted by the chief commander of the Jinghai City Safety Bureau," the server remarked, slightly taken aback by the gesture. Before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, my daughter said your intellect surpasses her foresight. I was skeptical, but it seems the reputation is well-deserved." Su Tingshan removed his facial disguise and appeared before Chen Chen in the capacity of the chief commander of the Security Bureau. "Mr. Snake, we are honored by your presence. On behalf of the Jinghai Security Bureau, I extend our gratitude for your collaboration at this critical juncture." Chapter 79 Su Tingshan Father, I must say, such trivial tricks will undoubtedly be seen through by Mr. Snake. As Su Wenwen stepped into the private room on the top floor and noticed that the disguised Su Tingshan had already been recognized by Chen Chen, she began to lavish praise on Chen Chen. After all, Chen Chen was introduced to her by Su Wenwen, and if he failed to identify Su Tingshan, it would reflect poorly on her. Having said that, Su Wenwen shot Chen Chen a glance, acknowledging his capabilities. It is evident that Commander Su intentionally let his guard down. How could a mere server possess such an imposing presence? This is clearly a hint directed at me. Chen Chen smiled faintly, responding with utmost humility. That wicked woman. How dare she cast her flirtatious glances at Senior Chen Chen? The sight of Su Wenwen made Shun Yoshi, in her shadowy form, restless. Although she currently embodied the spirit martial form, the intent to confront remained unmistakable in her gaze. Su Wenwen initially intended to approach Chen Chen for a handshake as a gesture of camaraderie, but for reasons unknown, upon seeing his black robe, she felt a sense of trepidation and abruptly dismissed the thought. Despite Chen Chen's insistence that their last encounter was merely an accident, a woman's intuition warned Su Wenwen that while she could maintain a good rapport with Chen Chen, she must never overstep her bounds. The consequences would be dire. "Mr. Snake, your humility is unwarranted. To discern my identity with such brevity of acquaintance is truly impressive." While arranging for the servers to bring out the dishes, Su Tingshan complimented Chen Chen. "My daughter seldom extols others, but since her narrow escape last time, she has been singing your praises as her savior." Indeed, the tides of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, and heroes emerge in youth. "You flatter me," Chen Chen replied, glancing at the array of exquisite dishes before him. All top-tier seafood from Jinghai. Regrettably, Shinyoshi could not join them at this moment. Otherwise, she would have surely begun feasting by now. He resolved to pack some for her later. "Now, Mr. Snake, please indulge in our local delicacy, the Australian lobster." Su Tingshan did not rush into business, but instead introduced the specialties of Jinghai while discreetly observing Chen Chen's demeanor. While Su Wenwen held Chen Chen in high regard, it was evident that Su Tingshan remained highly vigilant. Though Su Wenwen was exceptionally intelligent, her youth rendered her susceptible to deception in the outside world. The reason Su Tingshan agreed to allow Chen Chen, recommended by Su Wenwen, to serve as an operational consultant for the Security Bureau was to safeguard his daughter. "Mr. Snake, since you have consented to act as a consultant for this operation, I would like to inquire about your views on the Gao family." After a few rounds of drinks, Su Tingshan gradually broached the subject, steering straight to the point. "Although I have recently arrived in Jinghai and am not very familiar with the Gao family, I believe that the Qiangxin Guild, with its existing influence, is indeed capable of challenging the foremost family in Jinghai." Chen Chen stated candidly that, despite having only met Gao Tianxiang once, the aura and charisma he exuded were sufficient to leave a profound impression, suggesting that he was a man of great depth. "Wenwen has already briefed you on the fundamental aspects of this incident. All the evidence we currently possess points towards the Gao family, and they themselves are aware that the present circumstances are unfavorable for the Qiangxin Guild. It is intriguing that Gao Tianxiang has taken all the guild's key members to reside within the Safety Bureau. What do you think Gao Tianxiang's true intentions are?" I have indeed heard from Wenwen that Gao Tianxiang is a rather enigmatic figure. Personally, I believe his actions are an attempt to prove his innocence and to assert that the Qiangxin Guild bears no responsibility for this incident, Chen Chen remarked, feigning analysis. The purpose of his actions is to create confusion, making it difficult for both the Safety Bureau and the Hua family to discern the truth. Do you think the Gao family is the mastermind behind this affair? Su Tingshan seized the opportunity to probe Chen Chen's thoughts. It is difficult to say. The fact that all their core members have voluntarily placed themselves within the Safety Bureau's purview does not necessarily imply that the Qiangxin Guild is innocent. Furthermore, Gao Tianxiang could have orchestrated everything beforehand. This might even be a case of drawing attention away from themselves. Chen Chen certainly could not take a side, maintaining his skeptical stance towards the Gao family. Mr. Sneck, if not the Gao family, who else could the behind-the-scenes kidnappers be? The Hua family, Chen Chen replied decisively. Su Tingshan's question was akin to an open-book examination. Apart from the Gao family, only the Hua family possesses the capability to execute such a plan. If Chen Chen failed to recognize this, he would be unqualified to serve as the operational advisor for this mission. It is no surprise that Mr. Sneck and I share the same line of thought. Su Tingshan nodded approvingly. He was quite satisfied with Chen Chen's responses to both questions. In my perspective, the kidnapping of Wenwen appears to be a deliberate scheme aimed at the Gao family, yet the true mastermind must either be the Hua family or the Gao family themselves. Chen Chen began to strategize. The abduction of Wenwen, to coerce the Safety Bureau into surrendering the notorious criminal Mo Yin, seems to be a deadlock from any vantage point. The Qiangxin Guild would not be foolish enough to jeopardize the entire Gao family's enterprise in Jinghai for a single general. Thus, we are left with two possibilities. Either the Hua family is intentionally framing the Gao family, or Gao Tianxiang is cleverly feigning the Hua family's involvement, risking everything with a bold maneuver. Chen Chen's insights enlightened Su Tingshan. While he had previously considered the Hua family to be the likely mastermind, he had not grasped the situation with the same depth as Chen Chen. Indeed, Chen Chen's words seemingly presented Su Tingshan with two possibilities. Yet they served to perpetually suggest a psychological implication. This implication was that the recent kidnapping must be connected to the Hua family. Once Su Tingshan subconsciously accepted this notion, the Hua family would transition from mere subjects of suspicion to outright suspects. It is quite reasonable. If we are to act tomorrow, you shall masquerade as my assistant, remaining by my side. At this moment, Su Tingshan had wholly acknowledged Chen Chen's capabilities. Well, irrespective of the outcome, I believe that either the Gao family or the Hua family will inevitably reveal their true colors. Commander Su must already have an inkling. I merely need to stand by and observe your guidance. Chen Chen smiled faintly and then turned to Su Wenwen, saying, Wenwen, should there be such leisurely tasks in the future, do remember to call upon me. As long as Mr. Snake is willing, he is always welcome to visit our security bureau. Naturally, Su Wenwen was eager to extend such an invitation to Chen Chen. As the dinner drew to a close, Su Tingshan rose and patted Chen Chen on the shoulder. Tonight, we shall rest here. Tomorrow we shall proceed with our mission. This is a matter of confidentiality for the security bureau, and I hope Mr. Snake can understand. Understood, Chen Chen nodded. After all, tomorrow's operation was of utmost importance. And as the action advisor, he ought to remain within the sight of the security bureau throughout. Before departing, Chen Chen thoughtfully packed a considerable amount of seafood from the table, catering to Shun Yoshi's preferences. During his conversation with Su Tingshan, he had been preoccupied with this matter, fearing he might forget it upon leaving. Otherwise, upon returning, Shin Yoshi, the little glutton, would undoubtedly be in tears. Chapter 80. Hua, Jianjiu Senior Chen Chen. I knew you adored Yoshi the most. Upon returning to the hotel arranged by the security bureau, the first thing Chen Chen did was to merge Shin Yuyan into a spiritual martial state, allowing Shin Yoshi to emerge and enjoy the packed seafood. Almost immediately, the little glutton Shin Yoshi began to devour a lobster with her bare hands, extracting the succulent shrimp meat and relishing it with sauce. Take your time. Both Yuyan and I have already eaten. No one is competing with you. Chen Chen watched Shin Yoshi's contented expression and couldn't help but smile joyfully. In the deep of night, the gentle sea breeze caressed the dock, carrying the humid saltiness and the essence of the distant ocean, weaving through the expansive and tranquil expanse. The moonlight, akin to soft silver gauze, spilled upon the smooth cobblestones, casting the dock's contours into a hazy silhouette. Amidst this ethereal interplay of light and shadow, every detail of the dock appeared remarkably serene and solemn, as if time had frozen, encapsulating everything in this peaceful midnight hour. The figures of two elders in black robes appeared particularly enigmatic under the moonlight. Their robes fluttered gently in the sea breeze, resembling two silent phantoms. The dark garments, embroidered with ancient and enigmatic patterns, shimmered subtly in the moonlight, exuding an aura of profound majesty. Miss San, your scheme this time is truly ingenious. If we can utterly eradicate the Gao family, then our Hua family will indeed reign supreme in Jinghai. Before the two elders stood a young girl gazing at the shimmering surface of the sea under the night sky. Her crimson attire blazed like fire in the moonlight, her stature both poised and graceful, reminiscent of a blooming higginbana, flourishing alone in the darkness. This girl was none other than Hua Jinjiu, the third miss of the Hua family. Our Hua family has always been a singular presence in Jinghai. From tomorrow onwards, those petty clowns will no longer dare to boast before us. Hua Jianjiu was exceedingly confident in her plan. Once we eliminate the Gao family, my father's prestige within the Hua family will soar. As for Hua Jianli, who will ultimately claim the position of patriarch, remains uncertain. Indeed, our third miss is the unparalleled prodigy of the new generation, while Hua Jianli is merely a fortunate soul with an awakened S-rank talent. Utterly unworthy of competing with you, echoed the two elders behind her. In recent years, two prodigies had emerged within the younger generation of the Hua family. One was the demon hunter Hua Jianli, blessed with S-rank talent, and the other was the equally gifted Lingwu Hua Jianjiu. However, the presence of two tigers cannot coexist in the same mountain. Despite the apparent fortune of the Hua family, the two prodigies were engaged in a covert struggle for dominance within the family, each coveting the title of the next patriarch. The Hua family had now divided into two factions. One faction, supporting the eldest son Hua Jianli, adhered to a xenophobic mindset, resolutely opposing the notion of an outsider becoming the new patriarch, known as the conservatives. The other faction favored the third miss Hua Jianjiu, believing that as long as she could control the demon hunter, she could ascend to the patriarch's position. Moreover, the contributions she had made to the family through her astute intellect in recent years were undeniable. They argued that should Miss San inherit the patriarchal title, she would elevate the Hua family to new heights, thus earning the label of the radicals. It was precisely due to the continuous strife between the conservatives and radicals that the powerful guild led by the Gao family found fertile ground in Jinghai, gradually gaining strength. Otherwise, with the Hua family's might, other minor factions would scarcely survive, let alone grow to a point where they could contest with the Hua family. By the way, Elder Wu, tomorrow marks the time for the exchange of hostages. How is the setup at the forest stronghold? Rest assured, Miss San, the arrangements there mirror the layout of the Gao family's grounds. I have also bribed some of the Gao family's underlings. Once the security bureau discovers the lookout tower, they will certainly dismantle the entire stronghold, leaving the Gao family with no recourse. All plans originate from the hands of the Hua family, clearly aimed at expelling the formidable guild from Jinghai entirely. Should this scheme succeed, the radical faction will naturally amplify their calls for the Hua family. Splendid. At that juncture, we shall find a way to eliminate that individual named Mo Yen. This fellow has assassinated several elders of the Gao family, and Hua Jianli's father has long sought to eliminate him within the confines of the Security Bureau's prison, yet has failed repeatedly. If we succeed, I wonder what these obstinate old-timers will have to say. Truly, the third young lady's strategy is one that no one could foresee. I advise Hua Jianli to act wisely and withdraw voluntarily. Otherwise, with the cunning of our third young lady applied against him, he could vanish from the Hua family in an instant. Hua Jinji cast a cold glance at the two elders behind her and remarked, "It is best that it remains this way. Unless absolutely necessary, I prefer not to direct my weapons against my own kin. Third young lady, now that you have ascended as the head of the Hua family, you will undoubtedly lead us out of Jinghai and towards greater prosperity." Naturally. Hua Jinji raised her brow, exuding confidence as she declared, "What is Jinghai to me? My goal, dear ones, is to guide our Hua family towards the entirety of Longhua. The next target shall be Modu. If that rascal Hua Jianli is willing to serve as a significant general under my command, I shall accommodate him, allowing him to manage Modu. Should he refuse, he need not blame me for my ruthlessness." Hua Jinji harbored grand aspirations. Though she was a woman, her ambitions soared higher than the heavens. Tomorrow will mark the most crucial step in her plan, which achieves three objectives with one stroke. Although the key figure Su Wanwen has met her demise beneath the waves, this holds little consequence. Moreover, with Su Wanwen's death, Su Tingshan's fury will intensify, and the entire Gao family shall accompany Su Wanwen in her burial. Chapter 81. Reflections of Illusion's Third Young Lady. The recent actions of Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tiansheng have been somewhat peculiar. Have they perhaps discerned our plan, leading them to surrender en masse to the Security Bureau? One of the elders behind Hua Jianji voiced his concerns. Indeed, the recent conduct of Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tiansheng has been strange. Having been utterly at a loss against Hua Jianji's stratagem, their sudden decision to act in this manner is indeed perplexing. Futile, regardless of their maneuvers. It is all in vain. This has always been a blatant scheme. Whether they perceive it or not, the outcome remains unchanged. Hua Jianji smiled slightly, exuding confidence in her tactics. A blatant scheme, as it were, one that is overtly designed to ensnare them, and they are fully aware of my intent, yet remain powerless to counter it. Indeed, the third young lady's strategy is insurmountable. Precisely. Even if Gao Tianxiang and the others struggle relentlessly, it will avail them nothing, a fruitless endeavor. The following day, the entire Security Bureau had entered a state of heightened alert. An armored vehicle, fully equipped, stood at the entrance of the Security Bureau, surrounded by awakened personnel. Oldemo, your brother is quite loyal, making such a commotion just to rescue you. A sharply dressed man slowly descended from the vehicle, accompanied by a young assistant. Naturally, the top commander of the Security Bureau, Su Tingshan, personally escorted the notorious criminal, Mo Yin. Old Su, spare me the sarcasm. Just look at the spectacle your Security Bureau has put on. Do you think I could escape? At that moment, a man clad in prison garb, wearing a lotus leaf hat and bound in dark chains, was brought forth. Mo Yin cast a self-deprecating glance at his surroundings and remarked to Su Tingshan, Old Su, we are old acquaintances. If you still value our past friendship, please relay a message to Brother Chong for me. Tell him to stop creating unnecessary turmoil. I merely wish to live out my days quietly in the Security Bureau's prison. Although Mo Yin, confined within the prison, was unclear about the unfolding situation, he was acutely aware that once imprisoned by the Security Bureau, his chances of ever leaving were slim. Should matters escalate, not only would he perish, but his brothers would meet the same fate. Your brother Chong resides in that building across the way. You may speak with him yourself. Su Tingshan gestured toward a residence at the entrance of the Security Bureau. At that moment, Gao Tianxiang and Gao Tiansheng were lodged in the opposite abode, standing before a floor-to-ceiling window, bearing witness to the entire scene. Mo Yin slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a cold, lethal intent. Despite wearing a collar designed to suppress his spiritual powers, his unique breathing pattern revealed to the discerning eye that he was undoubtedly a master of assassination. Observing his elder brother and the young Sheng beside him, Mo Yin's expression was a tapestry of emotions. Separated by several dozen meters, they locked eyes in silence, devoid of words. At that moment, the emotions of the three were intricate, far beyond the capacity of mere dialogue to articulate. Furthermore, in such an environment, surrounded by the personnel of the Security Bureau, they could only gaze at one another in silence. It's him. Gao Tianxiang's eyes narrowed slightly, landing on the assistant beside Su Tingshan. This individual was none other than Chen Chen, who had met with them some time ago. No wonder that lad could procure such explosive information. It turns out he is affiliated with Su Tingshan. Gao Tiansheng adjusted his glasses, maintaining a facade of calm, yet internally, he was reeling from shock. He had envisioned numerous identities for Snake, but never could he have anticipated him appearing as Su Tingshan's assistant. Brother, do you think he is bringing our Qiangxing Guild into the Security Bureau's purview to assist us or to harm us? At this moment, Gao Tiansheng found himself uncertain. Whether he is aiding us, I cannot yet say, but I am certain he is not intending to harm us. Conversely, Gao Tianxiang, upon seeing Chen Chen, felt a long-held anxiety suddenly clarify. Why? Gao Tiansheng inquired, his face a portrait of confusion. It is a simple truth. If this individual were truly a confidant of Su Tingshan, do you believe he would make his presence known here? Gao Tianxiang seems to have discerned everything. Our presence at the Security Bureau is orchestrated by him. Had he wished to keep his identity concealed, he would have refrained from appearing at this moment. In other words, our ability to see him here is entirely a result of his meticulous planning. I see. Listening to my elder brother's analysis, Gao Tiansheng appears to gradually comprehend the situation. This young man named Snake may not necessarily be an ally, but he certainly harbors no intention to harm us. Rest assured, little Sheng, I know my own limits. Do you believe I brought the entire fighting force of the Gao family here? Gao Tianxiang suddenly cast a meaningful glance at his brother, Gao Tiansheng. All the elite demon hunters of our stronghold guild are present, are they not? Gao Tiansheng was momentarily taken aback when had his elder brother concealed such a backup plan from him. Huh. Your little dragon and tiger brothers are mere illusions created by your sister-in-law. The real dragon and tiger have long been arranged by me. Brother, you managed to keep this from me. A slight smile curved on Gao Tiansheng's lips. He was well aware of his sister-in-law, Yu Shooting's formidable abilities. The mirage of flowers and water is no trivial matter. Returning to the position of Chen Chen, he wore a subtle smile. Hoping that Gao Tianxiang and Mo Yin would find satisfaction in this unexpected encounter. Old Mo, let us depart. Su Tingshan had been quietly observing the exchange of glances between Mo Yin and Gao Tianxiang. Seeing their demeanor was rather indifferent. He instructed his subordinates to escort Mo Yin into the armored vehicle. Let us set off. Su Tingshan communicated via intercom to the escort team, directing all forces of the security bureau towards the dock at Jinghai. Su Wenwen had been captured aboard the Bronze Era, and the location for this hostage exchange was precisely on the opposite shore of Jinghai City. Hua Jinzhou's plan was straightforward, to lure the entire security bureau personnel away, allowing them to eliminate the false stronghold and thereby solidify the Gao family's guilt. Inside the armored vehicle transporting Mo Yin, Chen Chen drove along the designated route of the security bureau. Mr. Snake, do you believe there was any malice behind the exchanged glances between Gao Tianxiang and Mo Yin? Su Tingshan, seated in the passenger seat, inquired. They appeared to lack premeditation. Chen Chen spoke candidly, analyzing the situation. However, I find their eye contact to be remarkably composed. They may not have communicated prior, but this encounter likely ignited some dialogue. Nonetheless, it matters little, as the core members of the Gao family are currently within our line of sight at the security bureau. Su Tingshan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Chapter 82. The mountain crumbles before me without changing color noon. The sunlight cascaded down like a golden waterfall, bathing the entire coastline in a brilliant hue of gold. Beneath the scorching and radiant light, a colossal passenger vessel gradually emerged into view, resembling a floating island, majestic and magnificent. This was the Soul Ferry, the Bronze Age, traversing between the cities of the Magic City and Jinghai. However, this time, it did not adhere to its designated route. Instead, it was requisitioned by the Jinghai Security Bureau for the urgent task of escorting the notorious criminal Mo Yin in exchange for a hostage taken by kidnappers. Perhaps it was the ship's grandeur that led to an unexpectedly smooth journey. The tactical plan devised by Su Tingshan remained entirely unused, as if he knew the adversaries would not attempt to seize Mo Yin. Su Tingshan and Chen Chen stood on the ship's bow, gazing toward the distant shore. In approximately 5 minutes, the Bronze Age would dock. Indeed, Chen Chen nodded with a smile. The air was infused with the scent of sea salt and a gentle breeze, blending into a unique aroma that compelled him to take a deep breath. This was the Bronze Age, a collaboration between the Magic City and Jinghai. With Commander Su personally overseeing the escort, nearly half of the Security Bureau's operational strength was on board. Who would dare to risk their life to hijack the vessel? That's a valid point, Su Tingshan conceded, acknowledging Chen Chen's perspective. Nevertheless, a tactical plan still needed to be established. It was better to be overly prepared than to face unforeseen circumstances. As the Bronze Age approached the shore, a voice echoed across the water. Halt your vessel immediately. You wouldn't want to disembark only to find the lifeless body of Su Wenwen, would you? At that moment, a group of individuals clad in black appeared on the opposite shore, brandishing a tightly bound young girl and shouting into a megaphone toward the Bronze Age. Toot! The ship responded with a horn that resonated across the sea. On one side was the imposing Bronze Age, carrying a significant portion of the Jinghai Security Bureau's strength, while on the other stood the kidnappers, brandishing a megaphone, appearing disorganized and uncoordinated. The disparity in power was instantly evident. Do these people truly believe they are playing a game? Su Tingshan mused, realizing that the operation seemed somewhat exaggerated given the feeble appearance of the adversaries. Commander Su, your ease at this moment stems from the knowledge that Wenwen is safely at the hotel. If the girl they have bound is indeed Wenwen, would you still be so composed in our banter? Indeed, you are correct. I should not underestimate them. I must envision Wenwen in their grasp. Su Tingshan suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and promptly picked up the intercom in the command room to address the kidnappers. I have commanded the Bronze Age to halt. Mo Yin is currently aboard. If you dare to harm a single hair on 1-1, I will personally ensure your obliteration. Excellent. Commander Su, you should now allow Boss Missouri to navigate a speedboat here alone. Once we have safely departed, we will naturally release 1-1. The bandits refer to Mo Yin as Boss Missouri, thereby indicating their association with the powerful guild. At this moment, Mo Yin has already been brought to Su Tingshan's side. All right, I will send him over immediately, but you better not play any tricks. Su Tingshan instructed his subordinates to escort Mo Yin. From the tone of the other party's conversation, he seemed to have discerned some deceit. These individuals do not appear to be members of the powerful guild. Mo Yin is a direct assassin under Gao Tianxiang, a subordinate of the powerful guild, and very few are aware of his existence, let alone call him Boss Missouri. The negotiations proceeded exceptionally well, and 2 demon hunters from the Security Bureau escorted Mo Yin to the shore to begin the exchange of hostages. Su Tingshan took up his binoculars, closely monitoring the situation at the shoreline. Since Chen Chen had previously provided the location of the Security Bureau's base, there were already agents lying in wait around this group of bandits. This was also why Su Tingshan dared to send Mo Yin over directly. The hostage exchange went smoothly. As soon as Mo Yin and the imposter Su Wenwen arrived, Su Tingshan immediately ordered the arrest. Action. During the operation carried out by the Security Bureau, the bandits promptly deployed smoke bombs and began to scatter. Su Tingshan personally led the charge, engaging them directly. Meanwhile, Chen Chen leisurely stood on the deck, lighting a cigarette, gazing at the azure sky while reporting the situation to Su Wenwen. The entire operation lasted a mere 2 hours, culminating in the complete annihilation of the bandits. Commander, the Su Wenwen we exchanged for hostages was a fake. Although we eradicated their base, there were no survivors. These individuals had already ingested highly toxic pills beforehand. The head of the operations department reported the details of the operation to Su Tingshan. The operations department chief was a woman with cascading golden hair. And despite donning the Security Bureau's uniform, her alluring figure was undeniable. Who could have anticipated that the Mo Yin from earlier was merely her disguise? Since the opponent employed a false Su Wenwen for the exchange, Su Tingshan naturally would not risk using the real Mo Yin. At this moment, Mo Yin had already been discreetly escorted back to the Security Bureau's prison during the transport process. I'm sorry, Commander. We searched the entire Gao family base, but found no trace of Wenwen. Furthermore, we discovered a charred female corpse that closely resembles Wenwen. It is highly likely that it is her. The golden-haired woman reported, her brows furrowed, occasionally stealing glances at Su Tingshan's expression. She was acutely aware of how shocking this information would be for Su Tingshan as a father. However, the truth was as such, and she could only report it faithfully. Gao family base. However, to the blonde woman's astonishment, Su Tingshan's attention was not directed towards Su Wenwen at that moment. The minister of the operations department paused briefly before responding. I've discovered tattoos and items related to the Gao family on several of the heads. The layout of this base is identical to that of their branch in Jinghai City. Based on my judgment, this is undoubtedly the Gao family's stronghold. The blonde woman felt a surge of compassion for Su Tingshan. It was evident that the commanding officer was in great pain. To prevent an emotional breakdown, he was putting on a facade of nonchalance. Truly, as the commander of the Jinghai Security Bureau, he remained unperturbed even in the face of such devastating news, setting an example for the entire bureau. His burden was immense. Chapter 83. Uncle Gao will avenge you, all right. You all clean up the battlefield. After dismissing his subordinates, Su Tingshan began to seek Chen Chen's opinion. What does Mr. Sneck think? I feel everything is progressing too smoothly, as if it has been orchestrated by someone. Chen Chen candidly expressed his thoughts, believing Su Tingshan shared the same sentiment. I feel the same, but based on the scene, we cannot find any evidence of the Hua family's involvement. The unfolding events were somewhat unexpected for Su Tingshan. This operation had left him, a seasoned commander of the Security Bureau for over a decade, feeling quite constrained. The truth undoubtedly lay hidden within the details. If someone had set this trap, there would certainly be flaws to expose. With a subtle smile, Chen Chen spoke meaningfully. In fact, I have already prepared the Hua family's flaws for you. However, the time is not yet ripe. Once you meet Gao Tianxiang, everything will come to light. As your action advisor, I can only say this much. All right. I will urge the brothers to intensify their efforts and focus on the details. Su Tingshan then accompanied Chen Chen to survey the scene once more. Although the Hua family's scheme was riddled with gaps, Hua Jianjiu executed the plan relatively cleanly. Both Su Tingshan and Chen Chen understood this. Yet they could not find any direct evidence at that moment. Working diligently until dusk, Su Tingshan finally ordered the Security Bureau to withdraw. By the time the Bronze Age vessel returned to Jinghai City, darkness had already fallen. Mr. Sneck, I sincerely apologize for the spectacle today. At parting, Su Tingshan appeared somewhat helpless. This is how the Security Bureau operates. We cannot act solely on intuition. Every incident must be substantiated by evidence. This often rendered them powerless in many situations. I am the one who should apologize. As the action advisor, I have not been of much assistance. Chen Chen waved his hand and then returned to his rented room. The incident had already taken shape and was approaching its conclusion. Although Su Tingshan still requires Chen Chen's advice and assistance for numerous tasks, the confidentiality protocols are no longer as stringent as before. He is no longer obligated to reside in accommodations arranged by the Security Bureau. Senior Chen Chen, we are being followed. As they walked through the dark alley, Chen Chen and Shen Yuyan were enveloped in shadows. Like the very essence of night, Shin Yoshi immediately sensed the presence of someone lurking in the darkness. It's nothing. We can return home normally. It must be personnel from the Security Bureau, Chen Chen remarked casually, having deduced that the person trailing him was dispatched by Su Tingshan. The day's operation yielded no results, and the other party would undoubtedly harbor some suspicion, if not outright doubts. A follow-up was merely a precaution. On another front, Su Tingshan had thrown the direct evidence of this operation into Gao Tianxiang's lap. Mr. Gao, I expect a reasonable explanation from you. Although Su Tingshan was well aware that Gao Tianxiang was likely wronged, he also recognized that as the chief commander of the Security Bureau, he did not possess unilateral authority over the entire organization. Having evidence, yet failing to investigate would invite scandal. Moreover, Su Tingshan was currently unable to find a breakthrough with the Hua family. However, the one most anxious was not him, but rather the wronged Gao Tianxiang. It would be more prudent to shift the blame directly onto Gao Tianxiang and let him devise his own solutions. Explanation? What is there to explain? Gao Tianxiang paused, bewildered. Old Su, you have seen it. These past few days, I've been here with Xiao Sheng, as well as Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, all within the watchful eye of your Security Bureau. Clearly, someone is out to get me. Is further explanation necessary? Gao Tianxiang, my daughter is dead. You and your men need to leave this place immediately. I give you 3 days to provide me with an account, or the Qiangxing Guild shall be completely expelled from Jinghai. Su Tingshan seemed to realize he had been too lenient, seizing Gao Tianxiang by the collar, embodying a father bereft of his child. Noticing the surrounding underlings glaring at Su Tingshan, Gao Tianxiang quickly raised his hands, signaling for them to remain uninvolved. Old Su, I deeply regret this situation as well. However, I am truly innocent. Our Qiangxing Guild is also a victim. Gao Tianxiang expressed his sympathy. Those damned Hua family members are utterly arrogant. Why must our internal strife in Jinghai involve your Security Bureau? This is clearly an act of using others to do one's dirty work. To add insult to injury, Wenwen was merely a child. Disgusting, truly disgusting. Rest assured, Old Su, our Qiangxing Guild will leave no stone unturned in bringing to justice those responsible for the kidnapping and murder of Wenwen. Wenwen, may your spirit bless your Uncle Gao. I shall avenge you. With his impassioned words, Gao Tianxiang effectively aligned himself with Su Tingshan. Both were seasoned foxes. If Su Tingshan could feign the death of his daughter, then Gao Tianxiang would accept that Su Wenwen had indeed perished. Gao Tianxiang, cease your pretentious posturing. Should I uncover any connection between Wenwen's demise and you, I shall not spare you. Old Su, your words are rather harsh. I, Gao Tianxiang, am undoubtedly a model citizen. This time, our prosperous guild has set aside all our business endeavors, fully cooperating with the investigation of the Security Bureau. Meanwhile, I have been diligently pursuing the matter concerning Wenwen. At this juncture, Gao Tianxiang paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, I have just received a report from my subordinate indicating that there are leads. Speak quickly. Su Tingshan had no time for Gao Tianxiang's circumlocution. Wait a moment, I shall make a call to confirm. Thus, in the presence of Su Tingshan, Gao Tianxiang feigned a phone call to his subordinate. Hello, Lao Mao, has everything been arranged? Understood. All right. I will hand it over to Old Su of the Security Bureau. They will vindicate our prosperous guild. After a display of feigned activity, Gao Tianxiang then addressed Su Tingshan. I have identified the kidnappers of Wenwen. I will provide you the list shortly. Once you review it, you will recognize that these rustic fellows were hired by the Hua family from the border. If only Wenwen were still here, she could undoubtedly identify these scoundrels herself. Immediately, write the list for me, Su Tingshan urged, a sense of urgency in his tone. As long as he could obtain the list of the kidnappers. Even if these ruffians were deceased, it would allow him to trace the roots and uncover the true culprits behind the scenes. If it truly was the Hua family. Despite being the foremost clan in Jinghai, Su Tingshan would ensure they faced dire consequences. Previously, whether it was the internal strife within the Hua family or their frictions with the Gao family, the Security Bureau had turned a blind eye. Yet, if someone were to exploit their own daughter for their schemes, even going so far as to obliterate evidence, the foremost family in Jinghai would indeed face a monumental upheaval. Chapter 84. Unrepentant before the irrefutable evidence presented by the Security Bureau, the Hua family could hardly mount a defense. Su Tingshan issued a stern ultimatum, demanding that the Hua family deliver the true culprit within 3 days and suspend all of their enterprises for rectification. It was evident that Su Tingshan's fury had reached a boiling point. The Hua family's actions had touched upon his most sensitive nerve. Once the Hua family became the target of the Security Bureau, the entire power structure in Jinghai would undergo a complete overhaul. In an instant, tumultuous currents surged through Jinghai, with numerous smaller factions rising up, eager to vie for influence. Among them, the prosperous guild, led by Gao Tianxiang, shone the brightest. Moreover, Su Tingshan had only located evidence due to Gao Tianxiang's assistance. Although the Security Bureau had not overtly aided the prosperous guild, they had chosen to turn a blind eye. Following this incident, the Security Bureau underwent a thorough internal cleansing. Countless informants of the Hua family were eradicated, as Su Tingshan adopted a decisive approach, dismissing all personnel associated with the Hua family or relegating them to peripheral roles. This situation has provided Gao Tianxiang with an opportunity to place his spies in vacant positions. Within the ancestral hall of the Hua family, the atmosphere is solemn and austere. Sunlight filters through the exquisite window frames, casting a dappled glow upon the bluestone floor, creating an ambience of tranquility. However, this serenity is abruptly shattered by a sudden, furious roar, causing all present to tremble. A robust, imposing middle-aged man stands before the hall. He is none other than Hua Mantian, the current head of the Hua family. His eyes blaze with fury, as if they could incinerate the person before him. Gripping a vine whip tightly, he trembles with rage. Jiur, just look at the mischief you've caused. His voice booms like thunder, reverberating through the hall. Everyone turns their gaze toward the young woman, Hua Jianjiu, who stands defiantly in the center. Clad in a striking red dress, her expression is resolute, imbued with a hint of stubbornness as she meets Hua Mantian's gaze, unflinching and fearless. Father, I have done nothing wrong. Everything I do is for the Hua family. Gao Tianxiang must have received some guidance from a powerful individual. I feel as if he knows my every move. Her voice, though calm, resonates with determination. Do you still dare to argue? Hua Mantian's furious shout echoes within the hall, and the whip strikes Hua Jianjiu's back with a sharp crack. Ah! Hua Jianjiu stumbles forward in pain, but quickly regains her balance, refusing to fall. A searing pain radiates from her back, a crimson mark appearing on her delicate skin. Yet she grits her teeth and utters not a sound. She understands that she cannot show weakness or retreat at this moment. Hua Mantian's face turns ashen, filled with disappointment and discontent as he glances at the whip in his hand, then at his daughter's resolute silhouette, a sense of helplessness creeping into his heart. Although Hua Jianjiu is his most cherished daughter, the trouble she has caused this time is indeed monumental. He knows all too well that Su Tingshan will not rest until he receives satisfactory answers. Do you even realize the pain you've caused? Hua Mantian's voice carries an icy edge. Do you comprehend the seriousness of your actions? Kidnapping Su Tingshan's daughter, Su Wenwen, is one matter, but you have also destroyed the evidence. Do you understand the magnitude of the risks involved? As the third miss of the Hua family, how can I trust you with the future of our clan after such impulsive behavior? If you find it difficult, then simply hand me over, Hua Jianjiu retorts fiercely. In matters of winners and losers, one must accept the consequences. Since this deed was done by me, I am willing to bear the repercussions. Her gaze is sharp as she looks at her father, unafraid of the fallout from her actions. You have completely rebelled. Hua Mantian's voice rises in a furious roar. his body trembling slightly as he points at Hua Jinjiu, his eyes nearly ablaze with rage. His fury had reached a crescendo. Although Hua Jinjiu, stubborn and reminiscent of him in his youth, was the child he cherished most, the calamity she had wrought was irreparable at this moment. Hua Manshan felt an unprecedented wave of disappointment and anger. His body trembled suddenly, his complexion paling in an instant. The once erect spine now bent under an invisible weight, overwhelming him. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and agony. My head. It hurts, Hua Manshan managed to utter a few words before collapsing backward, losing consciousness. Patriarch. The onlookers were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, bewilderment enveloping the crowd. In the ensuing chaos, some rushed forward to support Hua Manshan, while others hastily sought a physician. Jior, must you drive your father to his grave for your satisfaction? At this juncture, you still show no remorse. Is it so difficult to apologize to your father? You are such a stubborn child. Hua Jinjiu, continue on your reckless path, and the Hua family shall inevitably meet its demise at your hands. Faced with the crowd's reproach, Hua Jinjiu, once lauded as the genius of the Hua clan, felt the world spinning around her. She had grown accustomed to the praise of her father and the clan elders. When had it become their turn to admonish her? You traitorous lot. When I led the family to prosperity, you all fawned over me. Yet now, in times of crisis, you bark like dogs. Her eyes burned crimson, her demeanor becoming increasingly frenzied. Gao Tianchong, all of this is your fault. I alone am his rival. If you hand me over, the entire Hua clan will await annihilation at the hands of the prosperous guild. Bring forth the family law. Seeing the patriarch Hua Manshan unconscious, the elder immediately ordered the execution of family discipline upon the defiant Hua Jinjiu. The sight of Hua Manshan, slumped in his chair, appeared particularly frail and powerless. A fierce glint flashed in the elder's eyes. He would not tolerate anyone challenging the authority and rules of the family. Yes, elder. Two burly servants, clad in black attire, responded without hesitation, their faces devoid of expression, like machines executing commands. The servants approached Hua Jinjiu. One seized her right arm, while the other grasped her left. Their actions swift and forceful, leaving no room for resistance. Father, I did nothing wrong. Father, I acted for the sake of the Hua family. Father, if we can uncover the mastermind aiding Gao Tianchong, we can turn the tide. Failure is commonplace in warfare. I simply made a misstep this time. Does that erase all my past contributions to the Hua family? Hua Jinjiu cried out in despair as she was relentlessly punished in the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, Hua Manshan, his expression vacant, staggered away, deaf to his daughter's cries. Chapter 85. The Serpent's Dark Sword Magic City. Within the ruins, a sudden surge of frigid air swept through the atmosphere, as if the very fabric of space had been ensnared by this chilling presence. Flower Xiao, the boss is about to emerge. You must exercise utmost caution. Flower Jianli led an exploration team, standing atop the glacier of the ruins. His visage, though seemingly refined, exuded an undeniable air of authority. In his grasp, a long sword of deep azure shimmered, reminiscent of a coiled serpent, with droplets of verdant venom collecting at its tip, emanating an eerie coldness. In that moment, amidst the howling winds of the glacier, a colossal frost dragon ascended slowly from the depths of the ruins. Its gargantuan form was cloaked in thick layers of ice crystals, each glistening with a piercing light. The creature's eyes resembled profound sapphires, radiating an aura of chilling majesty. As it unfurled its wings, they seemed capable of enveloping the entire sky, the ice crystals upon them casting a faint blue glow in the dim light. Indeed, the frost dragon. Flower Xiao, can you confront it alone? This creature is an S-rank rare boss. Perhaps we should reconsider. Yes, while the boss remains unaware of our presence. We could simply utilize a return stone to escape. The dragon gradually opened its icy maw, revealing its sharp fangs, and an overwhelming wave of cold emanated from its jaws, crystallizing the surrounding air. Members of the exploration team, feeling the intensity of the chill, began to waver in resolve, shivering involuntarily. Although the frost dragon was not a demon of the abyss ruins, its S-rank rarity was enough to instill fear. A mere S-rank demon boss poses no threat. Flower Jianli gripped the azure serpent sword tightly and cast a cold glance at the retreating members. If you are afraid, you may leave at any time. I shall not hinder you. If you possess sufficient courage, stand behind me and await the opening of the treasure chest. Then we shall withdraw, Flower shall. Take care of yourself. Indeed, with our strength, remaining here would only serve to complicate matters for you. Today has proven fortuitous. Unexpectedly, within these ruins, we find ourselves able to cling to a powerful ally and gain access to a platinum treasure chest. What an extraordinary fortune. Seeing Flower Jianli's unwavering confidence, the others retreated to a nearby cave within the glacier, awaiting his triumph over the boss to claim their rewards. Like Chen Chen, Flower Jianli was unaccustomed to challenging the ruins within a fixed exploration team. Instead, he randomly joined forces with Gu Qingning's group. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating throughout the entire ruins, as if the very earth were quaking under the weight of that sound, capable of rending all asunder. Following that, a chilling breath surged forth from the frost dragon's maw, hurtling towards Flower Jianli. Toxic miasma. Yet, in the face of this sudden assault, Flower Jianli remained entirely composed. Wielding the venom-coated azure serpent sword, his long hair billowing gracefully in the frigid winds, Hua Jianli, adorned with a pair of exquisite glasses, reflected the silhouette of the frost dragon upon his lenses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. However, as his gaze fell upon the frost dragon, it transformed instantaneously into a sharp, frigid glare, piercing like ice itself. He offered a subtle smile, brandishing the azure serpent sword, and a noxious miasma swiftly enveloped the surroundings. This miasma, a deep green in hue, exuded a potent stench, disintegrating upon contact as if capable of corroding everything in its path. The icy breath of the frost dragon clashed violently with the miasma in the air, producing a cacophonous friction. The piercing chill attempted to freeze the miasma, yet the latter fiercely resisted, continually eroding the icy power. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, the icy breath was entirely thwarted, dissipating into the atmosphere. As a platinum-tier powerhouse, possessing an SS-level talent and wielding an S-level spiritual weapon, Hua Jianli required no elaborate maneuvers. His sheer strength allowed him to withstand the frost dragon's onslaught. Hellish acid rain, Hua Jianli proclaimed, pointing his sword towards the heavens. Suddenly, a green cloud materialized above the frost dragon, emanating an eerie aura. Under Hua Jianli's command, the green cloud began to coalesce into fiery droplets of rain, cascading down upon the frost dragon. Each droplet harbored a potent fire poison attribute. Upon contact with the frost dragon, it would inflict immediate corrosion and burning. With a deafening roar, the frost dragon was struck by the rain of fire poison, letting out a more anguished cry. The formidable potency of Hua Jianli's toxic damage was largely attributed to Gu Qingning. The Azure Serpent Sword, with its 80 poison attribute skill damage and 80 sustained damage, converted all inflicted damage into Hua Jianli's health. Gu Qingning's attributes not only significantly enhanced the poison damage, but also provided a healing effect, making it exceedingly powerful. Moreover, the burning effect of the fire attribute constituted sustained damage, which could also be amplified by the Azure Serpent Sword. Thus, Hua Jianli's hellish acid rain reaped the dual benefits from Gu Qingning, ensuring that the frost dragon would only suffer a slow demise in such an environment. Furthermore, fire and ice are opposing elements. Subsequently, armed with a series of razor-sharp sword energies, Hua Jianli engaged the frost dragon in close combat. The frost dragon, now afflicted by fire poison, had lost its initial vigor. After a prolonged battle lasting several minutes, it ultimately succumbed amidst the toxic rain. The frost dragon had been vanquished. Hua Jianli, indeed, required no assistance, nor did he need a frontline tank to absorb damage, single-handedly defeating the boss monster. How splendid it was! For we too could partake in the spoils of victory today. Truly, the old adage rings true. Skill in battle pales in comparison to strategic arrangement. It was my first experience breezing through the ruins with such ease. As the dragon crashed to the ground, the teleportation portal to the ruins activated, prompting the exploration team, which had been hiding within the glaciers, to rush forward in anticipation of opening the treasure chest. Ha! I found a B-grade piece of equipment. What luck! Is this fortune truly mine, brother? Alas, yet another batch of magic crystals. Why does misfortune seem to follow me so relentlessly? Let us refrain from lamentation. Is it not better to receive something for nothing? We have exerted no effort, so let us consider it a stroke of luck. The group eagerly opened their respective treasure chests. Some uncovered invaluable equipment, while others merely unearthed a few thousand magic crystals, regardless of the nature of the rewards. For the exceedingly challenging platinum ruins, they were indeed commendable. To have even procured an item of equipment, how fortunate you all are. It certainly vindicates my decision to accompany you. Hua Jianli approached the group, surveying their spoils, when a flicker of coldness suddenly glinted in his eyes. Venomous Destruction. Chapter 86. Infinite under the moonlight before the resplendent treasure chests. A glimmer of malice danced in Hua Jianli's gaze. In an instant, he unleashed a deadly strike, mercilessly dispatching the other members of his squad. At that moment, the explorers, who had previously reveled in their triumph, were now frozen in shock and confusion, their eyes wide in disbelief, unable to comprehend this cruel twist of fate. Why, Hua Xiao? One of them cried out in despair. The damage from this venomous destruction is insufferably high. Another fell into a pool of blood, having never before encountered such devastating poison damage. This was not mere lingering harm. It was outright explosive devastation. This is intolerable. Even a third-grade detoxification pill cannot cleanse this toxin. Another writhed in agony upon the ground, his antidote proving utterly ineffective against the noxious fumes. Hua Xiao, we are merely ordinary demon hunters. Why have you turned against us? The last one gazed at Hua Jianli, his eyes filled with desperation and bewilderment. However, Hua Jianli merely cast a cold glance in their direction before indifferently striding toward their treasure chests and spatial rings. Huh, you were nothing more than mere toys to alleviate my boredom, he scoffed. From the very beginning, he had no intention of sparing their lives. Though the equipment held little value for him, it could be stored in the family's repository for the use of other awakened members of the Hua clan. After all, Hua Jianji's influence within the family had grown significantly. If he did not take action, he risked being overshadowed by that woman. Once he had seized all the items and rewards, Hua Jianli departed the ruins with a sense of satisfaction. Young master, return to Jinghai City at once. A grave matter has arisen within the Hua family. No sooner had Hua Jianli exited the ruins than an elder of the Hua clan, who had been waiting, promptly reported the news. What has occurred? Upon hearing this, Hua Jianli's expression grew serious. After enduring several days and nights of fierce battles within the ruins, he remained unaware of the recent happenings in Jinghai. The thought of trouble within the family filled him with concern, and he mused, surely, it cannot be that Hua Jianji has stirred up another significant incident? Should Hua Jianji achieve yet another notable contribution within the Hua family, his position as the apparent heir could very well be jeopardized. The situation unfolds as the family elder reports the truth. What? Upon hearing that the Hua family has suffered the loss of its assets due to the reckless actions of Hua Jianjiu, Hua Jianli's face betrays no hint of concern. Instead, she bursts into laughter. Hua Jiuer, oh Hua Jiuer, you've finally landed yourself in trouble. Well done. You've actually caused the demise of Su Tingshan's daughter, Su Wenwen. I wonder how father will protect you this time. Although this incident has dealt a severe blow to the Hua family, for Hua Jianli, it represents a fortuitous turn of events. After all, a lean camel is larger than a horse, while the Hua family is under scrutiny from the Security Bureau. It has not yet fallen from its pedestal as the foremost family. In contrast, the chaos stirred up by Hua Jianjiu will surely lead to her facing harsh repercussions. Should Su Tingshan refuse to relent, Hua Jianli could seize this opportunity to eliminate a rival. Husband, let us return to Jinghai at once and stoke the flames against Su Tingshan, ensuring that the Security Bureau thoroughly eradicates Hua Jiuer. Gu Qingning, upon hearing this news, cannot suppress her glee, for the interests of the Hua family hold little significance for her. What truly matters is that she depends on Hua Jianli to ascend as the next family head. Should Hua Jianjiu succeed in claiming that position, she would undoubtedly find ways to undermine Hua Jianli, and remaining by his side would become perilous. If that day were to arrive, Gu Qingning would not hesitate to part ways with the useless Hua Jianli. Indeed, Su Tingshan remains unaware that this calamity was orchestrated by Hua Jianjiu. Their father has always favored her and will surely strive to protect her. Hua Jianli's gaze darkens, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Elder, I command you to disseminate the news, ensuring that Su Tingshan learns that this incident was entirely engineered by Hua Jianjiu. Remember, it must be executed flawlessly, leaving no trace. We cannot allow father to discover that the word originated from us. Understood, young master. The elder bows slightly, and before his words fade, he vanishes like a wisp of smoke from Hua Jianli's sight. Who would have imagined that the internal strife of the Hua family is so riveting? During these days, although Chen Chen remains confined within his home, he receives messages from Su Wenwen of the Jinghai Security Bureau and clandestine communications from Gao Tianxiang. In the past half-month, he has been fully informed of all developments. Even after Hua Jianli and Gu Qingming returned to Jinghai, he is immediately aware. With the arrival of these two toxic influences, the situation surrounding Hua Jinzhou's abduction of Su Wenwen escalates once more. To protect his daughter, Hua Manshan tirelessly seeks to mediate, yet Su Tingshan's fury cannot be underestimated. Should the Hua family refuse to hand over Hua Jinzhou, the Security Bureau will not relent. Meanwhile, Chen Chen remains an outsider, having continued to challenge the ruins over the past half-month, not only elevating his spiritual power to the pinnacle of silver, but also awakening both his and Shun Yuyan's talents to S-grade. Innate talent, Berserker, S-grade. Physical life steal 20. Attack speed 80, movement speed 80. For every 1 point of health lost, gain an additional 0. 1 physical life steal, 1 attack speed, and 1 movement speed. Normal attacks grant the Berserk Blade effect. Berserk Blade. After attacking, a shadow clone is created, allowing for an additional strike. Shun Yuyan's talent, Moonlit Infinity, S-grade. Attacks inflict an additional 80 light attribute damage and 80 true damage. All attacks have a chance to cause the Sacred Judgment effect. 18x crit, 35x crit, 103x crit, 30-18x crit, with all crit damage being true damage. Moreover, Moonlit Infinity can transform into any weapon form. The Berserker possesses not only formidable speed and sustainability, but grows increasingly ferocious as health dwindles. The Berserk Blade can trigger combo effects, effectively doubling normal attacks. Shen Yuyan's Radiant Light can manifest as any form of light attribute weapon, transcending the limitations of a gun. After 3 consecutive awakenings, the true crit effect of Sacred Judgment reaches an unprecedented pinnacle, capable of inflicting up to 800 true crit damage. The exploits of Hua Jinzhou have provided Chen Chen ample room for development. He is now poised to commence his counterattack. Chapter 87. Being remembered by an assassin is not a good omen within Gao Tianxiang's private villa. In that unadorned study, Chen Chen sits opposite Gao Tianxiang, occupying the very spot they first met. Old Mo, this brother Snake is your savior. Gao Tianxiang rises, brimming with excitement as he introduces Chen Chen to Mo Yin, who stands nearby. Snake. Mo Yin, still donning that lotus leaf hat, possesses sharp, penetrating eyes resembling a keen blade, concealing an inexhaustible chill and resolve. We have met. You were the youth standing beside Su Tingshan that day, correct? Indeed, the renowned assassin of the most powerful guild, Old Mo, has not forgotten my visage amidst such circumstances. This is not mere pleasantry, for Chen Chen does not recall Mo Yin having observed him at that time. Yet, the fact that Mo Yin can still recognize him is astonishing, showcasing an extraordinary capacity for insight. Visage? Mo Yin shakes his head. I do not recall your appearance, but I remember your aura. At Mo Yan's words, Chen Chen's heart quivers. The ability to discern individuals is not through their looks, but through their aura. Though your aura is not strong, it is distinctive, leaving a lasting impression. Ha ha ha. Old Mo, your words send a chill down my spine. Being vividly remembered by an assassin is hardly a favorable circumstance. Chen Chen jokes, employing humor to alleviate his apprehensions. No wonder Mo Yin is classified as a severe criminal by the Security Bureau. He is truly terrifying. Rest assured, my dear brother. For Old Mo and I share an unbreakable bond. You, as a valued guest of Gao Tianxiang, are also a cherished friend of our illustrious Qiangxin Guild. Old Mo harbors no ill intentions towards you. Our blades are united in purpose against external adversaries. As the atmosphere became increasingly delicate, Gao Tianxiang hastily sought to ease the tension. Furthermore, you are Old Mo's savior, and he is profoundly grateful to you. With that, Gao Tianxiang patted Old Mo on the shoulder, prompting a reluctant smile from him. Brother Snake, one ought not to speak of gratitude for great favors. As you know, I am a killer, and there is little I can offer in return. For every life I save, I owe you 10. Should anyone in Jinghai trouble you, I shall intervene. Old Mo's intentions were well understood. However, the 10 lives he offered in repayment were unnecessary. All he asked was that you remember the favor owed. Chen Chen raised a cup of hot tea to Mo Yin and remarked, in this world of martial arts, it is not merely about conflict. It is about the intricacies of human relationships. Mo Yin nodded in agreement, a flicker of warmth igniting in his previously icy gaze. Having long been surrounded by self-serving businessmen alongside Gao Tianxiang, he had assumed Chen Chen's act of saving him was merely a transaction between the two. However, it appeared the reality was more profound. At this moment, Chen Chen was acutely aware of the perilous nature of obligating a killer to repay a favor. Gao Tianxiang had made it abundantly clear, the blades of Qiangxing Guild are united against common foes. Currently, as a distinguished guest of the guild, he could rest easy. Yet the underlying message was clear. Should he ever find himself at odds with Qiangxing, he ought to tread cautiously. Moreover, as a professional assassin, Mo Yen would instinctively conceal his extraordinary judgment. An assassin must possess keen insight and the ability to mask their true self. Thus, the words that stirred Chen Chen's apprehension were likely a preemptive directive from Gao Tianxiang. This cunning fox possesses considerable acumen. My brother, this time, you have not only aided our Qiangxing Guild in averting a crisis, but have also assisted me, Gao Tianxiang, in seizing numerous assets from the Hua family. Most importantly, you have rescued old Mo. Pray tell, how shall I express my gratitude? Gao Tianxiang spoke with sincere appreciation. Despite his shrewdness, he genuinely admired Chen Chen. For over a decade, he had engaged in a covert struggle against the Hua family in Jinghai, consistently finding himself at a disadvantage. Yet, the arrival of Chen Chen had irrevocably altered the dynamics. Particularly with respect to old Mo's situation, Chen Chen had executed his plan with remarkable finesse. Su Tingshan believed he had flawlessly orchestrated a trade involving a counterfeit Mo Yen for a counterfeit Su Wenwen. However, Chen Chen had already discerned Su Tingshan's intentions upon discovering two identical armored vehicles. During his interactions with Su Tingshan, Chen Chen surreptitiously employed his cloning abilities to replicate Su's genetic sequence, all while the Security Bureau was in a state of near-total mobilization. With a counterfeit Su Tingshan, Chen Chen skillfully collaborated with Wang Xiaolong and Wang Xiaohu, subordinates of Gao Tianxiang, to execute a clever switch, liberating Mo Yen from the prison without incurring any losses. To this day, Su Tingshan remains under the impression that the Hua family orchestrated some clandestine maneuver to eliminate Mo Yen. In reality, the genuine Mo Yen is presently enjoying tea with Chen Chen at Gao Tianxiang's private villa. What do you think, Boss Gao? How should I be appropriately compensated? When it comes time to negotiate the terms, Chen Chen will not show any reluctance. Moreover, if he were to appear utterly disinterested at this juncture, it would only instill fear in Gao Tianxiang. A person who assists without ulterior motives and expects nothing in return would undoubtedly leave Gao Tianxiang restless at night, pondering Chen Chen's true intentions. Now, let us see what you desire, Chen Chen proposes. I wish to become a shareholder of the Qiangxing Guild, forging a long-term partnership with you to thoroughly topple the Hua family. My connections within the Security Bureau, which I trust you have already witnessed, will ensure our coordinated efforts lead to the Qiangxing Guild becoming an unparalleled force in Jinghai. Excellent. Gao Tianxiang responded without hesitation, clearly impressed by Chen Chen's forthrightness. He feared Chen Chen's indifference more than his greed. Most of the shares of the Qiangxing Guild are held by my sister-in-law and me. I possess 50, she holds 40, and the remaining 10 belongs to other shareholders. State your demand. Gao Tianxiang was straightforward. Despite his cunning nature, he genuinely wished to collaborate with Chen Chen. After all, had it not been for Chen Chen's timely intervention, the Qiangxing Guild would have found itself in a perilous position. Now, the guild's entire enterprise has doubled in value, a testament to Chen Chen's contributions. As for me, I possess neither wealth nor allies. Whatever you deem my contributions to the Qiangxing Guild are worth, grant me that share. Chen Chen had no desire to extort an exorbitant sum. Instead, he wished to gauge Gao Tianxiang's sincerity. His ultimate goal was to dismantle the Hua family. And there are many potential allies in Jinghai, not just Gao Tianxiang. I shall provide 20. Your sister-in-law will contribute 10, totaling 30 of the shares. How does that sound? Gao Tianxiang laid out a pre-prepared contract before Chen Chen, demonstrating his earnestness. Should Chen Chen agree to this contract, the balance of power within the Qiangxing Guild would shift to a triadic equilibrium. Gao Tianxiang 30, Chen Chen 30, you shooting 30, with the remaining 10 held by minor shareholders. However, it is certain that Gao Tianxiang would still maintain control, as his and Yu Shooting's combined holdings amount to a commanding 60. Nonetheless, this proposal signified considerable sincerity on Gao Tianxiang's part. Chapter 88. The Assassination Plan agreed. Chen Chen readily inscribed the name Snake in bold strokes upon the contract. The name is not entirely fictitious. Through the connections with Su Wenwen, a false identity has already been meticulously crafted. Snake and Christina have now become genuine individuals. Given Boss Gao's earnestness, as a major stakeholder in the prosperous guild, I shall bestow yet another grand gift upon the guild. Chen Chen smiled faintly and proceeded to unveil his subsequent scheme. The Security Bureau has firmly set its sights on the Hua family. Originally, Su Tingshan was unaware that these matters were orchestrated by Hua Jianjiu. In reality, if the Hua family were to casually surrender an individual, it could temporarily quell Su Tingshan's fury. However, at this juncture, the eldest son of the Hua family, Hua Jianli, has returned and brazenly betrayed Hua Jianjiu, evidently intent on eliminating his rival completely. Nevertheless, the patriarch of the Hua family remains steadfast, even though Su Tingshan is seething with rage. He adamantly refuses to hand anyone over. The Hua family is surely arranging for Hua Jianjiu to flee, and we must locate her and eliminate her. Upon hearing Chen Zhen's plan, Gao Tianxiang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Are you suggesting that we let old Mo take action and eliminate Hua Jianjiu directly? Chen Zhen's notion did not sit well with Gao Tianxiang. For the prosperous guild, directly disposing of Hua Jianjiu is not a prudent course of action. The longer this matter drags on, the more Su Tingshan's ire will intensify, enabling the prosperous guild to garner greater benefits in Jinghai City. Killing Hua Jianjiu serves no purpose. After all, her demise would leave only Hua Jianli as the sole prodigy of the Hua family. A united Hua family, free from internal strife, would be all the more formidable. Even if Hua Jianjiu were to flee, she would undoubtedly be under the protection of numerous elders from the Hua family. And I cannot guarantee a successful assassination. Old Mo shared similar reservations about this plan. Furthermore, having just emerged from the Security Bureau's prison, if he were to operate too frequently in Jinghai, it could potentially invite significant trouble. No, I believe you have misunderstood, Chen Chen interjected, his gaze brimming with confidence. In the current situation, the best way for Hua Jianjiu to evade capture is to hide within the ruins. You will assist me in covertly gathering intelligence to locate her whereabouts. I will enter and eliminate her myself. Within the ruins? Gao Tianxiang suddenly realized, finding the young man before him rather terrifying for his astute insight. You intend to carry out an assassination? Who is Hua Jianjiu? She is the prodigious young lady of the Hua family, only 19 years old but already at the pinnacle of her powers. How can one even contemplate assassinating her within the ruins? Although old Mo found Chen Zhen's idea exceedingly clever, executing it would be immensely challenging. You need not concern yourselves with that. Just assist me in identifying her hiding place. Chen Zhen's smile grew increasingly confident. After all, Hua Jianjiu was merely an S-class spiritual weapon. Chen Chen, endowed with S-level talent, S-level spirit weapons, and S-level prowess, found himself in possession of both the angel wings of the dual spirit weapons and the wings of the fallen angel. Against the likes of Hua Jianjiu, he felt entirely capable of managing the situation. However, at present, Chen Chen only wielded the strength of a silver peak. During the time Gao Tianxiang sought out Hua Jianjiu, he intended to elevate his spiritual power further. Since you are so confident, I shall take it upon myself to help you locate Hua Jianjiu. Gao Tianxiang acquiesced to Chen Chen's proposal, eager also to assess Chen Chen's inherent strength. Thus far, what Chen Chen had exhibited appeared to be merely his strategic acumen and the hidden forces at his disposal. Gao Tianxiang remained oblivious to Chen Chen's combat capabilities and innate gifts. Then I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. I trust you will handle it well. Chen Chen replied. For now, I must return to make my preparations. Just as Chen Chen prepared to depart, Gao Tianxiang, with a sudden spark of curiosity, inquired, why are you so intent on eliminating Hua Jianjiu? In truth, her life or death holds little significance for the entire prosperous guild. Boss Gao, if Hua Jianjiu were to die at this moment, who would bear the greatest suspicion? Chen Chen posed a question that lingered in the air. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Tianxiang replied, Hua Jianli? Precisely. Chen Chen's gaze sharpened, a glint of cold resolve flashing within his eyes. I have declared my intent to elevate the prosperous guild to the pinnacle of Jinghai. The death of Hua Jianjiu is inconsequential. My true objective is to dismantle the entire Hua family. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Gao Tianxiang exclaimed, thoroughly astonished by Chen Chen's line of thought. Indeed, whether Hua Jianjiu lived or died bore no immediate impact on the prosperous guild. However, should this scandal be cast upon Hua Jianli, The repercussions would be profoundly satisfying. Imagine, if you will, two heirs of a family, one clandestinely murdered while the other finds himself engulfed in suspicion from the family head. In such a scenario, the Hua family would be rendered a mere collection of disarrayed fragments. The prosperous guild would hardly need to intervene. The family would shatter at the slightest touch. Boss Gao, I hope our collaboration proves fruitful, Chen Chen expressed, appreciating the synergy with Gao Tianxiang, who grasped his intentions with mere hints. Calling me Boss Gao feels too distant now, Gao Tianxiang remarked, acutely aware of the young man's formidable nature. He longed for camaraderie with Chen Chen, wishing never to find himself as an adversary. Brother Gao, I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, my young friend. Gao Tianxiang personally escorted Chen Chen to the entrance, even summoning Lao Mo to Chen Chen's side. You mentioned having no one by your side? Lao Mo shall serve as your personal bodyguard. Dispatch him as you see fit. Many thanks, Brother Gao. Chen Chen accepted without hesitation, recognizing the necessity of a high-level demon hunter for protection, and Lao Mo was indeed well suited for the task. Chapter 89, Brother Blade, Old Mo. Your role is to remain by my side and ensure my safety. There is no need for you to intervene unless absolutely necessary. Understood. With that, Old Mo's figure transformed into a shadow, seamlessly merging into Chen Chen's own. Truly, he is the most formidable assassin of the Prosperous Guild. His ability to conceal himself is indeed impressive. In order to hunt down Hua Jianjiu within the relics, Chen Chen's primary objective is to elevate his own realm to the golden level. Otherwise, vanquishing an S-class spirit warrior at the pinnacle of the golden realm would prove exceedingly challenging. During the past half-month of enhancing his strength, Chen Chen has sensed that the soul imprisoned by Shen Yoshi is struggling to keep pace. Although the shadow-made spiritual power matches Chen Chen's, the talents of individuals like Luo Ji are significantly lacking. He must devise a means to refresh his shadow servants. Let us commence with the members of the Hua family. Chen Chen acquired a list from Gao Tianxiang, detailing the talents of the Hua family's demon hunters. These few seem to possess commendable abilities. After selecting his targets from the list, Chen Chen prepared to take action. Sneak, allow me to handle this. Old Mo, hidden within Chen Chen's shadow, suddenly spoke. Although his body was concealed within Chen Chen's shadow, he could clearly see the individuals listed. These were prominent figures of the Hua family. Assassinating them would undoubtedly entail certain risks. No need, Old Mo. Focus your energy on safeguarding me. I shall personally deal with these individuals. Chen Chen felt a peculiar sensation, as though he were conversing with his own shadow. Currently, the city of Jinghai is rife with turmoil and conflict. As long as Hua Manshan does not surrender Hua Jianjiu, the Security Bureau will not relent. The longer this drags on, the more advantageous it becomes for the Prosperous Guild. In the dimly lit dock, the night was as dark as ink. Sporadic flames and the sounds of fierce combat shattered the silence, as the Prosperous Guild clashed with the Hua family's demon hunters in a life-and-death struggle. Their figures darted swiftly amid the flickering light, weapons gleaming with a cold brilliance. Damn it, does the Prosperous Guild truly believe they are the foremost family in Jinghai? Humph. If it weren't for the Security Bureau favoring these scoundrels and frequently dismantling our operations, I could annihilate them in an instant. Charge forward, eliminate these vermin. However, Brother Tuo, the family head has instructed us to tread carefully. We must not engage in open conflict with the Prosperous Guild unless absolutely necessary. These wretches have already dared to defile us. Is it not yet a matter of urgency? Charge forth. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences alone. Indeed, Brother Tuo is right. What is there to fear? Let us act decisively. If the tiger does not show its might, do they take us for mere kittens? Having endured the harassment of the Prosperous Guild for far too long, the Hua family members were seething with rage. Although the Huajia family is currently under the pressure of Su Ting Mountain, striving to maintain the composure of its members, their patience has reached its breaking point, and they charge towards the enemy ranks, seething with rage. The air is thick with the acrid sense of gunpowder and rust. Each clash of blades accompanied by a shower of sparks and the crisp sound of metal striking metal. The demon hunters move with swift ferocity, leaving behind streaks of crimson upon the dock's wooden planks, testaments to the battle and the fleeting nature of life. In this tumultuous battlefield, each breath may become a final sigh, and every swing of a weapon could determine life or death. Besides the sounds of combat, the low wail of the sea breeze can be heard, seemingly mourning the relentless slaughter. Sai Huadawa, Chen Chen draws forth a list, and amidst the chaos. He fixates on the leader of the Huajia family. Sai Hua's hair is slightly grizzled, casually tied back, and his spiritual weapon consists of countless slender silver needles. These needles dance in his hands as if imbued with life, capable not only of staunching the wounds of the severely injured demon hunters, but also of awakening the latent potential within his comrades, enabling them to unleash greater strength in battle. Under Sai Hua's guidance, the Huajia gradually secures a strategic position at the dock, standing atop the heights. His gaze pierces through the battlefield, perceiving every subtle shift. The silver needles flit across the fray at his command, continuously bestowing enhancements upon the Huajia demon hunters, stabilizing their morale as if he were a divine anchor. It seems the outcome of this battle rests squarely in this man's hands. Chen Chen observes from the shadows, analyzing the situation. Although the Huajia family possesses fewer demon hunters at the dock compared to the Qiangxing Guild for various reasons, under Sai Hua's enhancements, the Qiangxing Guild finds itself at a disadvantage. If they cannot swiftly eliminate Sai Hua, they are likely to face defeat. Brother Dao, are we unable to hold on any longer? What shall we do? You, and you follow me. Do you see that man standing atop the container? Take him down, or our defeat is inevitable. At this moment, Wang Xiaolong, the leader of the Qiangxing Guild, also realizes this critical point. Known as Brother Dao, he and his brother Wang Xiaohu are the right and left hands of Gao Tianxiang. A prominent scar, reminiscent of a lightning bolt, slashes diagonally across his face, from beneath his left eye to his right cheek, adding an aura of ferocity and mystery to his visage. The edges of the scar have long healed, yet it still conveys the fierce determination and resilience within. This mark not only attests to his past, but symbolizes his identity, earning him the moniker of Brother Dao within the guild. Brothers, maneuver around and let us eliminate Sai Hua. Wang Xiaolong's eyes glint with resolve. He understands clearly that to secure victory in this battle, the foremost task is to remove the esteemed healer, Sai Hua. Sai Hua possessed formidable healing abilities, enabling the enemy's demon hunters to continuously recover from their injuries, rendering them an insurmountable obstacle. Wang Xiaolong swiftly assembled a skilled suicide squad, each member willing to sacrifice themselves for victory. They closely surrounded Wang Xiaolong, plunging into the enemy ranks like a sharp arrow, directly piercing towards Sai Hua's location. Shockwave. Wang Xiaolong tightly gripped the shimmering, mystical dragon emblem, imbued with boundless power. Taking a deep breath, the energy within him began to surge rapidly, channeling all his strength. He prepared to unleash a formidable shockwave. Suddenly, he raised the dragon emblem high above his head, concentrating all his might in his palm. A dazzling energy wave erupted from his hand, akin to a raging fire dragon, roaring towards the demon hunters guarding Sai Hua. The guardians surrounding Sai Hua were all defensive awakeners, who, upon noticing Wang Xiaolong, immediately erected a shield formation beside him. Although Wang Xiaolong was a platinum-tier demon hunter, he found himself unable to breach the shield formation composed of dozens of individuals. Boom! His shockwave crashed against the shield, generating a violent explosion that caused the formation to loosen, yet it remained unbroken. Chapter 90. Shadow Servant Sai Hua Wang Xiaolong. I knew you would come. Unfortunately, you have fallen into my trap. Sai Hua remarked upon seeing Wang Xiaolong charging from behind, unperturbed, as he had anticipated this stealthy attack. In addition to the defensive awakeners forming the shield, several combat awakeners lay in ambush nearby. Hearing Sai Hua's taunt, Wang Xiaolong's heart sank, immediately realizing he might indeed have walked into the enemy's scheme. He scanned his surroundings and confirmed the silent approach of several combat awakeners. Sai Hua, do you believe your scheme can ensnare me? Wang Xiaolong retorted coldly. Today marks your demise. Brothers, attack. With the dragon emblem in hand, he unleashed powerful energy waves, undeterred by the numerical disadvantage. Yet, the enemy's advantage in numbers proved overwhelming. Despite breaking the shield formation and inflicting severe injuries on Sai Hua, the casualties on his side were considerably graver. Sai Hua, even in death, I shall take you down with me. Wang Xiaolong bellowed, all his spiritual energy converging upon the dragon emblem as he charged towards Sai Hua with a resolve to perish. Quick, stop him. In that moment, Sai Hua found himself flustered, ordering his subordinates to thwart the brave and fearless Wang Xiaolong while discreetly making his escape from behind. In the dimly lit warehouse at the dock, the flickering lights cast mottled shadows, The air was thick with the scent of dampness and metallic rust. Sai Hua, the renowned little chief of the Hua family, now resembled a stray dog, fleeing in panic. His complexion was ashen, and his eyes brimmed with terror and despair. His clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging to his frail frame. Sai Hua continuously glanced back, and each time he caught a glimpse of the merciless gaze of Wang Xiaolong. A tide of fear surged within him. It was over. He had reached a dead end. Sai Hua despondently stared at the passageway blocked by debris, his face ashen. Behind him stood Wang Xiaolong, whose eyes were clouded with bloodlust, a healer turned demon hunter, utterly powerless to resist. Yet, it seemed that fate favored Sai Hua. At that critical moment, the severely injured Wang Xiaolong suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and weakness. His body could no longer support him, swaying for a moment before crashing heavily to the ground. Ha ha ha! Wang Xiaolong, oh Wang Xiaolong, why must you do this? Upon witnessing his adversary fall, Sai Hua erupted into a frenzied laughter, the veins on his gaunt face bulging. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, his expression abruptly froze. A searing pain erupted from his abdomen as a radiant long sword pierced through him. Greetings. Sai Hua turned slowly at the sound, only to find a young man clad in a black robe standing behind him, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Who are you? We have no enmity. Why seek to take my life? With a swift motion, Chen Chen withdrew the luminous sword that had impaled Sai Hua. This weapon, capable of assuming any form under the moonlit sky, was a creation of Shun Yuyan. Severely wounded, Sai Hua staggered a few steps before collapsing into a pool of blood. Chen Chen smiled faintly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Snek, a newly appointed major shareholder of the Strong Prosperity Guild. Snek? I have never heard of you. Blood gushed from Sai Hua's mouth as he neared death. I understand now. The head of the family mentioned that someone has been manipulating the Strong Prosperity Guild from behind. It's you, this young brat. Recently, the unusual actions of the Strong Prosperity Guild had raised suspicions, and Hua Manshan had long harbored doubts about whether someone of great power was guiding Gao Tianxiang. He had even speculated that Gao Tianxiang might have somehow bribed Su Tingshan. He could never have imagined that the source of turmoil behind the Gao family was a mere youth. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the potential downfall of the Hua family could be attributed to a woman by Hua Jinli's side. After eliminating Sai Hua, Chen Chen walked slowly to the lifeless body, inhaling deeply as he gently placed his palm upon it. The surrounding dark energies began to converge, causing a faint black light to emanate from his hand. This black light was not blinding, but carried an unsettling chill that sent shivers down the spine. Under the influence of this force, Sai Hua's corpse gradually became indistinct. Gradually, every inch of skin, every bone, and even the blood and organs within the corpse were systematically eroded and consumed by this dark force. The entire process unfolded like a slowly unfurling tapestry, imbued with an eerie and mysterious aura. Ultimately, the body of Sai Hua transformed entirely into a dense pool of black water. This black water did not dissipate. Instead, it began to whirl rapidly, as if something was gestating within. In an instant, the pool began to coalesce, and a brand new Sai Hua gradually emerged from the depths. His visage was identical to the original Sai Hua, yet devoid of contours, enshrouded entirely in darkness, emanating an overwhelming aura of obscurity. Sai Hua was no longer a living being, but had become a shadow servant in the hands of Chen Chen. Congratulations, host. The soul of the shadow servant has been successfully imprisoned. Sai Hua. Talent, a level miraculous revival. Healing amount, 70. Duration of buff attributes, 70. With a 21 probability of releasing twice consecutively during healing, without consuming spiritual energy. Spirit weapon talent, a level northern mysterious silver needle. Buff attribute effect, 70. When releasing healing or buffs, an additional acupuncture effect is activated, enhancing healing by 70 and restoring 7 health points per second for 100 seconds. Indeed, Sai Hua proved to be an exceptionally potent support, possessing not only formidable healing capabilities, but also remarkably strong buff attributes. Observing Wang Xiaolong's grievous injuries, Chen Chen promptly administered a series of acupuncture treatments. Chapter 91. Venomous Vines. Brother Dao. Are you all right, Brother Dao? Wang Xiaolong groggily regained consciousness from the blood-soaked ground, discovering that he was surrounded by the brothers of the Changxing Guild. The Sai Hua he had been pursuing was nowhere to be found. As his comrades noticed Wang Xiaolong had awakened, they hurried to assist him. I'm fine, But where is Sai Wado? Strangely, Wang Xiaolong felt surprisingly well, as though he had merely enjoyed a refreshing nap, rising with renewed vigor. I don't know. When we entered, we only saw you lying here. We searched the warehouse thoroughly, but found no trace of Sai Wado. What is the situation outside? While inquiring about the dock's circumstances, Wang Xiaolong dabbed at the blood on the ground. Judging by the extent of the blood's desiccation, he surmised that his unconsciousness had lasted no more than an hour. Brother Dao, you led the brothers to directly dismantle Sai Wado's formation, and the Hua family's forces collapsed like a house of cards. They have since retreated with their scattered awakened. This dock is now under our management. The surrounding brothers erupted in jubilant celebration, reveling in this hard-won victory. Their triumph signified yet another conquest for the Qiangxing Guild in its struggle against the Hua family, as the dominance of the Hua family, the foremost clan in Jinghai City, was subtly beginning to waver. That is wonderful. Upon hearing this news, Wang Xiaolong let out a sigh of relief. As long as the prosperous guild emerges victorious, the injuries he sustained will matter little. Let us proceed to make our preparations. Wang Xiaolong harbored concerns that the elusive Sai Huadawa might launch a sudden counterattack. Despite just awakening from his stupor, he had no time to dwell on his own wounds. Instead, he prioritized organizing the brothers at the dock. However, just as Wang Xiaolong was about to depart, he discovered that his body was adorned with slender silver needles. These needles, utilized for acupuncture, filled him with perplexity. Only Sai Huadawa possessed the expertise to wield such instruments. Logically, having just lost consciousness, Sai Huadawa had ample opportunity to eliminate him. Yet, why had he opted to save him with these silver needles? Could it be that Sai Huadawa was an undercover agent within the Hua family? The thought sent a chill down Wang Xiaolong's spine. Indeed, the prowess of Brother Chong was evident. It seemed that our prosperous guild's influence had infiltrated the inner sanctum of the Hua family, explaining our advantageous position in this conflict. In a golden relic, a towering ancient tree rose majestically, its dense foliage cascading in layers that nearly obscured the entire sky. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that imbued this ancient land with an air of mystery and tranquility. The ground was blanketed with a variety of verdant plants, from lowly shrubs to lofty grasses, growing in harmonious disarray, creating a vast sea of green. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the trees to sway. At last, we have arrived at the boss's location. With so many of us, there should be no issue, right? Yet, Qing Xiao, are we not currently engaged in fierce combat with the prosperous guild? Is it prudent for just a few of us to venture into the relics? Are you foolish? The old man has already hidden his precious daughter within the relics. Should we be out here fighting for him? I refuse to partake in such folly. At this moment, a youth with twin ponytails led a team of demon hunters to the center of the relic. The boy, named Hua Qing, was among the elite of the younger generation of the Hua family, though not aligned with the direct lineage. Hua Qing expressed his dissatisfaction to his subordinates. Oh, your precious daughter, Hua Manshan, is a flesh and blood relative and must be protected. Are we not also raised by our parents? I would rather see Gao Tianxiang utterly annihilate the Hua family. Being affiliated with such a clan will inevitably cast us as cannon fodder. Qing Xiao, you must not speak so recklessly. I am not speaking carelessly. There is no way I would sacrifice myself for his daughter. I shall remain within the relic, detached from the fray, and will only emerge once the conflict between the Hua family and the prosperous guild has concluded. Hua Qing had already devised his subsequent plans. When the dust settled, he would align himself with the victor. With my A-level demon hunter talent, how could I possibly fail to thrive? Qing Xiao is indeed wise. Following you will surely lead us to great success. His companions showered him with praise. After all, no one wishes to engage in fierce conflicts with others. In times of chaos, survival is paramount. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the heart of the ruins, shaking the very ground beneath. Dust and debris swirled, enveloping the ancient site in a veil of obscurity. Amidst the ensuing panic, a robust green figure burst forth from the earth, shattering the top of the ruins and revealing its true form, a colossal, venomous vine. The sudden appearance of this monstrous plant caught all the demon hunters off guard. Its size was beyond imagination, with roots as thick as great pillars, adorned with sharp thorns, resembling a verdant fortress. Dense leaves flourished along the vine, each exuding a chilling luminescence, as if warning every creature daring to approach. Charge! With a commanding shout from Hua Qing, the surrounding demon hunters surged forward. Armed with their ethereal weapons, they relentlessly slashed at the vine's roots, each strike eliciting a spray of green sap. This sap was laced with potent toxins, inflicting severe, sustained damage while numbing the senses of any creature it touched, incapacitating the hunters. Initially, the exploration team launched a fierce assault, swiftly severing numerous roots and inflicting substantial damage. However, once poisoned, the entire team succumbed to a state of lethargy. "Oh no, my limbs are losing their strength." One cried out. "Ugh, I suddenly feel nauseous. My head aches. I can hardly lift my weapon. My vision is clouded with hallucinations. I can't even discern the enemy." The demon hunters, afflicted by the venom, were swiftly ensnared by the vine's tendril-like green roots. Disperse. In the face of near-total annihilation, Hua Qing, who had remained in the rear, suddenly brandished her staff. A radiant light descended upon each teammate, purifying the toxins from their bodies in an instant. Once the venom was dispelled, the hunters regained their strength, swiftly severing the roots that bound them and unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the boss. Once the venomous vine was countered, it became as vulnerable as a mere vegetable to the hunter's blades. In less than 10 minutes, under Hua Qing's leadership, the boss demon plant was utterly vanquished. Excellent. Truly remarkable. As expected of the talented youth from the Hua family, your ability to purify debuffs is incredibly effective. Just as the exploration team prepared to survey the battlefield, a cloaked figure shrouded in black gradually emerged, applauding and extolling Hua Qing's performance. "Who are you?" Hua Qing inquired, casting a wary glance at Chen Chen. The mysterious figure, draped in an aura of enigma, clearly harbored ulterior motives, though she did not show excessive concern. After all, this is the relic of the Golden Realm, accessible only to demon hunters of the Golden Realm or those of lesser standing. The opponent is merely one individual, while we have a squad of demon hunters. There is no reason for fear. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I hold your abilities in high regard." Chen Chen smiled faintly, thoroughly satisfied with Hua Qing's purification effects. Gu Qingming's awakened Azure Serpent's dark sword is designed to enhance poison attributes and sustain damage. If he could possess a shadow servant capable of purifying these effects, it would be truly splendid. "Are you a fan of mine, Qing Xiao?" Hua Qing's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile, and he generously added, "Since you're a fan, why not reveal yourself earlier? I could have let you share in a completion treasure chest." "There's no need for the treasure chest. I wish to borrow something from you." "What is it?" "Your soul, without the intent to return it." As he spoke, Chen Chen conjured a radiant bow and arrow. After awakening to S rank, Shen Yuyan's innate talent allowed her to morph into any form under the moonlight's embrace. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The arrows of light shot forth with blinding speed towards the demon hunters surrounding Hua Qing. Hua Qing, merely a supportive demon hunter endowed with dispelling and purification abilities, was aware that Chen Chen's true target was those hunters by his side. "Get out of the way," Hua Qing shouted urgently upon sensing the danger. But before his warning could fully escape his lips, the 5 demon hunters behind him had already been struck by the arrows. Fortunately, they were all of the Golden Realm, while Chen Chen was still at the pinnacle of silver. Even if hit by the arrows of light, the consequences would not be dire. The first to be struck was a sorcerer wielding a staff. As a range damage dealer, his physique was already quite fragile. However, being hit in the chest by Chen Chen's arrow did not inflict severe injury. "Huh, you can't even harm a mage. Turns out you're just a foolish little Karami." Hua Qing deduced Chen Chen's spiritual power level from this encounter. He was either at the first stage of Golden Realm or perhaps even below it. Moments ago, he had been intimidated by Chen Chen's imposing presence, especially considering the recent conflicts between the Prosperous Guild and the Hua family. He had thought Chen Chen was a formidable assassin sent by the Prosperous Guild to eliminate him in the ruins. Now, it seemed he was merely an inexperienced youth. Next, 2 warriors were struck by the arrows, and as expected, under the defense of their heavy armor, Chen Chen's arrows inflicted minimal damage. This realization allowed Hua Qing to relax completely. Following that, a tank demon hunter wielding a large shield was hit by an arrow. If the arrows could not fell a sorcerer and had little effect on the warriors, one could only imagine the extent of damage they could inflict on a tank. However, what Hua Qing and the others never anticipated was, Chen Chen's radiant arrow indeed caused minimal damage to the tank demon hunter. However, it triggered Shen Yuyan's divine punishment effect. A blinding beam of light suddenly sliced through the heavens, and a colossal holy sword descended like a meteor, striking fiercely down upon the tank demon hunter's crown. The ferocity of this attack was overwhelming, its speed so swift that it seemed to momentarily suspend time itself. The tank demon hunter, renowned for his defensive prowess, donned heavy armor and wielded a massive spirit weapon shield, serving as the stalwart backbone of his team. Yet, this divine sword harbored immense power, manifesting a true critical strike that disregarded all defenses. Its damage completely bypassed the tank demon hunter's fortifications. Even clad in impenetrable armor, he was rendered as vulnerable as a bare body in the face of such sacred retribution. As the holy sword pierced through his entire armor, it severed his head cleanly from his shoulders. One could only lament his misfortune, having fallen victim to Shun Yoyin's 18-fold true critical strike. No matter how robust the tank, he could not withstand such profound true damage. Furthermore, the archer demon hunter behind him was also struck by the radiant arrow, triggering the divine punishment effect. Although this arrow merely boasted a 10 chance of a 3-fold true critical strike, it remained a lethal blow for the fragile archer. Alas, with a pained cry, the archer demon hunter collapsed into a pool of blood. Regrettably, his demise was far too abrupt, occurring before he could harbor any murderous intent towards Chen Chen, thus denying him the chance to siphon any life force. Nevertheless, his primary objective now was to acquire new shadow thralls. He could contemplate the extraction of life force later. How could this be possible? This individual was merely an inexperienced youth lacking the stature of a gold tier. This scene rendered Hua Qing utterly speechless. His legs trembled as he instinctively retreated. During Chen Chen's attack, he had distinctly sensed the opponent's spiritual energy, which was not formidable at all. How could he effortlessly annihilate 2 gold-tier demon hunters? Moreover, one of them was a gold-tier tank. Was this some sort of jest? The most terrifying aspect was that Chen Chen's attack appeared quite ordinary, akin to a basic shot from an archer. A silver-tier archer, with a mere standard attack, had just obliterated a gold-tier tank demon hunter? It was simply absurd, absolutely preposterous. Good sir, I am but a humble brother, blind to the might of the mountains. You must be from the prosperous guild. Witnessing such overwhelming power, Hua Qing immediately knelt. You heard my words earlier, did you not? Though my surname is Hua, I have long disapproved of Hua Mansion's actions. I have actually yearned to ally with your prosperous guild for some time. How about this? I shall provide you with some invaluable intelligence as a stepping stone to join your esteemed guild. Chen Chen initially believed that as a demon hunter at the pinnacle of the Silver Realm, he could contend with an entire elite exploration team at the golden level. Rather than merely engaging in a fierce battle, he expected at least a few exchanges. To his astonishment, as soon as he raised his hand, the opposing party surrendered. Chapter 93. The Great Blade of the Prosperous Guild does not spare the young or the old. Shun Yoshi, Senior Chen Chen. This fellow is clearly a fence-sitter. Do not fall for his tricks. Chen Chen had developed a tacit understanding with Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi, reaching a compatibility of 70. Besides ascending to the 700th level in both the Divine Ascension and Abyssal Corruption, they had also unlocked the ability for mental communication. This meant that moving forward, Shun Yuyin and Shun Yoshi could communicate directly with Chen Chen through the starry cosmic sea, without the fear of their conversations being overheard, thus revealing their identities. Chen Chen, rest assured, I have no interest in such a useless individual. What significant intelligence do you have to share? Though he may dismiss the person, he was willing to listen to the information. Brother, the Hua family has already arranged for Hua Jinjiu to flee. He is within the ruins. If you relay this information to the Security Bureau, Su Tingshan will certainly not let this matter rest. Hua Qing said, his face full of flattery. Where is Hua Jinjiu hiding? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's eyes brightened. Although he had already suspected this and Gao Tianxiang was investigating, there had been no developments in several days. If Hua Qing knew, it would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack effortlessly. I'm not sure of the exact location, but I can provide you with a range of places suitable for Hua Jinjiu to conceal himself. Subsequently, Hua Qing crawled towards Chen Chen, revealing several locations of the ruins without reservation. Well done, you are quite clever. Of course, there is an ancient saying in Longhua. The West is material, Wei Junjia. Hua Qing grinned, solely focused on preserving his life. The Hua family was embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Prosperous Guild and was in dire need of manpower. As a significant figure among the younger generation of the Hua family, he found himself hiding within the ruins to survive. Are you hoping to pursue a postgraduate degree with such trivial chatter? Chen Chen smiled faintly, but his expression quickly darkened. However, there is another ancient saying in Longhua. Those without value are destined for a dead end. Individuals like Hua Qing, as a member of the Hua family, could shamelessly betray their own kin. Thus, when the prosperous guild encounters enemies, he would undoubtedly act as a traitor without hesitation. Having obtained what he sought, it was time to eliminate this individual. Brother, are you mistaken? Which ancient figure from Longhua said that? I have never heard of it. Wajiji Shuada. Wajiji Shuada? Brother, that old man, by name alone, is clearly not from our Longhua. You must be confused. Hua Qing continued to plead for mercy. However, the moonlight infinite in Chen Chen's hand had already transformed into a deadly blade. With a swift motion, he severed the opponent's head. Now, Shen Yuyan resembled a radiant shard of brilliance, capable of transforming into any shape Chen Chen desired. Gazing at the moonlit infinity in his grasp, Chen Chen mused quietly. Recently, there has been an overwhelming number of matters to attend to. Once he dealt with Hua Jinjiu, he must mold Shen Yuyan into a form akin to the moonlit infinity, shaping her as he wished. Thud. As Hua Qing's head rolled away, his lifeless torso collapsed before Chen Chen. How could I possibly be mistaken? Wajiji Shuada is precisely what I articulated. If you cannot comprehend this, you truly deserve your fate. Chen Chen shrugged in exasperation. In truth, his intention for allowing Hua Qing to approach him was to await the brewing intent to kill, thus enabling him to siphon vitality. Who could have predicted this spineless wretch would lack any fortitude? Despite Chen Chen's blatant manipulation, the fool never contemplated a counterattack, his mind solely occupied with pleas for mercy. The tank, the archer, and Hua Qing had all perished, leaving only 4 demon hunters remaining in the exploration team. Although Hua Qing was a spineless coward, the demon hunters under his command were not all devoid of merit. Big brother, we are merely temporary mercenaries hired by Hua Qing. Yes, indeed. We have no affiliation with the Hua family. Consider us inconsequential. Just let us go. Chen Chen observed that these individuals possessed not an ounce of courage, and his ire intensified. Even if our esteemed guild's blade refrains from striking the vulnerable, you all have limbs and are capable of entering the golden ruins for cultivation, bearing no resemblance to the weak. Chen Chen exclaimed, You just vanquished the boss demon seed, did you not? Come now, enlighten me. Which feeble or ailing individual could cleave through toxic vines? We are all simpletons. I possess innate strength, yet I am utterly ignorant of the flow of spiritual energy. Your armor pales in comparison to mine. Simpletons, indeed. We are the disabled. Our guild's blade does not strike the weak, hence you cannot slay us. Such a clear line of reasoning left Chen Chen momentarily speechless. Truly, as Hua Qing's subordinates, they excelled at feigning folly. Very well, as a member of the esteemed guild. I shan't violate our principles. You may leave. He gestured for them to depart. Since they presented a reasoned argument, Chen Chen could not contravene the established code. After all, as the largest stakeholder of the esteemed guild, if he himself disregarded the rules, how could he expect others to abide by them in the future? Let us proceed, brothers. Upon witnessing Chen Chen retract the radiant blade emanating the brilliance of the sun and moon, his subordinates hastily prepared to flee. Following the defeat of the boss, the portal to the ruins had indeed been activated. Now, they can successfully return to Blue Star simply by traversing the spatial vortex. Deep dive. Meanwhile, Chen Chen plunged into the water, surfacing directly behind the crowd. Shen Yuyan's moonlit dagger had transformed into a knife, and Chen Chen, swift as the wind, instantaneously slashed the throats of several individuals. His previously acquired wall-piercing technique from the Desert Merman had already advanced to the S rank. Wall-piercing technique. C rank. Enter a spirit state for 5 seconds, during which one can ignore collisions with conventional entities, allowing the spirit to traverse living beings. Inflicting 200 points of attack damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Deep dive. S rank. Enter a deep dive state for 30 seconds, allowing traversal through any material as if it were an ocean, increasing movement speed by 100 and restoring 1 maximum health point per second. Cooldown, 60 seconds. The S-rank deep dive boasts a more enduring traversal time. Although it lacks damage, it compensates with a remarkable increase in movement speed and restorative capabilities. Moreover, as a unique displacement skill, damage is merely an embellishment. A more robust mechanism renders it even more exquisite. Cough, cough. Brother, you are rather inconsiderate. It was agreed that the prosperous guild's blade would not harm the young, the old, the sick, or the pregnant. You have broken your promise. The crowd clutched their gushing necks, blood choking their throats, their eyes filled with resentment as they glared at the ambushing Chen Chen. Chen Chen toyed with the moonlight dagger in his hand. Indeed, the prosperous guild's blade does not strike the young or old, but I possess a smaller knife, particularly designed for foolish beings. Chapter 94. The Vacation Ends. Talent. A rank purification. Dispelling abnormal states. Success probability. 70. Effect of dispelling abnormal states. 70. After successfully dispelling an abnormal state, immunity to that state for 7 seconds. Spirit weapon talent. A rank radiant staff. Creates a radiant halo around oneself, within 5 meters of surrounding allies, increasing spirit recovery speed by 70. Weapon skill cooldown reduced by 14. Although Hua Qing lacks the healing capabilities and enhancement buffs of Sai Hua, her bolstered dispelling and the brilliance of her spirit weapon halo are immensely potent. In terms of team effects, Hua Qing arguably excels even further. With Sai Hua's formidable healing and Hua Qing's purification, Chen Chen now possesses 2 shadow servants with entirely different functions. Upon entering the spatial vortex, Chen Chen returned to Blue Star. Mo Yen, who had been waiting outside the ruins' teleportation portal, once again merged into his shadow. The ruins have level restrictions. A ruin of golden rank can only be accessed by awakeners of golden rank or below. Those exceeding golden rank cannot enter ruins of golden rank. This principle applies to ruins of other ranks as well, only allowing downward compatibility, but not upward. Old Mo, hand over these ruin locations to Brother Chong. Let him assist in checking, as Hua Jianjiu is likely inside. Chen Chen tossed a neatly folded map onto the ground, and from within his shadow, a pitch-black arm suddenly emerged, catching the map. As the arm retracted, the map slipped into darkness. After acquiring the item, Old Mo merely acknowledged it with a brief response, subsequently falling silent. In truth, Chen Chen understood that Gao Tianxiang had enlisted Old Mo to keep him under surveillance. Over the past few days, Chen Chen's actions had been closely monitored by Gao Tianxiang. Not only had he eliminated Sai Huadua, but he also rescued the severely injured Wang Xiaolong and, most recently, dispatched the timid Hua Qing within the ruins. Old Mo bore witness to Chen Chen's ruthless tactics. In Gao Tianxiang's eyes, Chen Chen was not merely a formidable figure straddling both the underworld and the legal realm, but also a prodigious talent of immeasurable potential. Particularly intriguing was the enigmatic shadow servant. Old Mo had directly observed Sai Huadua's body being completely consumed by the forces of darkness. The shadow form of Sai Huadua retained the same talents and abilities he possessed in life, even accurately replicating his spiritual weapon. This bizarre and unique capability was something Old Mo had never encountered before. Although Chen Chen currently stood at the pinnacle of the silver rank, Old Mo, with the keen insight of a professional assassin, recognized that individuals of Chen Chen's caliber would undoubtedly become rare powerhouses in this world. Moreover, the black robe worn by Chen Chen, as a fellow wielder of dark attributes, emanated a palpable aura of darkness. It represented a chaotic force that transcended all shadows. During the 2 days Gao Tianxiang spent investigating Hua Qing's information, Chen Chen had elevated his spiritual power to the golden rank and eliminated a minor leader of the Hua family, the demon hunter Niu Chao, famed for his formidable strength. This acquisition granted him another defensive shadow servant. Talent, a level fearless. Able to connect with 7 teammates and bear 70 of the damage. Though this damage is subject to a 14 reduction, for every 1 point of health lost, a healing effect of 1 is applied to oneself. Spiritual weapon talent, a level Minotaur mask. Damage received is converted into a shield at a rate of 140. This shield can be allocated to oneself or distributed among teammates. Niu Chao, a fitness enthusiast, exhibited even more pronounced muscle definition after becoming a shadow servant, coupled with the comically formidable Minotaur mask, imparting a sense of security. His abilities were exceptionally potent, encompassing damage distribution, damage reduction, healing, and a collective shield, truly a powerful frontline tank. With the trio of Sai Huadua, Hua Qing, and Niu Chao assembled, Chen Chen's plan to assassinate Hua Jianji was on the verge of execution. Although Shen Yoshi's Imperial Abyssal Armor could command 4 shadow servants, Chen Chen had only managed to control 3 thus far. Nevertheless, he had long identified his final target, Hua Jianji, the new generation prodigy and a key contender for the Hua family inheritance. Moreover, Gao Tianxiang had successfully uncovered Hua Jianji's whereabouts, just as anticipated. At this moment, she luxuriates on the sun-kissed shores, enveloped by the golden remnants of a bygone era. The sunlight cascades like golden sands, adorning this ancient land with a resplendent glow. The grains of sand, fine and soft, shimmer enticingly under the sun's embrace. Ultimately, the old man's heart softened, as his most reminiscent protege of youth. He could never part with me. Hua Jianjiu, clad in a form-fitting swimsuit that accentuates her alluring curves, radiates vitality beneath the sun's warm gaze. She reclines on the beach, her hands interlaced behind her head, eyes gently closed, relishing the sun's gentle caress. The sunlight kisses her skin, bestowing a healthy sheen that starkly contrasts with her swimsuit. A gentle sea breeze wafts by, carrying the briny scent of the ocean mixed with a hint of seaweed, playfully tousling Hua Jianjiu's long hair and the ribbons adorning her swimsuit. Third miss, just relax and enjoy your vacation. Once the storm passes, Su Tingshan will settle down. Beside Hua Jianjiu, a few muscular men, clad only in minimal attire, bring her freshly peeled fruit to her lips. Meanwhile, other demon hunters engage in battle against the emerging fiends along the shore, ensuring her sunbathing remains uninterrupted. To those in the know, Hua Jianjiu is on the run due to grave transgressions. To the uninformed, she merely appears to be on holiday. However, unbeknownst to her, a pair of piercing eyes are fixated upon her. What abilities might the young prodigy of the Huajian clan, an S-rank spiritual warrior, possess? Chen Chen's lips curl into a subtle smile. Indeed, it is a sight to behold.